File name 0txt corresponding Chinese file. 0txt Su Chen has traversed to another realm, compelled to assume the role of the leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. A mere puppet, a scapegoat. This was his initial impression. Becoming the leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower grants one the unparalleled divine blade, Bai Tianyu, the Ice Kirin Arm, and 3 white lottery cards. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen found his resolve. His steadiness meant that others could no longer remain at ease. Chapter 1. The Commencement of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower Leadership. Unmatched divine blade Bai Tianyu in the Great Zhou, Lingnan Prefecture, Qingcheng, within a garden-like estate. Su Chen gazed grimly at the several individuals standing before him. Among them were aged elders and robust middle-aged men, all exuding a subtle yet formidable aura, indicating their considerable prowess. Young master, the former leader has passed away. We beseech you to assume the position of the leader of the Lingnan Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, spoke an elder with a few wisps of white in his beard, clad in a gray robe, despite his aged appearance. His presence was undeniably potent. He was the strongest among them, the deputy leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, Lingnan, a practitioner of mid-stage innate strength. Su Chen, the sole descendant of the previous leader, Su Bai, was faced with this daunting responsibility. The rationale behind his succession was clear. Not only was he the son of the former leader, but he was also a disciple of the esteemed Shanhua sect, one of the top 10 sects in Lingnan Prefecture. If not he, then who would be fit for the role? However, Su Chen was reluctant to inherit the leadership of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, one of the 5 major powers in the remote Qingcheng. His father, Su Bai, at the pinnacle of innate strength, had passed away unexpectedly just days prior. The circumstances surrounding his demise hinted at deeper intrigues. Should he accept the leadership, peril would undoubtedly follow, primarily due to his own insufficient strength to uphold such a position. It would be far safer to return to the Shanhua sect, albeit he needed to bring something back with him. At this moment, Su Chen was both himself and not himself. Recently returned from the Shanhua sect, upon arriving home, he learned of his father's death, which plunged him into darkness, leading to his demise. The Su Chen who traversed from Earth had seized his consciousness. Although he had taken over, he only possessed fragmented memories of the original's life. These memories revealed that he had returned to Qingcheng seeking his father's assistance after offending a disciple of a peak elder in the Shanhua sect, promising a substantial sum to secure his safety. Now, with his father deceased and the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower under the control of deputy leader Lingnan, acquiring that substantial sum was utterly impossible. Returning to the Shanhua sect without the promised payment would surely spell disaster. Yet, to become the leader of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower would likely lead to his swift demise. Moreover, could he truly command the loyalty of these individuals? It was highly improbable, especially considering Ling Tianhe's apparent discontent. His strength had yet to reach the innate realm, while the opponent was nearing the late innate stage, creating a significant disparity in power. Su Chen had traversed through time, reluctantly assuming the position of the leader of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion, a mere puppet, a scapegoat. This was his immediate impression. By becoming the leader of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion, he acquired the formidable divine blade, invincible Bai Tianyu, the Ice Kirin Arm, and 3 white lottery cards. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen found his resolve solidified. His steadiness implied that others could not remain calm. Chapter 1. The inauguration of the leader of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion, Divine Blade, invincible Bai Tianyu in the Great Zhou dynasty, Lingnan Prefecture. In the city of Qing, within a garden-like residence, Su Chen wore a grim expression as he gazed at the several individuals standing before him. Among them were elderly men and robust middle-aged figures, all exuding a subtle yet potent aura, indicating their formidable strength. Junior Pavilion Master, the former leader has passed away. We implore you to succeed to the position of leader of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion in Lingnan, spoke an elder with a white beard. Dressed in a gray robe, despite his age, he emanated a formidable presence, being the strongest among the assembly. Ling Tianhe, the deputy leader of the pavilion. At the mid-innate stage, Su Chen was the sole descendant of the late leader, Su Bai. The rationale behind his succession lay in his lineage. Not only was he the son of the former leader, but he was also a disciple of the renowned Shanhua sect, one of the 10 prominent sects in Lingnan. Who else could be more suitable for the role, if not Su Chen? Yet, Su Chen had no desire to assume the mantle of the pavilion leader. The Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion was one of the 5 major powers in the remote city of Qing. His father, Su Bai, had been at the pinnacle of innate strength but had recently met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances, suggesting a web of intrigue. Should he accept the leadership, he would undoubtedly face peril, especially given his own inadequately low strength, rendering him incapable of shouldering such a responsibility. Returning to the Shanhua sect seemed a safer option, albeit he needed to bring something back with him. Currently, Su Chen was both Su Chen and not Su Chen. Recently, upon returning from the Shanhua sect to his home, he learned of his father's death, causing him to momentarily black out and lose his life. The Su Chen from Earth had seized control of his consciousness. Although he had taken over, he retained only fragmented memories of the original Su Chen. These memories revealed that his return to Qing City was to seek his father's assistance after offending a disciple of a mountain elder at the Shanhua sect, promising to pay a sum to appease the situation. Now, with his father deceased and the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion under the control of deputy leader Lingnan, acquiring that substantial sum seemed impossible. Returning to the Shanhua sect without the payment would certainly spell disaster for him. However, taking up the role of pavilion leader would likely lead to his swift demise. Moreover, could he truly expect the people under him to respect him as their leader? That was utterly implausible. In the presence of the esteemed Lord Ling Tianha, it is evident that he harbors some discontent. His prowess has yet to ascend to the innate realm, while his counterpart stands firmly in the mid-stage, on the cusp of reaching the latter phase. The disparity in strength is substantial. Lord, you are the son of the Lord, and only you can inherit the position of the Lord. Today, I implore you to take your rightful place, Ling Tianha proclaimed. As he spoke, he stepped forward and seized Su Chen, placing him in the position of the Lord of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Immediately thereafter, he knelt down and declared, I pay my respects to the Lord. In his wake, a multitude followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Su Chen, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, was astonished by the audacity of this group. At that moment, a circular roulette materialized within the depths of Su Chen's consciousness. Become the Lord of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Gain the character Divine Blade Invincible Bai Tianyu, Ice Kirin Arm, and 3 white lottery cards. This revelation startled Su Chen. He had longed for such a boon since his arrival in this world, yet it had eluded him until now. To his astonishment, his golden finger had finally activated, rewarding him with formidable enhancements. As he observed the roulette in his mind, he noted that it was divided into 5 segments, each adorned in hues of white, blue, orange, purple, and gold. The white segment displayed a count of 3, corresponding to the 3 white lottery cards he had just acquired. Upon shifting his awareness to the blue segment, he received the information that 10 white lottery cards could be fused into 1 blue lottery card. Upon inspecting the orange segment, he discovered no prompt, indicating it had yet to be unlocked. Subsequently, Su Chen examined the status of the Divine Blade Invincible Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu originates from the character in Wandering Hero of the Border City, the leader of the Divine Blade Hall, with strength at the initial stage of soul refinement. Upon reading this information, a look of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face. The leader of the Mountain River sect, one of the 10 great powers of Lingnan Prefecture, had only achieved the soul refinement stage. Thus, Bai Tianyu was indeed a formidable protector. With such strength at his disposal, Su Chen felt he could traverse the city of Qing with impunity. A sense of satisfaction surged within him as he summoned Bai Tianyu to protect him from the shadows. Should any of them harbor malicious intent, he would swiftly end their lives with a single strike. Ling Tianha, kneeling below, noticed the astonishment etched on Su Chen's countenance, and a hint of coldness flickered across his features. Although Su Chen appeared bewildered, he did not fail to observe Ling Tianha's demeanor. In his heart, Ling Tianha vowed, once this period passes, I shall eliminate you. He pondered why he did not ascend to the position of the Lord of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion himself. The reason lay in his knowledge of Su Mengbai's demise. He was aware of the circumstances and dared not assume the role of the Lord, fearing a similar fate to that of Su Mengbai, whose strength was, in fact, greater than his own. After kneeling, Ling Tianha rose and addressed the assembly, esteemed guests. Today marks a joyous occasion as the young Lord inherits the position of the Lord, and we should spread this news far and wide. The host needs to acclimate. So let us allow the host some quietude for a while, Ling Tianha remarked as he stood. Host, we shall take our leave. Please take your time to adjust. Without awaiting Su Chen's command, The group departed the hall, leaving Su Chen alone. How could one be willing to assume the role of host? Young master, you are the son of the host. Only you can inherit this position. Today, we implore you to assume your rightful place. As Ling Tianyu spoke, he advanced and placed Su Chen upon the host's seat in the golden wind and drizzling rain tower, immediately kneeling in reverence. We pay our respects to the host. With his kneeling, the others promptly followed suit. Su Chen was utterly bewildered, taken aback by such audacity. How could these people be so shameless? At that moment, a circular wheel appeared within the depths of Su Chen's consciousness. Become the host of the golden wind and drizzling rain tower. Receive the divine blade. Invincible Bai Tianyu. Ice Kirin Arm, and 3 white lottery tickets. This, Su Chen's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that his golden finger would be activated at this juncture. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been yearning for this boon, yet it had eluded him until now. Now, it had triggered, bestowing rewards upon him, the divine blade, invincible Bai Tianyu, and Ice Kirin Arm. At this moment, Su Chen noticed a wheel within his consciousness, divided into 5 segments, each adorned in hues of white, blue, orange, purple, and gold. The white section indicated 3 tickets, evidently the 3 white lottery tickets he had just acquired. His awareness shifted to the blue section, where a message materialized in his mind. 10 white lottery tickets can be fused into 1 blue lottery ticket. As he moved his awareness to the orange section, he found no prompts. It had yet to be activated. Subsequently, Su Chen examined the details of the divine blade. Invincible Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu originates from the character in The Wandering Son of the Frontier, the master of the divine blade hall, with strength at the initial stage of soul refinement. Upon seeing this information, an expression of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face. The initial stage of soul refinement, one of the top 10 powers in Lingnan County, the sect master of the Mountain River Gate, possesses such strength. As for the precise level of his cultivation, he was uncertain. Thus, Bai Tianyu was indeed a formidable figure. With such prowess to protect him, Su Chen felt emboldened to navigate through Cheng City with ease. At this moment, a sense of exhilaration washed over him, and he summoned Bai Tianyu to safeguard him from the shadows. Should any malice arise, he would swiftly end it with a single stroke. Ling Tianyu, kneeling below, noted the bewilderment on Su Chen's countenance, and a flicker of coldness crossed his features. Though Su Chen appeared astonished, he keenly observed Ling Tianyu's expression. Once this period passes, I shall eliminate you, he silently vowed. Why did he not aspire to be the host of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower? Primarily because he was privy to certain truths surrounding Su Mengbai's demise. Knowing this, he hesitated to assume the role of host, unwilling to meet a similar tragic fate. His own strength paled in comparison to that of Su Mengbai. After the kneeling, Ling Tianyu rose. Esteemed guests, it is indeed a joyous occasion that the young master inherits the host's position today. We should disseminate this news far and wide. The host here still needs to adapt, so let us allow him to remain in quiet solitude for a while. Ling Tianyu spoke up as he stood. Host, we shall take our leave for now. You take your time to adjust. Without waiting for Su Chen's command, the group departed from the hall, leaving Su Chen alone. Su Chen watched Ling Tianyu and his companions retreat, his expression initially one of astonishment, which was soon replaced by a glimmer of cold resolve. They truly regard me as a mere puppet and a shield, showing not the slightest hint of discretion. Is it not evident that they spread the news of my succession, as if anxious for all to know? Surely, they contemplate testing whether the one who struck at Su Mengbai would also target me. If they remain passive, I suspect they would act nonetheless. A chill coursed through Su Chen's heart. Previously, he felt powerless against them, but now he had acquired the formidable divine blade, the invincible Bai Tianyu, and the Ice Kirin Arm. With such means at his disposal, eliminating them should pose no insurmountable challenge. Mission triggered. Investigate the cause of death of the host of the Qingcheng Shiyu building and assist the former owner in avenging his demise to receive 3 white lottery cards. 3 white lottery cards. Su Chen's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the information inscribed on the mission scroll. Now, possessing 3 white lottery cards, should he acquire 3 more, he would have a total of 6. Furthermore, by triggering additional quests, gathering 10 cards should not prove overly difficult. As for investigating the cause of the host's death, regardless of the mission's existence, Su Chen was determined to uncover the truth. The one who murdered the host of Qingcheng Shiyu had thrust him into this position. The next victim could very well be himself. Moreover, the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. He had no desire to meet the same untimely fate as his father, whom he had never even seen. With such thoughts, Su Chen descended from his seat and made his way towards the rear courtyard of the hall. He intended to inquire with his stepmother about the circumstances surrounding his father's death. Su Chen's biological mother had passed away long ago, and Su Mengbai's lady was not his true mother. He had always referred to her as his stepmother. In the rear courtyard of the estate, within a two-story pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman sat gracefully, her face adorned with a hint of melancholy, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. This was the second mistress referred to by Su Chen, named Shangwan Ziyun. Has Su Chen truly become the host of Jin Feng Shiyu? Shangwan Ziyun inquired of a waiting maid beside her. The events in the front hall had just transpired, yet news had already reached her, indicating her keen interest in the happenings of the main hall. Just moments ago, it was reported that young Master Su has been nominated as the host by Deputy Host Ling and his associates, replied a young maidservant nearby. Deputy Host Ling is truly cunning, intending to make Su Chen a scapegoat. Have you uncovered the cause of Su Mengbai's death? Shangwan Ziyun pressed further. Notably, she refrained from referring to Su Mengbai as master or husband, instead using his name directly, which struck as rather peculiar. Chapter 2. The Ice Kirin Arm. A step into the innate realm in the rear courtyard of the estate, Su Chen traversed the corridor, his mind consumed with contemplation regarding his current situation. The Kirin Arm can assist in enhancing one's strength. Although the extent of this enhancement remains uncertain, it is likely to significantly bolster my capabilities. Moreover, even if my own strength is lacking, with a master like Bai Tianyu to protect me, I am assured that I will not encounter any misfortune in this modest city of Qing. Setting aside my trump card, Su Chen observed the retreating figure of Ling Tianhe. Initially taken aback, but soon his gaze ignited with a cold glimmer. They truly perceived me as a mere puppet and a shield, showing no attempt at concealment. Is it their intention to broadcast the news of my succession, fearing that others remain unaware? They must be contemplating a test to see if the one who harmed Su Mengbai would turn their attention towards me. Should the adversary refrain from action, you would surely intervene, wouldn't you? A chill coursed through Su Chen's heart. Previously, I was powerless against you. Yet now I have acquired the unparalleled divine blade Bai Tianyu and the Ice Kirin Arm. With such means, eliminating you should pose little difficulty. Task triggered. Uncover the cause of the death of the master of the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Assist the previous incarnation in seeking vengeance. And receive 3 white lottery tickets. 3 white lottery tickets. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he perused the information on the task scroll. Currently, possessing 3 white lottery tickets, acquiring 3 more would yield 6, and subsequently triggering additional tasks should allow me to gather 10 without considerable difficulty. Regardless of whether the task is issued, Su Chen is determined to investigate the cause of the master of Jin Feng Shiyu's demise. The one who killed him has set their sights on my succession. I might very well be the next victim. Furthermore, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. I refuse to meet the same tragic end as my father, whom I have never even met. With this thought in mind, Su Chen descended from his chair and made his way toward the backyard of the hall. He sought to inquire with his stepmother about the circumstances surrounding his father's death. Su Chen's biological mother had passed away long ago, and the current mistress, Su Mengbai, is not his true mother. He had always referred to her as his stepmother. In the backyard of the residence, within a 2-story pavilion, sat a strikingly beautiful woman, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. This was the second mistress referred to by Su Chen, known as Shangwan Ziyun. Has Su Chen become the master of Jin Feng Shiyu? Shangwan Ziyun inquired of a maid standing beside her. The events in the front hall had just transpired, and news had already reached her, indicating that she had been closely monitoring the situation. Just now, it was reported from the front hall that young Master Su has been elected as the master by Deputy Master Ling and the others, replied a young maid beside her. Deputy Master Ling is truly cunning, intending to make Su Chen a scapegoat. Have you uncovered the cause of Su Mengbai's death? Shangwan Ziyun continued to question, addressing Su Mengbai by name rather than referring to him as master or husband, which seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 2. The Ice Kirin Arm. A step into the innate realm in the backyard of the residence, Su Chen proceeded along the corridor, contemplating his current situation. The Kirin Arm can indeed facilitate the enhancement of his strength. Although uncertain of the extent to which he could elevate himself, he was confident that considerable improvement awaited him. Furthermore, even if his personal strength were lacking, With a master like Bai Tianyu providing protection, he would remain safe in this small town of Qingcheng. Setting aside his own hidden cards, Su Chen began to familiarize himself with the circumstances surrounding the Jinfeng Shiyu building from his memory. The Jinfeng Shiyu building is one of the 5 major forces in Qingcheng. The other 4 factions are Lei Tang, governed by the Lei family, Zhu Xiantang, established by the 5 brothers of the Shi Min family, Shan Tang, controlled by the prestigious Wang family, and the largest temple in Qingcheng, Jingangsi. Despite Qingcheng being a remote area of Lingnan Prefecture, it serves as one of the conduits to the outer territories. In this regard, Qingcheng can be considered a hub for trade with the outside world, rendering it a relatively economically vibrant city. Among the 5 major forces, aside from Jingangsi, the other 4 factions have divided the 4 major districts of Qingcheng among themselves. The Jinfeng Shiyu building occupies a position in the western part of the city, ranking 3rd in terms of comprehensive financial strength among the 5 forces. Logically speaking, even if someone harbored intentions, they should not dare to act against the Jinfeng Shiyu building. This is mainly because, apart from Jingangsi, the other 4 factions possess similar levels of power. As one of the 5 major forces in Qingcheng, the Su residence boasts a spacious backyard, complete with pavilions and structures. In a short while, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the 2-story building where Shangwan Ziyun resided. Observing the courtyard gate before him, Su Chen stepped into the small courtyard. Within the courtyard stood a slender young woman clad in a blue long dress, positioned beside the entrance. The dress elegantly concealed her lower half, and upon noticing Su Chen's arrival, she stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, young master. Xiaolan. I have matters to discuss with my second mother. Please inform her," Su Chen requested. Xiaolan was the personal maid of his second mother, Shangwan Ziyun, and he deemed it necessary to notify her. "The lady has been overly sorrowful lately and has just fallen asleep. It would be best not to disturb her, young master," Xiaolan replied, refraining from relaying his message. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen's expression tightened slightly. "Very well, let my second mother rest. I shall not intrude," he said, casting a glance towards the nearby guest room before turning and exiting the courtyard. As Xiaolan observed Su Chen's departing figure, her brow furrowed slightly. She sensed something different about him today, yet could not pinpoint what it was. She then turned and re-entered the building. On the 2nd floor of the building, Shangwan Ziyun sat before her vanity, delicately tending to her long, raven hair. Noticing Xiaolan's entrance, she paused her actions. "Madam, young master Su has left," Xiaolan whispered. "Something feels amiss. Have someone keep an eye on him. I want to know his every move. Additionally, we must monitor Ling Tianhe and their activities. Tonight, I intend to open Su Mengbai's coffin. I wish to uncover the truth behind his death and identify the one responsible," Shangwan Ziyun stated, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. If Su Chen were present, he would surely be taken aback by her words. He could never have imagined that Shangwan Ziyun would actually open the coffin. Su Mengbai had only been buried for a day. Such a woman is somewhat ruthless. "Miss, we do not know who killed Su Mengbai. He was the one we had chosen, and we had planned for a year to approach him. Now, with this turn of events, all our efforts have been in vain." Su Chen began to recall the circumstances surrounding the Jinfeng Shiyu building from his memory. Jinfeng Shiyu building is one of the 5 major powers in Qingcheng. The other 4 factions are the Leitang controlled by the Lei family, the Zhuxiantang founded by the 5 brothers of the Shimin family, the Shantang dominated by the venerable Wang family, and the largest monastery in Qingcheng, the Qingcheng Temple. Although Qingcheng is a remote area of Lingnan Prefecture, it is also one of the pathways connecting to the outer regions. In this light, Qingcheng can be considered a hub for trade with the outside world, making it a relatively economically vibrant city. Among the 5 major powers, aside from the Qingcheng Temple, the remaining 4 factions divide the 4 major districts of Qingcheng. The Jinfeng Shiyu building occupies a location in the western part of the city, ranking 3rd in terms of financial strength among the 5 major powers. Logically speaking, even if someone were to harbor ill intentions, they should not target the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Primarily, the strength of the 4 factions, aside from the Qingcheng Temple, is relatively comparable. As one of the 5 major powers in Qingcheng, the Su residence boasts a vast courtyard, complete with all the necessary pavilions and towers. In a short while, Su Chen arrived outside the 2-story courtyard where Shangwan Ziyun resided. Gazing at the courtyard gate before him, Su Chen stepped into the small courtyard. Within, a slender woman clad in a blue long dress stood to one side. The dress modestly concealed her lower body, and upon noticing Su Chen's entrance, she stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Greetings, young master. Xiaolan, I have matters to discuss with my second mother. Please inform her, Su Chen requested. Xiaolan, being the personal maid of his second mother, Shangwan Ziyun, felt it necessary to announce his presence. Madam has been overly distressed lately and has just fallen asleep. It would be best not to disturb her, young master. Xiaolan replied without moving to deliver the message. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Su Chen's expression slightly hardened. Very well, let her rest. I shall not intrude, he said, casting a glance at the nearby chambers before turning to leave the courtyard. Xiaolan watched as Su Chen's figure receded, her brow furrowing slightly. She sensed that today's encounter with Su Chen was somewhat different, yet she could not pinpoint why. Turning, she entered the building. On the second floor of the building, Shangwan Ziyun sat gracefully before her vanity, delicately tending to her long, lustrous black hair. Upon seeing Xiaolan enter, she paused her movements. Madam, young master Su has departed. Xiaolan reported softly. Something feels amiss. Have someone keep an eye on him. I want to know his every move. Also, we must monitor Ling Tianhe and their activities. Tonight, I intend to open Su Mengbai's coffin. I must uncover how he truly met his demise and who the perpetrator is. As Shangwan Ziyun spoke these words, a chilling glint flickered in her eyes. Had Su Chen been present, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback by her ominous declaration. He would never have anticipated that Shangwan Ziyun would actually open the coffin. Su Mengbai had only been buried for a day. Such a woman exhibits a certain ferocity. Miss, it remains a mystery who murdered Su Mengbai. He was our chosen one. We had planned for a year to get close to him. And now this unfortunate incident has rendered all our efforts futile. As Xiaolan spoke, her frustration was palpable, and a murderous aura emanated from her. This matter is not as simple as you think. We must investigate thoroughly first. You may leave to make the necessary arrangements. Shangwan Ziyun commanded with a wave of her hand. Yes. Xiaolan bowed and exited the chamber. Inside, Shangwan Ziyun slowly approached the window beside the pavilion, gazing at Su Chen as he departed. She was genuinely disappointed that their chosen Su Mengbai had perished so abruptly. If you can survive this tumult, I shall reach out to you, she mused, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she watched Su Chen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, in Qingcheng, the news of Su Chen assuming the position of leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower seemed to spread deliberately, rapidly circulating throughout the city. As the central figure, Su Chen sat in a room, his expression somewhat somber. Although he had inherited the memories of the original owner, the information he possessed was rather scant. Having not encountered his second mother, Shangwan Ziyun, Su Chen could only return and devise his own strategies. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the situation was more complicated than he had initially perceived. Primarily, he found himself without allies. Bai Yu was currently tasked with safeguarding him and was not suitable for reconnaissance. He could not continue to wait passively. Ling Tianhe may be able to assist. Su Chen thought, a spark igniting in his eyes. Ling Tianhe was eager to elevate his status within the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and must surely possess some crucial information, for his urgency was unmistakable. Setting aside those thoughts, Su Chen decided to merge with the Ice Kirin Arm to enhance his own strength. Rising, he made his way to a secluded training chamber within the Su residence, the very place where Su Mengbai had practiced in life. The chamber lay beneath a rockery, spacious yet sparsely furnished with only a mat. Su Chen activated the switch and closed the stone door behind him. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he summoned the Kirin Arm he had obtained. Unlike the fire Kirin Arm he was previously familiar with, this one bore the attributes of ice. He directly affixed it to his left arm, as his right arm was his primary weapon, often used in combat. Should he inadvertently unleash the power of the Kirin Arm while attacking, he risked revealing his strength prematurely. Thus, he chose to bond the Kirin Arm to his left arm. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped Su Chen's arm, causing his sleeve to shatter. An ethereal ice Kirin materialized above his arm, and as it manifested, a frigid atmosphere filled the chamber. In mere seconds, a layer of frost manifested within the confines of the chamber. Frost also formed upon Su Chen's brow, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily. However, he soon sensed a pure chill flowing from his arm into his body, cleansing his meridians and rendering him remarkably at ease. Xiaolan, filled with indignation, exuded a palpable aura of menace as she spoke. This matter is far more complex than you perceive. We must investigate thoroughly before proceeding. You may depart to make the necessary arrangements. Waved Shangwan Ziyun dismissively. Yes, replied Xiaolan, bowing as she exited the room. Inside, Shangguan Ziyun approached the window beside the pavilion, peering through the half-open panes towards the departing Su Chen. The unexpected demise of Su Mingbai left her somewhat disheartened. Should you survive this upheaval, I shall seek your acquaintance, she mused, her gaze glinting with intrigue as she watched Su Chen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, within Qing City, news of Su Chen assuming the role of the master of the Jin Feng Shiyu building spread rapidly, seemingly by design, throughout the entire city. As the central figure in this unfolding drama, Su Chen sat in a room, his expression shadowed with concern. Although he had inherited the memories of the original owner, the information at his disposal was still limited. Having failed to encounter his second mother, Shangguan Ziyun, he was left to devise a plan on his own. Upon reflection, he realized that the situation was more troublesome than he had anticipated, primarily due to his lack of allies. Bai Tianyu was currently preoccupied with safeguarding him, rendering it unwise to venture out for reconnaissance. I cannot afford to remain in this passive state, he thought. Perhaps I can take action through Ling Tianhe. A spark of determination lit his eyes. Ling Tianhe was undoubtedly eager to elevate him to the position of master of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, suggesting he possessed vital information. Regardless, I must first merge with the Ice Kirin Arm to enhance my own strength, Su Chen resolved. Rising to head towards a secluded training chamber within the Su residence, a place where Su Mingbai had honed his skills in life. The chamber lay beneath an artificial hill, spacious yet sparsely furnished, containing only a mat. Su Chen activated the mechanism and sealed the stone door behind him. Seated upon the mat, he retrieved the Ice Kirin Arm he had acquired. This arm differed from the Fire Kirin Arm he was previously familiar with. It was imbued with the essence of ice. He directly affixed it to his left arm, his right arm being the embodiment of concentrated strength and frequently employed in combat, posed a risk of inadvertently unleashing the Kirin's power upon merging. He wished to avoid prematurely revealing his capabilities. Thus, the Kirin Arm would reside upon his left arm. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped Su Chen's arm, causing his sleeve to shatter instantaneously. An ethereal ice Kirin manifested above his arm, and with its appearance, the chamber became suffused with an intense, frigid energy. In just a few fleeting seconds, a veil of frost enveloped the chamber. Frost adorned Su Chen's brow, and a shiver coursed through his entire being. Yet, shortly thereafter, he sensed a pure chill flowing from his arm into the depths of his body. It began to cleanse his meridians, bestowing upon him a delightful lightness throughout his form. The document title, 5TXD, corresponding to the Chinese file, 5TXD. The realms of martial cultivation that Su Chen now comprehends include Qi Gathering Realm, Postnatal Realm, Innate Realm, Spirit Refining Realm, and Soul Refining Realm. Each realm is further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. As for the Soul Refining Realm and beyond, Su Chen has yet to encounter it, and thus remains unaware of its intricacies. His knowledge of the Soul Refining Realm stems from the fact that the master of the Mountain River sect, to which he belongs, is a formidable expert in that domain. However, he is oblivious to the true extent of its power, given that his own prowess currently resides within the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. Under the influence of this pure icy energy, Su Chen felt the emergence of an inner force imbued with the essence of ice within him. A look of surprise illuminated his face, for the presence of inner energy signifies the innate stage. The mere birth of such energy within his body marks his entry into this exalted realm. To think that he, once merely at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm, has been unexpectedly catapulted into the innate realm by the chilling essence transmitted from the Ice Kirin Arm Chapter 3. In this lifetime, the reward is the diamond primal force. Sensing the transformation of power within, joy brightened Su Chen's countenance. At the early stage of the innate realm, such strength is commendable, granting him a measure of self-protection. He reined in his aura, mindful not to alert the elder figures of his newfound capabilities. If they wished to play, he would indulge them. Keen to discern who was responsible for the demise of Su Mingbai, with a cold voice, Su Chen declared, "Let the games commence." He then stepped out of the chamber and returned to his quarters to ponder deeply. Though he now possessed strength, he lacked any leads, leaving him with no recourse but to await the adversary's move. He resolved to thoroughly explore the memories embedded within this body, to untangle the threads of recollection. For now, he aimed to relax and observe their strategies. He had heard that the brothels of Qing City were quite delightful. Perhaps he could indulge in some melodies there. In his previous life, such pursuits were deemed unlawful, Yet here, they were perfectly legitimate. Naturally, Su Chen was also curious to discover the allure of the women in this world. Although Su Mengbai had just passed, he had never even glimpsed her visage, rendering any mourning unnecessary. After preparing himself, Su Chen departed his residence and made his way toward the renowned brothel of Qing City, the Yuchen Garden. Even from beyond the entrance, he could scent a fragrant allure that stirred one's impulses, accompanied by the dulcet strains of music. With purposeful steps, he entered, ready to immerse himself in the atmosphere. At the entrance, it was not the revered elder turtle that Su Chen had anticipated to greet him, but rather a young maiden, scarcely 17 or 18 years of age, who approached him and inquired, "Are you here alone, young master?" Having not returned to Qing City for quite some time, and equally long absent from the Yuchen Garden, the girl was unfamiliar with his identity. "Bring me a superior private room, and inform Aunt Gui that I intend to reserve the newly acclaimed courtesan, Qin Lan, for the evening," Su Chen commanded. Who speaks so boldly, intending to secure the company of Miss Qin Lan for the night? Su Chen had recently come to understand the realms of martial cultivation in this world: the qi-drawing realm, the postnatal realm, the innate realm, the spirit-refining realm, and the soul-refining realm. Each of these realms is further divided into initial, mid, late stages, and a pinnacle. However, he had yet to encounter anything above the soul-refining realm and remained ignorant of its intricacies. His knowledge of the soul-refining realm stemmed from the fact that the leader of the Mountain River sect, to which he belonged, was a master of this level. Yet, he was unaware of the true extent of its power, given that his own capabilities were limited to the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. As the pure, icy energy enveloped him, Su Chen felt an emergence of internal energy with an ice attribute within his body, and a look of astonishment graced his features. Internal energy signifies the innate stage. Its manifestation within him marked his entry into this esteemed realm. To his surprise, the chilling essence transmitted from the Ice Kirin Arm had propelled him from merely being in the mid-stage of the postnatal realm to the innate realm in one fell swoop. Chapter 3. In this life, the reward of the Diamond Hunyuan skill. Recognizing the shift in his internal power, a smile of joy appeared on Su Chen's face. The early innate stage was a commendable strength, granting him a modicum of self-defense. He stifled his aura, ensuring that the elder powers remained oblivious to his awakening. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, and we shall see who is responsible for the demise of Su Mengbai." Su Chen spoke coldly. He then exited the secret chamber and returned to his quarters to ponder deeply. Now endowed with power, yet devoid of any leads, he had no choice but to await the adversary's movements. His priority was to delve into the memories of this body and untangle its recollections. For the moment, he resolved to relax and observe how his opponents would strike. He had heard that the pleasure quarters of Qing City were quite delightful. Perhaps he might visit to listen to some music. Such activities were deemed illegal in his past life, yet in this world, they were perfectly acceptable. Naturally, Su Chen was also eager to discover the beauty of this realm. Although Su Mengbai had recently passed, he had never even laid eyes on her, rendering mourning unnecessary. After preparing himself, Su Chen departed the estate and made his way towards the renowned pleasure quarters of Qing City. He intended to enjoy a tune and engage in other activities, which would allow others to lower their guard, perceiving him merely as a ruffian or a prodigal son. Even if they did not think so, they would likely observe him closely, granting him the time he required. With this thought in mind, Su Chen's vitality surged. The youth was still brimming with fervor. Before long, he arrived at the most famed pleasure quarters in Qing City, the Yuchen Garden. From beyond the entrance, he could already catch a whiff of a fragrant aroma that stirred his senses. Accompanying the scent was a symphony of enchanting melodies. Su Chen stepped forward into the establishment. At the entrance, contrary to Su Chen's expectations of being greeted by the esteemed Master Turtle, he was approached by a young maiden, no older than 17 or 18. She stepped forward and inquired, "Are you here alone, young master?" Having not returned to Qing City for quite some time, and being a stranger to this Yuchen courtyard, the girl did not recognize him. "Please prepare a private room of the finest quality for me, and inform Aunt Gui that I wish to reserve the services of your recently acclaimed courtesan, Qin Lan, for the evening," Su Chen declared. At that moment, his voice caught the attention of onlookers, one of whom was a young man adorned in resplendent attire, of a similar age to Su Chen. This was Rong Yun from the Rong family. Upon recognizing Su Chen, Rong Yun's expression shifted in surprise. "I never imagined it would be you, Su Chen." Your father has just passed, and you've already taken control of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, yet you have the audacity to appear here. Are you aware of your precarious situation? News of Su Chen's ascension to the leadership of the Jin Feng Shiyu building had already spread throughout Qing City. This young man, being of similar age and acquaintance with Su Chen, was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his rise. Rongyun, are you in a position to meddle in my affairs? I have come here to enjoy myself, and it is my purchasing power that matters. Do you really believe your father's meager allowance can suffice? Su Chen retorted coldly, dismissing Rongyun with a scoff. Lead me to the private room. Not wishing to engage further with Rongyun, who was of lesser talent and strength, Su Chen brushed him aside. The maiden, sensing the tension, hastily escorted Su Chen to the private chamber. As Su Chen entered, a malevolent glint flashed in Rongyun's eyes. Just a pawn in the game. Do you truly believe yourself the master of the Jin Feng Shiyu building? In due time, I shall come to inspect your demise. The situation surrounding the Jin Feng Shiyu building was well known in Qing City, and the reasons for Su Chen's recent elevation had not escaped the attention of the local elite. Thus, families had been cautioned against excessive interaction with him during this turbulent period. Upon reaching the upper private room, an exquisite feast was promptly laid out before him, and a flamboyantly dressed matron entered. Master Su, we apologize for any prior neglect during your visit to our Yuchen courtyard, she greeted, her demeanor cordial. At around 30, the matron retained an alluring charm, understanding that, in the realm of commerce, Su Chen, with the backing of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, was akin to a patron saint of wealth. Enkuei, you are overly gracious. I have heard that your courtesan, Qin Lan, is the newly appointed star. I desire her exclusive company for the evening. What is the price, Enkuei? Please, do name your figure. Su Chen presented himself with an air of affluence. Though he was indeed quite wealthy, given the stature of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, given that Qin Lan is a newly favored courtesan, I must set the price at 2,000 taels, Enkuei stated. Here are 2 notes of 1,000 taels each. Please make the necessary arrangements, Su Chen responded, handing over the currency without a second thought. Having just arrived and being somewhat unfamiliar with the local monetary standards, he paid little heed to the expenditure, especially since he had brought over 10,000 taels with him. Master Su, your generosity is commendable. I shall arrange for Miss Qin to join you immediately. A woman adorned in a red embroidered phoenix gown sat gracefully, her eyes radiating brilliance, lips a luscious crimson, skin so delicate it seemed almost ethereal. With a voluptuous figure and striking beauty, she appeared to be in her early 20s, yet she exuded not only the fragrance of youth, but also an alluring charm that hinted at burgeoning maturity. This was none other than the illustrious Qin Lan, the current star of Yuchen Garden. My lady, there are whispers outside that someone wishes to book you for the evening, spoke a young maid clad in azure beside her. Book me? Does that imply I am to be wed tonight? Qin Lan replied, a hint of melancholy gracing her features, though she displayed no excessive excitement. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing attention towards a young man in splendid attire, of a similar age to Qin Lan. Rongyun of the Rong family, in Qingcheng. He introduced himself. Upon spotting Su Chen, his expression faltered in surprise. I cannot believe it is you, Su Chen. Your father has just passed, and you inherit the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, yet you find yourself here. Are you aware of your precarious existence? The news of Su Chen's ascendance to the helm of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu had swiftly spread throughout Qingcheng. Being of similar age and acquaintance, Rongyun felt compelled to comment. Rongyun, do you truly think you have any say in my affairs? I am here to revel, and I assess one's purchasing power. Is the meager sum your father provided sufficient for your indulgences? Su Chen retorted with a scoff. Lead me to a private room. He paid little heed to Rongyun, who lacked both the talent and strength to warrant concern. The young maid, sensing the tension, hastened to escort Su Chen to an elegant chamber. As Su Chen entered, a glint of malice flickered in Rongyun's eyes. Just a sacrificial pawn. Do you truly believe you are the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? In due time, I shall return to discover your lifeless form. The circumstances surrounding Jin Feng Shiyu Lu had long been the subject of gossip in Qingcheng. The reasons for Su Chen's rise to power were well known among the families, who had been cautioned to avoid excessive interaction with him during this period. Upon reaching the upper chamber, exquisite dishes and fine wines were promptly served. Additionally, a flamboyantly dressed matron soon entered Su Chen's room. Master Su, it is an honor to host you at Yuchen Garden. I apologize for any previous oversight, the matron, in her 30s yet still possessing a captivating allure, spoke courteously. Engaging in business is a pursuit of wealth, and with Su Chen's status bolstered by Jin Fengshiyu Lu, she regarded him as her benefactor, deserving of her utmost respect. Goei, you are too gracious. I have heard that Miss Lingnan is the new star here. I would like her to attend to me tonight. What is the cost? Speak your price, Su Chen declared, exuding an air of affluence. In truth, he was indeed quite wealthy, as Jin Fengshiyu Lu was a significant force in Qingcheng. Given your words, I shall offer a rate. After all, Miss Lingnan is a newly blossomed star, priced at 2,000 taels. Goei responded. Here are 2 notes of 1,000 taels each. Please make the necessary arrangements. Su Chen said, pulling out the bills with ease. As a newcomer, he was not yet fully acquainted with the local monetary standards and had not given it much thought. Moreover, he had brought over 10,000 taels with him. Master Su, you are quite generous. I shall arrange for Miss Qin to join you at once. And so, within the confines of Yuchen Garden, the evening unfolded. A woman clad in a red embroidered phoenix gown sat gracefully, her bright eyes sparkling, lips of vivid crimson, and skin as delicate as a petal. With a voluptuous figure, she possessed a beauty that radiated both youthful charm and an alluring hint of maturity. This was Lingnan, the renowned courtesan of Yuchen Garden. My lady, there are whispers outside that someone wishes to book your company for the evening, remarked a young maid dressed in azure. Book me? Does this mean I am to be sent off tonight? Lingnan replied, a trace of melancholy crossing her features, though she exhibited little excitement. It seems to be the fate of us all, the maid continued. Aunt Goei has personally received him. I hear he is the newly appointed master of Jin Fengshiyu Tower. My lady, if you seize this opportunity, you may be able to escape this place, the maid encouraged. The new master of Jin Fengshiyu Tower, that news has just surfaced. Linglan's eyes sparkled at the mention. Indeed, the maid affirmed, just as a servant entered the room. Miss Lan, please prepare to proceed to the Yulan parlor, he announced. After Aunt Goei departed, Su Chen had a bite to eat and listened to a few melodies. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a strikingly beautiful woman entered. I am Lingnan, here to serve Lord Su today, she announced with a bow, having indulged in a bit of wine. Su Chen felt a rush of blood surge through him. Without a second thought, he closed the door and embraced Lingnan, taking her to the bed. She offered no resistance, having been trained for such encounters long ago. Moments later, the room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Host reward, diamond mixed elemental strength. Innate internal power for 3 years. 2 bottles of diamond indestructible pills have been stored in your item space. Please check. While Su Chen could comprehend the first 2 rewards, the last, the diamond indestructible pills, puzzled him. Chapter 4. Some cannot remain still. Su Chen must act meanwhile. In the rear courtyard of Yuchen Garden, the elderly matron, Aunt Goei, approached a quiet chamber, standing respectfully outside. Come in, a light, melodious voice called from within. Madam, the new master of Jin Fengshiyu Tower, Su Chen, has arrived and has requested the newly appointed head courtesan, Lingnan. I could not refuse. Fearing it would disrupt your plans, hence my report, Aunt Goei explained as she entered the chamber. Inside, the room was tranquil, filled with the gentle scent of sandalwood. She bowed her head respectfully. Su Chen, the man elevated by Ling Tianhe and others as a scapegoat, had unexpectedly come to Yuchen Garden. Did he sense his fate was sealed, or was he aware that his tenure as master of Jin Fengshiyu Tower was fleeting? Thus seeking solace here to project an image of the debauched scion, hoping for leniency and a chance at survival, the voice continued to resonate, revealing the intricate web of intrigue surrounding them. Behind a curtain of pearls, a delicate screen, as translucent as the wings of a cicada, stood gracefully. Upon this screen, the reflection of an exquisitely proportioned woman materialized. The lady faced away from the screen, engaged in an unknown activity, which escaped the notice of the old servant. That Aunt Goei replied, let us observe further, perhaps this is our opportunity. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion possesses considerable assets, especially since they have connections to the Zeton Palace beyond the borders. We might leverage this to establish ties with the Zeton Palace. The woman, referred to as Madam, spoke. The old servant acknowledged her command. Also, select a newcomer from the reserve candidates and find a chance to send her to that old fellow, Qingyang. It is the fate of our group. Aunt Goei had personally attended to matters, and it was said that the new master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had arrived. Miss, if you seize this opportunity, You might be able to escape this place, the young maid suggested. The news of the new master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had just surfaced that day. Upon hearing the maid's words, Qinglan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the maid confirmed. Just then, a servant entered from outside. Miss Lan, please prepare to head to the Yulan Elegant Chamber, he announced. After Aunt Gui's departure, Su Chen indulged in some food and listened to a few melodies. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped inside. I am Qin Lan, here to serve Master Su today, she said, bowing respectfully upon entering. Having consumed some wine, Su Chen felt a surge of vitality and, without hesitation, closed the door, embracing Qin Lan as they ascended to the bed. She offered no resistance. They had been trained for such encounters long ago. Instantly, the room was filled with a sensual ambience. Host rewards include the Diamond Mixed Origin technique, 3 years of innate internal energy, and 2 bottles of the indestructible pill, now stored in the item space. Please check. The Diamond Mixed Origin technique and 3 years of innate internal energy were acceptable to Su Chen, yet he pondered the nature of the indestructible pill. Chapter 4. Some are restless. Su Chen prepares for action. At this moment, in the backyard of Yuchen Courtyard, the previous matron, Aunt Gui, approached a silent chamber and stood respectfully. Please enter. Has something transpired? The chamber door gently opened, revealing a melodious and enchanting female voice. Reporting to you, madam. The newly appointed master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen, has arrived here and has summoned the newly promoted top courtesan, Qin Lan. I could not refuse, fearing it would disrupt your plans. Hence I came to inform you, Aunt Gui explained as she stepped into the chamber. Inside, the atmosphere was notably serene, with the fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air as she bowed in deference. Su Chen, the one propped up by Ling Tianyu and others as a scapegoat, has unexpectedly come to my Yuchen Courtyard. Has he realized his life is at stake? Or does he know his tenure as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is short-lived, seeking solace here to portray himself as a debauched heir, hoping to elicit mercy and spare his life? The voice continued to resonate. The sound emanated from behind a cascade of beaded curtains, where a delicate screen, as thin as a cicada's wing, stood. Upon the screen was reflected the silhouette of a woman with a perfect figure, her back turned, engaged in some unknown activity. The old servant failed to discern her actions. Continue to observe. Perhaps this is our opportunity, the lady addressed her companion, referring to the prosperous enterprise of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, which had connections to the outer Zetan Palace, an avenue we might exploit. I understand, replied the old servant dutifully. Also, select a newcomer from the reserve candidates and find a chance to deliver him to that old wretch, Qingyang. We must avoid any trouble from him, the lady added. Qingyang, the current lord of Qingcheng, commanded the region under the Great Zhou. Yes, I shall take my leave. The old servant bowed and exited the room. After her departure, the woman behind the screen slowly rose and stepped forth. In her 30s, she possessed an alluring figure and exuded an aura characteristic of a mature woman, coupled with a visage that sparked countless fantasies at a mere glance. I wonder who was responsible for the death of Su Mengbai, especially given her ties to the Zetan Palace. The rise of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower as one of the 5 great powers of Qingcheng was supported by that very connection. Was her murderer targeting her or the Zetan Palace? Regardless, this presents us with an opportunity, she mused softly. In the back courtyard, Su Chen remained oblivious. Within the pink gauze tent, he opened his eyes to behold the enchanting figure beside him, her face adorned with a smile. He glanced outside to see the night had fallen, the full moon hanging in the sky. Young master, it is now night. We can continue, Qin Lan remarked. Though it was her first time, her experience at Yuchen Garden had honed her skills remarkably. Well, since there is nothing pressing to return to, let us proceed, Su Chen exclaimed, embracing Qin Lan with a smile. He had no desire to leave, waiting instead to see if anyone would reveal their hand. Days passed, and Su Chen remained entrenched in Yuchen Garden, as if he had taken root there. A silent understanding seemed to form between him and the establishment, ensuring that only Qin Lan attended to him. Meanwhile, in the residence of Ling Tianyu, 3 individuals were gathered, 2 elders and a middle-aged man, all key figures of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Vice Master, this young man Su Chen has been most unreasonable, staying in Yuchen Garden these past few days without showing himself, utterly tarnishing our reputation, one elder expressed in frustration. Vice Master, Given the inaction of those individuals for so long, should we not seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Chen? The middle-aged man spoke in a grave tone. Ling Tianhe shook his head and remarked, "What is the rush? It has only been a few days. However, this Su Chen does possess a modicum of cleverness. Having sought refuge within the Yuchen courtyard, this serves to inform others that he is merely an unconcerned observer of the affairs of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. I underestimated this Su Chen." As Ling Tianhe spoke, a glint of frost appeared in his eyes. The initial plan was to elevate Su Chen to the position of the Tower Master, to observe the reactions of those lurking in the shadows. Unexpectedly, Su Chen chose to hide in the Yuchen courtyard. Seated, he drummed his fingers on the table beside him and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Old Jiang, please make a visit to the Yuchen courtyard and convey that matters concerning the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower require the Tower Master's attention. If he is enamored with that Qinglan from the Yuchen courtyard, redeem her and bring them both back. Let us avoid any trouble from that old fool." The lady then added, "Cheng Yang is currently the lord of Qingcheng and commands a significant territory." "Understood. This old servant will take my leave," Old Jiang responded, bowing as he exited the room. After Old Jiang's departure, a woman stepped gracefully from behind the screen. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure, exuding a unique allure of mature femininity. Her visage was one that could inspire countless fantasies with just a single glance. I wonder who was responsible for the demise of Su Mengbai. After all, he had connections with that individual from the Zitan Palace. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's rise to prominence among the 5 great powers of Qingcheng was due to her covert support. Was Su Mengbai's killer targeting him or the Zitan Palace? Nevertheless, this presents us with an opportunity, the woman mused. In the rear courtyard, Su Chen remained blissfully unaware. Within the pink silk curtains, he opened his eyes to behold the enchanting figure lying beside him, his face aglow with delight. Glancing outside, he noted that night had descended, the full moon hanging in the sky. "Young master, it is now night. We may continue," Qinglan beside him remarked. Though it was her first time, she was well trained in the ways of the Yuchen courtyard, possessing commendable skills. "Very well, since there is nothing pressing to return to, let us carry on," Su Chen exclaimed, embracing Qinglan with a smile. He had no desire to leave. He was waiting to see if anyone would make a move, waiting for someone to reveal their true intentions. For several consecutive days, Su Chen remained ensconced within the Yuchen courtyard, as though he had taken root there. It seemed that an unspoken agreement had formed, allowing Qinglan to cater exclusively to Su Chen. In the Ling residence, within Ling Tianhe's abode, 3 individuals remained, 2 elderly men and a middle-aged man. They were all key figures associated with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. "Deputy Master, this Su Chen is truly insufferable. He has been holed up in the Yuchen courtyard for days without emerging, bringing shame upon our Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower," one elderly man exclaimed in frustration. "Deputy Master, given that so much time has elapsed without any action from those individuals, might we seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Chen?" the middle-aged man suggested in a low voice. Ling Tianhe shook his head, expressing his impatience. "What is the rush? It has only been a few days. However, this Su Chen does possess a modicum of cleverness. Having taken refuge in the Yuchen garden, this serves to inform others that he is merely an indifferent observer of the affairs of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. I have underestimated this Su Chen." As he spoke, a frosty glint flickered in his eyes. The original plan was to position Su Chen as the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building and observe the reactions of those lurking in the shadows. Unexpectedly, Su Chen chose to conceal himself within the Yuchen garden. Sitting in his chair, he drummed his right hand on the table beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice, "Old Jiang, make a trip to the Yuchen garden and inform them that the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building is needed to attend to some matters. If he is infatuated with the Qinglan of the Yuchen garden, redeem her and bring them both back. Leave him no opportunity to evade responsibility. Should he choose to address the matters of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, and his adversaries remain inactive, then it shall be the moment for us to dispose of him." A fleeting spark of murderous intent flashed in Ling Tianhe's gaze. "Understood," replied the elder who had spoken earlier. "Deputy Master, shall we deal with some of the individuals within the building? After all, there are still those loyal to Su Mengbai, and I fear they may intervene on Su Chen's behalf. That need not concern us. In a few days, I will contact the Zhao building, and they will take care of those individuals. They will not survive the night," Ling Tianhe declared. The Zhao building, the largest assassination organization in Lingnan County, was rumored to have eliminated martial artists at the peak of the divine refinement stage. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the three individuals in the room brightened with anticipation. The reputation of the Zhao building resonated throughout Lingnan County. Dealing with those individuals would be a trivial task. The Zhao building was not only the largest assassination organization in Lingnan County, but also ranked second among the assassin organizations in the northern 9 provinces. Second only to the ghost-killing mansion. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Focus on bringing our master Su Chen back, Ling Tianhe instructed. Understood. The three bowed to Ling Tianhe and promptly departed. After their exit, Ling Tianhe muttered solemnly, Su Chen, do not blame your uncle. I am merely compelled to test the waters with your life, as I remain unaware of who your father has offended. Meanwhile, in the Su residence, within the small building of the backyard, a young lady exclaimed, Miss, ever since Su Chen inherited the position of master, he has remained in the Yuchen garden and has not emerged. It is an utter disgrace to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Little Lan, standing beside the dignified Shangwan Ziyun, expressed her indignation. However, Shangwan Ziyun maintained an unperturbed demeanor, her expression unchanged. You underestimate Su Chen. Had he not stayed there, he might have already encountered trouble. Yet, this is merely a diversion. There are those who do not wish for you to remain there. I am curious to see if you possess the capability to unravel this situation, Shangwan Ziyun spoke softly. At that moment, in the Yuchen garden, within a private room, Su Chen sat pensively on a long bench, immersed in contemplation. Days had passed, and now there were forces stirring outside, necessitating his own action. Within these few days, he was prepared to move. Though he resided in Yuchen garden, his mind was busy unraveling certain relationships. He contemplated the individuals who were close to Ling Tianhe, planning to eliminate a few to gauge Ling Tianhe's reaction. As for the rationale behind his actions, entering this martial arts era compelled him to undergo a baptism of blood. Additionally, with skilled protectors by his side, his safety was assured. Chapter 5. Rumors of the Black Market. 5th grade Lotus Platform. Su Chen prepared to take action. On one hand, he sought to observe Ling Tianhe's response. On the other, he wished to probe the identity of the shadowy figure who had attempted to assassinate Su Mingbai. Truth be told, Su Chen held little regard for Ling Tianhe. His primary concern was the unseen assassin. With no leads to pursue, he could only lure them out. If that individual harbored intentions towards Jinfeng Shiyu Lu or himself, they were likely to make a move. He would afford them no opportunity to evade responsibility. Should the assassin remain inactive while he dealt with matters at Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, it would be time to eliminate them. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ling Tianhe's eyes. Indeed, the elder who had spoken earlier remarked, Deputy Master, shall we take care of certain individuals within the building? After all, some remain loyal to Su Mingbai, and I fear they may intervene on Su Chen's behalf. No need for us to act. In a few days, I will contact Zhao Lu. They will handle it, and those traitors will not survive the night, Ling Tianhe replied. Zhao Lu, the largest assassin organization in Lingnan County, was rumored to have eliminated martial artists at the late stages of the divine refinement. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, the three men in the room brightened with anticipation. The reputation of Zhao Lu resounded throughout Lingnan County. Dealing with those individuals would be straightforward. Zhao Lu was not merely the largest assassin organization in their county, but also ranked second among the 9 provinces in the north, surpassed only by the infamous Gui Sha Fu. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. First, ensure we bring back our master Su Chen, Ling Tianhe instructed. Understood. The three men bowed to Ling Tianhe and swiftly departed. After their exit, Ling Tianhe spoke solemnly. Su Chen, do not blame your uncle. I am merely uncertain whom your father has offended, and thus I must use your life as a test. Meanwhile, in the Su residence, within a small building in the backyard, a voice exclaimed, Miss, ever since Su Chen inherited the position of master, he has been holed up in Yuchen garden, bringing shame to Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. However, the expression of Shangwan Ziyun remained unchanged, calm and collected. You underestimate Su Chen. Had he not remained there, he might have already found himself in dire straits. Yet, this is merely a prelude. Someone does not wish for him to stay there indefinitely. I am curious to see if you possess the capability to break this stalemate, Shangwan Ziyun replied softly. At this moment, within Yuchen garden, in a private chamber, Su Chen sat pensively upon a long bench, deep in thought. For several consecutive days, the outside world seemed poised for action, and he, Su Chen, was also preparing to make his move in the coming days. Although he was in Yuchen Garden, his mind was already weaving through various relationships, particularly those who were close to Ling Tianhe. He contemplated taking action against certain individuals to gauge Ling Tianhe's response. As for the rationale behind his actions, he felt compelled to experience the baptism of blood in this martial world. Moreover, with skilled protectors around him, he felt secure. In Chapter 5, titled Rumors of the Black Market, the fifth-rank Lotus platform, Su Chen prepared to make his move. On one hand, he wished to observe Ling Tianhe's reaction. On the other, he sought to probe the shadowy figure responsible for the assassination of Su Mengbai. To be candid, Su Chen held little regard for Ling Tianhe and Su Chen himself. His primary concern lay with the unseen assailant lurking in the shadows, from whom he had no leads and thus no means to confront. Therefore, he resolved to draw the adversary out. Any movement on their part regarding Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, or any intentions toward him, would likely reveal a hint of their presence, providing him with an opportunity. As Su Chen pondered these thoughts, the door creaked open. Qinlan, adorned in a white palace gown, entered with a radiant smile. Approaching Su Chen, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su, for helping me redeem my freedom. I have retrieved my contract from the flower house." As she spoke, she produced the redemption contract, placing it upon the table before him. Upon seeing the contract, Su Chen felt a stir within. He had not expended any funds to redeem Qinlan. Amidst his current predicament, he had no inclination to assist her. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. Since she believed he had facilitated her redemption, he would accept the notion. Naturally, he was curious about who had truly aided her in securing her freedom. It seemed that someone was eager for him to vacate Yuchen Garden. As Qinlan continued, she moved behind Su Chen, instinctively massaging his shoulders. "Manager Jiang inquired about when we would leave Yuchen Garden," she added. Upon hearing her mention Manager Jiang, he deduced her reference to Jiang Qindong, one of Ling Tianhe's trusted subordinates. He understood Ling Tianhe's intent to compel him to leave Yuchen Garden, thus potentially provoking those who had been waiting for an opportunity to act against him. Should they remain passive, Ling Tianhe would inevitably turn against him. A smile crept upon Su Chen's lips at this realization. Perfect. I, too, shall take action and see who can instill greater apprehension, he mused internally. Subsequently, he addressed Qinlan. "Since you have obtained your contract, I shall arrange for someone to procure a residence for you, where you may reside." He harbored numerous secrets, and having Qinlan by his side was not a prudent choice. Furthermore, as Yuchen Garden was the premier flower house in Qingcheng, it would not be an uncomplicated matter. Therefore, he did not intend to bring Qinlan to reside in Su Mansion just yet. At this moment in the backyard of Yuchen Garden, the aged matron, Aunt Gui, returned to the chamber of the young lady from earlier. "Madam, Ling Tianhe and his companions have helped Qinlan redeem herself. It appears they no longer wish for Su Chen to remain here," Aunt Gui announced. "Have you observed Su Chen over the past few days?" the madam inquired. "I have detected nothing unusual. He has remained in Qinlan's quarters, never once stepping outside. Each day he indulges in wine and music, spending all his time with her, seemingly indifferent to the world beyond. I have seen no remarkable traits in him," Aunt Gui replied. For several days, she had been closely monitoring Su Chen, seeking any sign of distinction, but her efforts yielded no results. "Aunt Gui, it seems you have misjudged him. Su Chen is far from ordinary." The madam spoke softly. "Has the madam discerned something?" Aunt Gui could not help but ask. "Any movement will reveal a clue, and he will find an opportunity," the madam replied enigmatically. At that moment, the door creaked open. Clad in a white palace gown, Qinlan entered, her face radiant with joy. She approached Su Chen and said, "Thank you, Master Su, for aiding in my redemption. I have retrieved my contract from the brothel." As she spoke, Qinlan produced the contract and placed it upon the table before Su Chen. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. He had not provided any funds for her redemption. With the grave predicament he faced, he had no inclination to assist her. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. If she believed he had facilitated her release, he would acquiesce. He was also curious about who had actually financed her redemption. It seemed that someone wished for him to vacate Yuchen Garden. "Manager Jiang has inquired about when we shall depart from Yuchen Garden," Qinlan continued, moving behind Su Chen to massage his shoulders. "Manager Jiang, Jiang Qindong. It appears Ling Tianhe is becoming restless, orchestrating Qinlan's redemption to facilitate my exit from Yuchen Garden." Su Chen realized upon hearing Qin mention manager Jiang. Understanding the implications, Jiang Qindong was one of Ling Tianhe's trusted aides. He grasped Ling Tianhe's intent to expel him from Yuchen Garden so that certain waiting individuals might take action against him. If they did not act, then Ling Tianhe would. A faint smile crept upon Su Chen's lips as he thought, "Perfect. I too shall take action and see who can make the other more anxious." Turning to Qin, he said, "Now that you possess your contract, I shall arrange for someone to procure a residence for you, where you may reside." He harbored numerous secrets, and having Qin by his side was not an advantageous choice. Moreover, Yuchen Garden, as the premier brothel of Qingcheng, was not to be underestimated. Thus, he had no intention of bringing Qin to reside in Su Manor just yet. The brothel keeper, Aunt Gui, returned once more to the chamber of the previous lady. "Madam, Ling Tianhe and the others have helped Qin secure her freedom. It appears they do not wish for Su Chen to remain here any longer." Aunt Gui began. "Have you observed Su Chen in recent days?" The lady inquired. "Nothing remarkable has come to light. He has remained within Qin's room, without stepping outside, even once. His days are filled with drinking and listening to music, seemingly indifferent to the world beyond. I have not discerned anything particularly noteworthy about him," Aunt Gui replied. She had been closely monitoring Su Chen, hoping to uncover some unique trait, but her observations yielded no fruitful insights. "Aunt Gui, it seems you have misjudged him. Su Chen is far from ordinary," the lady remarked softly. "Has Madame perceived something?" Aunt Gui questioned, intrigued. Su Chen is undoubtedly aware of his situation, yet he has exhibited no signs of panic these past few days. His calmness in the face of danger suggests he must possess some hidden strength. I am curious to discover what that strength might be. Have Qin keep a watchful eye on him. I find him quite intriguing. By the way, what movements have other factions made since Su Mengbai's demise?" The lady continued. "Everyone is waiting, biding their time for someone to make the first move. After all, no one knows who killed Su Mengbei. The one capable of taking his life could just as easily eliminate them. My subordinates have uncovered some intelligence suggesting that Su Mengbai's death is linked to a 5th-grade Lotus platform," Aunt Gui stated. "A 5th-grade Lotus platform? How could Su Mengbei possibly be connected to such an item? Where did this information originate?" The lady asked, her expression sharpening. "The 5th-grade Lotus platform is a rare treasure, cultivated only by the most profound Buddhas of the Western region's Buddhist sections. It aids powerful practitioners in transcending to the realm of spirit refinement. There are also rumors of a 9th-grade Lotus platform, a legendary artifact capable of reviving the dead, though no one has ever witnessed it," Aunt Gui elaborated. "This news has emerged from the black market, and it surfaced just this morning." She added, "From the black market? That seems quite plausible. Keep a close watch on any developments from the Zedon Palace. If it pertains to the 5th-grade Lotus platform, there is likely a connection, and they may send someone to investigate," the lady instructed. "Understood. I shall commence the investigation immediately," Aunt Gui replied, bowing respectfully before exiting the room. Once Aunt Gui departed, the woman who had been seated slowly rose and made her way to the window. Outside, the sky had darkened ominously, hinting at impending rain. "Come forth," she commanded. At her call, a shadowy figure emerged from the dim recesses of the chamber. The figure was a woman of alluring form, her face obscured by a mask, rendering her features indistinguishable. "Go to the black market and ascertain the source of this information. Be sure to uncover who has leaked it. The 5th-grade Lotus platform, if I were to obtain it, would undoubtedly elevate my strength further and allow me to depart from this place, returning to the main headquarters." Thus spoke the lady. "Indeed." The woman in black replied with a bow, before vanishing into the shadows of the chamber. Outside Yuchen Garden, Su Chen lifted his gaze to the dimming sky. It appears that rain is imminent tonight. With that thought, Su Chen made his way toward the Su residence. After his departure, a figure emerged from within Yuchen Garden. Observing Su Chen's retreating silhouette with a slight frown, he returned alone, without taking that Qin with him. What could be his intention? This individual was Jiang Qindong, sent by Ling Tianhe to assist in redeeming Qin. "I shall return to inform Deputy Tower Master Ling." With these words, he turned and departed in another direction. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the Su residence. Upon seeing him, the attendant at the entrance promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Young master, you have returned." Su Chen nodded slightly and proceeded directly toward his courtyard. Surely, Su Chen must be aware of his precarious situation, yet these past few days, he has exhibited no signs of panic. His calm demeanor in the face of danger suggests that he must possess some hidden trump card. I am curious as to what that card might be. Keep an eye on Su Chen, as I find him quite intriguing. By the way, what movements have other factions made since Su Mengbai's demise? The lady inquired. Everyone is waiting, anticipating someone to make the first move. After all, no one knows who killed Su Mengbai. The one who could slay him could just as easily eliminate them. My subordinates have uncovered a piece of information indicating that Su Mengbai's death is connected to a 5-grade Lotus platform. Aunt Gui interjected. The 5-grade Lotus platform? How could Su Mengbai possibly be linked to such a thing? Where did this information originate? The lady's expression tightened as she questioned. The 5-grade Lotus platform is an exceptionally rare treasure, one that can only be cultivated by profound Buddhas within the Buddhist sects of the Western regions. It aids powerful practitioners in transcending to the spirit refinement realm. There are also rumors of a 9-grade Lotus platform, a treasure said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. However, those are merely rumors, as no one has ever laid eyes on a 9-grade Lotus platform. This information has surfaced from the black market, and it was only today that it came to light. Aunt Gui stated. From the black market, you say? That seems quite plausible. Please keep a close watch on the information regarding the Zetan Palace. If it involves the 5-grade Lotus platform, there should be some connection to them, and they are likely to send someone. The lady instructed. Yes, I shall commence the investigation immediately. Aunt Gui bowed and then exited the room. After Aunt Gui's departure, the woman who had been seated slowly rose and made her way to the window. Outside, the sky had grown dark, indicating that rain was indeed on the horizon. Come forth, the woman commanded. Subsequently, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the chamber. The person who stepped out was a woman with a curvaceous form, her face obscured by a mask, rendering her features indistinguishable. Go to the black market and investigate the source of this information. It is imperative that you uncover who disseminated it. The 5-grade Lotus platform, if I were to obtain it, would undoubtedly elevate my strength further and allow me to depart from this place and return to the main stronghold. Thus spoke the lady. Indeed. The woman in black bowed and then vanished into the shadows of the chamber. Outside Qingcheng Garden, Su Chen lifted his gaze to the increasingly dimming sky. It seems that rain is imminent tonight. With that thought, Su Chen made his way towards the Su residence. After his departure, a figure emerged from Qingcheng Garden. Watching Su Chen's retreating silhouette, their expression darkened slightly. He returned alone, without bringing that Qin back. What could he be planning? This individual was Jiang Qindong, sent by Ling Tianhe to assist in redeeming Qin. I must return and inform Deputy Master Ling. With that, he turned and headed in another direction. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the Su residence. Upon seeing him, the servant at the door quickly approached to pay his respects. Young master, you have returned. Su Chen nodded and strode directly towards his courtyard. Unless absolutely necessary, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Su Chen instructed the approaching steward. The steward, known as Uncle Fu, had served the Su family for 40 years and was exceedingly loyal. However, this was Su Chen's previous understanding. Now, he harbored some wariness. Young master, I suggest you remain at Qingcheng Garden for a while longer before returning, Uncle Fu advised, observing Su Chen closely. It matters not. What is meant to come will come. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu paused momentarily, then said, Then I shall arrange for additional personnel on my end. Handle your side accordingly. Su Chen nodded, saying little more as he entered his small courtyard room. He needed to conserve his energy, preparing for significant undertakings later that night. Chapter 6. A rainy night of assassination. A direct confrontation inside the chamber. Su Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed, his focus directed towards the golden Buddha mixed yuan technique he had previously acquired. While at Qingcheng Garden, he had indulged in a life of extravagance, neglecting any form of cultivation. However, now that he had returned to the Su residence, the necessity of training had become paramount. The golden Buddha mixed yuan technique is a method for refining the physical body, comprising 13 levels. It utilizes internal energy to temper oneself. The first to third levels hone the skin, transforming it to a steel-like resilience. The fourth to sixth levels refine flesh and blood. The seventh to ninth levels strengthen the bones and marrow, and the ninth to 12th levels fortify the internal organs. As for the 13th level, it represents a unity of all. The initial 3 levels of the Golden Buddha mixed yuan technique focus on toughening the dermis, compressing the skin with the internal power generated by the technique until it becomes as hard as iron. This is relatively easy to accomplish, and I can achieve this today. However, the next stage, which involves refining flesh and blood, will likely require a considerable amount of vitality and medicinal pills. Su Chen pondered. Afterward, he dismissed these thoughts. Now was not the time for such reflections. Concentrating on training to enhance his strength was of utmost importance. He activated the Golden Buddha mixed yuan technique, channeling his internal energy to begin tempering his skin. As he meditated in practice, he lost track of time. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous clap resounded from outside. Soon, the sky was adorned with a gentle patter of raindrops. Su Chen awakened from his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes and making his way to the window to gaze into the night. The rain cast a somber shadow, leaving Su Chen uncertain of how long he had been absorbed in his practice. However, the rain was quite pleasing. A rainy night is apt for murder. Would it be me who kills or be killed? Su Chen mused inwardly. Creak. The gate of the small courtyard swung open. The steward, Fu Bo, stepped inside. Knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed at the door of the adjoining room. Standing by the window, Su Chen recognized Fu Bo's presence and promptly opened the door. Young master, I noticed your lamp still burning, so I brought you some food prepared by the servants. Fu Bo declared, placing the basket he carried upon the table. He carefully opened the basket to arrange the contents on the table. Also today, Manager Han and Manager Lu visited and asked me to inform you. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Su Chen instructed the approaching steward. Fu Bo, having served the Su family loyally for 40 years, had once been a figure of unwavering trust in Su Chen's eyes. Yet now, a flicker of wariness stirred within him. Young master, I suggest you remain in Yuchen courtyard for a while longer before returning, Fu Bo advised. Observing Su Chen closely. It matters not. What is meant to happen will happen, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo paused momentarily, then responded, very well. I shall arrange for additional personnel at your behest. You may proceed with your arrangements. Su Chen nodded, saying little more as he retreated into the small courtyard's chamber. He needed to gather his strength, for the night promised significant undertakings. Chapter 6. Murderous intent. Beneath the rainy night inside the chamber, Su Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed. His mind fixated on the martial art he had recently acquired, the Qingcheng mixed yuan technique. During his time in Yuchen courtyard, he had been a true wastrel, neglecting any form of cultivation. However, upon returning to the Su residence, the necessity to practice had become evident. The Qingcheng mixed yuan technique is a method for honing the physical body, comprising 13 levels. It employs internal energy to temper one's physique. The first 3 levels refine the skin, rendering it as resilient as iron. The 4th to 6th levels strengthen the flesh, the 7th to 9th levels fortify the bones, and the 9th to 12th levels enhance the internal organs. The 13th level embodies the unity of all. The initial 3 levels of the Qingcheng mixed yuan technique concentrate on the dermis, utilizing the internal energy generated to compress the skin, hardening it to an iron-like toughness. This is quite achievable. I could accomplish it today. Yet, the next stage, fortifying the flesh, will likely require a substantial amount of vitality elixirs, Su Chen contemplated. With that thought cast aside, he resolved to focus on cultivation and the enhancement of his strength, for that was of paramount importance. He commenced the operation of the Qingcheng mixed yuan technique, transforming his internal energy to begin the process of skin fortification. As he sat in meditation, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside. In tandem, the gentle rain continued to fall from the heavens. Su Chen awakened from his meditative state, slowly approaching the window to gaze at the night outside. The rain cast a dim light over the surroundings, leaving him uncertain of how long he had been immersed in his practice. Nevertheless, the rain fell beautifully. A rain-soaked night was indeed suitable for murder. He pondered whether today would see him as the one to kill or the one to be killed. Creak. The gate of the small courtyard swung open. The steward, Fu Bo, entered, pushing the door aside. Knock, knock. The door of the side room was rapped upon. Standing by the window, Su Chen recognized the visitor as Fu Bo and promptly opened the door. Young master, I noticed your lamp was still lit, so I came over. Here is the meal I had the servants prepare for you, Fu Bo announced, placing the food basket on the table within the room. He gently opened the basket to retrieve the ingredients and arrange them on the table. Additionally, today, Manager Han and Manager Lu came by, asking me to inform you. If you require anything, you can notify them immediately, and they will assist you wholeheartedly. They are the most trusted individuals of the late master. You can place your faith in them, Fu Bo continued as he prepared the meal. The Jinfeng Shiyu building controlled a third of the shops in Qing City, managed by 18 stewards, among whom were Manager Han and Manager Liu. Upon hearing Fu Bo's words, Su Chen nodded. Please extend my gratitude to the two uncles. If I need assistance, I will certainly reach out to them. As for the meal, there's no need to prepare it. I have little appetite today, Su Chen replied. At this moment, he felt a deep-seated distrust towards everyone, even Fu Bo, whom he had previously considered trustworthy. Now, however, Su Chen was wary of all. In response to Su Chen's words, Fu Bo could only return the meal to the basket. What time is it now? Su Chen inquired. Young master. It is just past the hour of high, Fu Bo replied. Is it the hour of high? Have there been any recent developments outside? Su Chen asked. During his time in Yuchun Garden, he had been focused on clarifying his memories and had not been attentive to external affairs. Even if he wished to know, the information was beyond his reach. In the evening, I received news from the black market, stating that the late master had acquired a 5th-grade Lotus platform, Fu Bo disclosed. A 5th-grade Lotus platform? How could my father possess such a treasure? Is someone targeting our Jinfeng Shiyu building? Do they intend to destroy us? Su Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. He was well aware of the significance of a 5th-grade Lotus platform. Although his father held some renown in Qing City, such a treasure was beyond their means. It seemed that someone could no longer remain patient, which was why this information had surfaced. Fu Bo, you should return and rest for now, Su Chen said in a low voice. Then I shall take my leave and rest, Fu Bo replied, bowing to Su Chen before departing with his umbrella. Watching Fu Bo's retreating figure, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this a warning to me, or something else entirely? Now is not the time for such thoughts. Let me first stir this pond and see if any fish will appear. He extinguished the lights in the room and went to bed fully clothed, his mind contemplating whom to target today. According to Su Chen's previous memories, there were 3 trusted subordinates under Ling Tianhe. Jiang Chendong was one of them. The other 2 were named Song Yuan and Lu Kong. Jiang Chendong could not be eliminated for now, as he had just assisted in rescuing Qin Lan from Yuchun Courtyard. Thus, only Song Yuan and Lu Kong remained. Song Yuan happened to be situated not far from Su Chen's residence. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for being the closest, Su Chen murmured. In another location, within the back courtyard of Su Mansion, faint lights still illuminated the loft of the second wife, Shangguan Ziyun. Miss, there are rumors from the black market that Su Mengbai had previously acquired a 5th-grade Lotus platform, Xiaolan, who stood beside Shangguan Ziyun, announced. A 5th-grade Lotus platform. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Ziyun's expression darkened. If there is anything concerning the young master, we can notify them immediately. They will assist the young master wholeheartedly. Young master. They were the most trusted individuals during the late master's lifetime. You can rely on them, Fu Bo remarked while serving the meal. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower controls 1/3 of the shops in Qingcheng, managed by 18 stewards. Steward Han and Steward Liu are among those 18. Nodding at Fu Bo's words, Su Chen replied, please convey my gratitude to both uncles. If I require assistance, I shall seek their help. There is no need to bring out the meal. I have little appetite today. At this moment, he decided not to trust anyone, not even Fu Bo, who stood before him. Perhaps Su Chen had once been inclined to trust, but now he regarded everyone with suspicion. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Fu Bo could only return the food to its place. What time is it now? Su Chen inquired. Young master, it is just past the hour of high. The hour of high. Have there been any recent developments outside? Su Chen asked. During his time in Yuchun Courtyard, he had been preoccupied with sorting through his memories and had not kept abreast of external affairs. In the evening, I received a piece of news from the black market, indicating that the late master had acquired a 5th-grade Lotus platform, Fu Bo reported. A 5th-grade Lotus platform? How could my father possess such a treasure? Are they targeting our Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower with the intent to destroy us? Su Chen's expression changed at these words. He understood well what a 5th-grade Lotus platform entailed. His father held a certain reputation in Qingcheng, yet such a treasure was beyond reach. It seemed someone could no longer remain patient, which is why this news had surfaced. Fu Bo, you may return to rest now, Su Chen said in a low voice. Then I shall take my leave, Fu Bo replied, bowing to Su Chen before departing under his umbrella. Watching Fu Bo's retreating figure, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Was this a warning to me, or something else entirely? Now is not the time for such thoughts. First, Let me stir this still water and see if any fish might surface. He extinguished the lights within the room and lay down fully clothed. Thoughts of whom to strike today occupied his mind. According to Su Chen's prior recollections, Ling Tianhe had 3 trusted subordinates. Jiang Shendong was one of them. The other 2 were named Song Yuan and Lu Kong. For the moment, Jiang Shendong could not be eliminated, especially after he had just rescued Qin Lan from Yeqing Garden. Thus, only Song Yuan and Lu Kong remained. Among them, Song Yuan was situated not far from Su Chen's residence. Do not blame me. Blame your proximity to me, Su Chen murmured. In another place, within the back courtyard of the Su residence, the second mistress, Shangwan Ziyun, still had some lights aglow in her loft. Miss, there are rumors from the black market that Su Mingbai previously acquired a 5th-grade lotus platform, spoke Xiaolan, who stood beside Shangwan Ziyun. A 5th-grade lotus platform. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Ziyun's countenance darkened. Mobilize our forces and ascertain who spread such news, as well as Su Chen's reaction upon his return, she commanded coldly. He has not emerged from the small courtyard since he returned. What a coward, Xiaolan remarked. Has he not emerged? Su Chen, are you waiting for an opportunity? Yet. Without strength, waiting is futile. Nevertheless, I am quite curious to see how you navigate this challenge. Should you succeed, I shall offer you a chance to join the holy sect, Shangwan Ziyun stated somberly. Time passed slowly. Lying on the bed, Su Chen continued to cultivate the Vajra mixed element skill. He needed to reach the 3rd level in the shortest time possible. Soon, it was the hour of the rat. Despite his anticipation, Su Chen had not encountered anyone. After waiting for another hour without any sign, he rose from his bed. Outside, a gentle drizzle continued to fall. Su Chen cautiously opened the window, his form flickering as he leapt out of the small courtyard. In no time, he arrived at the residence of Song Yuan, the steward of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Dressed in a new set of black attire, Su Chen gazed upon the estate before him. Recalling the interior layout of Song Yuan's home, Song Yuan was one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Prior to his time at the Shana sect, Su Chen had visited this place several times. The west wing was Song Yuan's bedroom. Let me first check there. With a leap, Su Chen entered the compound of Song Yuan. Within the estate, an unusual silence prevailed, only broken by the sound of the gentle rain. Guided by memory, Su Chen arrived at the west wing, pausing outside to listen intently. Inside, he discerned the sound of a deep, rhythmic breath. This is perfect. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Su Chen's face. With a resounding crash, he shattered the door to the wing and surged into the room. Inside, the slumbering Song Yuan awoke at the sound, rising from his bed and seizing a long knife beside him. Who goes there? He barked, swiftly swinging the knife in defense. The one who will take your life. Su Chen lowered his voice and spoke coldly. His left arm clenched into a fist, and a wave of frigid energy erupted from his palm, followed by a powerful strike. Upon the collision with the long blade, a layer of ice swiftly formed upon it. So cold, exclaimed Song Yuan just as the chilling energy spread rapidly over him. He felt his heart pulse come to an abrupt halt. Thud. He then fell rigidly to the ground. Chapter 7. 20 Years of Blade Technique, Analysis. Astonishment, is his strength truly so weak? Su Chen was aware that Song Yuan was at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, yet had not stepped into the innate realm. Although he knew his opponent was no match for him, he was still somewhat bewildered by how easily he had subdued him. Why hadn't he struck first? It was because Su Chen could not employ the assassin's method of a swift kill with a single sword strike. He would surely be discovered. It was better to confront him directly. Thus, during their confrontation, Su Chen unleashed his full power from the very beginning. Mobilize our people and find out who disseminated such news, as well as how Su Chen will react upon his return, commanded Shangwan Ziyun coldly. He returned, and hasn't he emerged from the courtyard? How cowardly, remarked Xiaolan. Has he not come out? Su Chen, are you waiting for an opportunity? But with your lack of strength, waiting is futile. However, I am quite curious to see how you will navigate this challenge. If you succeed, I shall offer you a chance to join the holy sect, Shangwan Ziyun stated solemnly. Time passed slowly. Lying on the bed, Su Chen continued to practice the Vajra primordial power, striving to reach the 3rd level in the shortest time possible. Soon, the hour of the rat approached. Despite his anticipation, Su Chen had not encountered anyone. He continued to wait for an hour, but upon sensing no further movement, he rose from the bed. Outside, a light drizzle persisted. Gently, he opened the window, and with a swift motion, leaped out of the courtyard. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the residence of Song Yuan, the steward of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Dressed in black, he gazed at the estate before him, recalling the layout within. Song Yuan was one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Su Chen had visited this place several times before he went to the Shauna sect. The west wing was Song Yuan's bedroom. He decided to check there first. With a leap, Su Chen entered Song Yuan's courtyard. The estate was eerily quiet. With only the sound of the rain audible, guided by memory, he approached the west wing, landing just outside. He focused intently, listening. Inside, the sound of steady breathing indicated someone was asleep. This is perfect. A murderous intent flickered across Su Chen's face. Boom. He smashed through the door with a single punch, his figure rushing into the room. Inside the chamber, the slumbering Song Yuan awoke to the noise, rising from his bed and grasping a long blade beside him. "Who goes there?" he shouted, instantly striking out with his sword. "The one who will take your life." Su Chen lowered his voice and spoke coldly. His left arm instantly clenched into a fist, and a wave of icy energy erupted from his palm before he struck out. As his hand collided with the long knife, frost swiftly formed upon its blade. "So cold." Song Yuan, who had just launched the attack, exclaimed. The chilling aura rapidly spread to him, causing his heart to momentarily cease its rhythm. Thud. He then fell rigidly to the ground. Chapter 7. 20 Years of Blade Mastery, Analysis. In astonishment, is his strength truly this feeble? Su Chen was aware that Song Yuan was at the peak of the acquired stage, yet had not stepped into the innate realm. Although he knew his opponent was not a match for him, the ease with which he dispatched him left him somewhat bewildered. Why had he not attempted to assassinate him earlier? It was because Su Chen was not adept at the assassin's art of swiftly severing the throat. He would certainly be discovered. It was better to confront him directly in battle. Thus, when they clashed, Su Chen unleashed all his power from the outset. File name: 15txt corresponding Chinese file. 15txt. He had activated the Ice Kirin Arm he had acquired. However, after the confrontation, he realized the power unleashed by the Ice Kirin Arm under his internal energy was overwhelmingly potent. After merely uttering "so cold," his opponent had perished. Host's first kill in this life awarded a one-time skill card, 20 Years of Blade Mastery, along with 3 white lottery cards. A one-time skill card for 20 Years of Blade Mastery. Su Chen had anticipated other rewards, but was surprised to receive only this. The one-time skill card could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, 3 white lottery cards were a pleasant surprise. Combined with the previous 3, he now had 6. Should he complete the revenge task for this body, he would possess 9 white lottery cards. Perhaps I should draw 2 white lottery cards to see what I obtain. Su Chen contemplated. At that moment, throughout the Song residence, the earlier commotion had caused lights to gradually illuminate the courtyard. Several individuals hurried towards the scene. Sensing their approach, Su Chen swiftly exited the room, making his way out. While he could easily handle these individuals, it was unnecessary. After all, it was likely someone would attempt to harm him tonight, so he needed to return promptly. He moved swiftly, returning to his room in no time. Changing into a fresh set of black attire, he concealed himself quickly, lying down upon the bed. Is this the world of martial arts? Having killed for the first time, and with a mere punch dispatched a martial artist, Su Chen felt a surge of exhilaration within. The martial arts world, with its swift retribution, was indeed as such. The previous oppressive feelings were released in that moment. Su Chen drifted into slumber. Yet, it was not long before he abruptly opened his eyes. Outside the window stood a dark figure, lingering without entering the courtyard. Lying on the bed, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his mind becoming alert. He was uncertain of the figure's intentions at the window. Time passed slowly. The figure remained motionless, lying upon the bed, as Su Chen continued to feign slumber. After a while, the silhouette quietly departed. Once the figure had left, Su Chen opened his eyes, pondering who that person was and what their intentions might have been. Why had they stood there so still? At that moment, Su Chen found himself perplexed by their motives. However, with the individual gone, he felt the tension in his heart gradually dissipate. Yet, sleep eluded him. In his wakefulness, Su Chen recalled the white lottery tickets and decided to draw 2 to see what fortune awaited him. He promptly opened the 2 tickets, obtained 2 bottles of vitality pills, and 1 3-cubic space ring. The 2 white lottery tickets bestowed upon Su Chen such rewards. In his hands appeared 2 vials of elixirs and a ring. He adorned his finger with the ring and stowed the vials within. Rising, He gathered his night attire and footwear from his earlier outing, placing everything into the ring. Hiding them elsewhere proved less effective than utilizing the space within the ring. Although the ring's capacity was somewhat limited, it alleviated some of his immediate concerns, Su Chen mused. He activated the Ice Kirin Arm he had acquired, yet during the confrontation, he discovered that its unleashed power under his internal force was overwhelming. The opponent merely uttered a remark about the cold before meeting their demise. Hostess first kill in this life. Reward. One-time skill card for 20 years of blade technique, and 3 white lottery tickets. A one-time skill card for 20 years of blade technique. Su Chen had anticipated additional rewards, but was met only with this. The one-time skill card, as the name suggests, could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, 3 white lottery tickets were a welcome surprise. Combined with the previous 3, he now had 6. Should he complete the revenge task for this body, he would possess 9 white lottery tickets. Perhaps he should draw 2 more of the white lottery tickets to see what they might yield, Su Chen contemplated. Meanwhile, throughout the Song residence, the commotion had caused lights to flicker on, illuminating the courtyard as several individuals hastened towards the scene. Sensing their approach, Su Chen swiftly exited the house, departing with agility. While he could easily dispatch these individuals, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, there was a possibility that someone might attempt to harm him tonight. Thus he resolved to return swiftly. In no time, Su Chen was back in his chamber, changing into a fresh set of black attire, and concealed himself once more. He lay back upon the bed. Is this the world of martial arts? The first act of taking a life, having struck down a warrior with a single blow, ignited a fervent rush within Su Chen. The martial world is indeed one of swift justice and vengeance. The oppression he had felt earlier was released in that moment. Su Chen drifted into slumber. Yet, not long after, he abruptly opened his eyes. A dark figure appeared outside, standing at the window but not entering the courtyard. Lying on the bed, Su Chen's gaze sharpened and his senses heightened. He was uncertain of the figure's purpose at the window. Time ticked by slowly. The figure remained motionless, lying on the bed, while Su Chen continued to feign slumber. After a period of time, the silhouette quietly departed. Once the figure had left, Su Chen opened his eyes, pondering the identity and intentions of the individual. Why had they stood there without moving? At that moment, he found himself somewhat perplexed by their motives. However, with the departure of the figure, Su Chen's previously tense disposition began to ease. Yet, sleep eluded him. With no desire to slumber, Su Chen recalled the white lottery tickets and decided to draw 2 to see what rewards awaited him. He promptly activated the 2 tickets. You have received 2 bottles of vitality pills and a 3-cubic space ring. The rewards from the 2 white tickets manifested in Su Chen's hands as 2 vials of elixirs and a ring. He adorned his finger with the ring and stowed the 2 vials within it. He then rose, gathering his nocturnal attire and footwear, placing everything into the ring. Hiding items anywhere else would be less effective than utilizing the spatial ring. Although the ring's capacity was somewhat limited, it temporarily alleviated some of his troubles, Su Chen mused. At that moment, the shadow that had departed from Su Chen's vicinity reappeared within the pavilion of the backyard. The figure that had approached Su Chen was none other than Shang Wanziyun. She removed her dark garments, her brow furrowing slightly. Was her vigilance truly so lacking? Had she stood by the window for so long without detection? However, if Su Mengbai's demise was indeed linked to the 5th-grade Lotus platform, then, as his only son, and given his return at this critical juncture, he might possess knowledge regarding that platform. Thus, he could not be allowed to perish. The 5th-grade Lotus platform was of great utility to me. Shang Wanziyun spoke in a hushed tone before returning to her own bed. In contrast to the tranquility of the Su residence, the Song estate was bustling with activity. The news of Song Yuan's murder swiftly reached Ling Tianyu, who, accompanied by 2 trusted confidants, hurried to Song Yuan's residence. Upon witnessing the scene, a middle-aged man beside Ling Tianyu quickly began to investigate the cause of Song Yuan's death. When his hand made contact with Song Yuan's lifeless form, an icy chill surged from the corpse into his palm, prompting him to withdraw his hand hastily. Yet, a layer of frost formed upon the palm that had touched Song Yuan's body. Such formidable cold. The middle-aged man, named Lu Wensong, summoned his inner energy to dispel the chilling aura. Lu Wensong had recently entered the initial stage of the innate realm and was the strongest among Ling Tianhu's 3 chief confidants. Witnessing this situation, both Ling Tianyu and Jiang Chendong were taken aback. Deputy leader, Song Guan's death was caused by the freezing of his heart veins. From his expression before death and the circumstances within the room, it is evident that the assailant acted with remarkable swiftness, leaving Song Guan with no opportunity to defend himself. A chilling aura, left behind within Song Guanshi's body, exuded an overwhelming dominance, indicating the formidable strength of the assailant. Lu Wensong inhaled deeply and remarked. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chendong, who stood nearby, was taken aback, his heart filled with trepidation. The power of Song Yuan was not far removed from his own. Should the adversary turn their attention towards him, he feared he might meet a fate akin to that of Song Yuan. However, the expression of Ling Tianhe darkened upon Lu Wensong's statement. Approaching Song Yuan's side, he extended his palm, channeling a violet internal force that gradually imprinted upon Song Yuan's body, for he sought to personally discern the nature of the coldness. Moments later, a chill emanated from his palm, prompting him to withdraw it, his countenance reflecting profound alarm. Despite the passage of time since Song Yuan's demise, the chilling aura that lingered had not dissipated, still capable of eroding his internal energy, a testament to the adversary's terrifying prowess. Rising to his full height, he spoke gravely. When the master perished, I conducted an investigation. The evidence suggests he was pierced through the heart by a blade, leaving him no chance to react. It is undoubtedly the work of a seasoned assassin. However, the situation with Song Yuan is peculiar. He is not alone. The multitude surrounding him makes it challenging for anything to go unnoticed. With this factor at play, it is much more convenient. At that moment, a shadow, which had departed from Su Chen's vicinity, appeared in the courtyard's pavilion. This shadow was none other than Shangwan Ziyun. She shed her dark attire, a frown creasing her brow. Is my vigilance so lacking? I stood outside the window for so long without being detected? Yet, if Su Mengbai's death indeed correlates with the 5th grade Lotus platform, then as his sole heir, returning at this juncture might mean he possesses vital information about the Lotus platform. In that case, he must not perish. The 5th grade Lotus platform is of immense value to me, Shangwan Ziyun uttered solemnly, before retreating to her bed. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the Su residence, the Song estate was rife with commotion. The news of Song Yuan's murder swiftly reached Ling Tianhe, who, accompanied by 2 trusted confidants, hurried to Song Yuan's residence. Upon witnessing the scene, a middle-aged man beside Ling Tianhe promptly examined the cause of Song Yuan's death. As his hand made contact with the lifeless body, an invasive chill surged into his palm, causing him to recoil instinctively. Yet, the hand that had just touched Song Yuan's body was soon encrusted with frost. Such formidable coldness. The middle-aged man, named Lu Wensong, unleashed an internal force to disperse the chilling energy. A newly initiated innate warrior, he was the strongest among Ling Tianhe's 3 most trusted aides. Observing this spectacle, both Ling Tianhe and Jiang Chendong were taken aback. Deputy Master Song Guanshi was frozen to death, and judging by the expression he bore before his demise, as well as the circumstances within the room, the assailant acted with remarkable swiftness, leaving Song Guanshi with no means to defend himself. The lingering chill left within Song Yuan's body was extraordinarily oppressive, indicative of an alarming level of strength possessed by the assailant. Lu Wensong inhaled deeply and remarked. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Chendong, standing nearby, exhibited a look of astonishment. His heart filled with trepidation. The prowess of Song Yuan was not vastly different from his own. Should the adversary decide to strike, he feared he might meet the same fate as Song Yuan. Conversely, as Lu Wensong spoke, Ling Tianhe's countenance darkened. He approached Song Yuan's side, extending his palm. A violet internal energy manifested upon his hand, gently pressing against Song Yuan's body as he sought to personally perceive the chill. After a brief moment, a wave of coldness emerged from the violet energy in his palm before he withdrew his hand, his expression one of profound horror. Although not an extended period had elapsed since Song Yuan's demise, the chill he left behind remained unabated, capable of eroding his internal energy. The might of the assailant was truly terrifying. Rising to his feet, he spoke solemnly. When the master perished, I investigated, and the evidence suggests he was pierced through the heart by a blade, leaving him no opportunity to respond. It was undoubtedly the work of a seasoned assassin. However, the situation surrounding Song Yuan is somewhat perplexing. Is this a warning to us, or an attempt to incite panic? Ling Tianhe pondered, sensing an overwhelming dread. Has there been any progress regarding the news disseminated in the black market today? As the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, He was well aware of the whispers circulating in the black market. There are no leads, but my subordinates find it rather peculiar. What could be the motive of the one who spread the news? If the master truly acquired the 5th grade Lotus platform, these individuals should be inclined to keep it to themselves rather than making it common knowledge, Lu Wensong replied. Could it be that a group is attempting to seize the 5th grade Lotus platform? Is the ongoing string of murders a warning for us to surrender it? Jiang Chendong suggested from the side. That is indeed a possibility. If so, we are in grave trouble. Ling Tianhe's expression grew grim and serious. They remained ignorant of the intelligence surrounding the 5th grade Lotus platform. Do you think Su Chen is aware of the 5th grade Lotus platform? Otherwise, why would he return at this juncture? Perhaps he maintains a facade of calm because of it, Jiang Chendong proposed. Su Chen's demeanor at Yuchun Yuan had been notably composed, devoid of any signs of anxiety. Chapter 8. Gathering of Heroes, Missed, Suspicion upon hearing Jiang Chendong's words. Both Ling Tianhe and Lu Wensong's expressions turned increasingly grim. If this were true, the adversary might indeed be issuing a warning to them. First, make arrangements for Song Yuan's family. Tomorrow, I shall meet with Su Chen and gauge his intentions, Ling Tianhe commanded. On the following morning, a gentle drizzle continued to fall from the sky, enveloping Qing City in a mist-like haze. Meanwhile, the news of Song Yuan's murder within the precincts of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion spread swiftly throughout the city, reaching even a tower-like edifice. The tower, consisting of 9 stories, stands as the tallest structure in Qing City, signifying its remarkable status within the realm. This edifice is the second-ranking establishment among the 5 great powers of Qing City, known as the Gathering of Heroes Hall. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe gazes out at the gentle drizzle enveloping the surroundings from atop the tower. Beside him stands a man dressed in a blue gown. Genuine, it is quite rare for such a fine drizzle to grace Qing City, the elder exclaims, taking a deep breath as if to savor the moisture carried by the misty rain. The elder, Shimen Mai, is the esteemed leader of the Gathering of Heroes Hall, while the man beside him, Qingcheng Yuan, is one of the 5 hall masters, affectionately regarded as the thunderous mixed origin hand and also the elder's most cherished disciple. Indeed, master, our borderland is typically arid, and such weather is seldom seen. However, esteemed teacher, while this gentle rain is delightful, the atmosphere in Qing City is fraught with turbulence. I have received news that Song Yuan, the steward of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, has met his demise at the hands of a practitioner skilled in cold attribute techniques. We initially believed that with Su Mungbai's death, we could seize the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and surpass the Lei family's Thunder Hall, but now it seems we must hold back. Qingcheng Yuan articulates with a tone of bitterness. One must never act with haste. Opportunities are often born of patience, Shimen Mai counsels. Are they warning us or merely inciting panic? At this moment, Ling Tianhe feels a foreboding presence. Has any news emerged from the black market today? As the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, he is naturally privy to the rumors circulating within the black market. There is no clarity, however. My subordinates find it peculiar. What could be the motive behind the dissemination of such information? If the master truly possessed the 5th grade Lotus platform, these individuals should be inclined to seize it for themselves, rather than making it widely known, Lu Wensong remarks. Could it be that a group is vying for the 5th grade Lotus platform? Their recent acts of violence may very well be a warning for us to surrender it. Jiang Chendong suggests from the side. That is indeed a possibility. If so, we may find ourselves in dire straits, Ling Tianhe responds, his expression darkening with concern. They are utterly unaware of the true whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Do you think Su Chen is aware of its existence? Otherwise, why would he return at this time? Perhaps he remains so composed because he possesses this knowledge, Jiang Chendong posits. Su Chen's demeanor at Yuchun Garden indicates he is well-informed and unperturbed, he adds. Chapter 8. Gathering of Heroes Hall, Fog. In doubt upon hearing Jiang Chendong's words, Ling Tianhe and Lu Wensong's expressions grow increasingly grave. If this is indeed the case, they may be receiving a warning. Make arrangements for Song Yuan's family. Tomorrow I shall meet with Su Chen to gauge his intentions, Ling Tianhe instructs. The following morning, the sky continues to be shrouded in a light drizzle, enveloping Qing City like a veil of mist. However, the news of Song Yuan's murder within the premises of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower swiftly spreads throughout the city. In the heart of the city, a tower-like structure stands tall. The tower stands 9 stories tall, undeniably the highest edifice in the city of Qing. Its stature signifies a remarkable standing within this realm. This is the Qingcheng, the second among the 5 great powers of Qing City. At this moment, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe gazes out at the gentle drizzle enveloping the surroundings. Beside him stands a man in a blue garment. Jinyuan, it is quite rare for Qing City to experience such a fine rain, the elder remarks, inhaling deeply as if to absorb the moisture carried by the misty droplets. The elder, Mai, is the head of the Qingcheng, while the young man beside him is Qingcheng, one of the 5 hall masters of Qingcheng and also Mai's eldest disciple. Indeed, master, our borderland is typically arid, and such weather is a rarity. However, the situation in Qing City is tumultuous. I've received news that Song Yuan, the steward of the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, has fallen to a practitioner of cold attribute cultivation. I had initially hoped that with Su Mengbai's demise, we could seize the Jin Fengshiyu Tower and surpass the Lei family's Lei Hall, but it seems we must refrain from action. Qin Jinyuan expresses with a tone of frustration. One must never act with haste. Opportunities are cultivated over time, Mai advises. What are your thoughts on the news circulating in the black market regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform? Mai inquires. Initially, I found the news somewhat dubious. But with the recent reports of Song Yuan's death, I now suspect that Su Mengbai's demise may indeed be connected to the 5th grade Lotus platform. Qin Jinyuan replies. Please analyze for me who within the Jin Fengshiyu Tower might be aware of the 5th grade Lotus platform, my requests, turning to enter the room. Inside, a graceful woman is quietly preparing tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Upon seeing Mai, she presents a freshly brewed cup of tea before him. Jinyuan, this is a fine tea I procured from Jiangnan, Jin Fengyu Lu tea. It is unavailable in our Qing City. Do have a cup, Jinyuan? Mai exclaims. Master, I have little interest in tea. I would prefer some wine, if available. Qin Jinyuan responds. You recently inquired about who might know the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. I believe Su Chen may hold that knowledge. Explain why you think he would know, rather than Su Mengbai's wife, Mai inquires as he settles into a sandalwood chair, observing Qin Jinyuan intently. Firstly, Su Chen returned to the Jin Fengshiyu Tower shortly after Su Mengbai's death, which seems rather fortuitous. Normally, upon receiving such news, he should not have yet arrived in Qing City. Thus, he must have returned earlier, possibly at Su Mengbai's behest. Su Chen possesses modest talent, and is merely an ordinary disciple within the Shawnee sect. The 5th grade Lotus platform may very well have been intended for him by Su Mengbai. For the past few days, I have been closely observing Su Chen. From his demeanor, he displays neither anxiety nor trepidation, which is exceedingly irrational. If he possesses strength, it would be inconceivable, yet if he remains so composed without any power, it implies that he harbors something that leads him to believe he is untouchable. Qin Jinyuan remarked earnestly. Your analysis holds some merit, yet you have overlooked a crucial element. Since Su Chen lacks strength, any hidden cards he may possess are rendered moot, for this world reveres power above all else. The ability to eliminate Su Mengbai and seize Su Chen would be a trivial matter for them, Mai replied softly. Upon hearing Mai's words, Qin Jinyuan's brow furrowed in realization. He had neglected this pivotal piece of information. If Su Chen appears as insignificant as an ant to him, then surely others perceive him the same way. Ants can be easily crushed, yet no one has acted against him, which is utterly illogical. Master, are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating a scheme? A spark of insight flashed in Qin Jinyuan's mind. It is likely, for now. Your role is merely to investigate and refrain from involving yourself further, lest the flames of conflict reach our gathering hall, Mai instructed. The disciple understands, Qin Jinyuan responded. Go forth and keep watch over the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Spare no detail. Should an opportunity arise, we must seize the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Mai stated. Then, Master, I shall take my leave. After bowing, Qin Jinyuan exited the chamber. What is your perspective on the news regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform circulating in the black market? Mai inquired. Initially, I suspected that the information was fabricated. However, with the recent news of Song Yuan's assassination, I now believe that Su Mengbai's demise may indeed be connected to the 5th grade Lotus platform, Qin Jinyuan replied. Then please analyze for me who within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion might be privy to the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. As he spoke, Mai turned and re-entered the room. Inside, A graceful beauty was diligently preparing tea, the fragrant aroma enveloping the space. Upon seeing Shiminmai enter, she presented a cup of freshly brewed tea before him. Jinyuan, this is a fine tea I recently acquired from Jiangnan, Golden Wind, and Jade Dew tea. Such a treasure is scarce in our Qing city. Let me prepare a cup for you as well. Shiminmai exclaimed. Master, I have little interest in tea. If there were wine, I would be more inclined. You recently inquired about who might know the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. I suspect that Su Chen may have knowledge of it, Qingcheng stated. Pray tell, why would he know and not the wife of Su Mengbai? Shiminmai inquired, seated upon a sandalwood chair, regarding Qingcheng intently. Firstly, Su Chen returned to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion shortly after Su Mengbai's death, which is rather fortuitous. Upon receiving the news, he should not have yet arrived in Qing City. Thus, it stands to reason that Su Chen returned early, perhaps at Su Mengbai's behest. Given Su Chen's modest talents, being merely an ordinary disciple within the Mountain River sect, it is plausible that the 5th grade Lotus platform was prepared for him by Su Mengbai. For the past few days, I have been closely observing Su Chen. From his demeanor, he exhibits no signs of anxiety or unease, which is exceedingly irrational. If he possessed any strength, such calmness would be impossible. If he lacks power, yet remains so composed, it suggests he possesses something that leads him to believe he is untouchable. Qingcheng remarked seriously. Your analysis holds some merit. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Since Su Chen lacks strength, even if he has hidden cards, they would be of no use, for in this world, power reigns supreme. The ability to eliminate Song Yuan and capture Su Chen would be trivial for others, Shiminmai softly stated. Upon hearing Shiminmai's words, Qingcheng furrowed his brow. He had neglected this pivotal piece of information. If Su Chen appeared as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, then surely he was perceived similarly by others. Ants can be easily crushed. Yet, no one has acted against him, which is utterly illogical. Master, are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating this? A glimmer of insight flashed through Qingcheng's mind. It seems so. Your role is merely to investigate for now. Refrain from involvement to avoid drawing fire to our gathering of Heroes Hall, Shiminmai instructed. The disciple understands. Qingcheng replied. Go now. Keep a close watch on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Let no detail escape your notice. We must seize the opportunity to take control of the pavilion. Shiminmai declared. Then, Master, I shall take my leave. After bowing, Qingcheng exited the room. What sort of individual is orchestrating this affair? However, the news regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform must be true. If it were not, it wouldn't provoke the arrival of experts. But why did he kill Song Yuan? Was it a warning to others, or an act of intimidation? Shiminmai mused, taking a sip of tea. Meanwhile, Su Chen rose early, and Butler Fu had already been waiting outside. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge from his quarters, Fu stepped forward and said, Young master, Manager Song Yuan has been murdered. Deputy Master Ling and the others are waiting for you in the hall. What? Manager Song has been killed? Su Chen feigned surprise and inquired. Indeed, regarding Manager Song's body, an investigation was conducted last night. He was slain by a practitioner of a cold attribute cultivation technique. The assailant was ruthless, directly freezing Manager Song's heart. Fu conveyed the information he had gathered to Su Chen. Directly freezing Manager Song's heart. Such strength? Su Chen gasped, his expression shifting as he asked. Yes. The perpetrator is exceptionally powerful. It is estimated that even Deputy Master Ling may not be a match for him. Young master, let us first meet with Deputy Master Ling. He possesses more information on this matter. Fu suggested. In a short while, Su Chen arrived outside the hall. Inside, not only was Ling Tianyu present, but also 17 other managers who had come upon hearing the news of Song Yuan's death, all following Ling Tianyu to the Su residence. They were engaged in conversation, their words laced with concern. As Su Chen stepped into the hall, those engaged in discussion halted, offering a slight bow as they greeted him. Greetings, master. Without further ado, I have received news regarding Song Yuan. This matter is extraordinary. Deputy Master Ling, Song Yuan sure has been following you closely, and I entrust you completely with this investigation. I hope you can uncover some leads within 3 days. Su Chen took the initiative to assert his authority over Ling Tianyu. Song Yuan was promoted to manager by Ling Tianyu, hence he was undoubtedly one of Ling Tianyu's people. Now that Song Yuan is deceased, it is only fitting that Ling Tianyu undertakes the investigation. Ling Tianyu cannot evade this responsibility. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe felt somewhat bewildered. Before he could respond, Su Chen had already commanded him to investigate this matter, even providing a 3-day deadline. Rest assured, Master, I will expedite the investigation, Ling Tianhe replied, though his heart sank. Su Chen's demeanor today instilled a sense of wariness within him, along with a burgeoning suspicion. Chapter 9. The Grip. The showdown. Su Chen's conduct today was markedly different from his demeanor in previous days. Back then, he wore a look of astonishment, tinged with trepidation. Yet now, he seemed to exude an aura of authority. Last night, Su Chen had taken a life. Prior to the act, he felt a sense of oppression, a profound fear of the world around him. However, after the deed, clarity washed over him, and with newfound confidence, an unintentional force radiated from him. Ling Tianhe felt a weight in his heart, but maintained a composed exterior. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Su Chen inquired, seated regally upon a bench in the hall, embodying the demeanor of a true master of the establishment. Who, after all, was orchestrating these events? Nonetheless, the intelligence regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform must be credible. If it were otherwise, it should not have provoked the appearance of a formidable opponent. Yet, what was the purpose behind his murder of Song Yuan? Was it a warning to others or an act of intimidation? Shimin Muyi took a sip of tea and spoke in a grave tone. Meanwhile, Su Chen had risen early that morning, and butler Fu Bo was already awaiting him outside. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge from his quarters, Fu Bo stepped forward, saying, "Young master, Manager Song Yuan has been murdered. Deputy Master Ling and the others are waiting for you in the hall." "What? Manager Song has been killed?" Su Chen feigned astonishment as he inquired. "Indeed. Regarding Manager Song's body, it was examined last night. He was slain by a practitioner of a cold attribute cultivation technique. The assailant was ruthless. Having frozen Manager Song's heart completely, Fu Bo relayed the information he had received. His heart was frozen solid. Such power? Su Chen's heart leapt in surprise, his expression shifting. Yes, the assailant possesses formidable strength. It is likely that even Deputy Master Ling would not be a match for him. Young master, let us first meet with Deputy Master Ling, as he may possess more information, Fu Bo suggested. In a short while, Su Chen arrived outside the hall. Within, not only stood Ling Tianhe, but also 17 other managers. Upon receiving the news of Song Yuan's murder, they had all followed Ling Tianhe to Su's residence. They were engaged in conversation, their words laced with concern. As Su Chen stepped into the hall, the discussions halted, and all present offered a slight bow towards him. "We meet again, master. Without further ado, I have received the news regarding Song Yuan, and this matter is indeed extraordinary. Deputy Master Ling, as Song Yuan's constant companion, I entrust you with the full responsibility of the investigation. I expect you to uncover some leads within 3 days." Su Chen, taking the initiative, has already maneuvered his way into a position of authority over Ling Tianhe. Song Yuan was promoted by Ling Tianhe to the role of steward. Thus he was undoubtedly aligned with Ling Tianhe. With Song Yuan's demise, it is only fitting that Ling Tianhe should conduct the investigation, and there is no escaping this duty. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to respond when Su Chen had already issued the order for him to investigate, setting a 3-day deadline. "Rest assured, master, I will expedite the inquiry," Ling Tianhe replied, though his heart sank. Su Chen's demeanor today instilled a sense of trepidation within him, giving rise to lingering doubts. Chapter 9. Control and Confrontation. Su Chen's demeanor today stood in stark contrast to his previous behavior. Not long ago, he had appeared astonished and filled with trepidation. However, now he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Having taken a life the previous night, Su Chen had felt a sense of frustration and fear regarding the world around him. Yet, following the act, clarity washed over him, bolstered by an inner confidence that inadvertently radiated a formidable presence. Ling Tianhe felt a weight in his heart, although he concealed it well. "Do you have any other matters to address?" Su Chen inquired, seated regally upon the bench in the hall, embodying the very essence of a master of the tower. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 17 stewards below exchanged glances, seasoned figures of the martial world. They sensed that Su Chen was anything but ordinary. Thus, they had no intention of prolonging the discourse. "If there are no further matters, you may return and manage your respective affairs." Despite the unrest currently affecting the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, the businesses under your purview must remain stable. Steward Yan, in light of the recent tumult, I assign you to oversee the matters previously managed by Steward Song. As Su Chen spoke, his gaze fell upon a slender man in a blue robe seated at the back. Yan Musheng, the steward with the least to manage among the 18 stewards, immediately bowed in gratitude upon hearing Su Chen's words. Thank you, Master. You may all depart now. I wish to discuss other matters with Deputy Master Ling. Su Chen gestured, not affording Ling Tianhe an opportunity to speak. At that moment, Ling Tianhe's expression was one of bewilderment. He had objections when Su Chen appointed Yan Musheng to oversee Steward Song's affairs, yet before he could voice his dissent, Su Chen had already dismissed everyone. He cast a glance towards Jiang Chendong, signaling him discreetly. Master, Yin Steward is located far from Steward Song's jurisdiction. Allow me to temporarily oversee Steward Song's affairs. As my area is closer to his, Jiang Chendong suggested. Uncle Jiang, I have yet to express my gratitude to you. You have redeemed Qinlan for me. Perfect. Over the next few days, please assist me in selecting a residence for her and arrange for Qinlan to move in. Su Chen promptly issued his instructions. Rising from his seat, he added, Uncle Ling, we shall converse later, before turning to stride into the rear hall. Ling Tianhe's expression darkened. Yet he followed Su Chen into the back. The others exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to withdraw from the hall. The situation had become somewhat perplexing for them, and it was prudent to safeguard their own interests. They certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as Song Yuan. Ling Tianhe accompanied Su Chen to the back hall, but Su Chen did not linger. Instead, he directed his steps towards the secret chamber where he had previously secluded himself. As he traversed the corridor to the hall, Su Chen reconsidered his approach. Now that he possessed strength, why should he acquiesce to Ling Tianhe? Why not simply subdue him? If he resisted, he could eliminate him without hesitation. How straightforward that would be. Of course, it would be preferable to avoid bloodshed, as he still hoped to enlist Ling Tianhe's assistance. After all, Ling Tianhe had served as the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion for many years and was far more familiar with Qingcheng than he was. His expertise could expedite Su Chen's control over the pavilion. Once he wielded authority over the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, his intelligence capabilities would undoubtedly expand, allowing him to uncover information regarding the murder of Su Mengbai. As Ling Tianhe followed closely behind Su Chen and observed him passing through the back hall, he furrowed his brow slightly. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, he thought with a cold internal scoff, continuing to trail behind Su Chen. Before long, Su Chen led Ling Tianhe to the entrance of the secret chamber where he had previously engaged in his cultivation. This was the Master's sanctum. What purpose could he have in bringing me here? As he regarded the chamber, the 17 stewards below exchanged glances. Having navigated the world for many years, they sensed that Su Chen was anything but ordinary, and thus they refrained from further comment. Is there nothing else? If not, you may return and manage your respective affairs. Although the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is currently in turmoil, the businesses under your care must remain stable, Su Chen declared, directing his gaze to a slender man in a blue robe at the rear of the group. This man, Yan Musheng, was the least occupied among the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yan Musheng immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. You may all leave now. I need to discuss other matters with Vice Master Ling. Su Chen gestured, not affording Ling Tianhe a single opportunity to speak. At this moment, Ling Tianhe's expression was one of astonishment. He had reservations when Su Chen assigned Yan Musheng to manage the affairs previously overseen by the steward. But before he could voice his objections, Su Chen had already signaled for their departure. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chendong. Master, Yan Musheng is situated far from the area overseen by Song. I am closer to Song's domain and could temporarily manage his affairs, Jiang Chendong suggested. Uncle Jiang, I have yet to express my gratitude to you. You have helped me redeem Qinlan, and fortuitously, I need you to assist me in selecting a suitable residence for her. Please arrange for her to move in. Su Chen spoke directly, rising from his seat. Uncle Ling, we shall continue our conversation later. With that, he turned and strode into the back hall. Ling Tianhe's expression darkened, yet he followed Su Chen into the rear. The others exchanged glances, ultimately retreating from the hall. The situation had become somewhat perplexing for them, and it was wise to prioritize their own safety. They certainly did not wish to meet a fate like Song Yuan's. Ling Tianhe accompanied Su Chen to the back hall. However, Su Chen did not linger, but instead proceeded toward the secret chamber where he had previously secluded himself. As they traversed the hall, Su Chen reevaluated his approach. Now that he possessed strength, why should he accommodate Ling Tianhe? Why not simply subdue him? If he refused, eliminating him would be a straightforward task. Yet, it would be preferable to avoid such drastic measures, as he still needed Ling Tianhe's assistance. After all, Ling Tianhe had served as the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower for many years, possessing a familiarity with Qingcheng that surpassed Su Chen's. His guidance would expedite Su Chen's control over the tower. With the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower under his command, Su Chen's intelligence capabilities would undoubtedly expand. In due course, he should be able to uncover information regarding Su Mingbai's murder. Following closely behind, Ling Tianhe furrowed his brow slightly upon observing Su Chen pass through the back hall without pausing. I am curious to see what tricks you are up to. Ling Tianhe scoffed inwardly, continuing to trail Su Chen. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber where Su Chen had previously engaged in his cultivation. This is the Master's training chamber. What purpose does he have in bringing me here? Ling Tianhe pondered, a hint of confusion arising within him. The door to the chamber swung open. Uncle Ling, please come in. I have something important to discuss with you. Su Chen beckoned. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's interest was piqued, suspecting that Su Chen might wish to discuss matters regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform. The two entered the chamber, and the door was shut behind them. A short distance away, Butler Fu observed this development with a slight frown, quickly turning to head toward Miss Shangwan Ziyun's residence. In mere moments, he arrived at the foot of Shangwan Ziyun's building. Miss Lan, I must speak with the madam, Butler Fu stated. Come with me. Miss Lan guided Butler Fu up to the 2nd floor, where Shangwan Ziyun stood by the window, gazing outside. Madam, the young master has just taken Ling Tianhe into the secret chamber. Butler Fu relayed the events that had just transpired. Moreover, there has been a significant change in Su Chen today within the hall. Upon hearing this news, astonishment filled Shangwan Ziyun's countenance. Last night, she had assessed Su Chen's capabilities and found him lacking. She had stood outside for quite some time without noticing anything amiss. She had been contemplating how to protect Su Chen. However, today, Su Chen surprised her by managing to hold sway over Ling Tianhe. Can we ascertain what they are discussing within the secret chamber? Shangwan Ziyun inquired. Judging by Su Chen's demeanor, it is possible that he truly knows the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. There is only one entrance outside the secret chamber, making it impossible to enter. Fu Bo replied. Is that so? Keep a watch outside, and as soon as they emerge, observe the situation and report back to me. Shangwan Ziyun instructed in a low voice. Understood. Fu Bo immediately bowed and exited the pavilion. Miss, it is rather astonishing that Su Chen can control Ling Tianhe. Could it be that he has received some form of support? Yet, he has never left our sight, with no opportunity for contact. The maid, Xiaolan, questioned in confusion. Yuchen Garden, hasn't he spent a considerable amount of time there? That place offers ample chances for interaction. He went to Yuchen Garden on the very first day he became the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. In retrospect, it seems rather unusual. He may have indeed interacted with someone. Did he not redeem the renowned courtesan Qin Lan from Yuchen Garden? You should approach Qin Lan and see if you can glean any information from her, Shangwan Ziyun suggested. At this moment, within the secret chamber, Ling Tianhe spoke. I wonder if the master summoned me for something important? Ling uncle, there are no outsiders here, so such formalities seem a bit distant. I invited you here primarily to inquire whether you have heard anything from my father regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform that has surfaced in the black market, Su Chen said. Looking at Ling Tianhe, he had scoured his memories for an entire day, but found no information about the 5th grade Lotus platform, hence his desire to consult Ling Tianhe. As the deputy master of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower, Ling Tianhe had always assisted his father, so he should possess some knowledge. Ling Tianhe felt a flicker of doubt. The door to the secret chamber swung open. Ling uncle, please come in. I have something important to discuss with you. Su Chen beckoned to Ling Tianhe. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's heart stirred. He thought perhaps Su Chen intended to discuss news regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform. The two entered the secret chamber, and the door was subsequently closed behind them. Not far away, the steward Fu Bo observed this scene with a slight furrow of his brow. He swiftly turned and made his way towards Shangwan Ziyun's small building. Before long, he arrived at the foot of Shangwan Ziyun's building. Miss Xiaolan, I need to see the lady, Fu Bo stated. Come with me. Xiaolan led Fu Bo up to the 2nd floor, where Shangwan Ziyun stood by the window, gazing outside. Madam, just now the young master entered the secret chamber with Ling Tianhe. Additionally, There has been a significant change in Su Chen today during the gathering. Fu Bo recounted the recent events. Su Chen managed to control Ling Tianhe. Upon hearing this news, astonishment filled Shangwan Ziyun's face. Last night, she had investigated Su Chen and found his abilities to be quite low. She had stood outside for so long without realizing it. She was still contemplating how to protect Su Chen. However, today, Su Chen astonished her by managing to control Ling Tianhe. Can we discern what they are discussing within the secret chamber? Shangwan Ziyun inquired. Based on Su Chen's demeanor, it seems he might indeed possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. There is only one entrance outside the secret room, rendering it inaccessible. Fu Bo responded. Is that so? Keep watch from the outside. Once they emerge, assess the situation and report back to me. Shangwan Ziyun spoke in a grave tone. Understood. Fu Bo immediately bowed and exited the pavilion. Miss, it is quite remarkable that Su Chen can hold sway over Ling Tianhe. Could it be that he has garnered some form of support? Yet, he has never left our sight and had no opportunity for contact. The maid, Xiaolan, queried in confusion. Yucheng Garden, has he not spent considerable time there? That place offers ample chances for interaction with others. He visited Yucheng Garden on the very first day he became the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Reflecting upon it now seems rather peculiar. Perhaps he has indeed made contact with someone. Did he not redeem the head courtesan Qinlan from Yucheng Garden? You should investigate this Qinlan and see if you can glean any information from her. Shangwan Ziyun instructed. At this moment, within the secret chamber, is there something the master wishes to convey to me? Ling Tianhe began. Ling uncle, in this secluded space, your address feels somewhat distant. The reason I summoned you, Ling uncle, is primarily to inquire about the news circulating in the black market regarding my father's knowledge of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Have you heard anything from him? Su Chen looked intently at Ling Tianhe. He had excavated his memories for an entire day, yet found no information regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform. Thus, he sought Ling Tianhe's counsel. As the vice master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, who has aided his father, he should possess some knowledge. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's expression momentarily faltered. He had intended to gather information from Su Chen, yet unexpectedly, Su Chen questioned him first. Was it a test? Or did he genuinely lack knowledge? Chapter 10. Violent Suppression. Thunder Hall's Lei Ao Ling Tianhe could not help but gaze into Su Chen's eyes, attempting to discern something from them. Locking eyes with Su Chen, he noticed no shift in his gaze, imparting an impression of genuine ignorance. I have not heard anything from your father, Ling Tianhe stated solemnly. If you have not heard from my father, then Ling uncle, do you know how my father met his demise? Su Chen continued to inquire. He was pierced through the heart by a sword, the strike executed with incredible swiftness. The work of a master swordsman, Ling Tianhe replied. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, Su Chen's brow slightly furrowed. He was already aware of this information. Ling uncle, is it possible that you have not uncovered even a shred of other clues? I believe you must have discovered something. Otherwise, you would not have endorsed me as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Su Chen scrutinized Ling Tianhe. He was prepared to clarify matters. He was convinced that Ling Tianhe must know something. He requires a modicum of information, for he does not wish to remain excessively passive. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's expression momentarily froze, and his pupils constricted sharply. He was utterly unprepared for Su Chen's inquiry. This utterance revealed that he had indeed underestimated Su Chen. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent arose within Ling Tianhe. Su Chen was not to be trifled with, indicating that his position as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could be jeopardized. As the murderous intent surged, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. Su Chen, I did not anticipate your cunning, yet you must understand that the clever do not tend to live long. Ling Tianhe's tone dripped with a chilling severity, instantly casting a frigid atmosphere within the secret chamber. Su Chen stared at Ling Tianhe, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a single remark would provoke such lethal intent from him, addressing him by name. It seemed the atmosphere was poised for violence. This revelation only solidified Su Chen's suspicion that the other party possessed some knowledge. Uncle Ling, you harbor intentions to kill me, yet should you succeed, who would serve as your scapegoat and the one to take the blame? Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Although he had only recently stepped into the early innate stage, with the aid of the Ice Kirin Arm, he found it manageable to suppress Ling Tianhe, who had yet to reach the late innate stage. Do you believe I lack the courage to kill you? You are mistaken. The fact that the adversary did not strike at you last night, but targeted Song Yuan signifies what? It suggests they may be pressuring you to discern what you know. If you were to vanish and I ascended to the position of Master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the adversaries would be unable to locate you, and I would be the last person they spoke to. Do you think they would turn against me? They would seek me out, and should they do so, I could forge an alliance with them. Furthermore, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has dealings with the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. I have already informed the Zetan Palace of your father's demise. Their experts should arrive in a few days. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianha's gaze faltered. He had intended to glean information from Su Chen, but unexpectedly, Su Chen had turned the tables and questioned him. Was it a test, or did he genuinely remain uninformed? Ling Tianha sought to read something from Su Chen's eyes during their exchange. Locking eyes with Su Chen, he noted that there was no change in his gaze, imparting a genuine sense of ignorance. I have not heard anything from your father, Ling Tianha replied solemnly. Then, Uncle Ling, do you know how my father met his end? Su Chen continued to inquire. He was pierced through the heart by a sword, the strike executed with remarkable speed, indicating a master swordsman. Ling Tianha spoke. Upon hearing Ling Tianha's words, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This information was already known to him. Uncle Ling, have you not uncovered any additional clues? Surely you must have discovered something. Otherwise, you would not have proposed my ascension to the role of Master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Su Chen regarded Ling Tianha intently. He was now prepared to bring the matter to light, confident that Ling Tianha possessed some knowledge. He desires to acquire a modicum of information, for he wishes to avoid being overly passive. At the utterance of Su Chen's words, Ling Tianha's expression faltered, and his pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated such an inquiry from Su Chen. This revelation indicated that he had indeed underestimated Su Chen. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Ling Tianha. Su Chen was no ordinary individual. This posed a potential threat to his aspiration of becoming the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. As the murderous intent surged, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Su Chen, I did not foresee your cleverness. Yet you must understand that those who are too clever do not tend to live long. Ling Tianha's tone was laced with coldness, and an aura of chill enveloped the chamber. Su Chen gazed at Ling Tianha, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that a mere statement would provoke such lethal intent from Ling Tianha, who even addressed him by name. It seemed that an attack was imminent. With this realization, Su Chen's conviction deepened. Ling Tianha was indeed aware of something. Uncle Ling, it appears you harbor intentions to kill me. However, if you were to eliminate me, who would serve as your scapegoat? Su Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, though he had only recently entered the early stages of the innate realm. With his Ice Kirin Arm, he could contend with Ling Tianha, who had yet to reach the later stages of the innate realm, without significant difficulty. Do you believe I lack the resolve to kill you? You are mistaken. The fact that the adversary did not strike at you last night, but targeted Song Yuan signifies what? It implies they are likely pressuring you to ascertain your knowledge. If you were to vanish and I were to ascend as the Master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, they would be unable to locate you. And since I was the last person to see you, do you think they would turn their attention towards me? They would seek me out, and should they do so, I could forge an alliance with them. Moreover, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has ties with the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. I have already informed them of your father's demise. Experts from the Zetan Palace should arrive in a few days. The matter at hand, Ling Tianha spoke coldly, is that I believe I can still manage to delay for a few days with my methods. Su Chen's current demeanor was entirely unexpected for him, prompting Ling Tianha to consider eliminating Su Chen. It seems you intend to act against me. Coincidentally, I too wish to subdue you and uncover certain truths. Su Chen remarked calmly. Observing Su Chen's reaction and the implications of his words, Ling Tianha sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated, casting a wary glance around. He feared that Su Chen might have some hidden ambush in place. There is no need for alarm. There are no others here, only you and I. Should I choose to strike, it will be solely at your hands. As Su Chen spoke, a transformation in his aura began, an innate energy coursing through him. You have entered the innate realm. I did not anticipate you had concealed your depth so profoundly. Ling Tianha regarded Su Chen with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Yet, the innate energy he sensed could not be feigned. You are merely in the early stages of the innate realm. I wonder from where you draw such confidence to challenge me. Despite the assertion, Ling Tianha took the initiative. His feet struck the ground as he lunged towards Su Chen with ferocity. His palm radiated a violet hue, a surge of energy coalescing within, transforming into an eagle's claw aimed directly at Su Chen's head. The speed of his attack sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. As a formidable practitioner of the mid-stage innate realm, Ling Tianhe was confident that Su Chen could not evade this strike. However, in the next instant, Su Chen responded by raising his fist and launching a counterattack with equal swiftness, imbued with a fierce and vigorous energy. The collision of palm and fist erupted with a resounding blast. Both combatants staggered back a few steps in surprise. Is this the extent of your prowess? How disappointing. Ling Tianhe mused, astonished. Yet, as he retreated, Su Chen surged forward once more, the recently cultivated Qingcheng mixed elemental force enveloping his body, driving him to attack Ling Tianhe with renewed vigor. As he advanced, an image of mountains and rivers materialized around his fist. Mountain River Sect, Mountain River Fist. As a disciple of the Mountain River Sect, Su Chen had undoubtedly mastered its techniques. His fist surged forth, majestic and powerful, enhanced by the overwhelming energy of the Qingcheng mixed elemental force, which sent a shiver of trepidation through the bewildered Ling Tianhe. He hastily prepared to defend himself, channeling all his strength into his arms, the energy swirling through his fingers creating ripples in the air. His fingers elongated into claws, faint purple light shimmering at their tips as he struck towards Su Chen, attempting to rend apart his fist's momentum. Yet, his attack failed to breach Su Chen's force, momentarily halting Ling Tianhe's advance. In that fleeting pause, Su Chen let out a low roar, propelling himself off the ground with explosive force. The chamber's floor shattered, debris flying in every direction, a cloud of dust momentarily obscuring Ling Tianhe's vision. In that instant, Su Chen barreled towards him. I believe, with my abilities, I could delay you for days. Ling Tianhe declared coldly, taken aback by Su Chen's unexpected performance, and thus prepared to eliminate him. It seems you intend to strike. Just as I wish to subdue you and glean some information, Su Chen replied calmly, observing Ling Tianhe's reaction and the implications of his words. Sensing the shift, Ling Tianhe swiftly retreated, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, wary of potential ambushes from Su Chen. Fear not, there is no one else here, only you and I. If I were to act against you, it would be solely by my hand, Su Chen stated, his aura shifting as innate energy began to radiate from him. You have entered the innate realm. I never imagined you concealed your strength so deeply, Ling Tianhe exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Yet, he recognized that such innate energy could not be feigned. You are merely at the initial stage of innate. What confidence do you possess to challenge me? Though he said this, Ling Tianhe was the first to strike. His foot slammed against the ground, and he surged towards Su Chen with alarming speed. His palm radiated a violet hue, a surge of energy manifesting within it, transforming into an eagle claw that aimed directly at Su Chen's head. The velocity was such that it created a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Ling Tianhe, a formidable expert in the mid-stage of the innate realm, was confident that Su Chen would not evade this blow. However, in the next instant, Su Chen raised his hand and retaliated with a punch, equally swift and imbued with a fierce energy. The collision of palm and fist produced a thunderous explosion of sound, causing both combatants to stagger back a few steps. Is this the extent of your power? Truly disappointing, Ling Tianhe thought to himself in astonishment. As Su Chen retreated, he surged back into action, his recently cultivated Vajra mixed elemental force enveloping him entirely, and he launched a vigorous assault towards Ling Tianhe. As he did so, a shadow of mountains and rivers materialized around his fist. Su Chen, being a disciple of the Mountain River Sect, had undoubtedly practiced its techniques. His punch erupted with overwhelming force, enhanced further by the dominating energy of the Vajra mixed elemental force, instilling a sense of dread in the astonished Ling Tianhe. He quickly mobilized his defenses, channeling all his strength into his arms, as energy coursed through his fingers, creating rippling waves upon contact with the air. His fingers transformed into claws, faintly glowing with a violet light, as they aimed to tear apart Su Chen's fist attack. Yet, instead of shattering Su Chen's strike, his attack faltered momentarily. In that fleeting pause, Su Chen let out a low shout and propelled himself off the ground. With a resounding crash, the floor of the chamber shattered, debris flying in all directions, momentarily obscuring Ling Tianhe's vision with dust. At that precise moment, Su Chen charged directly towards him. With a thunderous impact, Ling Tianhe's body slammed against the chamber wall. Ling Tianhe had not anticipated such an outcome and sought to counterattack. But at that instant, a colossal hand shot forward, seizing his neck. Uncle Ling, your prowess is truly disappointing. I haven't even exerted my full strength. Su Chen gripped Ling Tianhe's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Tell me everything you know. Do not attempt to deceive me, lest I crush your neck in a moment of displeasure. Su Chen's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with menace. Ling Tianhe, momentarily dazed from the blow, slowly regained his senses upon hearing Su Chen's words. Terror filled his gaze as he attempted to speak, but with his neck in a vice-like grip. He could only open his mouth in vain. Su Chen eased his grip just enough for Ling Tianhe to utter a few words. I have only uncovered that the person who killed your father is currently residing at a manor outside the city. The master of that estate is Lei Ao of the Lei Hall, but I have not uncovered any further information. Ling Tianhe suppressed the panic within him and spoke hoarsely. Chapter 11. Cultivation and Outings. Lei Ao, the adopted son of Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family, is one of the 4 guardians of the Lei Hall. Su Chen recalled some information about Lei Ao in his mind. The Lei Hall undoubtedly holds the position of the foremost power in Qing City, under the control of the Lei family. The assassin who attempted to kill my adoptive father, Su Mengbai, is associated with Lei Ao's estate. This indicates that this matter is connected to Lei Ao. It seems I must visit that estate soon. I should be able to uncover something. However, who could have disseminated the news about the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market? Su Chen pondered, casually tossing Ling Tianhe aside. Thud. Ling Tianhe's body hit the ground. Cough. He immediately gasped for breath, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Su Chen. He could not fathom why Su Chen was so formidable. As a mid-stage innate practitioner, he found himself utterly powerless against his opponent's might. This realization left him incredulous and resentful. Yet, recalling Su Chen's recent fierce demeanor and chilling killing intent made him tremble involuntarily, cold sweat cascading down his back. He hastily suppressed his discontent, striving to rise and stand silently to the side. I thought you would be unwilling to concede and continue to attack me. However, Ling Shu, you must cherish your life. If you strike again, you will hold no value in my eyes. In this world, there are plenty of people. Your presence adds nothing, and your absence takes nothing away. Su Chen remarked to Ling Tianhe. Master, I dare not. Ling Tianhe bowed his head and replied. Dare not. Let's hope so. Su Chen responded nonchalantly. Should Ling Tianhe harbor any further intentions, he would not hesitate to kill him. The thrill of violence from their previous encounters exhilarated Su Chen, intensifying his affection for this martial arts world. Have the spies of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower investigate the news regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market with full force. I wish to know who released this information and the authenticity of this matter. Su Chen commanded. Understood, I will attend to it immediately. The other party's body was forcefully slammed against the wall of the secret chamber by Su Chen. Ling Tianhe did not expect this turn of events and sought to retaliate. However, at that moment, a massive hand suddenly lunged out, seizing Ling Tianhe by the throat. Ling Shu, your strength truly disappoints me. I barely exerted any effort. Su Chen lifted Ling Tianhe with one hand, gripping his neck. Tell me all you know. Do not attempt to play tricks on me, lest I take offense and crush your throat. Su Chen's voice was icy, his gaze glinting with menace. Ling Tianhe, dazed from the blow, began to regain his senses upon hearing Su Chen's voice. Terror filled his eyes as he wished to speak, but with his throat gripped, he could only open his mouth in silence. Su Chen slightly eased his grip, allowing him to emit some sound. I have only discovered that the person who killed your father is currently residing in an estate outside the city. The master of that estate is Lei Ao from the Lei Hall. I could not uncover any further details. Ling Tianhe stifled the panic swelling within him and rasped. Chapter 11. Cultivation and Departure. Lei Ao, the godson of Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family, is one of the 4 guardians of Lei Hall. Memories of Lei Ao surfaced in Su Chen's mind. It is indisputable that Lei Hall is the foremost power in Qing City, under the control of the Lei family. The assassin who targeted my adoptive father, Su Mengbai, was found within Lei Ao's estate. This suggests a connection to Lei Ao. It seems prudent to pay a visit to that estate. I should be able to uncover something of significance. However, who could have disseminated the news regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market? Su Chen pondered, casually tossing Ling Tianhe aside. Thud. Ling Tianhe's body struck the ground. Coughing, he gasped for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Su Chen. He could not fathom why Su Chen possessed such formidable strength. As a mid-stage innate cultivator, he found himself utterly powerless against his opponent, which filled him with disbelief and resentment. Yet, recollecting Su Chen's earlier ferocity and frigid murderous intent sent shivers down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. He hurriedly suppressed his discontent and made an effort to rise, standing to the side, too intimidated to speak. "I thought you would be unwilling to accept this and continue your assault," Su Chen remarked. "But, Uncle Ling, you must value your life. Should you strike again, you will hold no worth in my eyes. In this world, there are plenty of people. One more or one less makes little difference." Su Chen regarded Ling Tianhe with an unwavering gaze. "I would not dare, master," Ling Tianhe replied, bowing deeply. "Dare not. Let us hope," Su Chen responded calmly. If Ling Tianhe harbored any further intentions, Su Chen would not hesitate to end him. The thrill of combat stirred something within Su Chen, igniting a fondness for this violent world of martial arts. Have the spies of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower investigate the news regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market. I wish to ascertain who released this information and the truth behind it," Su Chen commanded. "At once, master," Ling Tianhe hurriedly responded, preparing to leave the secret chamber. "Be discreet. Do not let anyone perceive anything amiss," Su Chen cautioned Ling Tianhe. "Understood." Ling Tianhe immediately began to organize himself, regulating his breath to conceal his injuries as best as he could. "Where exactly is Lei Ao's estate? Now that I am aware of its existence, I must investigate it. Outside the city, in the western suburbs, there lies a manor beside Bailey Pa. Go ahead." Su Chen gestured for Ling Tianhe to depart, having learned the location. After receiving his orders, Ling Tianhe opened the door to the secret chamber and swiftly exited Su Chen's residence. Meanwhile, Su Chen did not leave the chamber immediately. Instead, he engaged in cultivation within its confines. Although he possessed the unparalleled divine blade, Bai Tianyu, he understood the necessity of strengthening his own prowess. His own strength was paramount. He could not rely solely on Bai Tianyu. Calming the turbulent energy within, I suppressed the earlier surge of fury. Finding a pristine spot, I sat cross-legged, exhaling a breath of turbid air to clear my mind and commence my cultivation. Given the circumstances of the day, the formidable technique of the diamond primordial force seemed particularly suited to someone like me, devoid of martial experience. The force of my strikes, fierce and audacious, could overpower my adversary merely through sheer momentum. Ling Tianhe practiced a technique known as the purple blood art, exhibiting innate energy at the mid-stage of his development. However, his explosive power paled in comparison to my own. Thus, I resolved to persist with the diamond primordial force, aiming to advance to its second stage. Soon, the diamond primordial force began to circulate within me. Last night, aided by my innate energy, I had already completed the first 3 tiers and was now delving into the 4th. As I activated it, the energy within me surged, significantly more potent than in the previous stages. Additionally, a vigorous essence intertwined with my inner force, flowing towards my flesh and blood, swiftly merging with my corporeal form. As time progressed, this fusion accelerated, and I could feel my physical constitution strengthening considerably. After a period, an unexpected sensation of hunger struck me. While the diamond primordial force harnessed inner energy, it was still a corporeal technique that consumed substantial energy reserves. I retrieved a blood essence pill acquired from a lottery. A mere ordinary one, with a bottle containing 50 capsules. I swallowed one to replenish my vitality. After regaining some strength, I rose, adjusted my attire, and exited the secluded chamber. Outside, the butler, Fu Bo, paced anxiously. Ling Tianhe had emerged, yet I had not. He attempted to enter the chamber, but found the door firmly locked, presumably from within. Thus, he could only wait. Upon my emergence, Fu Bo promptly approached. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. Please prepare some food for me, preferably meat, as my cultivation has been rather taxing," I replied. Fu Bo appeared momentarily taken aback. He had assumed I was deep in thought or hiding for safety within the chamber, never anticipating that I had been cultivating. "Is there an issue?" Ling Tianhe inquired hastily. Preparing to leave the chamber. "Organize yourself. Ensure that nothing seems amiss." I glanced at Ling Tianhe. "Understood," he responded promptly, commencing to compose himself and regulate his breathing to conceal his injuries. "Where is the estate of Lei Ao?" Knowing the location, I intended to investigate further. Outside the city. In the western suburbs, adjacent to the 100-mile slope. Very well, you may go. With a wave of my hand, I dismissed Ling Tianyu. After he received my command, he opened the chamber door and swiftly departed from the Su estate. As for myself, I did not exit the chamber immediately, but continued my cultivation within. Although I possessed the invincible divine blade, Bai Tianyu, my own strength remained paramount. I could not rely solely on Bai Tianyu, calming the turbulent energy within himself. He suppressed the recent surge of violent impulses. Finding a serene spot, he settled into a cross-legged position and exhaled a breath of stale air, clearing his mind of distractions. He commenced his cultivation practice. Given the circumstances of the day, the formidable technique known as the Vajra primordial force seemed particularly suited to someone like him, who lacked martial arts experience. The power behind his strikes was fierce and audacious, capable of overpowering opponents through sheer momentum. Ling Tianyu practiced a technique called purple blood art, reaching the mid-stage of innate ability. However, his emitted energy was still inferior to Su Chen's. Consequently, Su Chen resolved to continue refining the Vajra primordial force, aiming to reach its second stage first. Soon, the Vajra primordial force began to circulate within Su Chen's body. With the aid of his innate energy from the previous night, he had already mastered the first 3 levels and was now progressing through the 4th. As the energy flowed, he felt a significant amplification compared to the earlier stages, accompanied by a surge of vitality intertwining with his inner strength, rapidly infusing into his flesh. As time passed, the speed of this integration accelerated, and Su Chen sensed his physical constitution strengthening considerably. After a while, he suddenly became aware of a gnawing hunger. Although the Vajra primordial force contained inner strength, it was still a physical cultivation method, consuming substantial energy from within. He retrieved a blood essence pill obtained from a lottery, a standard one with 50 capsules in a bottle. Swallowing a few, he replenished his vitality. Once he had recovered somewhat, Su Chen rose, adjusted his clothing, and exited the secret chamber. Outside the chamber, the steward, Fu Bo, was pacing back and forth. Ling Tianyu had emerged, but Su Chen had yet to do so. Fu Bo attempted to enter the chamber, only to find the door firmly locked. Thus, he remained to wait. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Fu Bo immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, are you all right?" "I am fine. Please prepare some food for me, preferably meat, as my cultivation has drained quite a bit of energy," Su Chen replied. Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's words. He had assumed that Su Chen was either contemplating matters in solitude or ensuring his safety within the chamber, never expecting him to engage in cultivation. "Is there a problem?" Su Chen inquired, observing Fu Bo's astonishment. "No, I will prepare it for you immediately," Fu Bo responded, hurrying off to make arrangements. Su Chen glanced outside. It was likely around 1 p.m. He had spent the morning addressing a few matters before immersing himself in cultivation, unaware that so much time had elapsed. After finishing his meal, he planned to visit the market to procure additional blood essence pills. Su Chen mused to himself, recognizing that his current practice of the Vajra primordial force would require a considerable supply of these pills. The 2 bottles he had obtained would not last long, prompting him to prepare for an outing to purchase more. Although he could have asked Fu Bo to procure some blood essence pills for his cultivation, he did not yet fully trust him, fearing the steward might tamper with the medicinal substances. With his current capabilities, he was unable to discern whether the medicinal pills had been tampered with. Thus, he contemplated purchasing them himself, while also taking the opportunity to stroll through the streets of Qing City, to avoid drawing attention to his departure. Su Chen decided to exit through the secret passage within the concealed chamber. Before long, after finishing his meal, Su Chen set down his utensils and turned to Uncle Fu beside him, saying, "Uncle Fu, I shall continue my cultivation this afternoon. Please do not disturb me during my practice." Hearing Su Chen's intent to persist in his training, Uncle Fu expressed mild surprise and replied, "Young master, martial arts cannot be mastered in a single attempt. In fact, it would be beneficial for you to visit Madame more often." Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Su Chen paused slightly, understanding the implication that he should seek assistance from the second mistress in the rear courtyard. "I shall do so. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Fu." He nodded. Based on his current interactions, it appeared that Uncle Fu harbored no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, he would not have offered such counsel. Once inside the concealed chamber, Su Chen retrieved a plain hemp robe he had previously prepared from his spatial ring and donned it. He then altered his appearance slightly and put on a cloak before exiting the secret passage, which opened into a dilapidated house. After surveying his surroundings and finding no one in sight, he ventured out. This area was a slum in Qing City, filled with crumbling structures and the cacophony of voices echoing through the narrow alleys. Not lingering long, Su Chen headed towards the most bustling street in Qing City. Along the way, he purchased a loose black cloak, which would serve to further conceal his form compared to his previous simple black attire. Given the numerous tasks ahead, he needed to obscure his identity to prevent others from discerning him based on his appearance. Chapter 12. Zitan Palace, Mu Qingxue in another location, at Ling Tian's residence. Upon returning, he immediately activated the spies of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to investigate matters concerning the black market. Meanwhile, he consumed some medicinal pills to heal his injuries. Since Su Chen needed to preserve his life for his endeavors, he refrained from using excessive force. After consuming a few pills, he had managed to recover some of his injuries. At the very least, if outsiders were not overly attentive to his breathing, they would not perceive his wounds. In the hall, Jiang Qindong and Lu Wensong were already waiting. As Ling Tianhe emerged from the rear courtyard, he noticed the astonished Uncle Fu and inquired, "Is everything ready?" "Not yet. I will prepare it for the young master immediately." Uncle Fu promptly set about making arrangements. Su Chen glanced outside. It was likely around 1 in the afternoon. He had merely dealt with some matters in the morning before focusing on his training, and he was surprised that so much time had elapsed. Once he finished his meal, he planned to visit the market to purchase some vitality pills. He mused to himself that his current practice of the diamond mixed element technique consumed a significant amount of vitality pills. The 2 bottles he had drawn would not last long, so he intended to procure more. Although he could have asked the steward Uncle Fu to prepare some vitality pills for his training, he did not yet trust him fully, fearing that the latter might have tampered with the pills. With his current capabilities, he could not discern whether the elixirs had been tampered with, so he resolved to procure them himself. Naturally, he would also take the opportunity to stroll through the streets of Qing City, to avoid drawing attention to his departure. Su Chen decided to exit through the secret passage within the hidden chamber. Shortly after finishing his meal, he set down his bowl and chopsticks and addressed Uncle Fu beside him. "Uncle Fu, I will continue my training this afternoon. Please do not disturb me during that time." Upon hearing that Su Chen intended to persist with his training, Uncle Fu exhibited a hint of surprise. He replied, "Young master, martial arts mastery cannot be achieved in a single moment. Perhaps you might consider visiting Madame more often." Su Chen paused slightly. Recognizing the implication in Uncle Fu's words, he was suggesting that he seek assistance from the second madam in the courtyard. "I will do so. Thank you for the reminder." "Uncle Fu," Su Chen nodded. From his current interactions, it seemed evident that Uncle Fu harbored no ill intentions, or he would not have offered such advice. Upon entering the hidden chamber, Su Chen retrieved a plain hemp robe he had previously prepared from his spatial ring, donned it, and slightly altered his appearance before donning a cloak and exiting. The exit of the secret passage led him to a dilapidated, abandoned house. He surveyed his surroundings, seeing no one, and thus emerged from the passage. This area was a slum in Qing City, characterized by crumbling buildings and the cacophony of the streets. Not lingering, Su Chen made his way towards the most bustling street in Qing City. Along the way, he also purchased a loose-fitting black cloak, which offered better concealment than his previous simple black attire. Given the numerous tasks he needed to undertake, it was essential to obscure his identity to prevent anyone from discerning his presence. Meanwhile, in another location, at Ling Tianhe's residence, upon returning, he immediately dispatched the spies of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to investigate matters concerning the black market. He himself consumed several elixirs to heal his injuries. As Su Chen needed to preserve his life for future endeavors, he refrained from using excessive force. After consuming the elixirs, he managed to recover some of his strength. At least, outsiders would not easily detect his injuries unless they paid close attention to his breathing. In the hall, Jiang Qindong and Lu Wensong awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Ling Tianhe emerge from the back courtyard, Jiang Qindong spoke up, "Deputy Tower Master Ling, Su Chen seems rather peculiar. You should apprehend him today?" Ling Tianhe nearly spat blood upon hearing Jiang Qindong's words. He had intended to capture Su Chen today, but instead, he had been soundly beaten. Su Chen, however, was in no rush. He allowed Ling Tianhe a moment of pride. "What progress has been made on the information regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market?" Ling Tianhe inquired, shifting the topic. "There are many investigators on the case, Besides us, at least 3 factions are looking into it, all seemingly interested in the 5th-grade Lotus platform. However, we have only discovered that the individual who sent the message was cloaked in a black robe, and their voice had been altered, making it impossible to use as evidence. We can only attempt to deduce their identity based on their physique, which may take some time. Jiang Chendong remarked. Launch a thorough investigation. We must identify this person. Additionally, when is the envoy from the Zitan Palace expected to arrive? Ling Tianhe then inquired of Lu Wensong, who was standing nearby. According to the reply from their side, the envoy should arrive here in 5 days, Lu Wensong responded. Is it possible to ascertain the identity of the envoy dispatched? Ling Tianhe asked. The envoy from the Zitan Palace is Mu Qingxue from the Mu family, Lu Wensong stated. Mu? Upon hearing this news, Ling Tianhe's expression momentarily faltered, and he appeared somewhat disheartened. Master, it seems we must resolve the issue with Su Chen within 5 days. Once Mu Qingxue arrives, she will undoubtedly lend her support to Su Chen, thereby becoming the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. After all, Master Su was previously a follower of the Mu family, Lu Wensong said solemnly. The reason why Su Mengbai's Jinfeng Shiyu building could secure the assistance of the Zitan Palace is that Su Mengbai was once a follower of a prominent figure from the Zitan Palace. That figure also bore the surname Mu. Now, with the envoy from the Zitan Palace also sharing the surname Mu, it underscores the gravity with which they regard this matter. Furthermore, since Su Chen is Su Mengbai's son, and given the envoy's surname, it is evident that they will support Su Chen. This is precisely why Ling Tianhe appeared disheartened. Although he had been instilled with fear by Su Chen, if the Zitan Palace were to appoint him as the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Su Chen would have no power to oppose it. It seems now that his aspirations have been dashed. As for Lu Wensong's assertion of subduing Su Chen within 5 days, he found it utterly unattainable. He felt that even if he advanced to the late stage of the innate realm, he might still be subject to a brutal beating at Su Chen's hands. For now, he could only obediently heed Su Chen's commands. On Su Chen's side, there was no immediate action required. The focus should be on investigating the black market and uncovering the cause of the Master's death. This was to ensure that when the envoy from the Zitan Palace arrived, we would not be left in ignorance, making it challenging to provide an explanation later. Ling Tianhe shifted the topic. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, both Lu Wensong and Jiang Chendong felt a tinge of confusion but chose not to comment further. They proceeded with their tasks, especially Jiang Chendong, who still needed to assist Su Chen in arranging matters regarding Qinlan. At the Su residence, in the backyard of the Shangwan Ziyun Pavilion, Xiaolan quietly reported, Miss, the envoy from the Zitan Palace is Mu Qingxue of the Mu family. Deputy Master Ling. This Su Chen is rather peculiar. You should apprehend him today, Jiang Chendong urged. Hearing Jiang Chendong's words, Ling Tianhe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, he had intended to capture Su Chen, but instead, he had been soundly beaten by him. Let us not rush with Su Chen. Allow him a moment of pride. How is the investigation into the 5-tier Lotus platform faring in the black market? Ling Tianhe redirected the conversation. There are many people investigating now, besides us. At least 3 other factions are looking into it, all seemingly interested in the 5-tier Lotus platform. However, we have merely discovered that the individual who sent the message at that time was cloaked in black robes, their voice altered, and thus unreliable as evidence. We can only attempt to ascertain their identity based on their stature, which may take some time, Jiang Chendong remarked. Conduct a thorough investigation. We must identify this person. Additionally, when is the envoy from the Zitan Palace, Wensong, expected to arrive? Ling Tianhe subsequently inquired of Lu Wensong, who stood nearby. According to the correspondence from that side, the envoy should arrive here in 5 days, Lu Wensong replied. Is it possible to ascertain the identity of the envoy being dispatched? Ling Tianhe asked. The envoy from the Zitan Palace is Mu Qingxue of the Mu family, Lu Wensong informed him. Mu? Upon hearing this news, Ling Tianhe's expression momentarily faltered, a hint of despondency crossing his features. Master of the tower, it appears we must resolve matters with Su Chen within 5 days. Once Mu Qingxue arrives, she will undoubtedly support Su Chen and become the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. After all, Master Su was previously a follower of that esteemed individual from the Mu family, Lu Wensong stated solemnly. The reason Su Mengbai's Jinfeng Shiyu Tower garnered aid from the Zitan Palace was that Su Mengbai had once been a follower of a prominent figure from the Zitan Palace. That esteemed figure bore the surname Mu. Now, With the envoy from the Zitan Palace also sharing the Mu surname, it underscores their concern regarding this matter. Furthermore, as Su Chen is Su Mengbai's son, it is evident that they would support him. This is precisely why Ling Tianhe felt a sense of disappointment. Although he was intimidated by Su Chen, harboring fear, should the envoy from the Zitan Palace appoint him as the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Su Chen would lack the capacity to oppose it. It now seemed that his aspirations were dashed. As for Lu Wensong's assertion about capturing Su Chen within 5 days, he felt that such a feat was entirely unattainable. He sensed that even if he were to reach the late stage of the innate realm, he would still be powerless against Su Chen. For now, he could only obediently follow Su Chen's commands. We should not take action just yet. Let us first investigate the matters surrounding the black market and the cause of the Tower Master's death. We must be informed before the envoy from the Zitan Palace arrives, lest we find ourselves at a loss for words. Ling Tianhe pivoted the conversation. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, both Lu Wensong and Jiang Qindong felt a tinge of curiosity, yet they refrained from commenting further. They proceeded to attend to their tasks, particularly Jiang Qindong, who still needed to assist Su Chen in arranging for Qinlan. In the Su residence, within the back courtyard, in the pavilion of Shangwan Ziyun, Xiao Lan softly spoke before her. Miss, the envoy from the Zitan Palace is Mu Qingxue of the Mu family. I did not anticipate that the Mu family would take such a keen interest in this matter. Sending Mu Qingxue in person. Do you think it is possible that the 5th grade Lotus platform is a gift prepared by Su Mengbai for the Mu family? Shangwan Ziyun pondered internally. Miss, the news regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform cannot yet be confirmed. However, I have uncovered a lead suggesting that the individual responsible for Su Mengbai's demise may be connected to the Lei family, Xiaolan stated. The Lei family? Who from the Lei family was involved in this affair? A glint of cold light flashed in Shangwan Ziyun's eyes as she inquired. It was Lei Ao from the Lei family, Xiaolan replied. Lei Ao? He has become involved in this matter. Investigating from Lei Ao's side to see if any other discoveries can be made. What news from Ling Tianhe's side? Shangwan Ziyun thought of Ling Tianhe. After leaving the secret chamber, there has been little movement from him. He is fully engrossed in investigating the black market and seeking clues regarding the murderer of Su Mengbai. His behavior appears somewhat peculiar. Xiao Lan furrowed her brows and remarked, It is indeed rather strange. We should keep an eye on him. As long as he does not engage in any mischief, we need not concern ourselves with him for the time being. What about Su Chen? Shangwan Ziyun inquired next. According to Fu Bo, Su Chen has finished his meal and returned to the secret chamber to continue his cultivation, instructing others not to disturb him. He must be hoping for a last-minute miracle. What use is cultivation at this point? Xiaolan replied coldly. Has there been any change in his demeanor or mindset? Shangwan Ziyun pressed, disregarding Xiaolan's remarks and focusing on Su Chen's state of mind. In response, Xiaolan replied solemnly, Miss. Fu Bo reported that Su Chen's demeanor and mindset are quite tranquil. There are no signs of anything unusual. Tranquil demeanor and mindset? Su Chen, you have piqued my curiosity. A glimmer of light flickered in Shangwan Ziyun's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already appeared on the most bustling street of Qingcheng. He approached a pill shop and walked straight in. Pills are a vital necessity for martial artists, as they can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. Inside the pharmacy, many martial artists were present, with several dressed similarly to him. Su Chen approached a counter, slightly lowering his voice to make it sound husky and deep, reminiscent of a middle-aged man's tone. I would like 300 superior qi blood pills, he stated. A 900-tael silver note appeared in Su Chen's hand, which he placed on the counter. The woman attending to him displayed a look of surprise upon seeing the silver note. Qi blood pills are among the most common on the market, used to replenish vitality. Regular qi blood pills cost 1 tael each, while superior ones require 3 taels each. Thus, 300 pills amount to 900 taels, a considerable order. Although Su Chen had been lavishly spending at Yeqing Garden, which is a flower house and also the newly appointed top-tier establishment, it is still noteworthy. In Qingcheng, 3 taels of silver could sustain a family of 5 for 2 months, though this is true for the impoverished. For the wealthy, spending lavishly is of little consequence. After a brief moment of astonishment, the maid promptly retreated to the back room. In a short while, she returned with 6 bottles of pills placed before Su Chen. Each bottle contains 50 pills, totaling 300. Please accept them. She remarked, I did not expect the Mu family to attach such importance to this matter. Sending Mu Qingxue personally. Shangwan Ziyun pondered, Could it be possible that the fifth-grade Lotus platform was intended as a gift for the Mu family by Su Bai? Miss. The news regarding the fifth-grade Lotus platform cannot be confirmed at this time. However, my subordinates have uncovered a lead suggesting that the individual who killed Su Bai may have ties to the Lei family, Xiaolon stated. The Lei family? Which member of the Lei family is involved in this matter? Shangguan Ziyun's eyes glimmered with a cold light as she inquired. It is Lei Ao from the Lei family. Xiaolon replied. Lei Ao? He became involved in this matter, investigating from Lei Ao's side to see if there were any other discoveries to be made. What about Ling Tianhe? Shangguan Ziyun thought of Ling Tianhe. After leaving the secret chamber, he had remained silent, dedicating his efforts to investigating the black market and tracing the murderer of Su Bai. His behavior seemed somewhat peculiar. It is indeed strange, Xiaolon remarked with a furrowed brow. Just keep an eye on him, as long as he does not engage in anything suspicious. We need not concern ourselves with him for now. What is the situation with Su Chen? Shangguan Ziyun subsequently inquired. According to Master Fu, Su Chen finished his meal and returned to the secret chamber to cultivate, instructing others not to disturb him. Xiaolon replied coldly. He must be thinking of cramming at the last moment. What use is cultivation now? What changes can you discern in his demeanor and mindset? Shangguan Ziyun, disregarding Xiaolan's words, focused on Su Chen's state of mind. In response, Xiaolon replied solemnly, Miss, Master Fu said that Su Chen's demeanor and mindset are quite tranquil. Nothing seems amiss. Tranquil demeanor and mindset? You have piqued my curiosity, Su Chen. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Shangguan Ziyun's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already appeared on the most bustling street in Qingcheng. Approaching a pharmacy, he walked straight inside. Medicinal pills are of utmost necessity for martial artists, as they significantly enhance cultivation speed. Inside the pharmacy, many martial artists were present, including several dressed similarly to him. Su Chen approached a counter and lowered his voice slightly, attempting to give it a husky, mature quality. I would like 300 superior qi blood pills, he stated. A 900-tael silver note appeared in his hand, which he placed on the counter. The young woman attending to him displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing the silver note. Qi blood pills are the most common medicinal pills on the market, used to replenish vitality. Ordinary qi blood pills cost 1 tael each, while superior ones require 3 taels. Thus, 300 would amount to 900 taels. This was a substantial order. Despite Su Chen's extravagant spending at Yucheng Garden, which was merely a brothel, he was now in Qingcheng where 3 taels could sustain a family of 5 for 2 months, though that applied to the impoverished. For the wealthy, spending lavishly was nothing significant. After a brief moment of surprise, the attendant promptly entered the back room. A short while later, she returned with 6 bottles of pills, placing them before Su Chen. Each bottle contains 50 pills, totaling 300. Please accept them. The attendant presented the qi blood pills to Su Chen, adding, if you are interested in even better pills, you might consider visiting the 2nd floor. There, you will find not only medicinal pills, but also other items. However, there is an entry fee of 1,000 taels to access the 2nd floor. Perhaps having noticed Su Chen casually pulling out the 900-tael note, she offered this suggestion. Naturally, if a sale were made, she would receive a small commission. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a stir of interest within. Recalling memories of the alchemy shop, I ponder whether I can uncover any details regarding the 2nd floor. From the fragmented recollections, Su Chen is aware that the 2nd floor houses not only special blood essence elixirs, but also innate realm potions. Having recently entered the early stages of the innate realm, he seeks to procure some innate elixirs to solidify his cultivation. Please register one for me, Su Chen requested, producing a silver note of 1,000 taels from his pocket. The maid who attended to him brightened at the sight and promptly assisted in registering an identification token for him, refraining from inquiring further about his background. Cloaked in a robe, it was evident that Su Chen wished to keep his origins concealed, a perception the maid astutely grasped. Moreover, the alchemy shop frequently catered to individuals like Su Chen. They were open for business and had no need to pry into customers' pasts. After a brief moment, the maid returned with a black token for Su Chen, stating, Sir, you may now ascend to the 2nd floor. This is a little tip for you. Su Chen, in return, handed her a silver ingot before proceeding towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The maid's eyes sparkled at the sight of the ingot, for it was her first time receiving a tip. With the token in hand, Su Chen effortlessly made his way up. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a neatly attired and attractive maid, who paid no mind to his wide-brimmed hat and simple attire. She speculated that he might be a dedicated martial practitioner, as such individuals often differed from the flamboyant young masters, sometimes spending considerable sums. "How may I assist you, sir?" she inquired. "I wish to purchase some innate elixirs," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing his request, the maid's face lit up with delight. While there were a fair number of innate martial artists in Qingcheng, they were not overly abundant. The maid's happiness stemmed from the prospect of a sale, as each innate elixir fetched a price of 100 taels, yielding her a substantial commission. "How many would you like, sir?" she asked eagerly. "Let me have 20 to start," he requested. He already possessed some blood essence elixirs sufficient for his current training. Thus, he was not in a rush to acquire more. A few innate elixirs would suffice to reinforce his cultivation. The maid's joy was palpable at his order of 20, which amounted to a considerable expenditure of 2,000 taels. She swiftly prepared the 20 innate elixirs for him. "Do you have any other needs, sir?" she inquired. "Not at the moment," Su Chen replied, and without lingering, he exited the alchemy shop. The maid handed him the blood essence elixirs and added, "If you desire more superior elixirs, you might consider visiting the second floor. There, you will find not only elixirs, but also other items. However, entry to the second floor requires a fee of 1,000 taels." Perhaps having observed Su Chen casually produce a 900 tael silver note earlier, she felt inclined to inform him. Of course, should he decide to purchase, she would also receive a modest commission. Chapter 13. The Slave Symbol, the Divine Concealment Garb, the Diamond-Shattering Demon. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen's interest was piqued. Recalling memories of the alchemy shop, I sought to uncover information about the second floor from the fragments of my recollections. I knew that aside from the specialized vitality elixirs, the second floor also housed pills for those at the innate realm. Having recently entered the early stages of this realm, I required some innate pills to consolidate my cultivation. "Please register one for me," I requested. Producing a silver note worth 1,000 taels from my pocket, the attending maid's eyes brightened, and she promptly helped me register an identification token without inquiring further about my background. Dressed in a cloak, it was evident that I wished to keep my origins concealed, a point she recognized. Moreover, the alchemy shop was accustomed to patrons like myself. They operated a business and did not require knowledge of one's history. A moment later, the maid presented me with a black token, saying, "Sir, you may now proceed to the second floor. This is your tip." I offered her a silver ingot in return and made my way toward the upper level. The sight of the silver ingot sparked a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, as it was her first experience receiving a tip. With the token in hand, I ascended to the second floor without impediment. Upon entering, a neatly dressed and charming maid approached me, seemingly unperturbed by my hat and simple attire. She speculated that I might be a diligent martial artist, distinct from the lavishly dressed young masters who frequented such establishments, as diligent practitioners could sometimes spend considerably. "How may I assist you, sir?" she inquired. "I wish to purchase some innate pills," I replied. Upon hearing my request, the maid's face lit up with delight. While there were a fair number of innate martial artists in Qing City, they were not overly abundant. Her joy stemmed from the prospect of my purchase, as each innate pill cost 100 taels, and she would receive a generous commission. "How many do you require, sir?" "Please prepare 20 for me," I requested. I already possessed some vitality pills, sufficient for my current training. I was not in a rush regarding the cultivation of innate energy. A modest quantity would suffice to solidify my foundation. Enhancing one's internal energy was indeed more challenging than strengthening the physical body. The maid's excitement grew at my order of 20 pills. A total expenditure of 2,000 taels was no trivial sum. She quickly arranged the 20 innate pills for me. "Do you have any other needs, sir?" she asked. "Not at the moment," I replied, then left the alchemy shop without lingering. Gazing at the bustling crowd, I felt a sense of wonder. Though situated on the fringes of civilization, the flow of people remained significant, and I felt no apprehension of being watched. My mind relaxed, especially after yesterday's gentle rain, which had rendered the air in Qing City remarkably clear. After wandering through the marketplace, I returned to the entrance of the secret passage and made my way back to the secluded chamber within the Su residence. Sitting cross-legged, I refrained from immediately commencing my cultivation and instead took a moment to examine myself. Aside from the formidable King Kong mixed Yuan force, he possesses 4 additional martial arts techniques. Within the Shanhua sect, there exists the internal skill known as Shanhua Gong, the boxing technique called Shanhua Quan, along with the dusk drizzle blade technique taught by Su Mengbai, and the internal energy technique called Golden Wind Drizzle Force. The latter two techniques exhibit a somewhat gentle quality. Previously, Su Chen had scarcely practiced. As for the two techniques of the Shanhua sect, Su Chen's cultivation was merely adequate, just sufficient to manage within the sect. Observing this, it became evident that his predecessor's attainment of the postnatal realm was solely due to having an exceptional father. Otherwise, reaching even that level would have been unattainable. He silently cursed in his heart before commencing his training in the Qingcheng mixed yuan force. Given his current circumstances, he realized that his martial arts experience was insufficient. Thus, he could only focus on enhancing his physical body to an extraordinary degree, relying on sheer strength to overpower others, as power can break all methods. He retrieved 5 qi blood pills and swallowed them whole. A surge of vitality rapidly coursed through his body, prompting the Qingcheng mixed yuan force to instinctively activate. With the robust vitality complementing his efforts, the force swiftly tempered his physique. During this refining process, Su Chen felt his physical strength continually augmenting. The initial 3 levels of the Qingcheng mixed yuan force merely hardened his skin to the toughness of iron. The 4th level not only honed his physical strength, but also amplified his overall power. With the qi blood pills and the circulating Qingcheng mixed yuan force, Su Chen radiated an overwhelming force akin to a furnace, stirring up a tempest within the confines of the chamber. Dust cascaded from the nearby stone walls, falling away like rain. After some time, Su Chen began to consolidate the Qingcheng mixed yuan force, calming the fluctuations of power within him. It is important to note that the Qingcheng mixed yuan force differs from ordinary physical training methods. Under the influence of such intense vitality, typical physical exercises would inevitably lead to bone growth, rendering the physique more imposing. However, the Qingcheng mixed yuan force is a method of refining the body. It extracts the essence while discarding the dross, allowing the body to strengthen without altering its form. His predecessor was indeed lacking, having practiced too few techniques, and the only martial art he could currently utilize was this Shanhua Quan. Su Chen stated solemnly. As for the dusk drizzle blade technique, he merely possessed a basic understanding. He believed that improvement might come after executing the blade technique for 20 years. After a brief moment of adjustment, Su Chen began to reflect. His current predicament stemmed from his limited knowledge. Although he held some hidden cards, possessing them alone does not guarantee success. The identity of his adversary remained unknown, leaving him with strength devoid of direction. Perhaps he could meet with Ling Tianyu in the evening to inquire about the progress of his investigations. Su Chen contemplated. At this moment, he had no one trustworthy by his side. Although Ling Tianyu was useful, he harbored many ulterior motives. Observing the ceaseless flow of people, Su Chen felt a pang of melancholy. Despite being on the fringes of society, the throngs were still considerable, devoid of any sense of surveillance. His mind appeared remarkably relaxed, and the gentle rain from the previous day had rendered the air in Qing City refreshingly clear. Thereafter, Su Chen strolled through the marketplace before returning to the entrance of the secret passage, ultimately arriving back at the secluded chamber of the Su residence. Sitting cross-legged, he did not immediately begin his training, but instead took the time to assess his own condition. In addition to the formidable Qingcheng mixed origin technique, he possesses 4 other martial arts. Within the Mountain River sect, he has the internal skill known as Mountain River Skill, the boxing technique called Mountain River Fist, and the dusk drizzle knife technique taught by Su Bai, along with the internal energy known as Golden Wind Light Rain. The latter 2 techniques exhibit a certain gentleness. Previously, Su Chen had scarcely practiced at all. As for the 2 techniques from the Mountain River sect, his proficiency was merely adequate to survive there. Given this, it is evident that his predecessor's attainment of the acquired realm was solely due to having a commendable father. Otherwise, reaching such a level would have been unattainable. He inwardly cursed, then commenced his training in the Qingcheng mixed origin technique. Judging by the current circumstances, his martial arts experience was insufficient, compelling him to first elevate his physical body to an extraordinary level, overpowering others with sheer strength, as one can break myriad laws with force. He retrieved 5 qi blood pills and swallowed them whole. A surge of vitality rapidly coursed through his body, causing the Qingcheng mixed origin technique to involuntarily activate. With the vigorous energy, the technique swiftly honed his physique. During this refining process, Su Chen felt his physical strength steadily augmenting. The initial 3 layers of the Qingcheng mixed origin technique merely rendered the surface of his body as hard as iron. The 4th layer not only tempered physical strength, but also enhanced his power. With the Qi blood pills, combined with the operation of the Qingcheng mixed origin technique, Su Chen radiated a tempestuous force, akin to a furnace, stirring up a fierce wind within the chamber. Dust cascaded down from the stone walls nearest to him. After a while, Su Chen began to reign in the Qingcheng mixed origin technique, calming the fluctuations of power within. The Qingcheng mixed origin technique differs from mere physical enhancement techniques. Under the influence of such intense vitality, a typical physical training method would inevitably lead to bone growth and a more imposing stature. However, the Qingcheng mixed origin technique is distinct. It is a method of refining the body that extracts its essence while discarding the dross, strengthening the body without altering its form. His predecessor was indeed lacking, having cultivated too few techniques. For the moment, the only compatible boxing technique was the mountain river fist. Su Chen spoke solemnly. As for the dusk drizzle knife technique, he merely possessed a superficial understanding. He felt that improvement might come after practicing the blade technique for 20 years. After a brief period of adjustment, Su Chen began to contemplate. His current predicament stemmed from a lack of knowledge. Although he had hidden cards up his sleeve, possessing them alone would not ensure success. The identity of his opponents remained unknown, rendering his strength useless. Perhaps he could visit Ling Tianhe tonight to inquire about the investigations on his end, Su Chen pondered. He found himself without anyone trustworthy by his side. Although Ling Tianhe was useful, he harbored many ulterior motives. If given the opportunity, the latter would undoubtedly retaliate. Tonight, he planned to go with Bai Tianyu, ensuring to suppress him completely, leaving no room for any thoughts of rebellion. Su Chen contemplated this, determined to leverage Bai Tianyu's influence. His thoughts then inevitably drifted to the 4 white lottery cards in his mind. Previously, Su Chen contemplated gathering 10 cards to exchange for 1 blue lottery card. However, he found his current physique to be rather inadequate. Thus, he decided to expend 4 white lottery cards in hopes of acquiring something more beneficial. With a mere thought, he activated the 4 cards, acquired 3 primary enslavement talismans, the physical cultivation technique diamond shattering demon art, 1 primary weapon enhancement card, and a complete set of divine concealment garments. Upon reviewing this information, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Among these, the primary enslavement talismans were of paramount importance to him. He promptly conducted an inspection. The primary enslavement talisman guarantees a 100 success rate for those beneath the innate realm. However, it poses some challenges for those at the innate level, and it is virtually impossible for those above. Perhaps he was overly optimistic. But 3 enslavement talismans should suffice to subdue an innate level opponent, Su Chen mused. His thoughts then turned to Ling Tianhe. Today, he had instilled a sense of fear in Ling Tianhe. If he were to employ the enslavement talismans on Ling Tianhe, the success rate would likely increase. Once Ling Tianhe fell under his control, he would gain a valuable source of intelligence. When Bai Tianyu appears, he felt confident in confronting Lei Ao from the Lei Hall openly. The diamond shattering demon art is an advanced physical cultivation technique consisting of 5 tiers. Completing all 5 tiers would allow one to manifest the diamond-shattering demon body. Accompanying this technique are 5 formidable moves: diamond-shattering form, diamond mountain quake, demon-shattering flame, demon-shattering sun, and finally, the diamond-shattering demon body. The description of this technique indicates that it is indeed a domineering physical art, likely demanding considerable vitality. Su Chen decided to set this technique aside for now, planning to wait until he completed the 4th layer of the diamond primordial strength before considering its cultivation. As for the weapon enhancement card, its purpose was clear. It could enhance a weapon's quality once. Additionally, the divine concealment garments served a simple function. Wearing them would allow one to obscure their presence. Chapter 14. Lei Ao emerges. Enslaving Ling Tianhe, he thought it prudent to retrieve the drizzle blade left by his dear father for enhancement, to see how far he could elevate its power. With 20 years of mastery in blade techniques, coupled with a fine blade, his strikes would surely be extraordinary. Even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm or the early stages of divine refinement would fall before him in one stroke. This haul was indeed rewarding. After calming his mind, he took out the innate pill and swallowed it. Boom. The moment the innate pill entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved, unleashing a wave of pure innate energy within his body. Su Chen swiftly circulated the mountain river art of the mountain river sect, channeling this innate power into his dantian. The mountain river art is one of the pinnacle techniques of the sect, though Su Chen had only mastered the first 4 layers. The fifth layer required contributions or monetary investment. Nevertheless, the initial 4 layers were sufficient for his temporary needs. Once he presented an opportunity, his adversaries would undoubtedly retaliate. This evening, he planned to accompany Bai Tianyu to completely subdue Ling Tianhe, ensuring he entertained no rebellious thoughts. Su Chen contemplated this strategy, intending to leverage Bai Tianyu's influence. His thoughts then inevitably drifted back to the 4 white lottery cards in his mind. Previously, Su Chen intended to gather 10 cards to exchange for a blue lottery ticket. However, he found his current physique to be rather inadequate. Thus, he opted to expend 4 white lottery tickets in hopes of acquiring something else. With a mere thought, he activated the 4 white tickets, acquired 3 basic enslavement talismans, the physical cultivation method diamond-shattering demon technique, 1 basic weapon enhancement card, and a complete set of divine concealment garb. Upon reviewing this information, Su Chen's eyes brightened. Among these, the basic enslavement talismans held the utmost significance for him. He immediately began to investigate their properties. These talismans boasted a 100% success rate for enslaving those of innate stage and posed some difficulty for those at the innate realm. As for those above, success was unlikely. Perhaps he was celebrating prematurely, yet with 3 enslavement talismans, he believed he could successfully subdue someone at the innate level. Su Chen's thoughts then drifted to Ling Tianhe. Today, he had instilled fear in Ling Tianhe. If he were to use an enslavement talisman on Ling Tianhe, the chances of success should be higher. Once Ling Tianhe fell under his control, he would have a reliable source of intelligence. At that point, when Bai Yuxian made his appearance, he felt he could confront Lei Ao from the Lei Hall with confidence. The diamond-shattering demon technique was a formidable physical cultivation method consisting of 5 levels. Upon mastering all 5 levels, one could attain the diamond-shattering demon body. This technique came with 5 signature moves: Diamond Shatter Form, Diamond Mountain Tremor, Demon Shatter Inferno, Demon Shatter Solar Flare, and finally, the diamond-shattering demon body. The description of this technique clearly indicated its overwhelming prowess in physical combat, albeit at a considerable cost to one's vitality. Su Chen decided to set this technique aside for the moment, intending to first complete the 4th level of the Diamond Primordial Strength before considering its cultivation. As for the weapon enhancement card, its purpose was quite clear. It could enhance a weapon once, thereby improving its quality. Additionally, the divine concealment garb served a simple function. It allowed the wearer to obscure their presence. Chapter 14. Lei Ao appears. Enslaving Ling Tianhe, he thought it prudent to retrieve the rainfall blade left by his father and enhance it, curious to see how much he could improve it. With 20 years of swordsmanship under his belt, wielding a fine blade would undoubtedly amplify his prowess. He felt confident that he could slay those at the pinnacle of innate stage or the initial phase of divine refinement with a single strike. This haul proved quite rewarding. After calming his mind, he took out the innate pill and swallowed it. Boom. As soon as the innate pill entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, releasing a surge of pure innate energy within his body. Su Chen swiftly activated the Mountain River technique of the Mountain River sect, channeling this innate power into his dantian. The Mountain River technique was one of the sect's premier methods, though Su Chen had only mastered the first 4 levels. The 5th required contributions or monetary expenditure. Nonetheless, the first 4 levels sufficed for his current needs. As he utilized the Mountain River technique, the effects of the innate pill were rapidly absorbed. After consuming 5 innate pills, Su Chen felt a slight increase in the innate energy within him. Regardless of the cultivation of internal or external martial arts, the consumption is quite substantial. Indeed, it is a truth that the learned are often impoverished while the martial are affluent. Su Chen mused inwardly. The night was deep, and the moon hung brightly in the sky. Within the residence of Ling Tianhe, he sat solitary in the study, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing signs of fatigue on his face. The clues regarding Song Yuan were scant, leaving him without a single lead. In Qingcheng, practitioners of cold attribute martial arts had not reached such a realm, leading him to surmise that the visitor was likely an outsider. Once outsiders were involved, investigation would be particularly arduous. Who could have slain Song Yuan? He was merely an ordinary steward, entirely unaware of the events transpiring around him. Ling Tianhe pondered, his heart filled with confusion over Song Yuan's demise, unable to uncover any threads of information. If the assailant intended to issue a warning, why would they act yesterday? Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he sprang from his seat, swiftly exiting the study. At that moment, a figure darted past him. Ling Tianhe quickly pursued. In the backyard, on a cool terrace, the figure halted and turned to face Ling Tianhe. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, slender in frame, yet his hands were notably large, and his gaze was sharp like that of a hawk. Upon seeing the visitor, Ling Tianhe's expression shifted, his pupils constricting as he spoke. Lei Ao, what brings you to my residence at this late hour? While speaking, Ling Tianhe remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. He was acutely aware that the individual who had killed Su Mengbai resided within Lei Ao's estate. Thus, Lei Ao's visit could hardly be for idle conversation. His intentions were surely nefarious. Deputy Master Ling, do not be alarmed. I come alone. My purpose for visiting you is primarily concerning a matter of business. I request that you transfer the iron mine belonging to Jin Feng, Shiyulu located in Hua village outside the city to my Lei Hall, Lei Ao stated, fixing his gaze upon Ling Tianhe. Upon hearing Lei Ao's words, Ling Tianhe's expression turned icy. Lei Ao, you truly dare to make such a request, demanding a mine from Jin Feng Shiyulu. Ling Tianhe was taken aback by Lei Ao's audacity. This was nothing short of a blatant robbery. Deputy Master Ling, it is merely a mine. Consider this. Exchanging a mine for your life is indeed a worthy trade, Lei Ao replied in a calm tone. Yet it bore an unmistakable threat. Lei Ao, you are threatening me. Ling Tianhe's gaze hardened, a surge of energy erupting within him. Having been previously humiliated by Su Chen and now threatened by Lei Ao, he was already brimming with anger. Now provoked further by Lei Ao, he acted instantaneously, appearing before Lei Ao with the speed of thunder. Lei Ao's expression stiffened as he beheld the rushing Ling Tianhe, yet he transformed into a mere afterimage. Ling Tianhe's palm strike penetrated the illusion, striking nothing but air. As the technique of Shan he circulated, the effects of the innate elixirs were swiftly absorbed. After consuming 5 innate elixirs, Su Chen sensed a slight increase in the innate energy within him, regardless of whether one cultivated internal or external arts. The consumption was indeed remarkable. It was clear that the learned are often impoverished while the martial are affluent. Su Chen mused once more. The night was deep, and the moon hung brightly in the sky. Within the confines of the Ling Tianhe residence, he sat alone in the study. His eyes slightly narrowed and his countenance displaying signs of fatigue. The leads regarding Song Yuan were scant, leaving him without a trace of direction. In Qingcheng, practitioners of the cold attribute martial arts had not achieved such a level, leading him to suspect that the individual in question might be an outsider. Investigating matters involving outsiders would undoubtedly prove exceptionally challenging. Who could have possibly slain Song Yuan? He was merely an ordinary steward, utterly oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Ling Tianhe pondered this in silence. The ambiguity surrounding Song Yuan's demise weighed heavily on his mind, with not a single clue to grasp. If the intention was to issue a warning, why had it occurred yesterday? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he sprang from his chair, swiftly exiting the study. At that moment, a figure darted past him. Ling Tianhe promptly pursued. In the rear courtyard, on a cool terrace, the figure halted and turned to face Ling Tianhe. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, slender in stature, yet his hands were notably large, and his gaze resembled that of a hawk. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ling Tianhe's expression shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted as he spoke. Lei Ao, what brings you to my residence at this late hour? As he spoke, Ling Tianhe's senses heightened, scanning the surroundings. He was acutely aware that the individual responsible for Su Mengbai's death resided within Lei Ao's manor. Thus, Lei Ao's presence here could hardly be for a casual chat. His intentions were undoubtedly malevolent. Vice Master Ling, do not be alarmed. I come alone, and my purpose for visiting you is quite specific, Lei Ao replied, fixing his gaze on Ling Tianhe. I wish for you to transfer the iron mine belonging to the Jin Feng Shiyu building, located in Hua village outside the city, to my Lei Hall. Ling Tianhe's eyes hardened at Lei Ao's words. Lei Ao, you truly dare to make such a demand? You seek to claim our Jin Feng Shiyu building's mine. He had not anticipated that Lei Ao would audaciously demand a mine from them, a blatant act of robbery. Vice Master Ling, it is merely a mine. Consider the value of trading a mine for your life. It is quite worthwhile, Lei Ao stated in a tone that was calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of threat. Are you threatening me, Lei Ao? Ling Tianhe's eyes sharpened, and a surge of power erupted within him. Having been humiliated by Su Chen earlier and now confronted by Lei Ao's intimidation, he was already brimming with fury. Instigated further by Lei Ao's provocation, he instantly retaliated, moving with the swiftness of lightning to confront Lei Ao. At this, Lei Ao's expression tightened as he observed the approaching Ling Tianhe, his form morphing into a fleeting shadow. Ling Tianhe's palm strike pierced through the illusion, landing harmlessly. Without hesitation, he clawed backward, unleashing 5 fierce currents of energy from his hand. Bang! His palm collided with a fist that emanated a crackling light. The two forces clashed, causing both to stagger back several steps. "Are you injured?" As Lei Ao gazed intently at Ling Tianhe, he spoke with a firm tone. Ling Tianhe, possessing the strength of the mid-stage innate realm, was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. His prowess surpassed Lei Ao's, albeit slightly. Yet, in his recent strike, there was a noticeable lack of residual power, indicating he had sustained an injury. The Jinfeng, Shiyu Building and Lei Tang were both among the 5 major powers of Qingcheng. However, Lei Tang held the esteemed position of the foremost power, while Jinfeng, Shiyu Building ranked 3rd in financial resources, yet languished at the bottom in martial might. Previously, Su Mingbai had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, her strength comparable to that of the leader of Lei Tang. Moreover, with the backing of the Zitan Palace, no one dared to provoke the Jinfeng, Shiyu Building overtly. As for the other members of Jinfeng Shiyu Building, their capabilities were significantly lacking. "Even in my injured state, I can still contend with you," Ling Tianhe declared coldly. Earlier that day, within the confines of a secret chamber, he had been violently struck by Su Chen's formidable power, rendering him incapable of retaliating. Part of this setback stemmed from Su Chen's immense strength, while the other was due to Ling Tianhe's overconfidence. Otherwise, he believed he would not have fallen to Su Chen. "I did not come here to engage you in battle. Rather, I hope Deputy Building Master Ling will contemplate my words. Tomorrow, I shall return for your response," Lei Ao concluded before vanishing like a specter. Ling Tianhe furrowed his brow as he observed Lei Ao's departure. He was perplexed by Lei Ao's sudden retreat. Logically, knowing he had been injured, Lei Ao should have pressed the attack rather than simply leave. However, Lei Ao's appearance suggested that Lei Tang had set its sights on the assets of Jinfeng, Shiyu Building, which darkened Ling Tianhe's expression. He turned and made his way back to his study. Upon returning to his study, he was taken aback to find a figure seated upon his long bench. The individual was none other than Su Chen, Deputy Building Master Ling. "Do you believe Lei Ao's sudden visit was merely to claim the mines of Jinfeng Shiyu Building?" Su Chen inquired, studying Ling Tianhe closely. Startled by Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's mind reeled. He had not anticipated that Su Chen had been so close, unnoticed by both himself and Lei Ao. "Do not be surprised. There is another matter I must disclose to you. In truth, I was the one who killed Song Yuan with a single strike." As he spoke, Su Chen raised his left hand, and an icy chill enveloped the room in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen was before Ling Tianhe, striking toward his chest with a palm. Ling Tianhe reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the impending blow. A resounding impact echoed as their palms collided. He felt an intense cold surge into his arm, rendering it momentarily unresponsive. An aura of frost swept toward his heart meridian, compelling him to marshal his inner strength to counteract the chilling force. Without hesitation, Ling Tianhe transformed his hand into a claw and struck back, unleashing 5 fierce currents of energy from his palm. With a thunderous clash, his energy collided with Su Chen's fist, which radiated with a flash of lightning. The two forces clashed, causing both to stagger back several steps. "You are injured?" Lei Ao remarked, his gaze fixated on Ling Tianhe. Ling Tianhe's strength was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. Although there were those stronger than him, he had just made his move, and a hint of insufficient momentum in his energy indicated that he had sustained injuries. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Thunder Hall were among the 5 major forces in Qingcheng. However, the Thunder Hall ranked first among them, while Jinfeng Shiyu Tower held only the 3rd position in terms of financial strength, yet ranked last in martial prowess. Previously, Su Mingbai had reached the peak of the innate realm, on par with the leader of the Thunder Hall. Coupled with the support from the Zitan Palace, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower had, on the surface, avoided any trouble. The rest of the personnel at Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, however, lagged significantly behind. "Even if I am injured, I can still contend with you," Ling Tianhe stated coldly. Today, within the confines of the secret chamber, he had been shaken and injured by Su Chen's violent force, subsequently losing the ability to retaliate. Part of this result stemmed from Su Chen's overwhelming strength, while another part was due to Ling Tian's carelessness. Otherwise, he believed he would not have been defeated by Su Chen. I did not come here to engage in combat with you. I merely hope that Vice Tower Master Ling considers carefully. Tomorrow, I shall return to await your response. With that, Lei Ao's figure flickered and vanished like a specter. Ling Tianhe watched as Lei Ao departed, his brow furrowing in confusion. He could not comprehend why Lei Ao had retreated so suddenly. Normally, knowing he was injured, Lei Ao would have sought to strike him hard, rather than simply leaving. Nevertheless, Lei Ao's appearance suggested that the Thunder Hall had set its sights on the assets of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Ling Tianhe's expression darkened as he turned and returned. Shortly thereafter, he entered his study, only to find a figure seated on his long bench. The individual was none other than Su Chen. Vice Tower Master Ling, do you mean to say that Lei Ao's sudden arrival was merely to claim Jinfeng Shiyu Tower's mine? Su Chen inquired, gazing at Ling Tianhe. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Chen had been so close, and he and Lei Ao had failed to notice him. Do not be astonished. There is indeed another matter I must reveal to you. Song Yuan was killed by my hand. As he spoke, Su Chen raised his left hand, and an icy chill instantly enveloped the study. In an instant, Su Chen, who had been seated, shot forward to stand before Ling Tianhe, striking towards his chest. Seeing this, Ling Tianhe immediately raised his hand to block Su Chen's attack. Bang! As their palms collided, a wave of extreme cold surged into his arm, rendering it momentarily unresponsive. A chilling force swept towards his heart, compelling him to channel his internal energy to resist it. At that moment, a rune appeared in the palm of Su Chen's right hand, which he swiftly pressed against Ling Tianhe's forehead. For reasons unknown, as the rune materialized, a wave of fear surged within Ling Tianhe, urging him to summon all his strength to move. However, in the next instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. He found himself utterly immobilized, compelled to watch as the rune was inscribed upon his forehead. The moment the rune imprinted, it transformed into a translucent essence, merging seamlessly into Ling Tianhe's consciousness. Chapter 15. The Void Stone. A glimmer of clue. Perhaps it was the fear that consumed Ling Tianhe's heart at that moment. Su Chen had managed to dominate him entirely in a single stroke. Instantly, Su Chen sensed that he could wield absolute control over Ling Tianhe's life and death. With but a single thought, he could obliterate the other's awareness, leading to his demise. At this juncture, Ling Tianhe too realized that his very existence lay entirely in Su Chen's grasp. His gaze dimmed. He had been fervently aspiring to become the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, plotting against Su Chen, only to find himself ultimately subjugated by him. Facing such a dismal fate, it was somewhat desolate. My father's death should not concern you, which is why you have survived until now. Initially, I intended to lie low for a while, hoping that the adversaries would take action, but they remained dormant, so I chose not to wait any longer. I killed Song Yuan to see if it would draw out something. Little did I expect that, in slaying Song Yuan, I would provoke Lei Ao. Tell me, do you think Lei Ao's purpose for coming here is solely for the mines? Su Chen spoke as he returned to his seat. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe regained his focus. To be candid, when Su Chen had previously claimed responsibility for Song Yuan's death, Ling Tianhe had merely been surprised, without further contemplation. Now, however, he was astounded. The coldness emanating from Su Chen's hand had been terrifying beyond measure, far surpassing his imagination and comprehension. The current Su Chen was utterly transformed from the one he remembered. He was a formidable figure. He collected his thoughts and replied, I had initially believed that Lei Ao was here for the mines, but upon learning of my injury, he abruptly departed. There is something amiss. He must have ulterior motives. However, I cannot discern what those motives might be. If you cannot fathom it, then engage with Lei Ao further and ascertain his true intentions, Su Chen instructed. Furthermore, prior to my father's assassination, were there no signs at all? Su Chen inquired. If the rumors circulating in the black market held any truth, then Su Mingbai must have exhibited some peculiar behaviors beforehand. Ling Tianhe, having accompanied his less-than-ideal father for many years, should have been aware of such matters. Did you truly not notice anything? Ling Tianhe began to reflect, but could not recall any specifics. Tomorrow, I shall go to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's main headquarters to formally assume control. You are to compile a comprehensive report on my father's recent movements and the individuals he interacted with, meticulously studying it to uncover any clues. Su Chen commanded, seeking to extract insight from the gathered information. Additionally, identify and eliminate any of the 17 managers who harbor ulterior motives. At that moment, a rune materialized in the palm of Su Chen's right hand, instantly imprinting itself upon Ling Tianhe's forehead. For reasons unknown, as the rune appeared in Su Chen's hand, a wave of dread surged within Ling Tianhe's heart. He desperately attempted to move his body with all his might, but in the next instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. He found himself rendered immobile, helplessly watching as the runes inscribed themselves upon his forehead. The moment the runes took hold, they became translucent, seamlessly merging into Ling Tianhe's consciousness. Chapter 15. The Void Stone. A glimmer of clue. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fear that gripped Ling Tianhe's heart at that moment. Su Chen had managed to enslave him in one fell swoop. Instantly, Su Chen sensed that he could command Ling Tianhe's life and death at will. With but a single thought, he could obliterate the other's consciousness, leading to his demise. Ling Tianhe, now acutely aware that his life was entirely at Su Chen's mercy, felt his gaze dull. His singular ambition to become the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and his schemes against Su Chen had culminated in this tragic fate, leaving him with a sense of desolation. The death of my father should have no bearing on you, which is why you still draw breath, he mused. Earlier, he had contemplated lying low and allowing his adversaries to act, but their inaction prompted him to strike first, contemplating the assassination of Song Yuan to elicit a reaction. To his surprise, the killing of Song Yuan had drawn out Lei Ao. Do you truly believe Lei Ao's purpose for coming here is solely for the mines? Su Chen inquired as he returned to his seat. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe snapped back to reality. To be honest, when Su Chen had previously claimed to have killed Song Yuan, Ling Tianhe had felt merely astonished, not giving it much thought. Now, however, he was struck with terror. The coldness emanating from Su Chen's hand during his earlier assault was utterly terrifying, far beyond his imagination and understanding. The Su Chen before him was a far cry from the one he had remembered. He had transformed into a formidable figure. Regaining his composure, he spoke. I initially thought Lei Ao had come for the mines, but upon learning of my injury, he abruptly departed. There is something suspicious about this. He must have ulterior motives. Yet, I cannot discern what those motives might be. If you cannot deduce it, then engage with Lei Ao further to ascertain his true intentions. Moreover, was there not a single sign prior to my father's assassination? Su Chen asked. If the rumors circulating in the black market are accurate, then Su Mingbai must have exhibited some peculiar behavior beforehand. Having accompanied that old man for many years, you should have sensed something amiss. Ling Tianhe began to reflect, but could not recall anything of significance. Tomorrow, I shall formally assume control of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Compile a comprehensive report on my father's recent activities and the individuals he interacted with. Scrutinize it closely for any potential leads, Su Chen commanded. He aimed for Ling Tianhe to uncover clues from this information. Additionally, identify and eliminate any of the 17 stewards who harbor ulterior motives. I do not wish for any voices to exist within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion apart from my own. Su Chen's tone turned frostier. Your two trusted confidants must be kept in check. If you cannot manage them, eliminate them as well. Understood, my lord. Ling Tianhe responded hastily. A chill swept through his heart. The host seemed intent on a thorough cleansing of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. In that moment, he felt a surge of relief. Grateful that Su Chen had taken him under his wing, for he still held some value. Otherwise, he might have been swept away in the purge. Master, now that you have formally assumed the position of host, I fear that the shadowy figure may turn their attention towards you. Ling Tianhe voiced his sudden concern. Are you suggesting that they might take action against me? I would welcome such an encounter. It would save me the trouble of seeking them out, Su Chen replied coldly. Rising from his seat and striding toward the exit, keep a close watch on the assassin at Lei Ao's residence. Should they vanish, do not bother to see me again. His voice echoed in Ling Tianhe's mind before fading away. With Su Chen's departure, Ling Tianhe exhaled deeply. The pressure Su Chen exerted upon him was immense. He sank into a chair, feeling a chill against his back. Suddenly, his expression shifted as a thought struck him, and a look of unrestrained joy illuminated his face. Su Chen had just demonstrated his formidable power. He had intended to resist with all his might, but had been rendered immobile by an overwhelming force. Clearly, a strong ally was aiding Su Chen. With such a powerful figure by his side, coupled with Su Chen's own displayed prowess and intentions, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would merely mark the beginning of Su Chen's journey. Following such a leader, his prospects were boundless. His future would assuredly extend beyond merely serving as the deputy host of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Moreover, having previously followed Su Chen's father, and now aligning himself with Su Chen, the weight of his burdens seemed significantly lighter. As these thoughts crystallized, Ling Tianhe experienced a sudden clarity. Meanwhile, within a brightly lit estate in the city, a scene of revelry unfolded. An elderly gentleman clad in opulent robes was entertaining two guests. One was an elder in a black robe, his visage withered and hands resembling gnarled wood, yet his eyes sparkled with a keen intelligence. The other was a youth in white robes, exuding an air of elegance and poise. As the three indulged in wine and conversation, Lei Ao, who had previously visited Ling Tianhe, emerged from the back. Approaching the elegantly attired elder, he whispered something in his ear. Instantly, the elder's countenance hardened, and he gestured for everyone to leave. The dancers and musicians promptly departed, leaving the hall enveloped in silence. Young Master Qin, Elder Mo, there has been a development. Lei Ao just met with Ling Tianhe and discovered that he has been injured. Someone has attacked him, the elegantly dressed elder informed the two, his tone laced with respect. This elder was Lei Mo, the second master of the Lei family, and one of the two deputy heads of the Lei Hall, possessing formidable strength at the late innate stage. His respectful demeanor indicated the significant status of the two gentlemen before him. I do not wish for any voices within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion aside from my own. Your two trusted subordinates must be kept in check. If they cannot be managed, they are to be eliminated as well. Su Chen's voice was icy as he spoke. Yes, I understand. Ling Tianhe replied hastily. A chill ran through his heart. The host was poised to initiate a thorough purging of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. At that moment, a wave of relief washed over him. He was fortunate to have been subdued by Su Chen, still possessing some value. Otherwise, he would likely have faced immediate eradication. Host, now that you have officially assumed your position, I fear that the shadowy figure may turn their attention towards you. Ling Tianhe expressed his concerns. Are you suggesting that this individual might act against me? I would welcome their attack. It would save me the trouble of seeking them out. Su Chen responded coldly, rising from his seat and striding toward the exit. Keep a close watch on the assassin lurking in the Lei Ao estate. Should they vanish, do not bother to seek me out. Su Chen's voice echoed in Ling Tianhe's mind. As the sound faded, Su Chen's figure quietly departed. After Su Chen's exit, Ling Tianhe exhaled deeply. The pressure he felt from Su Chen was overwhelming. He sank heavily into his chair, a chill creeping up his back. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if a realization struck him, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Earlier, Su Chen had made a move against him. He had intended to resist with all his might, but was rendered immobile by an overwhelming force. Clearly, there was a powerful ally assisting Su Chen. With such a formidable presence beside him, combined with Su Chen's own displayed prowess and intellect, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion would merely serve as Su Chen's starting point. Following such a person, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. The future held far more than merely being the deputy master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Qingcheng. Moreover, having previously aligned with Su Chen's father and now with him, the weight of his burdens had lessened considerably. With this thought in mind, Ling Tianhe felt a surge of clarity. Meanwhile, within a brightly lit estate in the city, a lavishly dressed elder was entertaining two guests. One of the guests, an elderly man clad in black robes, bore a withered visage, his hands resembling gnarled wood, yet his eyes sparkled with an intense light. The other was a young man in white robes, exuding an air of grandeur. As the three engaged in conversation over drinks, Lei Ao, who had previously visited Ling Tianhe, emerged from behind. Approaching the elegantly attired elder, he whispered a few words into the elder's ear. Instantly, the elder's demeanor shifted, and he gestured for everyone to leave. The dancers and musicians promptly excused themselves, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. Young Master Qin, Old Mo, we have encountered a predicament. Lei Ao just met with Ling Tianhe and discovered that he has been injured. Someone has attacked him. The elegantly dressed elder informed the two with a tone laced with respect. This elder was Lei Mo, the second master of the Lei family and one of the two deputy heads of Lei Hall, possessing considerable strength at the late stage of the innate realm. His respectful tone towards the two indicated their significant status. Someone has attacked Ling Tianhe. The young man referred to as young Master Qin furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the elderly man in black robes. I did not intervene. It must have been someone else, the black-robed elder replied. However, we must swiftly seize that mine and extract the void stone from its depths, for only then can we expedite the maturation of the fifth-grade lotus platform, the elder spoke. Indeed, the fifth-grade lotus platform exists. Their aim in capturing the mine of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion is primarily to procure the void stone, a catalyst for the lotus platform's ripening. As for why they sought Ling Tianhe, it is because they believe that he currently oversees the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, with Su Chen merely a puppet. Upon hearing the elder's words, the youth narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Young Master Qin, with our strength, coupled with the Thunder Hall, a mere Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion is insignificant. On the surface, demanding that mine, do they truly believe they can refuse us? The elder added. Beside them, Lei Mo remained silent, though concern flickered in his eyes. The overt intimidation of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion poses a dilemma. Behind it lies the Zetan Palace. If the Thunder Hall exerts pressure on the pavilion, it would raise suspicions that they were responsible for Su Mengbai's demise. Once the Zetan Palace's members arrive, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Thunder Hall, a formidable sect among the 5 great demonic sects beyond the borders, one they cannot afford to provoke. Of course, they must also tread carefully around those present. He could only comply with orders. Hasn't Lei Ao made an appearance? Let him confront Ling Tianhe directly tomorrow and demand the mine, the youth declared, rising from his seat. He added, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall retire for now. Lei Ao, see young Master Qin to his quarters, Lei Mo instructed. Arranging for Lei Ao to escort the youth away, the young man nodded and, under Lei Ao's guidance, made his way to the manor's rear gardens. In the hall, only Lei Mo and Elder Mo remained. Elder Mo, I have a foreboding feeling. How could news of the 5th grade Lotus platform have leaked? Lei Mo inquired solemnly as he approached the elder with a wine cup in hand. Who can say? If young Master Qin is privy to the information, others may well be as well. Our paramount concern now is to secure that mine, extract the void stone, and hasten the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Yet, this Lotus platform remains elusive. It is said that such treasures require the nurturing of high monks from the Buddhist sect to flourish. And yet we have discovered one growing naturally, which is truly astonishing, the elder replied. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lei Mo nodded in agreement. No further words were exchanged as they shared a drink. At that moment, Lei Ao, tasked with attending to young Master Qin, entered his chamber and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Pray tell, how is Ling Tianhe's condition? Young Master Qin inquired. He suffered internal injuries. Though not severe, they do impede his strength. The opponent he faced is likely slightly stronger, possibly at the late stage of the innate realm, Lei Ao reported. Have we uncovered who disseminated this information in the black market? Young Master Qin asked in a low tone. Has someone taken action against Ling Tianhe? The youth, referred to as young Master Qin, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the elder in black robes. I did not intervene. It must have been someone else, he replied. However, we must swiftly seize that mine and extract the void spirit stones from its depths, for only then can we hasten the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. The elder stated. Indeed, the 5th grade Lotus platform exists, and their intent to capture the Goldwind Drizzle Tower's mine primarily revolves around the void spirit stones found within. These stones possess the remarkable ability to catalyze the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. As for their interest in Ling Tianhe, it is chiefly because they believe that the Goldwind Drizzle Tower is currently under his management, viewing Su Chen merely as a puppet. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Young Master Qin, with our strength and the support of Thunder Hall, a mere Goldwind Drizzle Tower should not pose a significant challenge. On the surface, they cannot possibly refuse our claim to that mine, the elder continued. Meanwhile, Lei Mo had remained silent, yet concern flickered in his eyes. The issue lies in the overt intimidation of the Goldwind Drizzle Tower. The tower is backed by the Zetan Palace. Should Thunder Hall exert pressure on the Goldwind Drizzle Tower, it would raise suspicions that Thunder Hall was responsible for Su Mengbai's demise. Once the Zetan Palace intervenes, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against Thunder Hall. The Zetan Palace is one of the 5 great demonic sects beyond the borders, a force they cannot afford to provoke. Of course, The individuals present are also not ones to offend. They are merely bound to follow orders. Hasn't Lao made an appearance? Let him confront Ling Tianhe tomorrow directly and request the relinquishment of that mine, the young man proposed. With that, he rose to his feet and declared, I am somewhat fatigued. I shall retire for now. Lao, please escort young Master Qin to his quarters, Lao instructed. Arranging for Lao to accompany the young man. The youth nodded and followed Lao toward the manor's rear courtyard. In the hall, only Lao and Elder Mo remained. Elder Mo, I harbor a troubling premonition. How could the news of the 5th grade Lotus platform have leaked? Lao inquired gravely, approaching the elder with a glass in hand. Who can say? If young Master Qin has received word, others may have as well. Our paramount objective now is to secure that mine, extract the void spirit stones, and accelerate the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Yet, this Lotus platform remains elusive. It is said that such treasures require the nurturing of eminent Buddhist monks to flourish, and now we have discovered a naturally occurring specimen. Truly astonishing, the elder replied. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lao nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and they shared a drink together. At that moment, Lao, tasked with attending to young Master Qin, entered the latter's chamber and bowed respectfully. I greet you, Master. Speak. What is the condition of Ling Tianhe's injuries? Young Master Qin inquired. He has sustained internal injuries. The damage is not severe, yet it affects his strength. The individual he battled is likely slightly stronger than him. Possibly at the late innate stage, Lao reported. Has the black market uncovered who disseminated this information? Young Master Qin asked in a low voice. File name, 37TXD corresponding Chinese file, 37TXD. An investigation is underway, yet the intricacies of the black market personnel present a formidable challenge. Our organization, Lei Tang, is not primarily engaged in intelligence gathering, making it arduous to identify this individual within a short time frame. Lao spoke in a grave tone. I surmise that the matters concerning the black market have been divulged by that old man Mo, who is pressing me to expedite the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Given his urgency, and with Mu Qingxue already having arrived from the Zitan Palace, the plan is already half accomplished. Thus, we shall commence the vigorous cultivation of the blood demon flower. You may directly coerce Ling Tianhe to surrender that mine, striving to achieve full maturity by the time Mu Qingxue arrives. At that moment, I will absorb the 9 nether cold qi within Mu Qingxue in conjunction with the blood demon flower, and my aptitude and strength will undoubtedly experience a rapid enhancement. The realm of spirit refinement shall not be my terminus. As he spoke, excitement gleamed on Qin Shao's face. From his words, it was evident that he might be the mastermind behind this affair, aiming to obtain the 9 nether cold qi contained within Mu Qingxue. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to the secret chamber, emerging back into his courtyard. He removed his garments and lay down to rest, allowing his mind to relax, swiftly drifting into slumber. With Bai Tianyu safeguarding him from the shadows, he held firm belief that no one in Qingcheng could pose a threat to him. The following day, Su Chen consumed a modest meal before heading to the main building of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The main building is a 5-story residence located in the bustling streets of Qingcheng. Upon his arrival, Ling Tianhe awaited him there. Upon seeing Su Chen, he immediately bowed in greeting and ushered him into the 5th floor, which is exclusively reserved for the pavilion's master. Standing on the balcony of the pavilion, Su Chen gazed at the streets of Qingcheng, feeling a gentle breeze and inhaling the refreshing air. Master, I have compiled the activities and acquaintances of the previous master and discovered that 3 months ago, he seemingly made contact with an individual. This person has no business dealings with our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, nor had the master previously interacted with him. Ling Tianhe reported with a bow. Who? Su Chen inquired succinctly. The 3rd son of the Qin family, one of the 8 illustrious families of Lingnan Prefecture, named Qin Hao. He is currently a guest at Lei Tang, being received by the 2nd master of the Lei family, Lei Mo. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion may not possess significant martial prowess, yet its reputation in intelligence and commerce is quite renowned. Qin Hao Lei Mo Lao. It appears that my father's demise is likely intertwined with them. Continue the investigation. I wish to uncover their motives for my father's murder, Su Chen stated coldly. The Qin family, one of the 8 prominent families of Lingnan Prefecture, though merely a family, possesses strength comparable to the Mountain River sect. Such individuals, why would they seek an audience with my father? For intelligence, it seems improbable. The intelligence network of the 8 noble families vastly surpasses that of my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, which only holds prominence within the borders of Qingcheng. Have any dissenters been uncovered? If so, deal with them accordingly, Su Chen instructed Ling Tianhe. Let Ling Tianhe take action. It gives the impression that he is dealing with dissenters, preparing to seize control of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion while diminishing his own presence. Investigations are underway. Yet the black market personnel are intricately woven, and our Thunder Hall is not specialized in intelligence. It is somewhat challenging to identify this individual in a short span of time, Lei Ao stated solemnly. Regarding the black market, I suspect this information was leaked by that old man Mo. He is pressuring me to expedite the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform, since he desires haste. And Mu Qingxue has already arrived from the Zetan Palace. The plan is halfway to success. Thus, we shall commence with all our might to hasten the growth of the blood demon flower. You may directly coerce Ling Tianhe into surrendering that mine, striving to have it matured by the time Mu Qingxue arrives. At that moment, I shall absorb the 9 nether cold qi within Mu Qingxue, complemented by the blood demon flower, and my aptitude and strength will undoubtedly experience a swift elevation. The realm of soul refinement shall not be my terminus. At this juncture, a fervent excitement adorned Qin Shao's countenance. From his words, it is evident that he might be the mastermind behind this affair, aiming to procure the 9 nether cold qi from Mu Qingxue. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to the secret chamber and, upon exiting, made his way back to his courtyard. He undressed and reclined to sleep, his mind at ease, swiftly drifting into slumber. With Bai Tianyu safeguarding him from the shadows, he held confidence that no one in Qingcheng could bring him harm. The following day, Su Chen had a modest meal before proceeding to the main building of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. This establishment, a 5-story edifice, is situated in the bustling streets of Qingcheng. Upon his arrival, Ling Tianhe awaited him, bowing in greeting and ushering Su Chen into the 5th floor, reserved exclusively for the master of the pavilion. Standing upon the balcony of the pavilion, Su Chen gazed upon the streets of Qingcheng, inhaling the refreshing air as a gentle breeze brushed against him. Master, I have compiled the movements and contacts of the former master. It appears that 3 months ago, he had an encounter with an individual. This person has no business dealings with our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and the master had previously not interacted with him. Ling Tianhe reported with a bow. Who? Su Chen inquired succinctly. The 3rd young master of the Qin family, one of the 8 noble families of Lingnan Prefecture, Qin Hao. He is currently a guest at Thunder Hall, being received by the 2nd master of the Lei family, Lei Mo. Although the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion lacks significant martial prowess, it is indeed renowned for its intelligence and commerce. Qin Hao Lei Mo Lei Ao, evidently. My father's demise is intertwined with them. Continue the investigation. I wish to uncover their motives for my father's murder, Su Chen said, his gaze turning icy. The Qin family, one of the 8 noble families of Lingnan Prefecture, though merely a family, possesses strength comparable to that of the Mountain River sect. What could compel such individuals to meet with my father? For intelligence, it is implausible. The intelligence network of the 8 noble families far surpasses that of our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, which is merely prominent within the confines of Qingcheng. Have any disloyal individuals been identified? If so, eliminate them, Su Chen instructed Ling Tianhe. Let Ling Tianhe take action, as if to suggest he is dealing with dissenters, preparing to assume control of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, thereby diminishing his own presence. Document title: 38TXT corresponding Chinese document. 38TXT. This is a list of those with ulterior motives. Among the 17 individuals, 8 are in contact with the other 4 major factions. Ling Tianhe presented the list to Su Chen. You need not hand it to me. Manage it yourself, Su Chen replied, refusing to take the list. He was not the same Su Chen as before. He harbored no feelings for those within the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. What he sought now was dominion. Regardless of Ling Tianhe's schemes, they held no significance for him. The life or death of the other party rested solely within his thoughts. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a look of delight appeared on Ling Tianhe's face. He had not entertained any thoughts regarding this list. Where is my father's Rainblade? Bring it to me. Also, procure a copy of the martial arts manuals from within Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, Su Chen commanded. He still possessed a beginner enhancement card, prepared to enhance Su Mengbai's Rainblade and discern its potential quality. The Lord's Rainblade is in the inner room, the manual list. My subordinate will retrieve it for you from the third floor, Ling Tianhe replied as he led Su Chen into the adjacent inner room. The rain blade was displayed on the rack. Very well, obtain the manual information, then proceed with your tasks. I shall grant you a day to complete this matter. Once accomplished, I believe Lei Ao will continue to seek you out, Su Chen stated. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room. Su Chen approached the blade rack and lifted the rain blade. With a swift motion, he unsheathed it. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, exuded a sharp aura. With a flick of his wrist, the blade glimmered, slicing through the air as if leaving a trace. His eyes brightened, and energy surged within him, flooding into the rain blade. The blade hummed and vibrated, a visible aura of sword energy blossoming along its edge. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Su Chen's face, and instinctively, he slashed forward. The blade effortlessly passed through the long table before him. After the blade's passage, the table remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Su Chen approached the long table, gently touched its surface, and it immediately split in two. Such a razor-sharp rain blade, it could likely kill without shedding blood. He pondered what heights it might reach after enhancement. Su Chen's gaze flickered, his heart racing. Chapter 17. Enlightenment of the Sword Path. Blood sacrificed to the blade, he directly utilized the beginner enhancement card. In an instant, a silver light erupted from his rain blade, momentarily illuminating the entire room in a radiant glow. Fortunately, Su Chen was alone in the room. Otherwise, onlookers would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment. The blade, ethereal as a cicada's wing, seemed infused with vitality, emitting a faint vibrating sound. Moreover, patterns resembling falling raindrops appeared along the blade. As Su Chen lightly brushed his hand across the blade, a surge of sword intent emanated from it. Su Chen trembled. Thoughts of the dusk rain blade flooded his mind. Though he had not practiced the technique extensively, the art of the blade was, after all, a cherished legacy of Su Mengbai, deeply etched in his memory since childhood. Thus, Su Chen unconsciously executed it. In that moment, the golden wind and drizzling rain energy within him began to circulate. This was a list of individuals with ulterior motives. Among the 17, 8 were in contact with the other 4 major factions. Ling Tianhe presented the list to Su Chen. You need not hand it to me. Handle it yourself, Su Chen stated, refusing to accept the document. He was no longer the Su Chen of the past. He held no emotional ties to those within the golden wind and drizzling rain tower. What he sought now was control. No matter what schemes Ling Tianhe might entertain, they were of no concern to him. The lives and deaths of others rested solely within his thoughts. Hearing Su Chen's words, a look of delight spread across Ling Tianhe's face. He had not the slightest intention of meddling with this list. Where is my father's drizzling rain blade? Bring it to me. And also procure a copy of the martial arts manuals from within the golden wind and drizzling rain tower, Su Chen commanded. He still possessed a basic enhancement card, ready to enhance Su Mengbai's drizzling rain blade and discern the quality it could attain. The Lord's drizzling rain blade is in the inner chamber. I shall retrieve the manual list from the third floor for you, Ling Tianhe replied as he led Su Chen into the adjacent inner room. The drizzling rain blade rested elegantly upon a display stand. Very well, fetch the manual information. Then attend to your other matters. I shall grant you 1 day to complete this task. Once this is done, I suspect Lei Ao will come seeking you again. Su Chen instructed. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room. Su Chen approached the display stand and lifted the drizzling rain blade. With a swift motion, he drew it from its sheath. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a sharp aura. With a flick of his wrist, the blade gleamed, leaving a trace through the air. His eyes brightened as energy surged into the drizzling rain blade, causing it to emit a resonant hum as a visible blade aura blossomed along its edge. Witnessing this, a smile of joy blossomed on Su Chen's face, and instinctively, he swung the blade. The blade sliced effortlessly through the long table before him. After the strike, the table remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Su Chen approached the long table, lightly touching its surface, which instantly split into 2. What a sharp, drizzling rain blade. It seems one could slay without drawing blood. I wonder how formidable it will become after enhancement, Su Chen mused, his gaze flickering with excitement. Chapter 17. Insights into the Path of the Blade. Blood as a sacrifice for the blade without hesitation. He activated the enhancement card. In an instant, a silver light erupted from the drizzling rain blade, momentarily filling the room with its brilliance. Fortuitously, Su Chen was alone. Otherwise, the sight would surely elicit gasps of astonishment. The blade, thin as a cicada's wing, seemed infused with vitality, emitting a subtle trembling sound, and intricate patterns resembling falling raindrops appeared along its surface. As Su Chen gently brushed his hand against the blade, a profound intent emanated from it. Su Chen shuddered, memories of the dusk, drizzling rain blade flooding his mind. Though he had not extensively practiced this knife technique, it was, after all, the supreme skill of Su Mengbai, ingrained in his memory since childhood. Thus, Su Chen unconsciously executed it. At that moment, the golden wind and drizzling rain technique within him also began to circulate. The file name, 39txt corresponding Chinese file, 39txt complemented the dusk drizzle knife technique. The silver long knife, once wielded, radiated a glow unique to twilight, accompanied by droplets of fine rain, initially slow, then culminating in a torrential downpour, relentless and unyielding. Swish, swish, swish. The light of the blade danced wildly within the room. After a brief moment, Su Chen ceased his movements, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that a mere beginner's enhancement card would allow him to perceive the insights left by its previous wielder upon the blade. Indeed, it was not solely the refinement of the dusk drizzle knife technique. Even his golden wind and drizzling rain technique had made considerable progress. He mused that if he could procure some innate internal energy elixirs, combined with the innate energy he had acquired over the past 3 years, he might very well reach the mid-stage of innate mastery. The pace of his cultivation was astonishingly swift, he thought to himself. Then, he couldn't help but think of Ling Tianha, who had trained for so long, yet only reached the mid-stage. Cultivation was indeed a slow endeavor. Just then, a loud crash echoed. The cabinet struck by Su Chen's blade immediately splintered, its pieces scattering across the floor with a thud. Observing this, Su Chen silently rejoiced that he had not directed his attack at the ceiling. Otherwise, the roof would have collapsed, leading to utter chaos. Hearing the commotion above, a disciple of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower rushed upstairs. "Master, what has happened?" he inquired, bowing outside the door. "Nothing of consequence, you may return." "Do not ascend without my command," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing his words, the disciple cast a glance into the room, observing the scattered furniture. He thought to himself, the master must have encountered some troubles with Vice Master Ling, venting his frustrations on these furnishings. It would be wise for me to keep my distance. Those aware of Su Chen's current situation, including the disciples of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, understood that he was merely a puppet pushed forward by Vice Master Ling. With this thought, the disciple quickly bowed and retreated. Su Chen surveyed the severed furniture and decisively stored them in his spatial ring. The remnants bore blade marks and residual energy, which were not easily dispersed. Primarily, Su Chen needed to remain low-key for the time being, as the matters concerning Su Mengbai were intertwined with the Qin family's third young master, Qin Hao. Even with Bai Tianyu by his side, he had little chance against the Qin family, necessitating his stealth. When the time came for him to eliminate Qin Hao, no one would suspect him. Yet, he was also curious about Qin Hao's purpose for being here. Lei Ao sought the mines, likely under Qin Hao's instruction. It was improbable that Qin Hao was merely interested in the mines outside Hua village. There must be another motive at play. Such a sharp knife deserved to taste blood in my hands. I shall use the assassin from the Lei residence to christen it, and simultaneously seek a measure of revenge for the original owner. Su Chen placed the drizzling rain knife into his spatial ring, returned to the main room, seated himself, and began to contemplate. Lei Ao seeks the mines of Hua village. Within these mines lies only, or one need only observe whether the Lei family has recently been acquiring or to ascertain their intentions. Should there be no recent acquisitions, it would suggest that the Hua village mines conceal something else. With this thought, Su Chen settled his mind. He synchronized his movements with the dusk drizzle blade technique. The weapon, a silver longsword, when unleashed, radiated a glow unique to twilight, accompanied by fine droplets of rain that began slowly before ultimately transforming into a tempestuous downpour. Relentless and fierce, the blade danced within the confines of the room. Moments later, Su Chen ceased his movements, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He had not anticipated that merely a basic reinforcement card would allow him to perceive the insights of the previous wielder embedded within the blade. This was not merely an enhancement of the dusk drizzle blade technique. Even the golden wind drizzle energy coursing through him had significantly advanced. He contemplated seeking some innate energy elixirs to complement the 3 years of innate energy he had previously acquired, which might propel him into the mid-stage of innate mastery. The speed of his cultivation was indeed astonishing, he mused. He then recalled Ling Tianhe, who had trained for so long yet remained in the mid-stage of innate mastery. The pace of cultivation was excruciatingly slow. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the cabinet, previously sliced by Su Chen's blade, collapsed onto the floor, resonating with a thud. Observing this, Su Chen felt a rush of relief that he had not directed his technique toward the ceiling. Otherwise, the roof would have caved in, leaving chaos in its wake. Hearing the commotion from above, a disciple of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower hastily ascended. "Master, what has transpired?" the disciple inquired. Bowing at the door, "Nothing of consequence. You may return downstairs. Do not come up without my command," Su Chen instructed. Upon hearing his words, the disciple glanced into the room, noticing the scattered furniture on the floor. Internally, he reflected, "It seems the master has taken out his frustrations here after a setback with Vice Master Ling. It would be wise for me to keep my distance." Those aware of Su Chen's current state understood that he was merely a puppet pushed forth by Vice Master Ling. With this thought, he promptly bowed and retreated. Su Chen surveyed the severed furniture and swiftly stored it within his spatial ring. The items bore blade marks and residual energy, making them difficult to dispose of. He needed to maintain a low profile for the time being, especially in light of Su Mengbai's situation, which involved the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao. Despite having Bai Tianyu by his side, he knew he stood little chance against the Qin family, thus necessitating his concealment. In due course, when he dealt with Qin Hao, no one would suspect him. However, he was also curious about the true purpose of Qin Hao's visit. Lei Ao's desire for the mines must be influenced by Qin Hao's directives. It was improbable that Qin Hao sought merely the exterior mines of Hua village. There must be ulterior motives at play. Such a sharp blade deserved to taste blood in my hands. I shall use the assassin from the Lei residence as a tribute to the blade, while also avenging the original owner in the process. Su Chen placed the drizzle blade into his spatial ring, returned to the main room, and sat down to ponder deeply. Lei Ao seeks the mines of Hua village. Within these mines, there exists only ore. One can ascertain whether the Lei family has recently been acquiring ore. If there have been no acquisitions, it implies that there is something else concealed within the Hua village mines. With this thought, Su Chen calmed his mind. The document titled 40TXT corresponds to the Chinese file 40TXT. When Ling Tianhe returns, he intends to investigate this matter further. Alas, he finds his allies too few. Su Chen sighed once more. To avoid revealing his identity, he cannot personally intervene in certain affairs for the time being. Initially, he had contemplated showcasing his abilities. But upon discovering the involvement of the Qin family, he realized he must remain in the shadows. He turned to Uncle Fu to employ the enslavement card. Su Chen mused that while Uncle Fu may have genuinely cared for him, that was only true of the former Su Chen, and was of no consequence to his current self. He must eliminate all threats. Furthermore, he wished to glean information about his second mother from Uncle Fu. Su Chen still recalled Uncle Fu's earlier remark, "It seems my second mother's identity is rather extraordinary." With matters clarified, Su Chen looked toward Ling Tianhe, who was preparing the secret techniques for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Most were acquired skills and external training methods, such as Iron Blood Fist, 18 grappling techniques, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Golden Bell Shield. There were only 3 innate techniques: 1 Qi Harmonization skill, Profound Ice Cold Frost skill, and Tai Formless Palm. After reviewing them, he ultimately chose the Profound Ice Cold Frost skill. With his Ice Kirin Arm, this technique would significantly enhance his power. At this moment, in the residence of Lin Ji, one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Ling Tianhe arrived with Jiang Qindong and Lu Wensong. "Might I inquire what brings Vice Pavilion Master Ling here?" Lin Ji, around 40 years of age, had recently attained innate status a year prior, overseeing the pawnshop business in the northern district of Qingcheng. He was also the intelligence leader of the northern streets. There had been 18 stewards at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, but only 8 were stationed in Qingcheng and its surrounding areas. The remaining 10 were assigned to the 10 counties beneath Qingcheng. To handle both the overt and covert affairs of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion within Qingcheng indicated Su Mengbai's great trust in Lin Ji. Lin Ji, in turn, remained loyal to Su Mengbai. However, after Su Mengbai's demise, the Wang family approached him. The Wang family controlled one of the 5 major forces in Qingcheng, the Shantang, which dominated 70% of the city's restaurant business. With Su Mengbai's death, they set their sights on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion's interests and made contact with Lin Ji. Lin Ji believed that after Su Mengbai's passing, neither Ling Tianhe nor Su Chen could uphold the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, primarily due to their lack of strength. In the martial world, strength remains the ultimate determining factor. Su Chen's power was insufficient, and while Ling Tianhe was nearing the late innate stage, a force like the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion required a pinnacle innate master at its helm. Thus, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion faced expulsion from the 5 major forces. Of course, he was also aware that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had the backing of the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. However, once the people from the Zetan Palace arrive, it may lead to a change of dynasty, and as the steward, his position would likely be in jeopardy. Thus, he consented to collaborate with the Wang family. He believed that within the Jin Feng Shiyu building, his alliances extended beyond mere cooperation with other factions. Let us speak inside, Ling Tianhe stated as he proceeded towards the hall. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes and followed Ling Tianhe into the grand chamber. Upon Ling Tianhe's return, he intended to gather information regarding this matter. There were still too few allies on his side. Su Chen sighed once more. To avoid exposing himself, he could not afford to take direct action for the time being. Initially, he had contemplated showcasing his abilities, but with the involvement of the Qin family, he recognized the necessity of remaining in the shadows. He planned to employ a servitude card on Uncle Fu. Su Chen mused to himself. Perhaps Uncle Fu had genuinely cared for him, yet that was the Su Chen of the past, and he no longer bore any relation to him. He needed to eliminate all potential threats. Moreover, he wished to glean information about his second mother from Uncle Fu. Su Chen still recalled Uncle Fu's earlier remark. It seems my second mother possesses a remarkable identity. With matters clarified, Su Chen turned to Ling Tianhe, who was preparing the martial arts manuals for the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Most were acquired skills and various forms of martial arts, such as Iron Blood Fist, 18 Capturing Hands, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Golden Bell Shield, among others. There were only 3 innate techniques: 1 Qi Harmonizing Force, Xianbing Cold Frost Technique, and Tai Formless Palm. After perusing them, he ultimately chose the Xianbing Cold Frost Technique. With his Ice Kirin Arm, its potency would be significantly enhanced when combined. At this moment, within Lin Ji's residence, one of the 18 stewards of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, Ling Tianhe, arrived with Jiang Qindong and Lu Wensong. Might I inquire about the purpose of Deputy Building Master Ling's visit? Lin Ji, around 40 years of age and having recently attained innate status a year prior, managed the business of the Jin Feng Shiyu building's northern pawnshop. He was also the intelligence leader of the northern streets. Previously, there were 18 stewards in the Jin Feng Shiyu building. However, only 8 were stationed in Qingcheng and its surrounding areas. The remaining 10 were assigned to 10 counties beneath Qingcheng. To be able to manage both the overt and covert affairs of the Jin Feng Shiyu building within Qingcheng indicated Su Mengbai's trust in Lin Ji. Lin Ji, in turn, was loyal to Su Mengbai. However, after Su Mengbai's death, the Wang family approached him. The Wang family controlled the Shantang, one of the 5 major forces in Qingcheng, which dominated 70% of the city's dining establishments. Upon learning of Su Mengbai's demise, they set their sights on some of the Jin Feng Shiyu building's businesses and subsequently contacted Lin Ji. Lin Ji believed that, following Su Mengbai's death, Ling Tianhe and Su Chen would be unable to uphold the Jin Feng Shiyu building, primarily due to their lack of strength. In the martial arts world, the ultimate determining factor remains power. Su Chen's weakness was apparent, and while Ling Tianhe was nearing the late stages of innate strength, a force like the Jin Feng Shiyu building required a peak innate master at its helm. Thus, the Jin Feng Shiyu building risked being ousted from the 5 major forces. Of course, he was also aware that the Jin Feng Shiyu building had the backing of the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. However, once the people from the Zetan Palace arrive, it could signify a change of dynasty, and his position as the steward may be at risk. Hence, he consented to collaborate with the Wang family. He believed that the Jin Feng Shiyu building was not merely a venue for his alliances with other powers. Let us speak within, Ling Tianhe declared as he strode toward the hall. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes and followed Ling Tianhe into the grand chamber. I have come primarily to seek the position of the master of Jin Feng Shiyu building, and I require your support, Lin brother. To depose Su Chen from his position, Ling Tianhe stated directly upon entering the hall, gesturing for Jiang Qindong and Lu Wensong to exit. The two promptly left and closed the door behind them. Inside, Lin Ji furrowed his brow and remarked, "Deputy Master, it was you who previously promoted Su Chen to the position of Master. Now that the matter is unresolved, why the haste?" He pondered silently, contemplating whether Ling Tianhe had received some form of backing that emboldened him to act thus. "I have garnered some support that will enable me to rectify this issue. So Su Chen is no longer necessary," Ling Tianhe replied, standing before Lin Ji. "Whose support have you received, Deputy Master Ling?" Lin Ji inquired in a hushed tone, startled. "I have the support of the young master," Ling Tianhe responded, his gaze flashing coldly as he raised his hand, a violet glow swirling between his fingers. In a swift motion, he seized Lin Ji by the throat. Before Lin Ji could react, his grip tightened, shattering Lin Ji's throat. Chapter 18. The Cold Moon Sect. Purple Cold Moon. Lin Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Ling Tianhe's sudden aggression and was bewildered by the implications of his words. "The master has decreed that those who harbor dissent should not remain in Jinfeng Shiyu building, and thus I am removing you on his behalf. Furthermore, I have already pledged my allegiance to the master," Ling Tianhe stated as he released Lin Ji. With a thud, Lin Ji's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide open, reflecting shock and confusion. Observing the lifeless form, Ling Tianhe approached and gently closed Lin Ji's eyes. He then stepped out of the hall. Addressing Lu Wensong and Jiang Qingdong beside him, root out all dissenters without leaving any survivors. Ling Tianhe had fully submitted to Su Chen, determined to become his executioner, ruthlessly eliminating those with ulterior motives. Lu Wensong and Jiang Qingdong exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback, yet they hesitated not, especially Jiang Qingdong, who signaled to the men stationed outside the estate. In a brief span, the scent of blood permeated Lin Ji's residence. Within a single day, Ling Tianhe had eradicated 8 stewards of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. As dusk fell within the building, Ling Tianhe reported, "Master, all adversaries have been dealt with, and we have recovered a sum of 800,000 taels from their estates, which has been transferred to the main treasury. Disperse 100,000 taels as a reward for those who acted, and bring me the Xian Bing Han Shuang technique. Do not let others learn of it. Additionally, find me a secluded residence within the city. I have use for it." Su Chen commanded. "Understood." Ling Tianhe bowed and withdrew. Soon, he approached Su Chen, wielding the Xianbing Hanshuang force. "I shall take the secret tome with me. As for the estate, expedite the arrangements." Su Chen grasped the Xianbing Hanshuang and exited, descending the stairs to board a carriage that had been prepared earlier, heading towards the Su residence. The journey was notably tranquil. However, the entirety of Qing City buzzed with tales of Ling Tianhe's prowess. "I have come primarily for the position of the owner of the Golden Phoenix Drizzle Tower, and I require Brother Lin's support to dethrone Su Chen from his position," Ling Tianhe declared upon entering the hall, gesturing for Jiang Qingdong and Lu Wensong to leave. Once the door closed behind them, Lin Ji furrowed his brow and remarked, "Deputy Master, you were the one who endorsed Su Chen for the position of master. The matter is not yet resolved. How can you?" He pondered silently. Could it be that Ling Tianhe has secured some backing that empowers him to act so boldly? "I have acquired certain support that allows me to resolve this predicament. Thus I no longer require Su Chen," Ling Tianhe stated as he stepped closer to Lin Ji. "May I inquire whose support you have garnered?" Lin Ji asked in astonishment, his voice barely above a whisper. "I have the backing of the young master." As Ling Tianhe spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, purple light swirling between his fingers, and in a swift motion, seized Lin Ji's throat. Before Lin Ji could comprehend, Ling Tianhe's grip tightened, crushing his windpipe. Chapter 18. Cold Moon Sect. Purple Cold Moon. Lin Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Ling Tianhe's sudden aggression, nor did he grasp the implications of Ling Tianhe's words. "The master has decreed that those with treacherous hearts shall not remain within the Golden Phoenix Drizzle Tower, and I am here to eliminate you on his behalf. Furthermore, I have pledged my allegiance to the master." As he spoke, Ling Tianhe released his grip. With a thud, Lin Ji collapsed to the floor, his eyes still open, filled with shock and confusion. Ling Tianhe approached the fallen body, gently closing Lin Ji's eyes. He then stepped out of the hall and instructed Lu Wensong and Jiang Qingdong, "Root out the weeds, leave no survivors." Ling Tianhe had fully submitted to Su Chen, determined to become his executioner, ruthlessly eliminating those with dissenting thoughts. Lu Wensong and Jiang Qindong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned but hesitated not, particularly Jiang Qindong, who signaled to the personnel stationed outside the estate. In a short while, the scent of blood permeated Lin Ji's residence. Within a single day, Ling Tianhe had dispatched 8 stewards from the Golden Phoenix Drizzle Tower. As dusk fell within the Golden Phoenix Drizzle Tower, Ling Tianhe reported, "Master, all threats have been eliminated. We recovered 800,000 taels from their estates, which have been deposited into the main treasury. Disperse 100,000 taels as a reward for those who assisted, and bring me the Xianbing Hanshuang. Ensure that no one else learns of it. Also, find a secluded residence within the city for my use." Su Chen commanded. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and withdrew. Soon, he approached Su Chen with the mysterious ice-cold energy. "I shall take the secret tome for now. As for the house matters, expedite them," he instructed. Su Chen grasped the icy energy and exited. After descending the stairs, he boarded a carriage that had been prepared earlier, heading towards the Su residence. The journey was notably tranquil, yet the entire Qing city buzzed with tales of Ling Tianhe's ruthless methods. The document titled 42TXD detailed the elimination of rivals and the initiation of a massacre, where within a single day, 8 managers of the Jinfeng Shiyu building were annihilated. Many were left astounded by Ling Tianhe's merciless actions, pondering the motives behind his sudden ferocity. As these rumors spread throughout Qing City, Su Chen had already returned to the Su residence. The steward, Fu Bo, awaited him at the entrance and approached as soon as he alighted from the carriage. "Young master, are you all right?" he inquired with evident concern. "I am fine. I merely spent a day at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Nothing of consequence transpired," Su Chen replied as he followed Fu Bo into the courtyard. Noticing the absence of others, Fu Bo spoke quietly. "Young master, Deputy Master Ling has today slaughtered 8 managers along with their families. It was a scene of bloodshed." Feigning surprise, Su Chen's expression shifted. "Deputy Master Ling has made his move and killed 8 managers. What is his intention?" He furrowed his brow as he spoke, then sighed. "Though I am the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, circumstances are not solely dictated by my will. Let us leave this matter for now. Please arrange for me some food. After my meal, I wish to retreat to the secret chamber for a time of cultivation." Su Chen contemplated the mysterious ice-cold energy, eager to assess its compatibility with his Ice Kirin Arm. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Fu Bo's gaze dimmed. He merely wished for Su Chen to be aware of the situation. Before long, they arrived at the dining hall. The room was modestly furnished, featuring an antiquated dining table and several wooden chairs. However, seated at the table was a person, accompanied by a maid. It was none other than Su Chen's second mother, Shangguan Ziyun, along with her maid, Xiaolan. A curious thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Why were they here for a meal? He glanced toward Shangguan Ziyun, recalling that he had little memory of her, as she had only entered the Su residence after his arrival at the Shanhe sect. Their previous encounter had been at Su Mungbai's memorial. "I have met my second mother," Su Chen thought as he offered a slight bow, recognizing the importance of formalities. "Please, take a seat." Shangguan Ziyun gestured towards the chair opposite her. Su Chen complied, settling down, and the other maidservants promptly served him an array of dishes. Shangguan Ziyun remained silent as she picked up her utensils. "I have heard you have been diligently cultivating. Your prowess is at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Here is a bottle of dust origin pills, containing 10 pills, which your father had prepared for you before his untimely demise. He intended to give them to you upon your return, but fate intervened before he could do so. It has been kept with me for some time, and now I present it to you on his behalf." After a while, Shangguan Ziyun observed that Su Chen had already set down his bowl and chopsticks. She too placed her utensils aside and retrieved a jade vial from her bosom, extending it towards Su Chen, her fingers delicate as jade. "Thank you, second mother," Su Chen exclaimed, hastily rising to accept the vial, his face alight with excitement. Yet, he mused inwardly. This elixir must not have been acquired by Su Mingbai, but rather offered by Shangguan Ziyun herself. The ruthless act of eliminating rivals led to a massacre, with the 8 managers of the Jinfeng Shiyu building eradicated within a single day. Many were taken aback by Ling Tianhe's brutal methods, pondering the motives behind his sudden actions. As this news spread throughout Qing City, Su Chen had already returned to the Su residence, where the steward, Fu Bo, awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Su Chen disembark from the carriage, Fu Bo hurried forward, concern evident in his tone. "Young master, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. I merely spent the day at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Nothing noteworthy occurred, Su Chen replied, following Fu Bo into the estate. Observing that the surroundings were devoid of others, Fu Bo spoke up. Young master, Vice Master Ling has today slain 8 managers along with their families, leaving a veritable river of blood. Feigning surprise, Su Chen's expression reflected shock. Vice Master Ling took action and killed 8 managers. What could he possibly intend? As he spoke, his brows knitted in thought. He sighed, continuing, though I am the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, the affairs are not solely under my command. Let us leave this matter for now. Please arrange for some food. I wish to dine before retreating to the secret chamber for a period of cultivation. Su Chen contemplated refining his skills in the frosty ice technique, assessing its compatibility with his Ice Kirin Arm. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Fu Bo's gaze dimmed. He shared this information merely to ensure Su Chen was informed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the dining room. The decor was quite simple, featuring an antiquated dining table and wooden chairs. However, at that moment, one person was already seated at the table, accompanied by a maid, none other than Su Chen's second mother, Shangwan Ziyun, and her maid, Xiaolan. Why had they come here to dine? Su Chen's heart stirred with curiosity as his gaze fell upon Shangwan Ziyun. He had little recollection of her, having only encountered her after joining the Shanhua sect. Previously, they had crossed paths at Su Mengbai's memorial. Greetings, second mother, Su Chen said with a slight bow, adhering to the proprieties he deemed important. Please, take a seat. Shangwan Ziyun gestured towards the chair opposite her. Su Chen complied, settling into the seat as the other maids promptly served a variety of dishes before him. Without uttering a word, Shangwan Ziyun picked up her bowl and chopsticks. I have heard that you have been diligently cultivating. Your strength is at the pinnacle of the acquired stage. This is a vial of dust origin pills, prepared by your father during his lifetime, containing 10 pills. I had intended for you to use them upon your return, but before I could present them, he was assassinated. It has long been kept in my possession, and now I present it to you on his behalf. After a while, Shangwan Ziyun observed that Su Chen had set aside his bowl and chopsticks. She placed her own utensils down and retrieved a jade vial from her bosom, extending it towards Su Chen. Her fingers were delicate as jade. Thank you, second mother, Su Chen exclaimed, rising swiftly to accept the vial, his face alight with excitement. Yet inwardly, he mused, this elixir must not have been obtained by Su Mengbai, but rather is a gift from Shangwan Ziyun herself. Is she assisting me in breaking through to the innate realm to confront Ling Tianhe? Today, Ling Tianhe had eliminated 8 stewards, which evidently posed a threat to Shangwan Ziyun. The dust origin pill is renowned as the finest remedy for transcending the innate bottleneck and is exceedingly rare. It is particularly valuable as it specifically targets the innate threshold, making its concoction far more challenging than that of pills merely enhancing innate energy. The fact that Shangwan Ziyun produced an entire vial speaks volumes of her distinguished status. How could such a person become Su Mengbai's second mother? I must investigate further. Feigning excitement, Su Chen tucked the vial into his bosom and addressed Shangwan Ziyun. Second mother, I have nearly finished my meal. I shall retreat to the secret chamber for cultivation. Should anything arise, please have Uncle Fu wait for me outside. Su Chen stood and spoke with purpose. Shangwan Ziyun nodded in response, saying, proceed. The path of martial arts requires one to traverse mountains and valleys. Stagnation leads to regression. I hope you achieve your breakthrough to the innate realm soon. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He, Su Chen, was indeed a prodigious talent, having already surpassed the innate realm. After a slight bow, he exited the dining room, heading towards the training chamber, with Uncle Fu following closely behind. Before the secret chamber, Su Chen turned to Uncle Fu and said, Uncle Fu, I need to add some items within the chamber. Please accompany me inside. Uncle Fu, without hesitation, followed Su Chen into the secret chamber. The moment they entered, Uncle Fu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if an immense weight bore down upon his entire being, leaving him in a daze. Meanwhile, Su Chen summoned the enslavement rune once again, embedding it directly into Uncle Fu's mind. The effect was immediate and effective. Uncle Fu was swiftly subdued. This was primarily due to Uncle Fu's prowess being at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, yet not yet having reached the innate level. After a moment, Uncle Fu's expression returned to normal, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Su Chen. I had no idea, young master, that you possessed such abilities. My previous concerns were indeed unwarranted, Uncle Fu remarked, devoid of any fear or unease regarding his subjugation. His loyalty lay with both Su Mengbai and Su Chen. Tell me about my second mother, Shangwan Ziyun. I wish to understand who she truly is, Su Chen inquired. Young master, I only learned of the second madam's identity after the master passed. She is one of the holy maidens of the Cold Moon sect, known as Zihanyu. There is no connection to the master. Her presence in the Su residence likely stems from some collaboration with him. Unfortunately, I am not privy to the specifics. Uncle Fu explained. Cold Moon sect, Zihanyu? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The Cold Moon sect stands apart from other factions, being one of the sects pursued by the Dezhou government. It is rumored to have been founded by a royal princess, the last surviving heir of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 19. Seeking one's own destruction, no one can save you. It is no wonder that previously, Uncle Fu encouraged him to meet with Shangwan Ziyun more often. The intention was to have Shangwan Ziyun offer him protection and ensure his safety. Now that I understand, this is the dust origin pill. Uncle Fu, take it and see if it can help you break through to the innate realm. Su Chen spoke. Is he aiding me in my ascent to the innate realm to confront Ling Tianhe? Today, Ling Tianhe took action to eliminate 8 stewards, causing Shangwan Ziyun to feel threatened. The dust origin pill is indeed the finest elixir for breaking through the bottleneck of the acquired stage, and it is rare to find. This particular pill is specifically designed for overcoming the innate bottleneck, making it even more precious than those that merely enhance innate energy. Shangwan Ziyun produced a vial with ease, indicating her extraordinary status. How could someone of her caliber possibly be Su Mengbai's second mother? This warrants a thorough investigation. Feigning excitement, Su Chen tucked the item into his robe and addressed Shangwan Ziyun. Second mother, I have eaten my fill. I shall retreat to the secret chamber for cultivation. If anything arises, please have Uncle Fu wait for me outside. Rising from the table, Su Chen made his way toward the training chamber. Uncle Fu followed closely behind. Before the secret chamber, Su Chen spoke to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, I need to add some items inside the chamber. Please accompany me. Without hesitation, Uncle Fu followed Su Chen into the chamber. Upon entering, Uncle Fu suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if his very spirit were being crushed beneath a mountain, leaving him in a daze. Meanwhile, Su Chen summoned the enslavement rune, which he directly implanted into Uncle Fu's mind. The effect was remarkable. It successfully enslaved Uncle Fu in a single attempt, primarily due to Uncle Fu's peak acquired strength, which had not yet reached the innate level. Moments later, Uncle Fu regained his composure, staring at Su Chen in astonishment. I never anticipated, young master, that you possessed such capabilities. My prior concerns were utterly unfounded, Uncle Fu remarked, feeling no fear or unease about being enslaved, as he was inherently loyal to both Su Mengbai and Su Chen. Tell me about my second mother, Shangwan Ziyun. I wish to know who she is, Su Chen inquired. Young master, I only learned of the second madam's true identity after the master's passing. She is one of the saintesses of the Cold Moon sect, known as Zihanyu. Her connection to the late master is tenuous at best. Her presence in the Su household likely stems from some form of collaboration with him. Beyond that, I am not privy to further details, Uncle Fu explained. The Cold Moon sect, Zihanyu? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The Cold Moon sect stands apart from other factions, as it is one of the cults pursued by the authorities of the Great Zhou. It is rumored to have been founded by a surviving princess of the last dynasty of the Great Zhou. Chapter 19. Seeking one's own demise. No one can save you. No wonder Master Fu advised him to meet with Shangwan Ziyun more often. It was to seek her protection and ensure his safety. I have come to understand the significance of this item. This is the dust origin pill. Master Fu, take it and see if it can help you break through to the innate realm, Su Chen declared. The document is titled 44TXD, corresponding to the Chinese file 44TXD. Young master, you have reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Consuming this dust origin pill will undoubtedly allow you to step into the innate realm. As for me, being of advanced age, entering the innate realm holds little value, Master Fu hastily replied. I have already entered the innate realm. This pill is of no use to me. Su Chen handed the vial to Master Fu and gestured for him to leave the secret chamber. He still needed to cultivate and had plans to venture out that night to eliminate the assassin, using the blood of that assassin to honor Su Mengbai and fulfill a long-held wish of the original owner. Upon hearing that Su Chen had already entered the innate realm, Master Fu's face displayed astonishment. However, recalling Su Chen's recent display of power, He felt that Su Chen's advancement was quite reasonable. "Thank you, young master." Master Fu expressed his gratitude swiftly. Su Chen secured the secret chamber and began to meditate, first directly extracting 3 years' worth of innate internal energy he had acquired. Instantly, a surge of innate internal energy emerged within him, merging with his own innate energy, circulating throughout his body and continuously cleansing his meridians. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen consumed several innate pills to expedite the flow of internal energy and enhance his strength. After some time had passed, Su Chen opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within them. He gathered all the internal energy within himself and then ingested blood essence pills to begin refining his physical body. Instantly, his entire being surged with vitality, and a radiant glow began to emanate from within his flesh. Meanwhile, at a different location, within the estate of Ling Tianhe, Lei Ao arrived in a carriage at the entrance. He announced his name without delay. The gatekeeper quickly entered the courtyard to report. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man resembling a steward led Lei Ao to the back courtyard. The sky had already begun to darken. "Guardian Lei, you came last night and return again today. What is your intention? Do you believe that such persistence will compel me to hand over the mine to you?" Ling Tianhe coldly inquired. "Deputy Master Ling, allow me to congratulate you on eliminating your rivals in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and gaining control of it. However, despite your control over the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, our Qingcheng city is still quite small, and there are many powerful figures outside that we cannot afford to offend. Do you know who has set their sights on the mine? It is the third young master of the Qin family from the prefectural government, young Master Qin Hao." Lei Ao responded. "Humph, Lei Ao, that mine is merely an ordinary one. Why would the third young master of Qin be interested in it?" "I suspect it is your Lei Hall that covets that mine," Ling Tianhe remarked, primarily to test Lei Ao. "Are you not aware that deep within that mine lies a significant cache of void stones? It appears that although you hold the position of deputy leader, you remain unaware of many matters." Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, Lei Ao spoke up. "The void stones, your Lei family has recently been accumulating them. Is it because the leader refuses to relinquish the mine that your family resorted to sending assassins to eliminate our leader?" Ling Tianhe inquired coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Ao. He was eager to discern who had commissioned the assassination of Su Mengbai. He speculated that it was not the third young master of the Qin family, but rather someone from the Lei Hall. The third young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, has skilled fighters by his side, rendering the need for hired assassins unnecessary. "Young master, now that you have reached the peak of the postnatal realm, consuming this dust origin pill will surely propel you into the innate realm. As for me, being of advanced age, entering the innate realm holds little significance," the old servant, Fu Bo, hastily remarked. "I have already entered the innate realm. This pill is of no use to me," Su Chen replied, handing the vial to Fu Bo and gesturing for him to leave the secret chamber. He needed to continue his cultivation, as he had further plans for the night, to eliminate the assassin and use their blood to honor Su Mengbai, fulfilling a wish of the original owner. Upon hearing that Su Chen had reached the innate realm, Fu Bo's face expressed astonishment. However, recalling Su Chen's recent prowess, he found it quite reasonable that Su Chen had attained such a level. "Thank you, young master." Fu Bo expressed his gratitude swiftly. After securing the secret chamber, Su Chen settled into a meditative position, directly extracting the innate energy he had acquired over 3 years. Instantly, a surge of innate energy coursed through him, merging with his own, circulating and cleansing his meridians. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen consumed several innate pills to accelerate the flow of energy and enhance his strength. After a period of time, Su Chen opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. He gathered all the energy within him and subsequently ingested blood-boosting pills, beginning to refine his physical body. Instantly, his vitality surged, revealing a radiant red glow, as if a new power were emerging from within his flesh. Meanwhile, at another location, outside Ling Tianhe's residence, Lei Ao arrived in a carriage, announcing his name. The guards quickly reported his arrival to the inner courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man resembling a steward escorted Lei Ao to the backyard. The sky had begun to darken. "Lei Protector, you came last night and return again today. What is your intention? Do you believe that this will persuade me to hand over the mine?" Ling Tianhe coldly addressed him. "Deputy Leader Ling, allow me to first congratulate you on eliminating your dissenters within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and gaining control over it. However, despite your control, Our city is quite small, and there are many individuals outside whom we cannot afford to offend. Do you know who has set their sights on that mine? It is the third young master of the Qin family, young Master Qin Hao, Lei Ao stated. Humph, Lei Ao, that is merely an ordinary mine. Why would the third young Master Qin covet it? I suspect it is your Lei Hall that desires that mine, Ling Tianhe replied, his words primarily serving as a probe to test Lei Ao. Are you not aware that deep within that mine lies a substantial deposit of void stones? It appears that despite your position as the deputy leader, there remain many matters you are unaware of. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, Lei Ao began to speak. The void stone, your Lei family has recently been acquiring it. Is it true that because the leader refuses to relinquish the mine, your family has dispatched assassins to eliminate him? Ling Tianhe inquired coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on Lei Ao. He yearned to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for Su Mengbai's demise. His suspicion did not fall on the third young master of the Qin family, but rather on those affiliated with Lei Tang. The third young master, Qin Hao, is surrounded by skilled fighters. There would be no need for hired assassins to carry out such a task. Thus, it is plausible that the Lei family, having employed mercenaries, orchestrated the death of the former leader. Su Mengbai was rather obstinate. Despite the third young master's attempts to engage him twice, he had steadfastly refused. This was due to the fact that the void stone was a necessity for the Xitan Palace, and he tenaciously guarded that mine, demonstrating remarkable loyalty. Seeing that the third young master could not sway him, it is likely they sought to eliminate him instead. Deputy Leader Ling, I trust you do not share Su Mengbai's stubbornness. Handing over the deed to the mine would benefit all parties involved. Once you accomplish this task, I shall introduce you to young Master Qin. Lei Ao's words were laced with both threats and persuasion. Upon hearing Lei Ao's remarks, Ling Tianhe's expression fluctuated, as if he were contemplating the implications of the situation. Observing the change in Ling Tianhe's demeanor, Lei Ao smirked inwardly and remarked, Deputy Leader Ling, you are an astute individual. You surely comprehend the best course of action. Lei Ao, I must admit, I find it perplexing. Even if the leader refuses to grant you the deed, why resort to murder to seize the mine? Ling Tianhe asked in a low voice. Your leader is backed by the Xitan Palace. Should we attempt to seize the mine, Su Mengbai would undoubtedly alert them. In that case, the Xitan Palace would send formidable experts, rendering our efforts futile and potentially causing trouble for my Lei family. With his death, the Xitan Palace would refrain from dispatching experts, as the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is merely a minor enterprise. You now know what you need to know. I shall return tomorrow night to collect the deed. You have but one day to ponder your decision. With that, Lei Ao cast a glance at Ling Tianhe and turned to leave. As Lei Ao's figure disappeared, the previous gloom on Ling Tianhe's face vanished, replaced by a hint of delight. Lei Ao, little did I expect that your visit would afford me such an opportunity. I truly owe you my gratitude. Originally, you might have lived a little longer, but now I doubt you will see the morrow. You seek your own demise. Who can save you? Ling Tianhe resolved to inform Su Chen of this matter at dawn. By then, Lei Ao would surely not survive the day. As night deepened, Ling Tianhe was in his study, perusing a series of bamboo slips containing confidential messages arriving from various directions. Although he was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Su Mengbai's death, he suspected that Qin Hao's arrival was motivated by more than just the void stone. There must be other objectives at play. Therefore, he needed to delve deeper to uncover Qin Hao's true intentions. As the deputy leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Ling Tianhe possessed remarkable capabilities in intelligence gathering. Otherwise, he would not have uncovered the assassin's presence in Lei Ao's residence so early on. Suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard. Before the Lingtian River, he greeted the master. Is the assassin's position unchanged? Su Chen inquired. The assassin has not departed. He remains within our line of sight. Good. I shall deal with him first. Eliminating one will bring me some solace. Master, I have already discerned the reason behind the death of the former lord. Lingtian River promptly conveyed the words spoken by Lei Ao today to Su Chen. Qin Hao, the void stone. What could they possibly need such an abundance of void stones for? Su Chen pondered, a touch of confusion in his voice. Mission triggered. The host has learned the cause of Su Mengbai's death and must uncover why Qin Hao requires the void stones. Reward, 5 white lottery tickets. It is quite possible that the Lei family hired someone to eliminate the former lord. Su Mengbai was too obstinate. He rejected Qin San's overtures twice. His steadfastness regarding the void stone, which is essential to the Xitan Palace, led him to cling to that mine. I surmised that Qingcheng found him unmanageable and sought someone to dispose of him. Deputy Lord Ling, I trust you will not be as obstinate as Su Mingbai. It would be prudent to hand over the property deed of that mine. It would benefit us all. Once you accomplish this, I shall introduce you to young Master Qin. The words of Lei Ao carried an undertone of both threat and persuasion. Upon hearing Lei Ao's remarks, Ling Tian River's expression shifted, revealing a tumultuous mix of emotions, as if he were weighing the stakes involved. Observing Ling Tian River's countenance, Lei Ao sneered inwardly and remarked, Deputy Lord Ling, you are an astute individual. You should know how to proceed. Lei Ao, I must confess I find it perplexing. Even if the Lord were to withhold the property deed, you could still seize the mine directly. Why resort to murder? Ling Tian River asked in a grave tone. The former Lord is backed by the Zitan Palace. If we were to seize the mine, Su Mingbai would undoubtedly alert the Zitan Palace. They would then dispatch formidable experts, and we would be unable to secure the mine, potentially bringing trouble to my Lei family. With his demise, the Zitan Palace would refrain from sending any experts, as the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is merely a minor enterprise. You now possess all the knowledge you require. I shall return tomorrow evening to collect the property deed. You have but one day to contemplate. With a final glance at Ling Tian River, Lei Ao turned and departed. As he watched Lei Ao's retreating figure, the earlier gloom on Ling Tian River's face dissipated, replaced by a flicker of delight. Lei Ao, little did I expect that your visit would earn me an achievement. I truly owe you my gratitude. Originally, you might have lived a while longer, but now, it seems you shan't see the morrow. You sought your own demise. Who can save you now? Ling Tian resolved to inform Su Chen of this matter at dawn. By then, Lei Ao would undoubtedly not survive the day. As night deepened, Ling Tian River sat in his study, perusing the confidential messages contained within bamboo slips arriving from various directions. Though he had already uncovered the cause of Su Mingbai's death, he suspected that Qin Hao's visit was motivated by more than just the void stones. There must be other objectives at play. Thus, he needed to delve deeper to unearth Qin Hao's true intentions. As the deputy lord of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Ling Tian River possessed remarkable capabilities in intelligence gathering. Otherwise, he would not have learned of the assassin's presence at Lei Ao's estate so early on. Suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard. Before the Ling Tian River, I pay my respects to the master. Has the assassin's position remained unchanged? Su Chen inquired. The assassin has not departed. He remains within our line of sight. Excellent. I shall eliminate him first to ease my mind. My lord, I have already discerned the reason behind the death of Lu Zhu. Ling Tian River promptly conveyed the words spoken by Lei Ao today to Su Chen. Qin Hao, the void stones, what purpose do they serve? Su Chen expressed his confusion. Mission triggered. The host has learned the cause of Su Mingbai's death and must uncover why Qin Hao requires the void stones. Reward, 5 white lottery cards. File name, 46TXD corresponding Chinese file, 46TXD. Su Chen's mind stirred slightly. At that moment, Ling Tian River bowed and announced, I have arranged for spies to investigate and will report back to the master promptly. Very well, you shall handle this matter. Also, where is Lei Ao at present? I intend to deal with him as well. Su Chen spoke coldly. He bore the task of uncovering the cause of Su Mingbai's death and seeking vengeance. With the cause now known, he planned to first kill Lei Ao and the assassin to determine if he could fulfill that mission. Our investigations indicate that Lei Ao has returned to the Lei Hall and has not emerged since. He is likely in the 5th courtyard of the back garden. Ling Tian River reported. Then let us first eliminate Lei Ao, and afterward, we shall address the assassin outside the city. Su Chen stated. Lei Ao's strength is mid-stage innate, comparable to Ling Tian River, thus he can be dealt with. However, Lei Ao is within the Lei Hall and must be lured out. Of course, if he cannot be drawn out, Bai Tianyu can also take action. Yet, if it can be avoided, it is preferable not to intervene. Once we ascertain Qin Hao's intentions, it may be the moment for Bai Tianyu to step in. Chapter 20. A blade to sever the head. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of Yuchun Yuan. In stark contrast to the brightly lit front courtyard, the rear exuded a certain tranquility. The matron stood respectfully before a woman adorned in a red embroidered phoenix gown. Madam, Qin Lan was unable to enter the Su residence and was instead arranged to stay outside. Su Chen has not visited her in the past 2 days, the matron announced. Quite intriguing. I shall seek to engage with this Su Chen when time permits. The lady in the gown smiled, her expression captivating. Madam, Today, Lingtian River of Jinfeng Shiyulu eliminated 8 stewards who opposed him, thereby completely seizing control of Jinfeng Shiyulu. Su Chen has become a mere puppet. Engaging with him may prove futile. I suspect Lingtian River may soon turn his attention towards Su Chen. The matron stated solemnly. Lingtian River will not act against him. Su Chen is the son of Su Mengbai, and until the people from the Zitan Palace arrive, Lingtian River will refrain from any aggression. How is the investigation regarding the Lei family's rampant acquisition of void stones progressing? The lady in the gown inquired. This matter likely correlates with the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, but we have yet to ascertain the specifics of his actions. My subordinates wish to engage with Lingtian River to see if we can procure some clues from him. The matron replied. As an intelligence agency of Qingcheng, Jinfeng Shiyulu, one should be aware of the extensive acquisitions of void stones by the Lei family. These stones are among the fundamental materials for crafting magical weapons. Although they are indeed precious, such a fervent pursuit for acquisition seems to hint at ulterior motives. It would be prudent to visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building and request an investigation. The woman in the red dress nodded and continued to inquire. Have there been any updates regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform in the black market? Madam, since the last announcement, there has been no further news, which is quite peculiar. The brothel keeper replied solemnly. This situation is indeed suspicious. The release of information seems intended merely to divert attention towards the Jinfeng Shiyu building. At this moment, Ling Tianhe bowed and stated, I have already dispatched spies to investigate and will report back to you promptly. Very well, you shall handle this matter. Also, where is Liao currently? I intend to deal with him as well, Su Chen said coldly. He had a mission to uncover the truth behind Su Mengbai's death and to seek vengeance. The cause of death was known. He planned to eliminate Liao and the assassin first to see if he could fulfill that mission. My subordinates have discovered that Liao has returned to the Lei Hall and has not left since. He should be in the 5th courtyard of the hall's rear. Ling Tianhe reported. Then we shall first eliminate Liao and subsequently deal with the assassin outside the city, Su Chen instructed. Liao possessed strength akin to the mid-stage of the innate realm, comparable to Ling Tianhe, making him manageable. However, he needed to be lured out of the Lei Hall. Of course, if that proved difficult, Bai Tianyu could intervene. Yet, it would be preferable to avoid unnecessary confrontation. Once we ascertain Qin Hao's intentions, it may be the opportune moment for Bai Tianyu to take action against him. Chapter 20, A Decisive Strike. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of Yechen Garden. In stark contrast to the brightly lit front courtyard, the rear appeared rather tranquil. The brothel keeper stood respectfully before the woman clad in a red embroidered phoenix gown. Madam, Qin Lan has been unable to enter the Su residence and has instead been stationed outside. In recent days, Su Chen has not met with her, the brothel keeper announced. Interesting. I shall make time to engage with this Su Chen, the woman in the gown remarked, a charming smile gracing her lips. Madam, today Ling Tianhe from the Jinfeng Shiyu building eliminated 8 managers who opposed him. He now fully controls the establishment, rendering Su Chen a mere puppet. Engaging with him may prove futile, as I suspect Ling Tianhe may soon turn against Su Chen, the brothel keeper cautioned. Ling Tianhe will not act against him. Su Chen is the son of Su Mengbai, and until the people from Zitan Palace arrive, Ling Tianhe will refrain from such actions. What progress has been made regarding the Lei family's rampant acquisition of void stones? The woman inquired. This matter may be related to Qin Hao, the third young master of the Qin family from the county government, but we have yet to ascertain the specifics. I intend to reach out to Ling Tianhe to see if I can procure any leads from him, the brothel keeper replied. As the intelligence agency of Qingcheng, the Jinfeng Shiyu building should be well aware of the Lei family's purposes behind their extensive acquisition of void stones. The void stone is one of the fundamental materials for forging magical weapons. Though it is precious, there is no need for excessive acquisition, indicating that there must be other circumstances at play. You may wish to visit the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion and request their investigation. The woman in the red dress nodded slightly before continuing her inquiry. Is there any news regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform in the black market? Madam, since the last announcement was made, there has been no further information, which is quite peculiar, replied the brothel keeper in a low voice. This situation appeared rather suspicious. The release of information seemed merely a ploy to direct attention toward the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion. It was reported to us that Su Chen might be aware of the whereabouts of the 5th grade Lotus platform. However, If Su Chen indeed possesses this knowledge, it is unlikely that they would divulge such information. The woman in red furrowed her brow, perplexed by the underlying motives. Please depart for now. I shall find an opportunity to meet Su Chen in person. Perhaps I can discuss matters with him and request an introduction to the individuals from the Zetan Palace. She gestured dismissively. In the Thunder Hall, only faint lights flickered in the deep of night, while several guards patrolled the area. Lei Ao sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing. His upper body revealed robust muscles, adorned with flickering lightning patterns. Lei Ao trained in the Lei family's technique, the Thunder Python skill, a form of innate martial art aligned with the Thunder attribute. This martial practice possesses formidable offensive capabilities and also refines the inner self. Ranking among the elite innate techniques within Qingcheng Prefecture. Divided into 5 tiers, Lei Ao had only attained the 3rd tier thus far, hindered by his aptitude, which had prevented him from advancing to the 4th tier for many years. Consequently, his strength remained at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. He sought refuge with Qin Hao, hoping to acquire resources from him to elevate his Thunder Python skill to the 4th tier and progress into the late stage of innate cultivation. After a brief moment, Lei Ao opened his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a figure by the window, seemingly sensing his presence, swiftly turning to flee. Lei Ao's expression changed, and he quickly exited the courtyard. Observing the figure's rapid escape, he discerned that the individual lacked a strong aura, devoid of innate energy, yet displayed remarkable agility and speed. Without hesitation, Lei Ao vaulted over the wall of the Thunder Hall. The figure, sensing a pursuer behind, hastily darted into a nearby alley. Lei Ao followed suit, entering the narrow passage. Inside the alley, a solitary figure stood, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon entering, Lei Ao's heart sank as he recognized the person standing there, and he instinctively sensed danger, preparing to turn away. However, at the opposite end of the alley, a man wielding a long knife stood motionless, merely standing there. Lei Ao felt as if his heart were being crushed under a mountain, each heartbeat resonating slowly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, drawing his gaze involuntarily to the back. To his shock, he recognized the approaching figure. "You are Su Chen. What are you doing here?" He stammered, his voice betraying his astonishment. Fortunately, the oppressive presence of the man wielding the blade dissipated. "How did I end up here?" "Naturally, I have come to take your life." As Su Chen spoke, he propelled himself forward, his figure surging towards Lei Ao with remarkable speed. The rain blade manifested in his hand, slicing through the air in an instant. The blade resembled a gentle drizzle, transforming into a brilliant white light. Caught off guard, Lei Ao instinctively raised his hand, summoning a crackling bolt of lightning that flickered with arcane patterns, aiming to intercept the descending rain blade with a decisive strike. However, when the long blade met the electric force of his palm, it effortlessly cleaved through the lightning, continuing its deadly arc toward Lei Ao's hand. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retract his hand immediately. It was revealed that Su Chen might possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the 5th-grade Lotus platform, yet if he were aware, they likely would not have disseminated such information. The woman in the red dress furrowed her brow slightly, unable to decipher the underlying motives. "Let us proceed for now. At a later time, I shall personally meet with Su Chen. Perhaps we can negotiate for an audience with those from the Zetan Palace." She gestured dismissively. In the Thunder Hall, the night was cloaked in shadows, illuminated only by sporadic glimmers of light as the guards patrolled their posts. Lei Ao sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing his cultivation. His upper body revealed a robust physique, adorned with flickering patterns of lightning. Lei Ao's training was rooted in the Lei family's Thunder Python technique, a form of innate martial art imbued with the power of lightning. This technique boasted formidable offensive capabilities and refined the practitioner's inner self. Ranking among the elite innate martial arts within the Qing city. Divided into 5 tiers, Lei Ao had only progressed to the 3rd level due to his limited aptitude, rendering him unable to advance to the 4th tier for many years. Thus, his strength remained stagnant at the mid-stage of innate mastery. His allegiance to Qin Hao was motivated by a desire to acquire resources that would enable him to elevate the Thunder Python technique to its 4th tier, propelling him into the late stage of innate mastery. After a brief moment, Lei Ao opened his eyes. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a figure by the window. Sensing his awareness, the figure promptly turned and fled. Lei Ao's expression shifted, and he swiftly exited the courtyard. Observing the figure in a hurried retreat, He discerned that the individual lacked a strong aura, devoid of innate energy. Yet, their agility was striking, and they moved with great speed. Without hesitation, Lei Ao followed suit. Vaulting over the wall of the Thunder Hall, the figure, seemingly aware of the pursuit, darted into a nearby alley. Lei Ao soon found himself within the confines of the narrow passage. There, he spotted an individual standing as if awaiting someone else's arrival. Upon entering the alley, Lei Ao's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he prepared to turn and flee. However, on the opposite end of the alley stood a man clutching a long blade. Merely his presence was enough to weigh heavily on Lei Ao's heart. As if it were being crushed beneath an insurmountable mountain, the rhythm of his heartbeat slowing in response. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him, compelling him to glance back. The sight of the approaching figure filled him with dread. "You are Su Chen. How did you come to be here?" He stammered, his voice betraying his trepidation. However, fortunately, the oppressive presence of the man wielding the blade dissipated. "How could I be here? Naturally, I have come to end your life." As Su Chen spoke, he propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Lei Ao, the rain blade appearing in his hand, slashing forth in an instant. The blade fell like a gentle drizzle, transforming into a streak of white light. Startled, Lei Ao instinctively raised his hand, summoning a bolt of lightning within his palm. The lightning crackled with intricate runes, aimed to intercept the descending rain blade with a forceful strike, attempting to thwart Su Chen's assault. However, upon contact, the long blade cleaved through the lightning barrier. Heading straight for his palm, Lei Ao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retracted his hand. Yet, it was too late. His palm was severed. "Ah!" he shrieked, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed at Su Chen, realizing that the blade had pierced through his defenses. He recognized the weapon as Su Mengbai's rain blade. A formidable tool, yet he never expected it could sever his lightning barrier without the use of internal energy. To his astonishment, Su Chen had managed to sever his hand without expending any internal force. A smile crept onto Su Chen's face as he witnessed the scene. The sharpness of the rain blade surpassed his expectations. Though Lei Ao's hasty response lacked the strength of a well-formed barrier, it was evident that the rain blade was exceptionally keen. Originally, he intended for Lei Ao to perish beneath the rain blade's dusk technique, but he was not yet prepared for others to know he was the one to kill him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate him through other means first, before claiming his head with the rain blade. Coldly, Su Chen sheathed the rain blade and raised his left hand, a frigid aura coalescing within his palm. Instantly, the temperature in the narrow alley plummeted. Lei Ao involuntarily shivered. Though this chill steeled his resolve, the man with the blade was terrifying. While Su Chen felt less immediate danger, he knew he must escape from Su Chen to have any hope of survival. With his remaining hand, he clenched it into a fist, surging with the power of lightning, two currents crackling forth from his fist. Without hesitation, he launched an assault towards Su Chen. His fist whistled through the air, the thunderous energy tearing through space, producing a piercing sound. Thunder Python technique? You haven't even mastered the Python. How pitiful. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid. His ice-armored arm contracted sharply as he unleashed a punch that collided with Lei Ao's fist. Bang! Upon impact, the icy aura emanating from Su Chen shattered the lightning's force, cascading into Lei Ao's arm. Crack! In an instant, his arm was encased in a layer of ice. Shatter! Lei Ao exclaimed in alarm, internal energy and blood surging wildly within him as he struggled to break free from the icy grip enveloping his arm. Yet, at that moment, a flash of silver streaked past. Swish! His head rolled to the ground like a ball, and at the severed point, no blood flowed, for it was sealed beneath a layer of ice. Su Chen unceremoniously toppled Lei Ao's lifeless body and approached the large, wide-eyed head. Seizing it and stowing it away in his spatial ring, he still had another target to eliminate. Once he had dispatched the second individual, he intended to display both heads at the entrance of the Lei Hall, eager to witness the reaction of the Lei family upon seeing them. The following morning, at the entrance of the Lei Hall, two heads hung ominously, with a pool of dried blood staining the ground beneath. A young servant, upon discovering the gruesome sight, let out a piercing scream. His cry summoned several others from within the hall, and as they beheld the grisly display, gasps of horror filled the air. "That's the guardian Lei Ao," one voice exclaimed in disbelief. In a frantic rush, another individual dashed into the hall, but he was a moment too late. His palm was swiftly severed, A cry of agony escaped Lei Ao as his astonished gaze fell upon Su Chen, who wielded the rain of fine mist blade, a weapon he recognized as Su Mengbai's. Although the blade was indeed formidable, Lei Ao had not anticipated that it could sever his protective energy without the use of internal force. To his bewilderment, Su Chen had managed to sever his hand without any exertion of internal energy. A smile crept across Su Chen's face as he witnessed this unforeseen sharpness of the blade. Although Lei Ao had acted in haste, resulting in a less than potent aura, it nevertheless highlighted the blade's extraordinary sharpness. My intention was for you to perish beneath the rain of fine mist technique. Yet for now, I prefer to remain undiscovered as your killer. Therefore, I must resort to other means to eliminate you before severing your head with this very blade, Su Chen coldly declared. With that, he sheathed the rain of fine mist and raised his left hand, an icy aura coalescing in his palm, causing the temperature in the alley to plummet. Lei Ao involuntarily shivered, the chill sharpening his focus. The figure behind him, armed with a blade, was terrifying, while Su Chen felt less threatening by comparison. Recognizing that his only chance for survival lay in fleeing from Su Chen, Lei Ao clenched his remaining fist, summoning the power of lightning to surge forth. Without hesitation, he launched a brutal strike towards Su Chen, his fist slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Is this the Thunder Python technique? You haven't even mastered the Python. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid as his Ice Kirin Arm contracted, delivering a punch that collided with Lei Ao's. Bang! The impact shattered the lightning energy emanating from Su Chen's arm, which then coursed into Lei Ao's. In an instant, Lei Ao's arm became encased in ice. Shatter! He bellowed in panic, channeling his internal energy and blood force in a desperate attempt to break free from the frost that bound his arm. But just then, a flash of silver light struck. His head rolled to the ground like a mere ball, and the severed area bled not a drop, for it was encased in a layer of ice. Su Chen effortlessly toppled the lifeless body of Lei Ao, advancing towards the gaping head. Seizing it and stowing it within his spatial ring, he was intent on eliminating another target. Once that task was complete, he planned to display the severed heads of both victims at the entrance of the Lei Hall. Eager to witness the reaction of the Lei family upon encountering such a gruesome sight. The following morning, at the entrance of the Lei Hall, the two heads dangled ominously, with a pool of congealed blood staining the ground beneath. A young attendant of the Lei Hall, upon spotting the gruesome display, emitted a terrified scream. His alarm summoned a flurry of individuals from within. Their horrified gasps echoed through the hall as they beheld the severed heads. That is the guardian Lei Ao, one exclaimed in disbelief. In a flurry, another rushed inside. Before long, a man clad in a fitted outfit appeared at the entrance. He was Lei Yao, one of the 4 guardians of the Lei Hall, and a cousin to the family patriarch, Lei Mu. In terms of seniority, he surpassed Lei Ao by a generation. Upon witnessing the head of Lei Ao hanging at the entrance, his face darkened with fury. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of energy that severed the rope suspending the heads, grasping them firmly in his hand. Search the entire city. Locate the body of the guardian Lei Ao. Lei Yao commanded coldly. The attendants of the Lei Hall sprang into action, while Lei Yao entered the hall, heads in tow. Swiftly dispatching someone to inform both Lei Mu, the patriarch of the Lei family and the head of the hall, and the second master, Lei Mo. Although Lei Mu was the head of the Lei family and typically oversaw the hall's affairs, Lei Mo usually handled the day-to-day operations. However, Lei Ao was Lei Mu's godson and one of the 4 guardians of the Lei Hall. The act of murdering Lei Ao and hanging his head at the hall was a profound insult to the Lei Hall, a scandal of monumental proportions. Before long, the attendants discovered the body of Lei Ao in a narrow alley, and news of the incident spread rapidly throughout the entirety of Qing City. The Lei Hall was the foremost power in Qing City, and Lei Ao was a significant figure within it. The act of severing his head and displaying it at the entrance became the talk of the town, while the identity of the other victim remained largely unnoticed by the gossipers. In the backyard of the Su residence, Shang Wanziyun looked at Xiao Lan with astonishment. You say that the assassin, along with Lei Ao, had their heads severed and displayed at the Lei Hall? Do we know who was responsible for their deaths? She inquired. The assassin was just discovered, and now they have been killed alongside Lei Ao. If their heads were not displayed at the Lei Hall, I might have assumed it was merely a case of the killer silencing witnesses. However, such a public display reeks of vengeance. It is unlikely that a concealed figure would resort to such overt actions. Our people are monitoring the situation outside, and no sounds of struggle have emerged from within. Xiaolon replied. Who is observing from that side? Bring them to me. Shangwan Ziyun pondered for a moment before asking. The absence of combat sounds presents two possibilities. Either the individual was drugged into unconsciousness and subsequently beheaded, or the assailant struck with such swiftness that the killer could not react. However, given that this individual was a skilled assassin with a heightened sense of awareness, the notion of being incapacitated by a drug seems rather implausible. If the assailant executed their move without eliciting any response, they must possess extraordinary prowess. Miss. The individual is already in the secret chamber, and she has also brought back the assassin's corpse, Xiaolon remarked. Let us go and inspect the body, exclaimed Shangwan Ziyun, her eyes sparkling as she rose to her feet. The two made their way to a room on the first floor of the pavilion. Xiaolon activated a button within the chamber, revealing an underground passage before them. The walls of the passage were adorned with luminous orbs, casting a bright light throughout the corridor. After walking for a while, they encountered a stone door. Xiaolon stepped forward to push it open, revealing a spacious stone chamber within. Inside stood a woman, and shortly thereafter, a man clad in combat attire appeared at the entrance. He was Lei Yao, one of the 4 protectors of the Lei Hall, and a cousin to Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family. In terms of seniority, he was a generation above Lei Ao. Upon seeing Lei Ao's severed head hanging at the entrance of the hall, his expression darkened ominously. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a surge of energy that severed the rope suspending the head, and then grasped both heads in his hands. Search the entire city. Find the corpse of Protector Lei. Lei Yao commanded coldly. Instantaneously, the members of the Lei Hall sprang into action. While Lei Yao proceeded to enter the hall, heads in tow, and promptly instructed someone to notify Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family, along with Second Master Lei Mo Lei Mu, being the patriarch of the Lei family and the leader of the Lei Hall, typically delegated the management of the hall's affairs to Second Master Lei Mo. However, Lei Ao was the godson of Lei Mu and one of the 4 protectors of the Lei Hall. The act of murdering Lei Ao and displaying his head at the Lei Hall constituted a grave insult to the establishment, a matter of significant consequence. Before long, the members of the Lei Hall discovered Lei Ao's corpse in a narrow alley. This incident rapidly spread throughout the entirety of Qing City. The Lei Hall was the foremost power in Qing City, and Lei Ao was a prominent figure within it. The gruesome display of his severed head at the entrance became the topic of conversation among the townsfolk, although little was mentioned about the assassin who had met the same fate. In the Su family's courtyard, Shangwan Ziyun, with a look of astonishment, turned to Xiaolon and said, Did you just say that the assassin was beheaded alongside Lei Ao and hung at the Lei Hall's entrance? Do we know who was responsible for their deaths? The assassin, whom they had just begun to investigate, had met his end, now alongside Lei Ao. Were it not for their heads being displayed at the Lei Hall, she might have assumed it was merely a case of silencing witnesses. However, such a public display implies a sense of vengeance. It does not align with the actions of a concealed individual, as one would not exhibit such ostentation. Our people are monitoring the situation outside, and there have been no sounds of struggle from within, Xiaolon replied. Who is keeping watch over there? Bring her to me. Shangwan Ziyun inquired after a moment of contemplation. The absence of battle sounds suggests two possibilities. Either the individual was drugged and rendered unconscious before having their head severed, or the assailant struck with such swiftness that the victim had no chance to react. However, given that this person is a highly vigilant assassin, the likelihood of being drugged seems rather improbable. If the assailant managed to incapacitate them without a response, their prowess must be extraordinary. Miss. The individual is already in the secret chamber, and she has also brought back the assassin's corpse, Xiaolon remarked. Let us go and examine the body, exclaimed Shangwan Ziyun, her eyes shining with intrigue as she rose to her feet. The duo proceeded to a room on the first floor of the pavilion. Xiaolon activated a button within the chamber, revealing an underground passage. The walls of the passage were adorned with luminous orbs, casting a bright glow throughout. After a short while, they arrived at a stone door. Xiaolon stepped forward to push it open, revealing a spacious stone chamber within. Standing there was a woman clad in black, her features unremarkable, her build average, yet she wielded a long sword. As the stone door creaked open, her expression turned serious, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. She appeared to be a person who had long dwelled on the precipice of life and death. Upon noticing the newcomers, she promptly bowed and greeted, I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden. Is this the body in question? Shangwan Ziyun inquired, gazing at the headless corpse beside the black-clad woman. Yes, upon hearing the news this morning, I immediately entered the assassin's quarters to retrieve the body, the woman replied. Shangwan Ziyun nodded and approached the corpse. The assassin was a yellow-card killer from the Bliss Pavilion, devoid of any visible injuries. And there were no traces of energy or drugs within. The manner of death suggested a single, decisive strike. My subordinates inquired at the Thunder Hall, and the expressions of those questioned indicated that the victim was likely caught off guard and swiftly decapitated. According to the clues gathered, both victims bore similar wounds, suggesting that the assailant wielded an exceptionally sharp blade, potentially of weapon-grade quality. The black-clad woman shared this information. Shangwan Ziyun knelt beside the corpse, her hand brushing against the wound as she scrutinized it. Rising, she commented, "The blade has likely not yet reached weapon-grade status, but it is nearing that threshold. However, the skill and strength of the assailant are remarkable, enabling them to silence even a yellow-card killer from the Bliss Pavilion without a cry." What clues can you provide regarding Lei Ao's corpse? Shangwan Ziyun inquired about the circumstances surrounding the death of Lei Ao, who had perished alongside the assassin. The Thunder Hall maintained strict surveillance over the body, making it impossible to investigate, the black-clad woman responded. Investigate Lei Ao's recent associations, Shangwan Ziyun instructed. With both the assassin and Lei Ao deceased, their only avenue for discovering clues lay with Lei Ao. At that moment, Su Chen was leisurely awakening from his slumber. After having slain Lei Ao and the assassin the previous night, he felt an enlightening clarity as remnants of the original host's consciousness dissipated. Stretching languidly, he rose from the bed. After casting a glance at the white lottery card displaying 3 draws, a smile graced Su Chen's face. Following the elimination of Lei Ao and the assassin the previous night, Su Mingbai had successfully completed her task, earning 3 white lottery cards. The next step was to uncover the reason for Qin Hao's arrival in Qingcheng, and Su Chen hoped that Ling Tianhe's investigation would yield swift results. With this thought in mind, he proceeded to draw from the 3 white lottery cards. Acquired 100,000 silver notes, 100 blood-strengthening pills, and 1 junior beast taming card. The first 2 items were of little value, yet the junior beast taming card was exceptionally powerful, capable of commanding a ferocious beast, albeit with a certain success rate. Su Chen stowed these items into his spatial ring. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the bright morning sun outside. He ventured towards the courtyard, where, under Uncle Fu's arrangements, he enjoyed breakfast alone, as he did not encounter Shangwan Ziyun or her maid during the meal. Having finished a simple breakfast, he noticed a woman clad in black, with an unremarkable appearance and average build, gripping a long sword. As the stone door creaked open, her expression turned serious, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. She appeared to be a person who had long danced on the edge of life and death. Yet, upon seeing Su Chen, she promptly stepped forward and bowed, addressing him as Saintess. "Is this the corpse?" Shangwan Ziyun inquired, gazing at the headless body beside the black-clad woman. "Yes, as soon as this matter spread this morning, my subordinate entered the assassin's chamber and retrieved the body," the woman replied. Nodding, Shangwan Ziyun approached the corpse. The assassin was a yellow-card killer from the Extreme Joy Tower, with no visible wounds and devoid of any lingering energy or medicinal residues. The assailant had executed a clean kill. My subordinate also inquired at the entrance of Lei Hall and noted the expressions of witnesses. Their pupils had constricted, indicating they were likely struck in shock before their heads were severed. From the clues gathered, it appeared that both victims bore similar wounds, inflicted by a blade of extraordinary sharpness, potentially of a weapon-grade caliber. The black-clad woman divulged this information. Crouching beside the body, Shangwan Ziyun's hand grazed the wound. Examining it closely, standing upright, she remarked, "The blade has yet to reach weapon-grade status, but it is approaching. However, the skill and strength of the assailant are remarkable, capable of silencing even a yellow-card killer from the Extreme Joy Tower without a single cry." What clues exist on Lei Ao's corpse? Shangwan Ziyun inquired further regarding Lei Ao, who had perished alongside the assassin. The monitoring of the corpse at Lei Hall is stringent, making it impossible to investigate, the black-clad woman responded. "Investigate whom Lei Ao has been associating with recently," Shangwan Ziyun commanded. With both the assassin and Lei Ao deceased, they could only seek leads from Lei Ao's connections. At that moment, Su Chen languidly awakened from his slumber. Having vanquished Lei Ao and the assassin the night before, he felt a clarity of thought. The remnants of the original host's memories dissipated in that instant, leaving his mind sharper than before. Stretching, he rose from the bed. After glancing at the white lottery card revealing 3 draws, a smile graced Su Chen's face. Last night, after eliminating Lei Ao and the assassin, Su Mengbai's mission was accomplished, earning her 3 white lottery cards. The next step was to uncover the reason behind Qin Hao's arrival in Qingcheng. Su Chen hoped that Ling Tianhe would expedite the investigation. Contemplating this, he proceeded to utilize the 3 white lottery cards. 100,000 silver notes obtained, 100 essence-enhancing pills, and 1 junior beast taming card. The first 2 items were of little value. However, the junior beast taming card was quite formidable, capable of commanding a ferocious wild beast, albeit with a certain success rate. Su Chen retrieved these items and placed them directly into his spatial ring. He then pushed open the door, stepping outside to find the sun shining brightly. After finishing breakfast, arranged by Uncle Fu, Su Chen found himself dining alone, without the presence of Shangwan Ziyun and her maid. Having a simple breakfast, he then took a carriage to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, where the news of Lei Ao's demise had already begun to circulate. Even within the carriage, Su Chen could hear passers-by discussing how Lei Ao's severed head was displayed at the entrance of Lei Hall. The situation was escalating nicely. What actions would those behind Lei Ao take? Su Chen mused coldly within the carriage. Chapter 22. Analyzing the method to eliminate Ling Tianhe. As Su Chen made his way to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, within the Lei Hall courtyard, Lei Ao's corpse lay upon a white cloth, while an embalmer was in the process of reattaching his head. 5 individuals were present, with the imposing Lei Mu leading the group, his fierce countenance exuding an aura of intimidation. The remaining 4 comprised the Vice Hall Master, Lei Mu, and 3 protectors, Lei Yao, Lei Gu, and Lei Mayan, the 5 core figures of Lei Hall. Let us head to the conference room. Lei Gu, provide us with details about Lei Ao's situation. Lei Mu commanded as he made his way toward the conference chamber. Upon entering, Lei Mo waved his hand, prompting everyone in the hall to vacate swiftly. Hall Master, Lei Ao was slain by a single strike. Before his death, he engaged briefly with his assailant. Judging by the time of death, it must have occurred in the early hours. Initially, his hand was severed, followed by his decapitation. The evidence suggests that the weapon used was a blade, approaching an artifact level. Moreover, the attacker is likely a practitioner of cold attribute techniques. Lei Gu reported. Despite his emaciated appearance, resembling his name, his eyes flickered with a shadowy intensity. What is the status of the assassin from the Bliss Tower? Lei Yao inquired from the side. He too was decapitated by a single blow, yet unlike Lei Ao, although his body was taken by another. My investigation revealed that the assassin showed no signs of resistance before his head was severed. From the injury, it resembles that of Lei Ao, yet there remains a perplexity. The other party had indeed crossed blades with Lei Ao, yet why did the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion refrain from striking? Lei Gu spoke solemnly. Are you suggesting that the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion was not taken away by the assailant, but rather by someone else? Noticing the implications in Lei Gu's words, Lei Mu couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, Lei Gu nodded, exuding confidence in this assertion. This implies that those who have targeted the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion are not a singular group. Second brother, why was the assassin present in Lei Ao's residence? Wasn't he advised to leave hastily? Lei Mu asked with a grim expression. I am uncertain about that as well, Lei Mo hastily replied, cursing Lei Ao inwardly. What do you think? Who struck? What is their intention? Lei Mu refrained from pressing further on the matter, for the priority now was to uncover the identity of that individual and ascertain their motives. Master, do you think this could be related to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? A middle-aged man, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Meanwhile, Su Chen was en route to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, as the news of Lei Ao's demise had already begun to spread. Sitting in the carriage, Su Chen could overhear conversations along the streets regarding Lei Ao's severed head displayed at the entrance of Lei Tang. The situation is escalating nicely. What will those behind Lei Ao, as well as Lei Tang, do now? Su Chen remarked coldly within the confines of the carriage. Chapter 22. Analysis of Methods. A plot to eliminate Ling Tianhe. As Su Chen made his way to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, within the grand courtyard of Lei Tang, Lei Ao's lifeless body lay upon a white cloth on the ground, attended to by a mortician who was stitching his severed head back on. 5 individuals were present in the courtyard. At the forefront was Lei Mu, the master of Lei Tang, a formidable figure with a fierce visage that commanded respect. The other four included the deputy master, Lei Mu, along with the three chief protectors, Lei Yao, Lei Gu, and Lei Mu Yen, the five pivotal figures of Lei Tang. Let us proceed to the council chamber. Lei Gu, enlighten us about Lei Ao's circumstances. Lei Mu declared as he made his way towards the council chamber of Lei Tang. Upon entering the hall, Lei Mo gestured for the others to vacate the premises swiftly. Master, Lei Ao was slain by a single stroke of the blade. Prior to his demise, he engaged briefly with his assailant. Based on the time of death, it likely occurred in the early hours. He first had his hand severed before his head was taken. The evidence indicates that the assailant utilized a blade that is nearly at the level of a weapon. Not only did they wield a blade, but they are also a practitioner of a frost attribute cultivation technique. The severed hand bore traces of cold energy, lingering and palpable, suggesting that the assailant's prowess may exceed that of the innate realm. Lei Gu elaborated. Lei Gu, whose name echoed his emaciated form, appeared frail, yet his eyes glimmered with a shadowy intensity. What of the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion? Lei Yao inquired from the sidelines. He too was struck down and beheaded, yet, unlike Lei Ao, the body was removed by another individual. However, upon my examination of the scene, it appears the assassin did not react at all before meeting his end. From the perspective of the wound, it resembled that of Lei Ao. Yet there remained an element of confusion. The other party had indeed engaged with Lei Ao, so why had the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion refrained from striking? Lei Gu spoke in a low voice. Are you suggesting that the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion was not taken away by the one who struck, but by another? Noticing the implications in Lei Gu's words, Lei Mu could not help but inquire. Indeed, Lei Gu nodded, exuding a considerable degree of confidence regarding this matter. This implies that there are multiple parties monitoring the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion. Second brother, why was the assassin present in Lei Ao's estate? Was he not advised to have the assassin leave promptly? Lei Mu questioned with a troubled expression. I am equally perplexed, Lei Mo hastily replied, cursing Lei Ao inwardly. What do you all think? Who is behind this? What is their intention? Lei Mu refrained from further probing into this issue, as the priority now was to uncover the identity of the individual and discern their motives. Master, do you think this could be related to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? A middle-aged man, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. He was Lei Mu Yen, one of the four guardians of the Lei Hall. The assassin was summoned by Lei Ao, unbeknownst to us, from the Bliss Pavilion. Now, both Lei Ao and the assassin from Bliss Pavilion have been killed, their bodies displayed at our Lei Hall's entrance, which is clearly an act of retaliation. Thus, it must be the work of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. However, currently, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is under the control of Ling Tianhe, while Su Chen is merely a puppet. Ling Tianhe is an astute individual. He would not jeopardize the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion by dragging it down with Su Mengbai. Lei Mu countered. Master, over the past few days, Lei Ao has pressured Ling Tianhe to hand over the Hua village mine. Deep within that mine lies the Void Spirit Stone, a resource of great necessity for the Zetan Palace. If he desires assistance from the Zetan Palace, he must ensure the Void Spirit Mine is properly packaged. Lei Ao's coercion has driven him to desperation, thus prompting him to eliminate Lei Ao and the assassin to threaten us. Lei Mu Yen spoke solemnly. Ling Tianhe, an old fool barely at the late stage of the innate realm, dares to threaten our Lei Hall. Master, allow me to snap his neck. Lei Yao interjected. Killing him is not an option at this moment. Lei Mu Yen declared gravely. Why is it that we cannot eliminate just Ling Tianhe? Lei Mu furrowed his brow, asking earnestly. I believe the Vice Hall Master should be aware of this. Lei Mu Yen directed his gaze toward Lei Mo. Am I supposed to know? He responded. A look of surprise etched on his face, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lei Mu Yan's words. Who is Lei Ao serving? He is in the employ of young Master Qingcheng, and has taken the liberty to engage the assassin from the Bliss Pavilion to eliminate Su Mengbai. Ling Tianhe must be aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have so brazenly executed Lei Ao and the assassin, displaying their corpses at our Lei Hall's entrance. I fear such news will soon be disseminated, and with the arrival of individuals from the Zetan Palace in just a few days, this matter will escalate. Should we take action against Ling Tianhe, the Zetan Palace will not hesitate to retaliate against my Lei family. Although we at the Thunder Hall have established a connection with young Master Qin, it is unlikely that he would offend the Zetan Palace on our behalf, remarked Lei Mu Yen with a troubled expression. Are we truly to let Ling Tianhe go unscathed? Lei Mu's demeanor darkened ominously. If we cannot eliminate Ling Tianyu, we can target Su Chen instead. Does Ling Tianyu not aspire to become the leader? Let us execute Su Chen in his name. The envoy from Xitan Palace is connected to Su Bai, is it not? Should they learn of Su Chen's demise, Ling Tianyu would surely face dire consequences, interjected Lei Yao. Ling Tianyu is a cunning individual, well-versed in the intricacies of the Golden Wind and Drizzle House's intelligence network. His audacity in such matters suggests he possesses a hidden card. Perhaps he is awaiting our assault on Su Chen, for once Su Chen is eliminated, he can seize control of the Golden Wind and Drizzle House. At this moment, Lei Mo spoke in a grave tone. His words cast a palpable tension over the hall. Is it truly so daunting to take a single life? Just then, a figure clad in black entered the hall. It was Elder Mo. Upon seeing him, the 5 individuals present offered slight bows. You lack the courage to kill. So allow me to assist you. Both Su Chen and Ling Tianyu are fair game. Lei Mu Yan, one of the 4 protectors of Thunder Hall, continued. The assassin who was secretly summoned by Lei Ao to carry out the deed was one of the killers from the Bliss Pavilion. Now, both Lei Ao and the assassin from Bliss Pavilion have met their end, their bodies displayed at the entrance of our Thunder Hall. This is clearly an act of retribution. Thus it must be the work of the Golden Wind and Drizzle House. However, presently, Ling Tianyu is at the helm of the Golden Wind and Drizzle House. And Su Chen is merely a puppet. Ling Tianyu is astute. He would not drag the Golden Wind and Drizzle House into the depths of despair alongside Su Bai. Lei Mu shook his head. Master, in recent days, I have coerced Ling Tianyu to surrender the Hua village mine, where precious void essence stones lie buried. For the Xitan Palace, these stones are of continual necessity. To gain their assistance, he must package the void essence mine. By pressing him so, Lei Ao has driven him into a corner. Hence the threats posed to us by eliminating Lei Ao and the assassin, Lei Mu Yan stated solemnly. An old man in the late stage of the innate realm dares to threaten our Thunder Hall? I shall snap his neck. Lei Yao declared. We cannot afford to kill him at this juncture. Lei Mu Yan said in a low voice. Why is it that we cannot eliminate merely Ling Tianyu? Lei Mu furrowed his brow, asking with gravity. I believe this Vice Hall master should understand. Lei Mu Yan turned his gaze to Lei Mo. I understand. A look of surprise crossed his features as he struggled to grasp the implication of Lei Mu Yan's words. Who is Lei Ao serving? He serves young Master Qin. Yet he took it upon himself to summon assassins from Bliss Pavilion to eliminate Su Bai. Ling Tianyu must be aware of this, for otherwise, he would not have so brazenly executed Lei Ao and the Bliss Pavilion assassins, leaving their bodies at the entrance of our Thunder Hall. I suspect such news will spread swiftly, and with the Xitan Palace's envoy arriving in a few days for the celebration in Qingcheng, this situation will intensify. Should we take action against Ling Tianyu, the Xitan Palace will not need to deliberate. They will strike against my Lei family. Although we, at the Lei Hall, have established a connection with young Master Qin, it is unlikely that he would dare to offend the Xitan Palace on our behalf. Lei Mian's expression darkened as he spoke. Are we really going to let that Ling Tianyu off the hook? Lei Mu's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. If we cannot eliminate Ling Tianyu, we can target Su Chen instead. Does Ling Tianyu not aspire to become the master of the building? We could execute Su Chen in Ling Tianyu's name. Surely the envoy from Xitan Palace is linked to Su Bai? If they learn of Su Chen's demise, Ling Tianyu may not survive. Lei Yao interjected. Ling Tianyu is a cunning strategist, adept at managing the spies of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. If he dares to act in this manner, he must possess a trump card. Perhaps he is merely waiting for us to eliminate Su Chen, enabling him to take full control of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. At that moment, Lei Mo spoke in a deep voice. His words cast a pall of tension over the hall. Is it truly so difficult to take a life? Just then, a figure clad in black entered from outside the hall, none other than Elder Mo. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 5 individuals in the hall offered slight bows. If you hesitate to act, I shall assist you in eliminating Su Chen and Ling Tianyu. Elder Mo stated coldly. The faces of the 5 in the hall brightened at his words. Lei Mu stepped forward, saying, if Elder Mo is willing to take action, it would be most fortuitous. Currently, the Jinfeng Shiyu building is under the control of that old wretch Ling Tianyu, who refuses to relinquish the Kongming mine. If Elder Mo can eliminate him and leave that puppet Su Chen alive, I believe Su Chen will be inclined to surrender the mine if he wishes to survive. Lei Mu asserted. Very well, today marks Ling Tianyu's doom. Elder Mo replied coldly. I have another matter to address. The supply from the Kongming mine has been depleted, and you must expedite another shipment. Additionally, inform young Master Qin that the formation he employed last time is on the verge of collapsing. He must reconfigure it. With that, the elder turned and exited the hall. Within the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Ling Tianhe received a secret letter. The letter bore the unmistakable information regarding Elder Mo, who had appeared in the Lei Hall. A solitary figure from the demonic sect beyond the borders, a mid-stage master of divine refinement, Mo Baiming. Chapter 23, The Longing Palace. An invitation. Mo Baiming has long been active beyond the borders, seldom entering the realm. His visit to Qingcheng must be for some purpose. Could it be related to the 5th grade Lotus platform? Contemplating this, Ling Tianhe's gaze sharpened. Perhaps investigating this Mo Baiming will yield significant rewards. His fingers brushed against a slender cord concealed beneath the table. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in black appeared before him. Investigate Mo Baiming. I wish to know all his recent activities and his current whereabouts, Ling Tianhe commanded. Understood. The figure in black swiftly departed. After the black-clad individual left, Ling Tianhe glanced at the hourglass before him, then rose and approached a section of the wall. A staircase to a hidden passageway revealed itself. The intelligence location of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower lies beneath its foundation. At this moment, Su Chen's carriage has arrived at the entrance of the tower. Stepping out, he observes the gloomy sky as a fine drizzle descends from above. To his surprise, during his stay here, the persistent drizzle has indeed been quite accommodating. Su Chen gazes at the heavens and softly remarks, Qingcheng, being a frontier region, seldom witnesses such weather. I wonder why it has been so frequent lately. As he strides into the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, he is greeted by the disciples within, who bow in respect. Although they are aware that Su Chen is merely a puppet of Deputy Master Ling, they still uphold the decorum befitting the master. Soon, Su Chen ascends to the 5th floor, which remains tranquil. It is not long before Ling Tianhe appears, offering a respectful bow and patiently awaiting Su Chen's inquiries. What movements have the Lei family made? Su Chen inquires. Recalling how he had displayed the severed heads of Lei Ao and the assassin at the entrance of Lei Hall the previous night. Surely, Lei Hall could not endure such humiliation and would respond in kind. Ling Tianhe replies, the members of Lei Hall, including Lei Mu, gathered early this morning, but later, the rogue cultivator Mo Baiming made an appearance. After a brief discussion, he departed, leaving Lei Mu and the others temporarily within Lei Hall. I expect you to swiftly seize control of the Kongming mine, the elderly Mo coldly asserts. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the 5 individuals in the hall brighten. Lei Mu steps forward, suggesting, if Elder Mo is willing to take action, it would be for the best. Currently, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is under the control of that old fox Ling Tianhe, who refuses to relinquish the mine. If Elder Mo can eliminate him and leave the puppet Su Chen alive, I believe Su Chen, wishing to preserve his life, will hand over the Kongming mine. Very well. Today marks Ling Tianhe's demise. The elder responds coldly. I have another matter to address. The previous supply of the Kongming mine has been exhausted, so expedite another shipment. Additionally, inform young Master Qin that the formation he set up last time is nearing disrepair. He must re-establish it. With that, the elder turns and exits the hall. Within the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Ling Tianhe receives a confidential letter bearing the unmistakable information regarding the Elder Mo, who had appeared in Lei Hall. A rogue cultivator from the frontier, Mo Baiming is a mid-stage master of the refining spirit realm. Chapter 23, The Longing Palace. An invitation. Mo Baiming has primarily operated outside the borders, seldom venturing within. His arrival in Qingcheng must pertain to some significant object. Could it be related to the 5th grade Lotus platform? Contemplating this, Ling Tianhe's gaze sharpens. Perhaps investigating Mo Baiming will yield substantial insights. He discreetly touches a slender cord beneath the table, and soon, a figure clad in black materializes before him. Investigate Mo Baiming. I wish to know all his recent activities and his current whereabouts, Ling Tianhe commands. Understood. The figure in black swiftly departs. After his exit, Ling Tianhe glances at the hourglass before rising and pressing his palm against one side of the wall. A concealed staircase has emerged. The location of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion lies beneath its foundation. At this moment, Su Chen's carriage has arrived before the pavilion. Stepping out, he notices the sky overhead is somewhat overcast, with a gentle drizzle descending from above. To his surprise, during his stay these past few days. The persistent drizzle has been quite considerate of him. Su Chen glanced at the sky and murmured to himself. Qingcheng is a frontier land, where such weather is seldom witnessed. He wonders why it has been so prevalent of late. As he strides into the golden wind and drizzle pavilion, the disciples within, upon seeing Su Chen, promptly bow in respect. Though they are aware he is merely a puppet of Vice Pavilion Master Ling, he is nonetheless regarded as the pavilion master and thus deserving of their deference. Soon, Su Chen ascends to the 5th floor. The atmosphere remains tranquil, and shortly after taking his seat, Ling Tianhe makes his appearance. After bowing to Su Chen, he patiently awaits his inquiries. What movements have been made by the Lei family? Su Chen inquired. Last night, he had displayed the severed heads of Lei Ao and the assassin at the entrance of the Lei Hall, an act that would surely provoke a reaction from them. Ling Tianhe responded. The Lei family's Lei Mu and others have gathered early this morning. However, later, the rogue from the demonic path, Mo Baiming, made an appearance. After a brief conversation, he departed, leaving Lei Mu and the others still within the Lei Hall. Who is this Mo Baiming? Su Chen asked. Ling Tianhe explained. Mo Baiming is a rogue from the demonic path, possessing strength at the mid-stage of the god refinement realm. He is ruthless and unscrupulous in his dealings, having long been pursued by the top 10 sects of Lingnan County, particularly the Sword Sect, and seldom visits Qingcheng. His appearance at the Lei family likely indicates a collusion with them and Qinhao. It is presumed they are after the 5th grade Lotus platform. The 5th grade Lotus platform. Su Chen's eyes narrowed at these words. He had heard rumors about such an item circulating in the black market not long ago. Immediately investigate this matter. I must ascertain its validity, Su Chen commanded. He had a task concerning Qinhao's presence here. Should it be confirmed that the motive is indeed the Lotus platform, he could swiftly complete his mission. My subordinate has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Furthermore, the assassin's corpse, which was slain by the master last night, was taken away by someone, but we could not uncover the identity of that individual, Ling Tianhe reported. I am aware of who took it. You need not inquire further. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. The corpse was retrieved by a subordinate of Shangguan Ziyun. Bai Tianyu had informed me of this earlier. Upon hearing that Su Chen was already aware of the identity of the person who had taken the body, Ling Tianhe ceased further questioning, bowing respectfully as he withdrew and instructed others not to enter the 5th floor. Shortly after Ling Tianhe's departure, a young attendant clad in the attire of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion ascended from below. Su Chen's gaze subtly shifted, yet he pretended not to notice. Reclining on the long bench to rest, the attendant entered the chamber and directly pushed open Su Chen's door. The individual before him appeared to harbor no intention of concealing their whereabouts. Su Chen, roused from his brief respite, opened his eyes and regarded the newcomer, speaking forth. You, sir, do not seem to be affiliated with my esteemed Jin Fengshiyu Lu. Do you, Master Su? I have come on behalf of Our Lady, wishing to arrange a meeting with you. An elderly female voice emanated from the servant's lips, a stark contrast to her appearance, suggesting some form of disguise. This person scrutinized Su Chen, her gaze laced with a hint of perplexity. His demeanor was remarkably calm. Your lady? Su Chen's eye sharpened. Our Lady hails from Qingcheng Palace. If Master Su wishes to seize control of Jin Fengshiyu Lu, collaborating with her would be the wisest course of action. As she spoke, the servant produced a slip of paper that gracefully descended onto the table before him. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the note. At that moment, the young servant sprang forth, leaping through the window and landing deftly on a nearby rooftop, swiftly vanishing from sight. Su Chen regarded the note with a furrowed brow. He unfolded it. The message was succinct. Within the city, at Ziyun Lake, on vessel number 15, at 8 o'clock in the evening. Qingcheng Palace? The lady? Could it be the one behind Yucheng Garden? Su Chen pondered. Qingcheng Palace, a division of Lingnan County, ranked among the 10 prominent sects of the region, wielding control over 1/5 of the local flower shops, with formidable financial and intelligence resources. In recent days, Su Chen had acquired some knowledge, understanding that Yucheng Garden belonged to Qingcheng Palace. Who is Mo Baiming? Su Chen inquired. Mo Baiming is a rogue of the demonic path, possessing strength at the mid-stage of divine refinement. He employs unscrupulous means, ruthless in his endeavors, and has long been pursued by the 10 great sects of Lingnan, particularly the Jianzhong. He rarely appears in Qingcheng. His recent presence at the Lei family suggests a collusion with them and Qinhao. My subordinate suspects they may be after the 5th grade Lotus platform, Ling Tianhe explained. The 5th-grade lotus platform. Su Chen's eyes narrowed at the mention. Rumors of such a treasure had circulated in the black market not long ago. Immediately investigate this matter. I must ascertain its veracity, Su Chen commanded. He had a mission concerning Qinghao's presence here, and if confirmed that it pertained to the lotus platform, he could swiftly fulfill his task. My subordinate has dispatched someone to investigate. Furthermore, the body of the assassin slain by our master last night was taken away by an individual whose identity we have yet to uncover, Ling Tianhe reported. I know who took it. There's no need for you to inquire further. Su Chen gestured dismissively. The assassin's corpse was removed by Shangguan Ziyun's subordinate. Bai Tianyu informed me of this during the day. Upon hearing that Su Chen was aware of who had taken the body, Ling Tianhe ceased his questioning, bowing respectfully as he exited, instructing others to refrain from entering the 5th floor. Not long after Ling Tianhe departed, a young servant clad in the garb of Jin Feng, Shiyu Lu, ascended from below. Su Chen's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he feigned ignorance. Reclining on the chaise to rest, the servant entered the pavilion and directly pushed open the door to Su Chen's chamber. The other party seems to harbor no intention of concealing their whereabouts. Su Chen, having awakened from his brief respite, gazed upon the newcomer and spoke. You are not one of the members of my Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, are you, Lord Su? A voice, aged and feminine, emerged from the lips of the attendant. The tone contradicted the appearance, indicating some form of disguise. This individual regarded Su Chen with a hint of perplexity. His demeanor and composure were rather too tranquil. Your lady? Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Our lady hails from the Qingcheng Palace. If Lord Su aspires to command Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, collaborating with her is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The attendant produced a missive that fluttered onto the table before him. Su Chen directed his attention toward the note. At that moment, the youthful attendant leaped gracefully through the window, landing swiftly upon a nearby rooftop, disappearing in an instant. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the note. He unfolded it. The contents were succinct. Within the city, Ziyun Lake, boat number 15, at 8 in the evening. Qingcheng Palace? The lady? Could it be the one behind you, Chen Yuan? Su Chen pondered. The Qingcheng Palace, one of the 10 major sects of Lingnan, holds dominion over a fifth of the flower shops in the region, wielding considerable financial and informational power. Su Chen had gleaned some insights in recent days. Realizing that Yu Chen Yuan belonged to the Qingcheng Palace. What do they seek from me? Jin Feng Shiyu Lu and Yu Chen Yuan share an underlying competitive relationship. Are they attempting to leverage me to usurp my intelligence network in Qingcheng? Su Chen mused. I shall meet this lady from the Qingcheng Palace and discern her intentions. With Bai Tianyu, a formidable cultivator of the spirit refining realm by my side, coupled with my own capabilities, I foresee no threats to my safety. Thus, Su Chen was curious to see what tricks the other party might employ. Meanwhile, on the streets, Mo Baiming, clad in a black robe, was approaching Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. As a powerful individual, he felt no need to conceal his presence. He intended to confront Ling Tianhe directly. By eliminating Ling Tianhe, he could instill a sense of crisis within Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, compelling them to surrender the Kongming mine. News of Mo Baiming's approach reached Ling Tianhe almost instantaneously, leaving his expression shifting between uncertainty and apprehension. Could it be that the Lei family has summoned Mo Baiming to deal with Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? Ling Tianhe contemplated. Subsequently, he made his way through the secret passage to Su Chen's chamber. Mo Baiming has come. Whom do you believe he intends to confront? Su Chen inquired. According to my subordinate's analysis, he likely aims to kill me. The Lei family suspects I orchestrated the death of Lei Ao. Ling Tianhe replied. Lei Ao had sought him out on 2 occasions, only to meet his demise thereafter, and the Lei family harbored suspicions towards him. At this point, he felt a surge of anxiety. His own strength had yet to reach the late innate stage, while his opponent was at the mid-stage of the spirit-refining realm. Estimating that he could not withstand more than 3 moves in the hands of his opponent, there was no need for concern. Assistance would arrive in due time. Observing Ling Tianhe's anxious countenance, Su Chen spoke with assurance. He resolved to summon Bai Tianyu to intervene. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber beneath a residence in Qingcheng, Qingcheng was partially submerged in a pool of blood. The liquid was corroding his skin, infiltrating his body, and merging with his own blood and bones. A pained expression twisted his features, rendering his visage grotesque. As time progressed, a crimson radiance emanated from him, generating a wave of heat that swept through the chamber. After a while, Qingcheng opened his eyes and sighed, I am but a breath away from breaking through to the spirit refinement realm. In Chapter 24, the blood-devouring dragon image, Bai Tianyu made a grand appearance. With a swift gesture, he grasped the garments beside the pool, donned them, and emerged from the blood-soaked depths. Looking at the significantly diminished pool, Qin Hao sighed. Ordinary blood has become increasingly ineffective for enhancing my power. To break through to the spirit refinement realm, I shall need to acquire the blood of some innate martial artists. As he spoke, he approached the stone door of the chamber. At that moment, an elder stood outside, and upon seeing Qin Hao emerge, approached him, saying, "Young master, last night, Lei Ao and the assassins from the Jile building were slain. The assailant possesses remarkable strength, capable of severing a head with a single strike, likely wielding a weapon of near artifact level. Moreover, residual ice attribute energy was found on Lei Ao's arm, indicating that the perpetrator is a martial artist skilled in ice techniques, at least at the spirit refinement realm. What do they seek from me?" Su Chen pondered. The Qingcheng Shiyu building and the Yuchun courtyard harbor a competitive relationship in the shadows. Could they wish to utilize my influence to absorb the intelligence network of Qingfeng Shiyu and Qingcheng? He resolved to meet the lady of the Changhen Palace to discern her intentions. With a formidable ally like Bai Tianyu at his side, coupled with his own considerable strength, he felt secure and curious to see what tricks the opposition might employ. Meanwhile, on the streets, the black-robed Mo Baiming was making his way toward the Qingfeng Shiyu building. For one of his caliber, there was no need for subterfuge. He intended to confront Ling Tianhe directly. Eliminating Ling Tianhe would also signal a threat to the Qingfeng Shiyu building, compelling them to relinquish the Kongming mine. News of Mo Baiming's approach reached Ling Tianhe in an instant, and his expression shifted between uncertainty and dread. Is it possible that the Lei family has summoned Mo Baiming to deal with the Qingfeng Shiyu building? He mused. Subsequently, he traversed the secret passage to Su Chen's chamber. With Mo Baiming's arrival, whom does he intend to target? Su Chen inquired. According to my subordinate's analysis, he likely seeks to kill me. The Lei family suspects that I hired someone to eliminate Lei Ao. Ling Tianhe replied, tension creeping into his demeanor. Having not yet reached the late innate stage, he felt acutely aware of the disparity in strength, as his opponent was at the mid-spirit refinement realm. Estimating that he could withstand no more than 3 exchanges at the hands of his opponent, there was no need for concern, as assistance would soon arrive. Observing Ling Tianhe's anxious demeanor, Su Chen spoke. He resolved to summon Bai Tianyu to take action. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber beneath a mansion in Qingcheng, Qin Hao was partially submerged in a pool of blood. The sanguine liquid was eroding his skin and infiltrating his body, merging with his own blood and bones. A grimace of agony twisted his features, rendering his expression fierce. As time elapsed, a crimson radiance emanated from Qin Hao, enveloping him in a wave of heat. Eventually, he opened his eyes and sighed. I am but a fraction away from breaking through to the divine refinement realm. Chapter 24, The Blood-Devouring Dragon Painting, Bai Tianyu's direct appearance. With a swift motion, he grasped the garments beside the pool, donned them, and emerged from the blood pool. Gazing at the significantly diminished pool, Qin Hao sighed. Ordinary blood is becoming increasingly ineffective for enhancing my strength. To surpass the divine refinement realm, I will likely need to acquire the blood of innate warriors. As he spoke, he approached the stone door of the chamber. At that moment, an elder stood outside, and upon seeing Qin Hao emerge, he stepped forward and said, "Young master, last night, Lei Ao and the assassins from the Jile building were slain. The assailant possesses remarkable strength, having severed their heads with a single stroke. The weapon must be of near artifact grade. Additionally, residual ice attribute energy was found on Lei Ao's arm, indicating the involvement of a warrior adept in ice attribute techniques. At least at the divine refinement stage, Lei Ao has been instrumental in my endeavors. It is indeed regrettable that he has met his end." "Do you have knowledge of the identity of their murderer?" Qin Hao inquired. The elder replied, "The people of Leitang suspect that Ling Tianhe sent someone to carry out the deed. Mo Baiming, when he visited Leitang, promised to assist in eliminating Ling Tianhe, and he is currently en route to the Qingfeng Shiyu building. Isn't Mo Baiming preoccupied with surveilling the 5th grade Lotus platform? How could he possibly aid the Lei family?" Qin Hao questioned, puzzled. "It is likely due to the Kongming stone. Presently, Qingcheng has little of it to offer. Mo Baiming, in a state of urgency, aids the Lei family in slaying Ling Tianhe to swiftly secure the Kongming mine. Furthermore, News has emerged from the Lei family that the array concealing the aura of the 5th grade Lotus platform is on the verge of dissipating, prompting us to take action to repair it, the elder explained. Then I shall trouble Elder Shui to cloak it once more. Our plan should soon come to fruition. How fares the crafting of my blood-devouring dragon painting? Qinghao subsequently inquired. It is nearly complete, and should be finished before Mu Qingxue arrives. At that time, young master, with the synergy of the blood-devouring dragon painting and the blood of innate warriors, you should be able to ascend to the divine refinement realm, the elder responded. Very well. We shall proceed to the Jinfeng, Shiyu building. I wish to ascertain the hidden cards Ling Tianhe possesses that emboldened him to slay Lei Ao. Qinghao declared solemnly. After all, Lei Ao had been a valuable asset in his endeavors, yet Ling Tianhe had chosen to eliminate him. This is a provocation directed at him. He seeks to gauge the other's resolve. At this moment, within the Hall of Gathering Talents, Shimin Mai's expression turned grave upon hearing Qin Jinyuan's report. His right hand involuntarily tapped against the armrest. Master, does Ling Tianhe seek his own demise? How dare he attempt to assassinate Lei Ao at this juncture? Qin Jinyuan spoke coldly. What of the individual associated with Lei Ao? Have you uncovered their identity? Shimin Mai inquired in a low voice. He was indifferent to Lei Ao's fate. Rather, he was eager to glean information about the person linked to him. We only have a severed head. Identity remains undetermined, Qin Jinyuan replied. Is that so? Shimin Mai furrowed his brow. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. Master, the roamer from the border, Mo Baiming, is en route to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He just emerged from the Lei family, seemingly having received a bounty to confront the pavilion, the middle-aged man reported anxiously. Mo Baiming is heading to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Let us proceed there at once. Shimin Mai declared, rising and addressing the two others. The three then exited the Hall of Gathering Talents, making their way towards the pavilion. Mo Baiming's pace was neither hurried nor slow. Perhaps he deliberately controlled his speed to allow the news to spread, instilling fear in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Such slaughter would indeed be more thrilling. Outside the pavilion, on the street, stood a two-story tea house. An elderly man clad in gentlemanly attire and a robust man dressed for action stood by the window of a private room. They were the second hall master of the dining hall, Shanzhong Feng, whose strength was at the late stage of the innate realm. Lei Ao has assisted me in numerous endeavors. It is quite regrettable that he has met his demise. Do we know who is responsible? The elder inquired. The Lei Hall suspects it was Ling Tianhe's men. Qinghao responded. When Mo Baiming visited the Lei Hall, he promised to eliminate Ling Tianhe. He is now on his way to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the elder stated. Isn't he supposed to be monitoring the 5th grade Lotus platform? How could he possibly aid the Lei family? Qinghao asked, puzzled. It must be for the Kongming stone. Resources have dwindled in Qingcheng, and Mo Baiming is eager. Assisting the Lei family in eliminating Ling Tianhe would allow him to swiftly seize the Kongming mine. Furthermore, news has emerged from the Lei family indicating that the formation concealing the 5th grade Lotus platform's aura is on the verge of dissipating, necessitating our intervention to mend it. The elder explained. Then we must trouble Elder Shui to conceal it once more. Our plans should soon reach fruition. How is my blood-devouring dragon diagram progressing? Qinghao subsequently inquired. It is nearly complete. It should be finished before Mu Qingxue arrives. At that point, young master, with the blood-devouring dragon diagram and the blood of innate warriors, you should be able to enter the divine refinement realm, the elder affirmed. Excellent. We shall now head to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I wish to discern what cards Ling Tianhe holds in daring to slay Lei Ao, who was a vital asset, Qinghao stated solemnly. This is a provocation directed at him, as he seeks to gauge the opponent's resolve. At this moment, within the Hall of Gathering Talents, Shimin Mai's expression grew grave upon hearing Qin Jinyuan's report. His right hand unconsciously drummed against the armrest. Master, is Ling Tianhe courting death? How dare he seek someone to kill Lei Ao at such a time? Qin Jinyuan said coldly. What about the individual associated with Lei Ao? Have we uncovered their identity? Shimin Mai inquired solemnly. His concern lay not in Lei Ao's demise, but in acquiring information about the person linked to him. We only have a head. Identity remains undiscovered, Qin Jinyuan replied. Is that so? Shimin Mai furrowed his brow. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. Hall master, the wandering hermit Mo Baiming is heading towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He just left the Lei family. and it appears they have offered him a bounty to deal with the pavilion, the middle-aged man said urgently. Mo Baiming is going to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Let us go there at once. Shi Minmai declared, rising to his feet and addressing the two others. The three swiftly exited the Hall of Gathering Talents, making their way towards the pavilion. Mo Baiming moved at a pace neither too swift nor too slow, perhaps deliberately controlling his speed to allow the news to spread, instilling panic in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Such carnage would be far more entertaining. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, at the street's edge, stood a two-story tea house. An elderly man in fine robes and a robust man clad in fitted attire stood beside the window of a private room. They were the second hall master of the dining hall, Shan Jifeng, whose strength lay in the late innate stage. Beside him, the muscular man was at the peak of the acquired realm. Though not high in rank, his physical strength was formidable. It was likely that even a typical early innate expert would struggle against him. Hall master, it seems Ling Tianhe is destined to perish today. Let him eliminate our people. It serves him right, the muscular man remarked. Ling Tianhe is cunning and calculating. If he dares to act, he must possess a trump card. We are merely here to observe. If Ling Tianhe falls today, we shall contact Su Chen to acquire some properties from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I believe Su Chen would oblige, Shan Jifeng stated. Not only this elder, but many others, various factions, both established and newly risen, as well as external forces, awaited the outcome. Should Ling Tianhe meet his end today, they would reach out to Su Chen. Ling Tianhe's death would undoubtedly strike a blow to Su Chen, who would likely flee from Qing City, selling off the pavilion's assets in the process. In such a scenario, even if the people from Zeton Palace arrived, they would have no grounds to intervene, as there would be no coercion. Furthermore, the Zeton Palace held little interest in those assets. Master, Mo Baiming will arrive at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in about a quarter of an hour, Ling Tianhe said beside Su Chen. The expert I arranged for you is already waiting in your room. Su Chen replied. The voice remained calm, completely dismissing the presence of Mo Baiming. However, Mo Baiming was not a cause for concern. Before his demise, one could at least inquire about his intentions. Such a figure, steeped in the ways of demonic arts, would never easily assist the lay family. Su Chen instructed, proceed. Yes. Ling Tianhe bowed and withdrew. Inside Ling Tianhe's chamber, the invincible swordsman Bai Tianyu stood by the window, his imposing figure cradling a long blade, his gaze fixed on the outside world. When Ling Tianhe made his entrance, Bai Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. Yet upon entering, Ling Tianhe's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed no trace of energy from the other. Although he was merely in the mid-stage of innate cultivation, the sheer absence of any detectable aura from Bai Tianyu indicated a terrifying level of power. I am Ling Tianhe, honored senior. Despite appearing older than Bai Tianyu, he respectfully addressed him as senior. I am Bai Tianyu, came the simple reply. Though his demeanor was straightforward, he was still unfamiliar with this world, and within it, his heart felt a profound loneliness. Senior Bai, the master has requested that I accompany you to deal with Mo Baiming, Ling Tianhe said with utmost respect. Let us go, Bai Tianyu nodded. The two departed from Ling Tianhe's room, making their way toward the hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. At that moment, disciples of the pavilion gazed in astonishment as Bai Tianyu descended from the upper floor. They had not witnessed his arrival, but he had emerged from the room of the deputy master, leading them to believe he was an expert summoned by Ling Tianhe. Uncertain if he could contend with Mo Baiming, some pondered. Beside him stood a burly man, a peak postnatal realm practitioner, whose physical strength was formidable. It was estimated that even an average innate early-stage cultivator might struggle against him. Master, it appears Ling Tianhe is doomed today. Letting him eliminate our people is a fitting end, the burly man remarked. Ling Tianhe is cunning. He would not act without a hidden card. We are merely here to observe. If Ling Tianhe falls today, we shall contact Su Chen to purchase some establishments from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I believe Su Chen would oblige, said Shan Jifeng. Not only this elder, but many individuals and factions, both established and newly risen powers, as well as external forces, were poised, waiting for Ling Tianhe's demise. His death would undoubtedly strike a blow to Su Chen. It was likely that Su Chen would not dare remain in Qingcheng, opting instead to liquidate the assets of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and flee. In such a scenario, even if the Zeton Palace arrived, they would have no grounds for reproach, nor would they be inclined to enforce any demands, especially since the Zetan Palace held little interest in those assets. Master, Mo Baiming will arrive at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion within a quarter of an hour, Ling Tianhe informed Su Chen. The expert I arranged for you is already waiting in your room. Su Chen replied, his voice steady, entirely unperturbed by Mo Baiming's impending arrival. Nonetheless, Mo Baiming is not a cause for concern. Before his demise, I shall endeavor to ascertain his true intentions. Such a figure, a practitioner of the dark arts like Mo Baiming, is inherently self-serving. It is inconceivable that he would readily assist the Lei family, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and withdrew. Inside Ling Tianhe's chamber, the formidable Bai Tianyu stood by the window, his imposing stature cradling a long blade. His gaze fixed upon the outside world. Upon Ling Tianhe's arrival, Bai Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. However, as Ling Tianhe entered, he felt a sudden jolt. He was unable to perceive any aura emanating from the man before him. Despite being in the mid-stages of innate cultivation, the sheer power that could elude his senses was undeniably terrifying. I am Ling Tianhe, honored senior, he greeted, despite appearing older than Bai Tianyu. He still addressed him with respect. I am Bai Tianyu, came the straightforward response. Though his demeanor was unpretentious, he felt an acute loneliness in this unfamiliar world. Senior Bai, the master has requested that I accompany you to deal with Mo Baiming, Ling Tianhe said with utmost reverence. Let us proceed. Bai Tianyu nodded. The two men exited Ling Tianhe's room and made their way towards the hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. At that moment, the disciples of the tower, witnessing Bai Tianyu descend from above, were filled with astonishment. They had not seen him enter, yet here he was, emerging from the room of the deputy master, presumably summoned for his prowess. Some wondered whether he would be capable of confronting Mo Baiming. Are we to wait here, or? Ling Tianhe inquired after descending the stairs. Let us go directly to eliminate him, Bai Tianyu declared. To him, Mo Baiming was but a trivial character, and he wished not to squander time. With Su Chen currently unguarded, he aimed to swiftly neutralize the threat and return to her side. Very well. Ling Tianhe followed Bai Tianyu out of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood by the window, gazing outside. The sky was adorned with a gentle, persistent drizzle, lending a chill to the air. Onlookers from nearby tea houses and taverns observed the unfolding scene, their eyes drawn to Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu as they exited the building. Who was that man wielding the long blade? The second master of the dining hall, Shan Tang, inquired, his expression tightening. I have never seen this individual before. Are they perhaps heading to confront Mo Baiming? A burly warrior remarked, astonished. Is it not obvious? This must be Ling Tianhe's trump card. No wonder he dared to strike against the Lei Hall. The second master of the dining hall, Shan Zhifeng, mused darkly. He had previously harbored hopes of seizing some establishments from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower today, but given the current circumstances, that ambition seemed increasingly elusive. Though Ling Tianhe's strength was somewhat lacking, he was cunning and well-informed about the Tower's affairs. He was aware of Mo Baiming's situation, yet dared to appear with his men. This indicated that even if he could not kill Mo Baiming, he was certainly capable of dealing with him. As if sensing the tension in the atmosphere, pedestrians on the street quickly dispersed, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. On one side of the street, the figure of Mo Baiming, clad in black, emerged. At that moment, he also caught sight of Bai Tianyu, who was brandishing a long knife before Ling Tianhe. His pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze turned piercing as he halted, scrutinizing Bai Tianyu, attempting to recall if such a skilled swordsman existed in his memory. However, after rummaging through his recollections, he found no one like that. You are the assassin who aids Ling Tianhe in his killings? I have come to eliminate Ling Tianhe today. If you seek to protect him, then I shall dispose of you, Mo Baiming coldly declared, fixing his eyes on Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued to approach him as if he had not heard Mo Baiming's words. Master, this individual seems to regard Mo Baiming with disdain, remarked Lei Mo, furrowing his brow as he and several others from the Lei Hall peered out the window. The expressions of the others were equally grave. They had initially speculated that someone was shielding Ling Tianhe, which was why they had summoned Mo Baiming. Mo Baiming's prowess, at the mid-level of the refinement stage, made him an absolute expert in Qingcheng. They believed that even if Ling Tianhe sought assistance, he would not be able to enlist someone of Mo Baiming's caliber. Let us observe for now. This person shows such contempt for Mo Baiming. How can he possibly endure it? A glimmer of insight flashed in Lei Mu's eyes. Although he was astonished by Bai Tianyu's emergence, he held firm belief in Mo Baiming's strength. On the street. Chapter 25. A sudden storm. A blade split in two. Senior Bai, shall we wait here? Or? Ling Tianhe inquired after descending the stairs. Let us go directly to eliminate him. Bai Tianyu replied. To him, Mo Baiming was merely a minor character, and he wished not to waste any further time. With Su Chen currently unprotected, he aimed to swiftly resolve the confrontation and return to her side. Understood. Ling Tianhe followed Bai Tianyu out of the Qingcheng Shiyu building. Above them, Su Chen stood by the window, gazing outside. The sky was draped in a gentle drizzle, and the air felt somewhat brisk. Meanwhile, individuals in nearby tea houses and taverns, observing the situation, turned their eyes toward Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu as they exited the building. Who was that person wielding the long knife? The second master of the Qingcheng, with a furrowed brow, questioned upon witnessing the scene. Never seen this individual before. What are they planning? Are they heading to confront Mo Baiming? A burly man in martial attire remarked, his face a mask of shock as he watched Ling Tianhe and his companion emerge from the Qingfeng Shiyu building. Is that not obvious? This person must be Ling Tianhe's trump card. No wonder he dares to act against the Lei Hall. The second master of the Qingcheng, Yin Zhifeng, felt a shadow of gloom pass over his gaze. Initially, he had hoped that the Qingcheng could seize some establishments from the Qingfeng Shiyu building today. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly difficult. Although Ling Tianhe's strength was somewhat lacking, he was shrewd and well acquainted with the dynamics of the Qingfeng Shiyu building. He understood the situation regarding Mo Baiming, yet still dared to appear with his entourage. This indicated that even if he could not kill Mo Baiming, he was undoubtedly capable of confronting him. As if sensing the unusual tension in the atmosphere, pedestrians on the street hurriedly dispersed, and silence abruptly enveloped the area. On one side of the street, Mo Baiming, clad in black, made his appearance. At that moment, he spotted Bai Tianyu, who was walking before Ling Tianhe, brandishing a long knife. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze sharpening as he halted to scrutinize Bai Tianyu, attempting to recall if there existed such a master of the blade in his memory. However, after sifting through his recollections, no such individual surfaced. Are you the assassin who assists Ling Tianhe in his murderous endeavors? I have come to eliminate Ling Tianhe. Should you choose to protect him, I shall take your life instead, Mo Baiming coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Bai Tianyu. Unfazed, Bai Tianyu continued to approach him, seemingly oblivious to Mo Baiming's words. Master, it appears this individual does not regard Mo Baiming with any respect, one of the members of the Lei Hall remarked, peering out the window of a private room. While Lei Mo frowned in response, the others shared a solemn expression, having initially suspected that Ling Tianhe had allies, which prompted them to enlist Mo Baiming's aid. Mo Baiming, a mid-stage master of the divine refinement realm, was an undeniable powerhouse within Qingcheng. They believed that even if Ling Tianhe sought assistance, he would not be able to enlist another mid-stage master. Let us observe further. This person displays such disdain for Mo Baiming. How could he possibly tolerate it? Lei Mu's eyes gleamed with intensity. Despite his astonishment at Bai Tianyu's emergence, he retained faith in Mo Baiming's prowess. On the street, Mo Baiming's eyes were shrouded in gloom. This swordsman dared to disregard him. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Mo Baiming grasped the air, his vital energy surging forth, gathering the persistent rain from the sky into his palm before striking out. The collected raindrops surged forth like a barrage of arrows aimed at Bai Tianyu. Unfazed by the incoming deluge, Bai Tianyu emanated a formidable aura of blade energy, forming a protective barrier. As the rain of arrows collided with the shield, it merely caused ripples without shattering it. Observing the thwarted assault, Mo Baiming's expression hardened, astonished that his attack had been so effortlessly repelled. However, when Bai Tianyu unleashed his formidable energy, Mo Baiming failed to sense any impending danger. With a quick step, he transformed into a shadow, appearing before Bai Tianyu in the blink of an eye. A crimson glow manifested in his palm, radiating a domineering aura of bloodlust, and without hesitation, he struck toward Bai Tianyu. The force of his palm howled through the air, tearing through the rain, accompanied by a rush of wind that carried a scent of blood. Bai Tianyu swiftly pivoted, evading the blow with an almost ghostly grace. As Mo Baiming's attack missed its mark, he deftly reversed his motion, transforming his hand into a claw aimed directly at Bai Tianyu's abdomen. The crimson energy coursed through his fingertips, exuding an air of formidable sharpness. Bai Tianyu shifted his form, transforming into a fleeting illusion. At a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he evaded Mo Baiming's attack range. Struck by failure once again, Mo Baiming felt a chill grip his heart. He halted his movements, his gaze wary as he scrutinized Bai Tianyu. Both of his previous assaults had been effortlessly dodged by his opponent. The grace and agility exhibited by Bai Tianyu were undoubtedly superior to his own. Moreover, the long blade he wielded indicated that he was indeed a master of the sword, and the weapon's potency could not be underestimated. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "I am Bai Tianyu. I have witnessed your strength, and now I shall send you on your way," Bai Tianyu declared, and with that, he transformed into a flicker of light, appearing directly before Mo Baiming. In an instant, a cold glimmer erupted from his hand. A profound sense of danger surged within Mo Baiming. He attempted to pivot and flee, but Bai Tianyu had already drawn his blade. Onlookers could merely perceive a fleeting shadow of the sword. Accompanying its emergence was a piercing shriek, as the fierce blade energy surged forth. The gentle rain that had previously graced the sky vanished entirely. All that remained was a flash of sword light that zipped past Mo Baiming, who then found the light abruptly extinguished. The previously dissipated rain resumed its descent. On the street, Mo Baiming stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. Echoes of the sword's shadow lingered in his gaze, and as the illusion shattered, his body was cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth from his severed form, mingling with the rainwater on the ground. A collective gasp erupted from the spectators, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. One stroke. Darkness filled Mo Baiming's eyes, for this swordsman had clearly disregarded him. "Let me see what you are truly capable of," he declared, gripping tightly, his inner energy surging forth as he gathered the falling rain into his palm before unleashing it in a fierce assault. The rain, now transformed into a volley of arrows, hurtled toward Bai Tianyu. Unfazed by the impending barrage, Bai Tianyu summoned a blade aura that enveloped him like a protective shield. The oncoming arrows collided with the barrier, creating ripples, yet failing to shatter it. Observing his attack so effortlessly thwarted, Mo Baiming's expression hardened in disbelief. However, as Bai Tianyu exuded his energy, Mo Baiming was oblivious to the lurking threat. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, morphing into a shadow that instantaneously appeared before Bai Tianyu. A crimson light materialized in his palm, pulsating with an overwhelming ferocity, and without hesitation, he struck towards Bai Tianyu's midsection. The palm strike howled, tearing through the remnants of the rain, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air. The scent of blood wafted into Bai Tianyu's nostrils. In a ghostly pivot, he evaded the impending strike. As Mo Baiming's hand fell short, he swiftly reversed his movement, transforming his palm into a claw aimed directly at Bai Tianyu's abdomen. The crimson energy surged at the fingertips, exuding an extraordinary sharpness. Bai Tianyu's form shifted, transforming into a fleeting specter. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he evaded Mo Baiming's attack range. A chill coursed through Mo Baiming's heart upon his third failure. He halted, his gaze alertly fixed on Bai Tianyu. Twice he had struck, only to have his efforts effortlessly sidestepped. The opponent's agility and lightness of foot clearly surpassed his own. Moreover, wielding a long blade, this individual was undoubtedly a master of the sword, possessing formidable prowess. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired solemnly, scrutinizing Bai Tianyu. "I am Bai Tianyu. Having witnessed your strength, I shall now send you on your way," Bai Tianyu declared, his voice resolute. With that, he became a flicker of shadow, appearing before Mo Baiming in an instant. A glimmer of cold light erupted from his hand. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within Mo Baiming. He attempted to evade. Yet Bai Tianyu had already unsheathed his blade. To the onlookers, a flash of the blade materialized, accompanied by a piercing shriek of the sword. The fierce sword aura surged forth, causing the previously gentle rain in the sky to vanish. All that remained was a blinding arc of light slicing past Mo Baiming. Before it abruptly disappeared, the rain, which had ceased, resumed its descent. On the street, Mo Baiming stood transfixed, his eyes wide, remnants of the blade's shadow lingering in his gaze. As that shadow dissipated, his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth to mingle with the rain-soaked ground. The spectators instantly rose, their expressions filled with shock. With a single strike, this self-proclaimed swordsman Bai Tianyu had slain Mo Baiming, who was at the mid-stage of the refining spirit realm. The The sound of dripping rain echoed on the pavement, marking the silence that followed. After a prolonged moment, breaths of astonishment escaped the crowd. When they turned to look at Bai Tianyu again, he had already turned away, heading towards the Qingcheng Shiyu building. Behind him, Ling Tianhe's expression was one of astonishment. With a single blow, Bai Tianyu had dispatched Mo Baiming. What level of power did Bai, the elder, possess? It must have been him who had exerted such pressure that night. With such a formidable ally at the side of the building's master, the affairs of Qingcheng now appeared devoid of difficulty. For the time being, he was not in danger and could engage in conversation with Qin Hao of the Qin family, thereby assisting the master in discerning Qin Hao's true intentions. His gaze unwittingly drifted toward a particular room where Lei Tang and his companions were situated. Chapter 26. The Appointment. Lu Wumei, a hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Master, Ling Tianhe is provoking us, Lei Mo remarked, observing Ling Tianhe intently. Does he possess the qualifications to provoke us? If you disagree, feel free to engage him, Lei Mu replied coldly. At this moment, his heart still thumped with trepidation. He had only glimpsed the flash of the blade. In an instant, Mo Baiming had been severed in two. Mo Baiming is indeed a master of the mid-stage of spirit refinement. The most esteemed talent of the Thunder Hall is at the pinnacle of innate strength, and facing such an opponent would likely result in a swift defeat. Master, we need not be overly concerned. The cost of hiring such a formidable expert as Ling Tianhe must be substantial. If he could summon someone at will, there would have been no need to endure Lei Ao's provocations earlier. Lei Gu interjected. Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, the few individuals in the private room found their breaths steadied. The fear instilled by Bai Tianyu's strike had left them shaken, and reflecting on it now, they could not help but feel a sense of calm return. Second Master, you should meet with young Master Qin to ascertain his instructions. I shall retrieve Mo Baiming's body. Lei Gu stated. Nodding in agreement, Lei Mu acknowledged him. Lei Gu then exited the tavern and swiftly made his way to the dismembered remains of Mo Baiming. As he reached out towards the wound, a sharp pain coursed through his skeletal hand even before contact was made. Such a fierce and domineering blade aura. However, judging by this wound, the one who killed Lei Ao is not the same person. His hand turned iron-colored to shield against the blade aura, merging the two halves of the corpse before making a hasty retreat. Though Mo Baiming was now only in two pieces, they could glean significant information from him. As his body was taken away, the blood on the ground gradually washed away by the rain. In a short while, people began to emerge onto the streets, restoring the previous scene. At this moment, atop a tea house, Qin Hao and Elder Shui stood gazing down at Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe entering the Qingcheng Shiyu building. Elder Shui, what do you make of this individual's strength? Qin Hao inquired. To have slain Mo Baiming with a single strike, this person is undoubtedly powerful. Yet he has not fully demonstrated his abilities, leaving us unable to discern his true realm, Elder Shui replied. The sword-wielding Bai Tianyu had effortlessly dispatched the mid-stage spirit refinement master, Mo Baiming. The sound of raindrops pattering against the ground echoed through the streets. After a considerable time, breaths were heard being drawn in. When they looked back at Bai Tianyu, he had already turned and entered the Qingfeng Shiyu building. Ling Tianhe, astonished, pondered how Bai Tianyu could possess such prowess to slay Mo Baiming in one stroke. The pressure he had felt that night must have emanated from Bai Tianyu. With such a formidable ally beside the owner of the building, the challenges in Qingcheng now appeared trivial. For the time being, he was free from danger and could converse with Qin Hao from the Qin family, thereby aiding the owner in understanding the latter's intentions. His gaze instinctively drifted toward a certain area, the private room where the members of the Thunder Hall were situated. Chapter 26. Appointment with Lu Wumei. A hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Master, Ling Tianhe is deliberately provoking us, Lei Mo remarked, his gaze fixed on Ling Tianhe. He possesses the qualifications to provoke us. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to engage him, Lei Mu retorted coldly. At that moment, his heart still raced. He had merely glimpsed the flash of the blade. In an instant, Mo Baiming had been cleaved in two. Mo Baiming is indeed a master at the mid-level of spirit refinement. The pinnacle talents of our Thunder Hall may only be able to handle him with a single strike. Hall Master, we need not be overly concerned. The cost of hiring such a formidable expert as Ling Tianhe must be substantial. If he could freely unleash his hired hands, there would have been no need to endure Lei Ao's provocations earlier. Lei Gu spoke up. Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, The individuals in the private room gradually calmed their breaths, their hearts still shaken by Bai Tianyu's earlier strike. Reflecting on the situation, they found his reasoning sound, allowing their spirits to settle somewhat. Second Master, you should meet with young Master Qin and see how he wishes to proceed. I will retrieve Mo Baiming's remains. Lei Gu remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lei Mu agreed. Lei Gu then exited the tavern and swiftly made his way to where Mo Baiming's dismembered corpse lay. As he reached out towards the wound, even before making contact, a sharp pain shot through his skeletal hand. The blade's aura was fierce and domineering. However, judging by this injury, the assailant from last night was not the same individual who had struck down Lei Ao. His hand, now resembling iron, resisted the blade's energy as he combined the two halves of the corpse and departed hastily. Though Mo Baiming was now merely a fragmented body, they could glean significant information from it. As his remains were taken away, the blood on the ground gradually washed away by the rain. Soon, people began to emerge on the streets, restoring the previous scene. At that moment, atop a tea house, Qin Hao and Elder Shui stood observing as Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe entered the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Elder Shui, what do you make of this individual's strength? He effortlessly slew Mo Baiming with a single strike. He must be quite formidable, yet he has not revealed much of his prowess. My subordinates are unable to ascertain his level, Qin Hao inquired. Elder Shui replied solemnly. Bai Tianyu's strike was swift and fierce, making it impossible for me to discern his realm. Could you evade such a blow? Qin Hao asked. I could not evade it, but his strike would not breach my defenses. As long as I can withstand it, I can retaliate. The outcome of such a confrontation remains uncertain until we engage, Elder Shui replied. However, young master, it appears that Ling Tianhe has managed to locate such a formidable expert, making our task more challenging than anticipated. Securing the Kongming mine will likely be difficult, especially with the people from the Zitan Palace approaching, Elder Shui continued gravely. Investigate this individual. I must know his identity. Additionally, arrange for me to meet Su Chen. I wish to speak with him. With Ling Tianhe backed by such a powerful ally, Su Chen must be feeling anxious and in need of cooperation. I would not mind lending him my support. Mo Baiming was the final nourishment I prepared for the blood demon flower. With his demise, I shall substitute him with Bai Tianyu. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, and a murderous intent pervaded the air. In the Jinfeng Shiyu building, on the 5th floor, Su Chen slowly returned to his seat, maintaining a calm demeanor. Moments passed. Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu emerged from the dark chamber into his room. Upon entering, Bai Tianyu turned and stepped into the adjacent room. Master, with the death of Mo Baiming, the people from the Thunder Hall should temporarily cease their pursuit of me. I will intensify my arrangements to uncover the circumstances behind them, Ling Tianhe spoke. Handle matters at your discretion, but provide me with information on that lady from Yucheng Garden. Su Chen instructed. As he was to meet the lady that evening, he certainly needed to understand her background. Ling Tianhe acknowledged the command and swiftly presented the information regarding the lady to Su Chen. Su Chen examined the intelligence on the lady from Yucheng Garden. The details were scant. Her name was Lu Wumei, the third disciple of the left protector of the Changhan Palace, Gong Nanyan. She had arrived in Qingcheng 3 years ago. Her purpose and specific abilities unclear, but it was suspected that she practiced the heavenly water technique, the yin-yang harmonious technique, and the Xianming Sha Palm. As he contemplated the information, Su Chen felt that Lu Wumei might prove to be even more formidable than the recently deceased Mo Baiming, a master of the demonic path from the frontier. A figure of such complexity seeking an audience with him must harbor significant intentions. Closing the dossier, Su Chen mused over her esteemed background as the third disciple of the left protector of the Changhan Palace, noting that her identity was anything but ordinary. Having spent 3 years in Qingcheng, there were 2 possibilities. Either Lu Wumei had a specific purpose for being there, or she had been exiled to this remote region. Setting this matter aside, Su Chen perused various records concerning the Great Zhou, as his memories of this world were somewhat fragmented, necessitating reference to texts to comprehend the current circumstances. As twilight descended, Su Chen departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building and boarded a carriage heading towards Ziyun Lake, the rendezvous point with Lu Wumei. Ziyun Lake was a vast expanse, dotted with numerous boats anchored upon its surface. Old Shui spoke in a deep voice. Bai Tianyu struck with a single blade, swift and fierce, rendering it impossible for me to discern his realm. Could Old Shui evade that strike? Qin Hao inquired. I cannot evade it. Yet his blow cannot breach my defenses. If I can withstand that strike, I shall counterattack. The outcome will only be revealed in the clash that follows, old Shui replied. However, young master, Ling Tianhe has managed to locate such a formidable expert. Far beyond our expectations. Securing the Kongming mine now seems arduous, especially with the people from the Zitan Palace approaching. Then old Shui spoke solemnly. You must investigate this individual. I need to know who he is. Also, arrange for me to meet Su Chen. I wish to see him. With such a powerful ally aiding Ling Tianhe, Su Chen must be apprehensive and in dire need of collaboration. I wouldn't mind lending him a hand. Mo Baiming was the final sustenance I prepared for the blood demon flower. Now that he is deceased, let Bai Tianyu take his place, Qin Hao thought. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, a murderous intent pervading the air. At the 5th floor of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Su Chen gradually returned to his seat, his expression calm. Moments passed. Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu emerged from the dark chamber and entered his room. Upon entering, Bai Tianyu turned back and entered the adjacent room. Master, following the assassination of Mo Baiming, the people from the Thunder Hall should not seek me for the time being. I will intensify my arrangements and investigate the circumstances behind them. Ling Tianhe spoke. Handle the matter as you see fit. But provide me with information regarding the lady from Qingcheng, Su Chen instructed. He was to meet the lady that evening and naturally needed to comprehend her background. Ling Tianhe complied and swiftly delivered the information regarding the lady to Su Chen. Su Chen scrutinized the intelligence on the lady of Qingcheng. The content was rather limited. Her name was Lu Wumei, the 3rd disciple of the left guardian of Chongqing Palace, Gong Nanyan. She had arrived in Qingcheng 3 years ago, with her motives and specific capabilities remaining shrouded in mystery. It was suspected that she practiced the Tianyi divine water technique, the Yin-Yang harmony technique, and the Xianming Yin Sha Palm. As Su Chen absorbed the details, he perceived that Lu Wumei appeared to be even more formidable than the recently deceased Mo Baiming, a master of the demonic path from the frontier. Such a complex individual seeking an audience with him undoubtedly had her own agenda. Closing the dossier, Su Chen reflected on the significance of Lu Wumei's identity as the 3rd disciple of the left guardian of Chongqing Palace, a status that was undeniably extraordinary, especially after 3 years in Qingcheng. There were 2 possibilities. Either Lu Wumei had an ulterior motive for her presence here, or she had been exiled to this remote region. Setting that matter aside, Su Chen perused various historical texts regarding the Great Zhou. His memories of this world were somewhat fragmented, necessitating the consultation of literature to grasp the local situation. As dusk fell, Su Chen departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building and boarded a carriage, heading towards the location previously agreed upon with Lu Wumei, the Ziyun Lake. Ziyun Lake was a vast body of water, adorned with numerous boats docked upon its surface. Once night descended, each boat glowed brightly with lanterns. On the 15th vessel, the lady Lu Wumei from Qingcheng sat within her cabin. Accompanying her were 2 others, the matron of Qingcheng and a young woman clad in black. How is the information regarding the swordsman that Ling Tianhe procured? Lady Lu Wumei inquired. There is no news of this individual. It is as if he has materialized from thin air. The matron replied solemnly. A master of such caliber. Yet no information? Upon hearing the matron's words, Lu Wumei's brows furrowed slightly. Then let us cease the investigation. It would be a waste of unnecessary effort. We should probe into Mo Baiming's activities, as he has recently been closely allied with the Qin family and is likely plotting something. I need to know their intentions. Madam, do you think their aim could be the 5th grade Lotus platform? The young woman in black ventured. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of insight sparked in Lu Wumei's eyes. Xiaozi, your mind is quite sharp. Mo Baiming, the 3rd young master of the Qin family, and the newly emerged Bai Tianyu. These individuals are no ordinary characters. Ordinary items might not pique their interest. However, the allure of a 5th grade Lotus platform could indeed captivate them, murmured Lu Wumei softly. Conduct a thorough investigation into Mo Baiming's previous whereabouts, as well as the affairs of the Lei family and Qin Hao. Once I acquire a treasure such as the 5th grade Lotus platform, I shall be liberated from this wretched place, Qingcheng. A smile graced Lu Wumei's face. At that moment, a maid outside the cabin announced, Madam, the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen, has arrived. Upon hearing the maid's voice, Lu Wumei's smile faded. Please invite Master Su aboard. She did not rise to greet Su Chen, as his current status did not warrant such formality. Chapter 27. Encounter. display of strength in a short while, Su Chen entered the cabin, accompanied by a maid. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, clearing his mind and evoking a sense of astonishment within his eyes. It was the clarity incense, a rare scent that kept one's thoughts lucid. He had not anticipated encountering such luxury aboard the vessel. His gaze fell upon Lu Wumei, an unforgettable woman who embodied both charm and allure. "You may leave. I wish to speak with Master Su privately," Lu Wumei gestured. The brothel owner, Aunt Gue, and the young woman in black gracefully withdrew. Given Su Chen's inferiority in strength compared to Lu Wumei, they harbored no fear of his actions. Should he dare to act, his fate would be sealed. Once they departed, Su Chen calmly settled before Lu Wumei. "May I inquire what business you have with me?" Observing the composed demeanor of Su Chen, Lu Wumei felt a flicker of surprise. His eyes bore no hint of trepidation, and his spirit remained tranquil, defying her expectations. Initially, she had imagined that Su Chen could become an intimate ally, someone she could manipulate. As night fell, every vessel was aglow with lights. On the 15th ship, within the confines of Yuchun Yuan, Madame Lu Wumei sat in her chamber, accompanied by two others, the brothel owner and a young woman clad in black. "What news do we have regarding the swordsman commissioned by Ling Tianyu?" Lu Wumei inquired. "There has been no trace of him. It is as if he has materialized from thin air." The brothel owner replied solemnly. "Such a formidable master, without any leads?" Lu Wumei's brows furrowed slightly at the owner's words. "Then cease the investigation. It is a waste of precious resources. Focus instead on Mo Biming. He has been seen frequenting the Lei Hall, which has recently been in close association with Qin Hao. They must be scheming something. I wish to know their intentions." Lu Wumei asserted. "Madam, do you believe they are after the 5th grade Lotus platform?" The young woman in black ventured. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Lu Wumei's eyes. "Little Z, your mind is quick. Mo Biming, the 3rd young master of the Qin family, and the newly emerged Bai Tianyu. These individuals are all formidable in their own right. Ordinary possessions may not capture their attention. However, a 5th-tier Lotus platform could indeed stir their hearts," remarked Lu Wumei softly. "Investigate with utmost diligence the whereabouts of Mo Biming, as well as the Lei family and Qin Hao. Once I acquire a treasure such as the 5th-tier Lotus platform, I shall escape from this wretched place known as Qingcheng." A smile graced Lu Wumei's face. At that moment, a maid outside the cabin announced, "Madam, the master of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Su Chen, has arrived." Upon hearing the maid's voice, Lu Wumei's smile faded. "Please invite Master Su aboard." She did not rise to greet Su Chen, as his current status did not warrant such an honor. Chapter 27. Encounter and display of power. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen entered the cabin, accompanied by a maid. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing his mind and evoking a look of surprise in his eyes. It was the renowned clarity incense, capable of keeping one's thoughts clear. He hadn't anticipated its presence aboard the vessel, a touch of luxury indeed. His gaze fell upon Lu Wumei, an unforgettable woman who embodied both allure and temptation. "You may leave. I wish to speak with Master Su privately," Lu Wumei gestured, and the elder courtesan, Aunt Gue, along with the young woman in black, gracefully withdrew. Su Chen's strength paled in comparison to Lu Wumei's, rendering them unafraid of any potential hostility from him. After they departed, Su Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, seated himself before Lu Wumei and inquired, "May I ask what business you have with me, Madame Lu?" Observing Su Chen seated across from her, Lu Wumei felt a slight stir within her. His gaze remained steady, devoid of any tremor, and his composure was unexpected. She had initially thought that Su Chen could become her confidant, someone she could manipulate to seize control of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and expand her influence in Qingcheng. However, the current situation indicated that his fortitude was exceptional, making it challenging to ensnare him as her pawn. "Your state of mind surpasses my expectations. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea," Lu Wumei said, pouring tea into a cup, from which an enticing aroma wafted. "The tea is exquisite, indeed. However, madam, I would prefer you to state your intentions directly. I am a person who appreciates straightforwardness and dislikes beating around the bush." Su Chen replied, refraining from sipping the tea. Although he had accepted this body, he remained wary of the world around him, exercising extreme caution. Lu Wumei was a woman who could provoke strong emotions. Yet he tempered that impulse and maintained his tranquility. "The red powder is but a facade," Lu Wumei declared, her eyes fixed on Su Chen. "If you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall ensure your position as the master of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is secure. Thus, she unveiled her true intentions. Initially, she merely sought to collaborate with Su Chen, hoping he would facilitate an introduction to Mu Qingxue. However, with the emergence of Bai Tianyu, the figure behind Ling Tianhe, her perspective shifted. She now aspired to secure Su Chen's allegiance. Sensing the impending threat, Su Chen likely regarded her as a lifeline. Aligning with you, will it help me solidify my position as the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower? Surely, you have ulterior motives? He inquired. Without refuting or affirming, Lu Wumei replied. By pledging your loyalty to me, isn't it only natural that you attend to other matters? Gazing at Su Chen with a smile, she continued. It seems you suspect I have other intentions. Why not share your thoughts? I would like to hear your perspective. Once Mu Qingxue from the Zitan Palace arrives in Qing City, I would appreciate your assistance in establishing our collaboration, Lu Wumei instructed, her eyes fixed on Su Chen, attempting to discern his emotional fluctuations. Yet, Su Chen's demeanor remained remarkably composed, eluding her insights into his inner thoughts. Such tranquility is not typical of youth. Lu Wumei mused internally, her regard for Su Chen elevating further. Aligning with you is out of the question. For now, I have no need to depend on anyone. Su Chen stated. The Changhan Palace, where you reside, is situated in the picturesque Jiangnan region, while the Zitan Palace is a sect from the outer realms. It appears there are no significant connections between you. If my conjecture is correct, your desire to collaborate with Mu Qingxue must serve your personal agenda, he surmised. Indeed. Su Chen, you are astute to deduce that this matter concerns me personally. I wish to depart from Qing City and require certain items, which the Zitan Palace can provide. Naturally, should I acquire the 5th-grade Lotus platform, I could return to the main temple, Lu Wumei explained, her gaze unwavering upon Su Chen. Rumors from the black market suggested that Su Mengbai was aware of the 5th-grade Lotus platform's whereabouts. Now that Su Mengbai has perished, Su Chen, as his son, should possess some knowledge. This could enable him to seize control of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower, thus expanding his influence in Qing City. However, given the current circumstances, Su Chen's composure was exceptional, making it challenging for her to draw him into her plans. Your mental fortitude exceeds my expectations. Let us enjoy a cup of tea. Lu Wumei proposed, pouring a cup for Su Chen. The fragrant aroma wafted from the cup. This tea is delightful, yet I would prefer you to state your purpose directly. I am a person who appreciates candor and detests circumlocution, Su Chen remarked, refraining from sipping the tea. Despite embracing this body, he remained wary of this world, exercising utmost caution in all matters. Lu Wumei, a woman capable of inciting desire, found her allure tempered by Su Chen's restraint, allowing him to maintain an air of tranquility. Beauty is but a facade, as long as you pledge your allegiance to me. I shall assist you in securing your position as the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower, Lu Wumei declared, revealing her true intentions. Initially, she merely sought to collaborate with Su Chen, hoping he would facilitate an introduction to Mu Qingxue. However, the emergence of Ling Tianhe's backer, Bai Tianyu, prompted a shift in her strategy. She now aimed to win Su Chen's allegiance. Sensing the impending crisis, Su Chen likely regarded her as a lifeline. To ally with you, to help secure my position as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Surely, you have ulterior motives, Su Chen inquired. Without contradiction or concession, Lu Wumei replied. You have pledged your loyalty to me. All other matters naturally fall within your purview. She regarded Su Chen with a smile, her gaze intent upon discerning his emotional fluctuations. Yet, Su Chen maintained an unwavering composure, eluding her perceptive attempts to gauge his inner turmoil. Such tranquility of spirit was scarcely characteristic of youth, Lu Wumei mused, her esteem for him rising further. The prospect of aligning with you is out of the question. For the time being, I have no need to submit to anyone, Su Chen asserted. Lu Wumei resided in the Changhan Palace, nestled within the picturesque waters of Jiangnan, while the Zitan Palace belonged to a sect beyond the borders, seemingly devoid of significant connection to one another. If my conjecture is correct, your desire to collaborate with Mu Qingxue of the Zitan Palace is likely driven by personal ambitions. He continued. Upon hearing his words, Lu Wumei acknowledged, You are astute, Su Chen, to discern that this matter is personal. I seek to depart from Qingcheng and require certain items that the Zitan Palace can provide. Should I acquire the 5th-grade Lotus platform, I could also return to the main temple. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, searching for his reaction. Rumors from the black market indicated that Su Mingbai was aware of the 5th-grade Lotus platform. With his demise, Su Chen, as his son, should possess some knowledge regarding its whereabouts. She scrutinized his expression, eager to ascertain his awareness of the platform's location. "Madam, it seems you have also heard the whispers from the black market. However, the 5th-grade Lotus platform may be somewhat entwined with Qin Hao," Su Chen remarked. "Somewhat entwined with Qin Hao?" Lu Wumei's brow furrowed at the mention of him. Qin Hao belonged to the esteemed Qin family of Lingnan Prefecture. While she typically dismissed mere aristocrats, the Qin family boasted a consort within the palace who had borne an emperor, eliciting caution. "What have you uncovered, Su Tower Master?" she inquired, attempting to glean insight from his demeanor. If his suspicions proved accurate, it would be entirely reasonable to contest Qin Hao for the 5th-grade Lotus platform. Merely sparing his life would suffice. At that moment, Lu Wumei remained unaware that, quite unconsciously, she had begun to regard Su Chen as an equal. "It is merely conjecture," Su Chen replied succinctly, prompting a noticeable change in Lu Wumei's countenance. She had not anticipated such a response from him. A sense of being trifled with washed over me as I cast a furrowed brow at Su Chen. "Su Chen, I genuinely wish to assist you, yet you seem to mock me. You have witnessed the individuals behind Ling Tianha. If you do not ally with me, I fear you may meet the same fate as Lei Ao and his ilk, with your head severed from your shoulders," Lu Wumei declared, her expression darkening. "As for others, I cannot speak, but it was I who beheaded Lei Ao and that assassin." Upon noticing Lu Wumei's grim demeanor, Su Chen spoke, his voice calm, yet startling to her. "Indeed, both Lei Ao and that assassin fell beneath my blade, perishing at the hands of my dusk drizzle knife. Not only did they die by my hand, but also one of Ling Tian's confidants, Song Yuan, met the same fate." As Su Chen continued, an aura began to shift around him. A primal energy erupting from his being, imbued with a chilling essence. "Innate realm, with a frost attribute," Lu Wumei observed, her eyes widening in surprise. The innate realm seldom succumbed to a single strike from her, yet rumors had suggested that Su Chen was of the acquired realm. Now, he displayed an innate vigor that was evidently far from nascent. It was substantial, hinting that he would soon ascend to the mid-innate stage. "How astute of me to underestimate you, Master Su," she remarked, gazing at him with newfound respect. Su Chen's strength was approaching the mid-innate stage, merely a hair's breadth away from Ling Tianha. As a disciple of the Shanha sect, he would undoubtedly possess some formidable techniques. Thus, the outcome of a confrontation with Ling Tianha remained uncertain. Chapter 28. The abduction of Su Chen and Qin Hao's scheme. "Are you not concerned that I might divulge your abilities?" Lu Wumei inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. "Not at all. When I arrived, the 3rd young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, summoned me for a meeting. Should you spread word of my innate prowess, I believe Qin Hao would offer me a considerable bargain," Su Chen replied. She scrutinized his reaction, hoping to ascertain whether he was aware of the whereabouts of the 5th-grade Lotus platform. "Madam, you must have heard the rumors circulating in the black market. However, this 5th-grade Lotus platform may hold some connection to Qin Hao," Su Chen stated. "Some connection to Qin Hao?" Lu Wumei's brow furrowed slightly. Qin Hao belonged to the esteemed Qin family of Lingnan County. While she would not normally regard a mere family with disdain, the Qin family possessed a consort in the palace who bore a prince, instilling a sense of trepidation in others. "What have you uncovered, Master Su?" She searched his eyes for answers, contemplating whether to compete with Qin Hao for the 5th-grade Lotus platform, provided she could avoid his demise. At that moment, Lu Wumei remained oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to her, she had begun to perceive Su Chen as an equal. "It is merely speculation," Su Chen stated succinctly, causing Lu Wumei's expression to shift. She had not anticipated such a response from him. A feeling of being toyed with washed over me as I furrowed my brow and gazed at Su Chen. "Su Chen, my intention is to assist you. Yet you seem to be mocking me. You have witnessed the individuals behind Ling Tianha. Should you choose not to ally with me, I fear you may meet the same fate as Lei Ao and his ilk. The loss of your head," Lu Wumei remarked, her expression darkening. "As for others, I cannot speak. But I personally severed the heads of both Lei Ao and that assassin." Observing Lu Wumei's somber countenance, Su Chen spoke up. His voice, though composed, startled Lu Wumei. "It is true that Lei Ao and that assassin fell beneath the blade of my twilight drizzle knife. Not only did they perish at my hands, but so did one of Ling Tian's confidants, Song Yuan." As Su Chen continued, An innate energy began to emanate from his being, accompanied by a chilling aura. Innate realm. With a frost attribute. Lu Wumei's eyes widened in surprise at the transformation of Su Chen's aura. In her experience, no one in the innate realm could withstand even a single strike from her. Yet rumors suggested that Su Chen was merely at the postnatal stage. The manifestation of such profound innate energy indicated that he had not only recently entered this realm, but that his essence was remarkably robust. It would not be long before he ascended to the mid-innate stage. I must admit, I underestimated you, Master Su. You conceal your true depth well. Lu Wumei regarded Su Chen thoughtfully. His power was rapidly approaching the mid-innate stage, only slightly inferior to Ling Tianhe. However, as a disciple of the Mountain River sect, he must possess certain techniques. In a confrontation with Ling Tianhe, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 28. The Abduction of Su Chen. Qin Hao's scheme, are you not concerned that I might divulge your strength? Lu Wumei inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. Not at all. Upon my arrival, the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, summoned me for a meeting. Should you choose to disclose my attainment of the innate realm, I believe Qin Hao would offer me a handsome incentive, Su Chen replied. On his journey, he had received a letter. Its contents were simple: to meet Qin Hao in 2 days, devoid of any address. The absence of such details implied that the sender assumed he was already aware of Qin Hao's whereabouts. It seems I have completely misjudged you. To be succinct, if you, Master Su, agree to assist me in establishing contact with Mu Qingxue, I can dispatch an initial stage refining spirit expert to temporarily aid you, Lu Wumei conceded, relinquishing her control over Su Chen. A calm demeanor, coupled with a capacity to conceal intentions and execute decisive actions, made him a valuable ally. As an adversary, he would warrant caution, an endeavor fraught with risks. There was no necessity to engage Su Chen, as their interests did not conflict. Moreover, allowing others to benefit was not in Lu Wumei's nature. An initial stage refining spirit expert. Very well, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Su Chen affirmed. His display of strength was merely a prelude to forging an alliance with Lu Wumei. Although the intelligence from the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Qingcheng is commendable, it has yet to unveil Qin Hao's true intentions. However, if we incorporate the information from Yecheng Garden, I believe we shall soon discern the purpose behind Qin Hao's presence here. At this moment, within the Thunder Hall, Qin Hao and the elder Shui arrived at the Grand Hall, where Lei Mu and others had gathered. Not far away lay the corpse of Mo Baiming, covered with a white cloth. What can we deduce from the knife wounds? Qin Hao inquired as he entered the hall. Third young master, based on the traces, Bai Tianyu is not the one who killed Lei Ao. The knife marks differ. The assailant's weapon is not the same as Bai Tianyu's. Bai Tianyu appears to be a master swordsman who would never switch blades, Lei Gu responded. Then, does this imply that the one who killed Lei Ao was not arranged by Ling Tianhe? Qin Hao asked, unable to contain his curiosity. We cannot be certain. It is possible that there are other swordsmen on Ling Tianhe's side, Lei Gu replied. While it is confirmed that Bai Tianyu is not the murderer, we cannot guarantee that Ling Tianhe lacks other skilled swordsmen. At this juncture, we should not dwell on whether Ling Tianhe has additional personnel. Rather, we must address our pressing need for a substantial quantity of void spirit stones. How shall we resolve this matter? Qin Hao spoke in a grave tone. Third young master, given the current situation, Ling Tianhe is unlikely to agree to provide us with the void spirit mine. Acquiring it will prove challenging, Lei Mu remarked somberly. If Ling Tianhe is unyielding, then why not consider seizing that Su Chen? He is, after all, the ostensible leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Qin Hao suggested. Seizing Su Chen. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, a spark ignited in Lei Mu's eyes as he exclaimed, are you implying that we should engage with Su Chen to procure the void spirit mine from him? However, the Jinfeng Shiyu building is currently under Ling Tianhe's control. Even if we make contact with Su Chen, it may prove futile. Lei Mu's brow furrowed in concern. I am not suggesting that you merely engage with Su Chen. If he hesitates, it could hinder our plans. You must capture Su Chen and coerce Ling Tianhe into surrendering the deed to the void spirit mine in exchange for his release, Qin Hao articulated decisively. Third young master, while capturing Su Chen may be straightforward, I fear Ling Tianhe might exploit our actions to eliminate him, Lei Mu cautioned. On his way here, he had received a letter, the contents of which were simple. It instructed Su Chen to meet Qin Hao in 2 days, without even providing an address. The omission suggests that the sender was confident of Su Chen's knowledge of Qin Hao's whereabouts. It seems I have completely misjudged the situation. To be succinct, if Master Su agrees to assist me in contacting Mu Qingxue, I can dispatch a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit refinement to temporarily aid Master Su. Lu Wumei decided to relinquish control over Su Chen. He is composed and adept at concealment. With a decisive demeanor, such a person can serve as a commendable ally. Conversely, if he were to become an adversary, one must remain vigilant. The risks would outweigh the benefits. There is no necessity to act against Su Chen, as there exists no conflict of interest between them. Moreover, allowing others to seize opportunities is not in Lu Wumei's nature. A cultivator at the initial stage of spirit refinement? Very well, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Su Chen replied, revealing his strength as a means to establish a partnership with Lu Wumei. Despite the commendable intelligence gathered by the Jinfeng Shiyu building in Qingcheng, the true intentions of Qin Hao remain elusive. However, with the additional information from Yecheng Garden, it is believed that the purpose of Qin Hao's presence here will soon be unveiled. At this moment, within the Thunder Hall, Qin Hao and the elder Shui have arrived at the main chamber. Lei Mu and others have congregated within the hall. Not far away lies the corpse of Mo Baiming, shrouded in white cloth. What can be discerned from the knife wounds? Qin Hao inquired upon entering the hall. From the marks, it appears that Bai Tianyu did not slay Lei Ao. The knife wounds are distinct. The assailant wielded a different blade than Bai Tianyu. This Bai Tianyu appears to be a master swordsman and would never switch weapons, Lei Gu explained. Does this imply that the one who killed Lei Ao was not arranged by Ling Tianhe? Qin Hao probed further. It cannot be confirmed. It is possible that there are other swordsmen within Ling Tianhe's ranks, Lei Gu responded. While it is clear that Bai Tianyu is not responsible for Lei Ao's death, there remains uncertainty regarding the presence of other skilled swordsmen allied with Ling Tianhe. Our focus should not dwell on Ling Tianhe's potential allies, but rather on our pressing need for a substantial quantity of Kongming stones. We must find a resolution to this issue, Qin Hao stated solemnly. From the current situation, it seems unlikely that Ling Tianhe will consent to provide us with the Kongming mine. Acquiring it will prove exceedingly difficult, Lei Mu remarked gravely. If Ling Tianhe is unyielding, why do we not consider capturing Su Chen? He is, after all, the ostensible leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Qin Hao suggested. Capture Su Chen. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you implying that we should engage with Su Chen to procure the Kongming mine from him? However, the Jinfeng Shiyu building is currently under Ling Tianhe's control, rendering any contact with Su Chen futile. Lei Mu furrowed his brow. I do not intend for you to merely engage with Su Chen. If he hesitates, it would only delay our objectives. You can seize Su Chen and compel Ling Tianhe to provide the deed to the Kongming mine in exchange for his release, Qin Hao asserted. Capturing Su Chen may be straightforward, but I fear Ling Tianhe might take advantage of our actions to eliminate him, Lei Mu voiced his concern. Disseminate the news throughout Qingcheng when you capture Su Chen. The people of Zitan Palace are en route, and Ling Tianhe would not dare to stand idly by, Qin Hao declared. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the members of the Lei family brightened with hope. Judging by Ling Tianhe's demeanor today, he appears to possess considerable knowledge. The relationship between the Thunder Hall and the Jinfeng Shiyu building has clearly turned adversarial. Lei Yao, you three shall bring Su Chen to the secret residence outside the city tonight. Tomorrow, I shall send a message to Ling Tianhe and let it spread throughout Qingcheng. Let us see whether he will procure the Kongming mine for a trade, Lei Mu ordered. After issuing these directives, Lei Mu approached Qin Hao. Third young master, we are no match for Bai Tianyu's strength. If he intervenes, our threat against Ling Tianhe with Su Chen would be rendered ineffective. Do not fret. I will arrange for assistance to counter Bai Tianyu when the time comes, Qin Hao replied. Thank you, third young master. Our Lei family follows your lead unwaveringly. Lei Mu swiftly pledged his loyalty. The reason Lei Mu did not hesitate when Qin Hao suggested taking action against Su Chen was to demonstrate their family's fidelity to him. You serve me, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Once the matter of the 5th grade Lotus platform is resolved and I return to the Qin family, I will grant you a vial of Divine Connection Elixir, Qin Hao proclaimed. The name of the Divine Connection Elixir is formidable, yet its efficacy merely assists innate peak warriors in entering the Divine Refinement realm. However, both Lei Mu and Lei Mo have lingered at the innate peak for a considerable time without progressing to the Divine Refinement realm. Thus, they wish to leverage the elixir to make that leap. Yet, the Divine Connection Elixir is scarcely circulated in the outside world. tightly controlled by the noble families and sects of the county city, making it exceedingly difficult for lesser forces to acquire. Now, Qingcheng has promised them 5 doses. Should the other 3 attain the innate peak, utilizing the elixir might grant them 5 initial stage divine refinement realm warriors in the Lei Hall. Naturally, this is not guaranteed, for there exists a certain failure rate associated with breaking through using elixirs. Furthermore, a significant drawback of consuming the divine connection elixir is the difficulty in advancing to the soul refinement realm thereafter. You will handle this matter. With Mo Biming deceased, arrangements must be made for someone to guard the area. Lei Mo, you shall take a batch of void stones there shortly, Qingcheng instructed. We shall obey the 3rd young master's orders. Lei Mo responded promptly. Very well, you manage the arrangements here. I shall return to my residence outside the city. Inform Elder Shui should anything arise. Having completed his words, Qingcheng departed with Elder Shui. He needed to return to enhance his strength. Today, he had Elder Shui capture several innate experts from Qingcheng, intending to merge their blood into the blood pool to see if it might facilitate his entry into the divine refinement realm. Lei Mu and the others respectfully saw Qingcheng off. After his departure, Lei Mu spoke up. Master, if we were to kidnap Su Chen, what if the Zetan Palace retaliates upon their arrival? When Qingcheng was present, they had readily consented, but it was not from genuine intent. We shall take it step by step. As long as we assist 3rd young master in safeguarding the 5th grade Lotus platform, we will obtain the divine connection elixir. And then we shall leave Qingcheng directly, preventing the Zetan Palace from seizing an opportunity against us, Lei Mu asserted. When seizing Su Chen, we shall disseminate the news throughout Qingcheng. The Zetan Palace's people will arrive swiftly, and Ling Tianhe would not dare to abandon him. Qingcheng interjected. Upon hearing Qingcheng's words, the members of the Lei family brightened. Based on Ling Tianhe's performance today, he was aware of considerable matters. The relationship between the Lei Hall and the Goldwind Drizzle Pavilion had already become adversarial. Lei Yao, the 3 of you are to bring Su Chen to the secret residence outside the city tonight. Tomorrow, I will send a message to Ling Tianhe and ensure it spreads throughout Qingcheng. I want to see if he dares to exchange the void mine for him. Lei Mu commanded. After giving these orders, Lei Mu approached Qingcheng. 3rd young master, we are no match for Bai Tianyu's strength beside Ling Tianhe. If he intervenes, even if we capture Su Chen to threaten Ling Tianhe, it would be futile. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to assist you in holding off Bai Tianyu when the time comes, Qingcheng reassured. Then I thank you, 3rd young master. Our Lei family shall steadfastly follow your lead. Lei Mu swiftly began to express his loyalty. The reason Qingcheng suggested taking action against Su Chen, and Lei Mu did not hesitate, was to demonstrate the loyalty of the Lei family. You serve me, and I shall not treat you poorly. Once the matter of the 5th grade Lotus platform is completed and I return to the Qin family, I will grant you a vial of divine spirit elixir, Qingcheng stated. Although the name of the divine spirit elixir sounded formidable, its efficacy was merely to assist pinnacle innate warriors in stepping into the realm of spirit refinement. However, both Lei Mu and Lei Mo had been at the pinnacle for quite some time without advancing to the spirit refinement realm. Therefore, they sought to utilize the elixir to make that leap. Yet, the divine spirit elixir was scarce in the outside world, controlled by the prominent families and sects of the county city, making it difficult for ordinary small factions to acquire. Now, Qingcheng had promised to provide them with 5 vials. Once the other 3 reached the pinnacle, utilizing the elixir could potentially yield 5 early-stage spirit refinement experts within the Lei Hall. Of course, this outcome was uncertain, as there was a certain failure rate associated with breakthroughs through elixirs. Moreover, there was a flaw in consuming the divine spirit elixir. It would be exceedingly difficult to advance to the soul refinement realm thereafter. You are to make the arrangements. With Mo Biming deceased, you need to assign someone to watch over the area. Lei Mo, take a batch of empty spirit stones there shortly, Qingcheng commanded. We shall obey the 3rd young master's orders. Lei Mo promptly replied. All right, you handle the arrangements. I shall return to my residence outside the city. Inform Elder Shui of any matters. After Qingcheng finished speaking, he departed with Elder Shui. He needed to return to enhance his strength. Today, Elder Shui had captured several innate experts from Qingcheng and integrated their blood into the blood pool, hoping to see if he could use this to step into the spirit refinement realm. Lei Mu and the others respectfully saw Qingcheng off. Once he had left, Lei Mu spoke up. Master, if we were to kidnap Su Chen, how shall we respond when Zetan Palace arrives? When Qingcheng was present, they had readily agreed. but it was not from the heart. Let us proceed cautiously. As long as we assist third young master in guarding the 5th grade lotus platform, we will obtain the divine spirit elixir, and then we can leave Qingcheng directly, denying Zitan Palace the opportunity to act against us, Lei Mu remarked. From Lei Mu's words, it was evident that he was contemplating absconding with the Lei family once they obtained the divine spirit elixir. Outside the Lei Hall, Qin Hao and Elder Shui boarded a carriage. Young master, are you not supposed to be making contact with Su Chen? Why then have you allowed the Lei family to act against him? Elder Shui inquired. I am merely applying pressure on Su Chen, making him aware that the weak have no room for choice and must obediently submit. Only then can he willingly serve me and become a pawn against Mu Qingxue. Qin Hao replied coldly. Mu Qingxue's strength would not be inferior to his, and she likely had experts by her side. By taming Su Chen, he would not only be able to monitor Mu Qingxue's daily activities, but also, at a crucial moment, ambush her and aid in capturing her. Chapter 29. Night Exploration of the Qin Residence. Blood pool. From Qin Hao's words, it was clear that he intended to completely enslave Su Chen. Elder Shui had long grown accustomed to the young master's methods. Lei Jia's Lei Ao is indeed one of the enslaved individuals. The young master merely hinted a few times, and he promptly enlisted the assassins from the Extreme Bliss Pavilion to eliminate Su Mengbai. As for why the assassin remained in Lei Ao's residence, it was part of the young master's plan to present both the assassin and Lei Ao when the people from Zitan Palace arrived, thereby gaining proximity to Mu Qingxue. However, with the assassin now deceased, the young master's leverage has diminished, prompting a shift in focus towards Su Chen. How is the preparation of the innate blood? Qin Hao inquired. He intended to ascend to the divine refinement realm within the next couple of days. The blood is ready, but the recent slaying of a few innate warriors may have drawn the attention of those from Qingcheng, Elder Shui responded. Let them take note. This batch of innate blood should suffice for my advancement to the divine refinement realm. I can cease the killings for a period thereafter, Qin Hao replied nonchalantly. Qingcheng is merely a small town. At that moment, a tiny bird flitted through the carriage window and landed on Elder Shui's hand. A slender bamboo tube was tied to its foot. After Elder Shui retrieved the bamboo tube, the bird swiftly took flight. Upon extracting a delicate piece of paper, Elder Shui's expression darkened slightly. Young master, Mu Qingxue is expected to arrive in Qingcheng by tomorrow evening, sooner than we anticipated. Additionally, Su Chen is meeting with Madame Lu from Yuchun Garden. Hearing Elder Shui's words, Qin Hao said, return to break through, and also keep track of the Lei family's movements. Moreover, send someone to intercept Mu Qingxue and her party. It would be best if they arrive the day after tomorrow. Understood. Elder Shui nodded. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already descended from the floating vessel. He glanced at the brightly lit ship and the bustling crowd, but did not linger. Instead, he stepped into the carriage that had previously been stationed by the shore and instructed the coachman to return to the Su residence. Soon, Su Chen arrived at Su Manor and went directly into the secret chamber. Young master, news has come from Ling Tianhe, a master named Elder Shui, who is alongside Qin Hao, has killed numerous innate realm experts, seemingly absorbing their blood. From Lei Mu's words, it appears he intends to flee with the Lei family after acquiring the divine communication pill. Outside Lei Hall, Qin Hao and Elder Shui boarded a carriage. Young master, are you not meant to engage with Su Chen? Why then allow the Lei family to act against him? Elder Shui inquired. This is to apply pressure on Su Chen, making him aware that the weak have no choices but to submit obediently. Only then can he willingly work for me, becoming a pawn in my dealings with Mu Qingxue. Qin Hao stated coldly. Mu Qingxue's strength is likely comparable to his, and she is likely accompanied by skilled individuals. By taming Su Chen, I will not only be able to monitor Mu Qingxue's daily activities, but also, at a crucial moment, ambush her and assist in capturing her. Chapter 29. Night Exploration of the Qin Residence. Blood pool. From Qin Hao's words, it is evident that he aims to completely enslave Su Chen. Elder Shui has long since become accustomed to such methods employed by the young master. Lei Jia's Lei Ao is indeed one of the enslaved individuals. The young master merely hinted at a few matters before he enlisted the assassins of the Bliss Pavilion to eliminate Su Mengbai. As for why the assassin remained within Lei Ao's residence, it was part of the young master's scheme to present the assassin alongside Lei Ao when the individuals from the Zitan Palace arrived, thereby enabling a closer approach to that Mu Qingxue. However, with the assassin's demise, the young master found his leverage diminished, prompting him to shift his focus onto Su Chen. How is the preparation of the innate blood? Qin Hao inquired, turning his gaze. He aimed to transcend into the realm of god refinement within the next couple of days. The blood is ready, but the elimination of several innate martial artists may have attracted the attention of those from Qingcheng, Elder Shui replied. Let them take notice. This batch of innate blood should aid me in my ascent to the realm of god refinement. We can cease the killings for a while afterward, Qin Hao stated nonchalantly. Qingcheng is merely a small town. At that moment, a tiny bird flitted through the window, landing on Elder Shui's hand. A slender bamboo tube was affixed to its leg. Once Elder Shui removed the tube, the bird swiftly took flight. He extracted a delicate note, and upon reading it, his expression darkened. Young master, Mu Qingxue is expected to arrive in Qingcheng by tomorrow night, a bit sooner than we anticipated. Additionally, Su Chen is meeting with Madame Lu from Yuan. Elder Shui conveyed. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao instructed, return to the breakthrough. Keep an eye on the movements of the Lei family. Also, dispatch someone to intercept Mu Qingxue and her entourage, preferably delaying their arrival until the day after tomorrow. Understood, Elder Shui nodded. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already exited the grand boat, casting a glance at the brightly lit vessel and the bustling crowd. He did not linger and promptly entered the carriage that had been waiting by the shore, instructing the driver to return to the Su residence. Before long, Su Chen arrived at Su Manor, directly entering the secret chamber. Young master, news has arrived from Lingnan, a master known as Elder Shui, who is beside Qin Hao. Has slain numerous innate realm experts, seemingly in the process of absorbing their blood, the loyal servant, Fu Bo, reported. There are also reports that Qin Hao incited the Lei family to abduct you, threatening them to surrender the Kongming mine. Fu Bo continued. Collecting the blood of innate realm warriors, Qin Hao must be cultivating some form of dark art. Is he aiming for a breakthrough at this time? Yet, what does Qin Hao mean by preparing to meet me in 2 days, only to instigate the Lei family to kidnap me now? Su Chen pondered, perplexed. When does the Lei family intend to act against me? Elder Ling Tianhe is monitoring the situation. He will promptly inform the young master should there be any movement on their part, Fu Bo assured him. In that case, I shall not remain at Su Manor tonight. Since Qin Hao has just acquired the blood of innate realm warriors, I shall pay him a visit and, as a bonus, create some trouble for him, Su Chen declared. He was not one to remain passive. When the adversary strikes, one must not allow them to revel in their triumph. This too is a strategy. Hence the old servant decided to depart. Master Fu remarked. He had previously contemplated how to confront the members of the Lei family in direct confrontation. Aside from the rear courtyard, none within their estate could withstand the Lei family's might. Now that Su Chen was absent from the Su residence, the Lei family's arrival would bear no consequence. After Master Fu left, Su Chen donned a black cloak and emerged from the secret chamber. Regarding Qin Hao's abode, Su Chen had already gathered information. Cloaked, he navigated through the night market, heading towards Qin Hao's residence. In a short span, he beheld the courtyard of Qin Hao. The premises were not small, yet according to the intelligence provided by Ling Tianhe, the courtyard housed over a dozen servants. Su Chen refrained from entering immediately, choosing instead to observe the surroundings. After a thorough investigation, he found no guards outside. Stepping into the shadows, he produced a map, one detailing the layout of the residence. For many years, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had established roots in Qingcheng, preserving maps of various courtyards within the city. Glancing at the map, Su Chen scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. Within, the illumination was dim, lending an air of solitude. He concealed his presence and made his way toward the brightly lit hall. At that moment, the hall was aglow, suggesting that Qin Hao and others might be within. He approached stealthily to eavesdrop. Outside the hall, 2 figures were engaged in conversation, Qin Hao and Old Shui. Young master, the bloodthirsty flood dragon diagram has been completed and delivered, and the innate blood within the secret chamber is ready. Today, you shall surely break through to the divine refinement realm, Old Shui spoke, presenting a brocade box to Qin Hao. Though the volume of their voices was low, Su Chen, concealed in the shadows, strained his ears to catch their words. The bloodthirsty flood dragon diagram and innate blood, Qin Hao intended to utilize these to achieve his breakthrough. Su Chen pondered while continuing to listen to their discourse. Has the void mine or been transported over? Qin Hao did not immediately begin his cultivation, but instead inquired. Moreover, Qin Hao incited the Lei family to abduct you, threatening him to yield the void mine. Master Fu, who had accompanied Su Chen into the secret chamber, interjected. Collecting the blood of innate realm warriors. Qin Hao must be practicing some dark arts? Is he attempting a breakthrough at this juncture? At that moment, Su Chen found himself perplexed. What is the Lei family planning? When will they strike? Su Chen inquired. Ling Tianhe is keeping tabs. As soon as they make a move, he will promptly inform the young master, Master Fu replied. In that case, I shall not remain at the Su residence tonight. Did not Qin Hao just acquire the blood of an innate realm warrior? I shall pay him a visit and, while at it, cause him some trouble, Su Chen declared. Remaining in a passive stance was not in his nature. When the adversary struck, one could not allow them to revel in their triumph. This was a strategy. And thus the old servant took his leave. Master Fu remarked. Previously, he had contemplated how to confront the people of the Lei family in a direct confrontation. Aside from the rear courtyard, none within the estate could withstand the Lei family's might. With Su Chen absent from the Su residence, any visitors from the Lei family would find their efforts in vain, resulting in no significant developments. After Master Fu's departure, Su Chen donned a cloak of dark attire and exited the secret chamber. As for Qin Hao's residence, Su Chen had already gathered information beforehand. Cloaked, he navigated through the night market, making his way towards Qin Hao's abode. In a short span, he arrived at the estate of Qin Hao. The courtyard was sizable, yet according to the intelligence provided by Ling Tianhe, there were over 10 servants within the premises. Su Chen did not rush into the courtyard, but instead began to observe the surroundings. After a thorough investigation, he found no guards outside. Moving into the shadows, he produced a map, an outline of the estate. The Jinfeng Shiyu building had been established in Qingcheng for many years, and they possessed maps of various courtyards within the city. Glancing at the map, Su Chen scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. Inside, the illumination was dim, casting an air of solitude. He concealed his presence and proceeded towards the brightly lit hall. At that moment, the hall was still aglow. It was possible that Qin Hao and his companions were within. He decided to investigate further, approaching the hall quietly. Inside, two figures engaged in conversation. It was indeed Qin Hao and the elder Shui. Young master, the blood-devouring dragon chart has been completed and delivered, and the innate blood within the secret chamber is also prepared. Today, the young master will surely break through to the spirit refinement realm, Elder Shui spoke, presenting a brocade box to Qin Hao. His voice was not loud, yet hidden in the shadows. Su Chen strained to catch every word. The blood-devouring dragon chart and the innate blood. Qin Hao intended to use these to achieve his breakthrough. Su Chen mused as he continued to listen to their dialogue. Has the Void Mind Stone been transported from the Lei family? Qin Hao did not immediately commence his cultivation, but inquired instead. During the day, there are too many prying eyes. We plan to proceed at night. The Blood Demon Flower requires about 3 more batches of Void Mine of equivalent quality to mature. Elder Shui replied in a hushed tone. Blood Demon Flower? The Void Mine is intended for that, not for the 5th grade Lotus platform. They had previously assumed that Qin Hao's objective was the 5th grade Lotus platform, but it turned out to be the Blood Demon Flower. Blood Demon Flower. I have no recollection of it. I must investigate what purpose it serves, Su Chen pondered. While Su Chen was deep in thought, Qin Hao and the elder had already retreated to the rear hall. Unable to approach, Su Chen had no choice but to withdraw. Yet the revelation of the Blood Demon Flower was a pleasant surprise. At that moment, a maid approached from a distance. Su Chen's gaze shifted. Since he has been cultivating, it is evident that Qin Hao must have spent a considerable amount of time there. Some of the maidens should be aware of his training location. Swiftly approaching one of them, as she walked, the maiden felt as though something obstructed her path, and in an instant, she sensed a grip tightening around her throat. Subsequently, her vision faded to darkness as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Chen seized her and brought her directly to a rocky outcrop within the courtyard. A drop of clear water fell upon her face, causing the maiden to awaken. She attempted to cry out, but a powerful hand firmly clasped her neck. Then, a chilling voice echoed in her ear. If you scream, I shall break your throat. Reveal to me the part of this courtyard frequented by its master at night. Do not dare claim ignorance. I wish to waste no time. Should you remain silent, others will speak, and you will have but one chance. Su Chen continued. The maiden, her breath constricted and her face paling with fear, trembled uncontrollably. Desperately, she nodded in acquiescence. Observing her response, Su Chen gradually eased his grip, granting her the opportunity to speak. My lord often visits the rocky outcrop in the backyard. There lies a hidden chamber, she hastily divulged. They were merely ordinary individuals, and when faced with danger, their instinct was to protect themselves above all. Chapter 30. Confrontation and breakthrough. Su Chen then rendered the maiden unconscious and proceeded towards the rocky outcrop. There were no guards in sight, indicating Qin Hao's remarkable confidence. After searching around the rocky formation, Su Chen discovered the mechanism that led to the hidden chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by a suffocating stench of blood. Before him lay a pool of blood, thick and viscous, flowing ominously. How many lives had been extinguished here? Su Chen stared at the blood pool, his expression frozen in shock. Though he had taken lives himself, it had only been a handful, yet this pool contained the remnants of countless victims. How to destroy it? A single strike should suffice. Su Chen contemplated the blood pool, pondering its obliteration. Discovered a small blood pool. It can condense into blood god pills. Reward. Method for refining blood god pills. Successful refinement awards 3 white lottery tickets. At that moment, a message resonated within Su Chen's mind. During the day, there are too many eyes. Prepare to venture at night. Young master, the blood demon flower requires approximately 3 batches of equally high-quality empty nether ore for it to mature. Elder Shui softly remarked. The blood demon flower? The empty nether ore was intended for that entity, not for the 5th grade Lotus platform. Previously, they had assumed Qin Hao sought the 5th grade Lotus platform, but it turned out to be the blood demon flower instead. The blood demon flower. He had no recollection of it. He would investigate its purpose later. As Su Chen pondered, Qin Hao and the elder had already entered the inner hall. Su Chen found himself unable to approach. So he retreated, yet the news of the blood demon flower was an unexpected boon. At that moment, a maiden approached from a distance, catching Su Chen's attention. Since he was cultivating, it was evident that Qin Hao had spent a considerable amount of time there, and some of the maidservants should be aware of his training location. Swiftly approaching one of them, the maid, while walking, felt an obstruction in her path, as if her throat were being seized. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Chen grasped her and directly transported her to a rocky outcrop within the courtyard. A drop of clear water fell upon her face, awakening her, but as she attempted to scream, a powerful hand clutched her throat. Then, a chilling voice whispered in her ear, "If you scream, I shall snap your throat. Tell me, which part of the courtyard does the master frequent at night? Do not dare claim ignorance. I wish not to waste time. If you remain silent, others will speak, and you shall have but one opportunity." Struggling for breath, the maid's complexion paled, her body trembling in fear. Desperately, she nodded, observing her response. Su Chen gradually loosened his grip, affording her the chance to speak. "My lord, he often visits the rocky outcrop in the backyard. There lies a secret chamber," she hastily revealed. They were mere mortals, instinctively prioritizing their own safety in the face of danger. Chapter 30. Confrontation and breakthrough. Su Chen subsequently rendered the maid unconscious and proceeded towards the rocky outcrop. There were no guards present, indicating Qin Hao's remarkable confidence in his security. After searching around the rocky formation, he discovered a mechanism that granted access to the secret chamber. As he stepped inside, a pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. Before him lay a blood pool, its viscous contents swirling ominously. How many lives had been extinguished here? Su Chen gazed at the blood pool, his expression one of astonishment. Although he had taken lives himself, it was but a handful. This pool, however, contained the remnants of countless souls. How to destroy it? A single strike might suffice, he pondered. He had come to trouble Qin Hao. Yet the blood within the pool could not be taken away. It must be obliterated. Discovered a small blood pool, capable of condensing blood god pills. Reward. Method for refining blood god pills. Successfully refining grants 3 white lottery cards. At that moment, a message infiltrated Su Chen's mind. Document title, 70TXT. Corresponding Chinese document, 70TXT, detailing a technique for refining blood god pills. However, this process required time. Given the earlier circumstances, Qin Hao would soon arrive at the secret chamber. There was no time to refine the blood pool's contents into blood god pills. Surveying the chamber, which appeared rather vacant and devoid of hiding spots, Su Chen glanced at the stone door. He exited and concealed himself nearby, preparing to await Qin Hao's arrival. Qin Hao's prowess was at the pinnacle of the innate stage, while Su Chen was nearing the mid-stage, though his physical strength rivaled that of the late innate stage. He contemplated engaging Qin Hao directly. As for danger, Su Chen was unperturbed. He was not alone. as Bai Tianyu had been trailing him closely. Whenever Su Chen found himself in extreme peril, Bai Tianyu would undoubtedly intervene. This thought filled Su Chen with excitement. Qin Hao was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and there was a three-tier gap between them. Engaging in combat would likely facilitate his growth. The previous encounters had posed little challenge. This time, he anticipated a fulfilling experience. Su Chen relished such fervent battles. Before long, a figure approached from the distance. It was Qin Hao, holding a brocade box, devoid of any companions. There was no need for Bai Tianyu to emerge and divert attention. Qin Hao reached the foot of the foam mountain and directly opened the secret passage. Upon entering the chamber, he unveiled the brocade box. A wave of sanguine energy surged forth, revealing a crimson scroll depicting a bloodthirsty dragon, from which the malevolent aura emanated. With the bloodthirsty dragon chart and innate blood, he was certain to ascend to the realm of divine refinement today. A smile graced Qin Hao's face. He had not expected to acquire such a treasure during his visit. However, as he reveled in his fortune, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him, echoing within the chamber. The unexpected sound altered Qin Hao's demeanor, prompting him to turn and look toward its source. At the entrance stood Su Chen, cloaked in black, gliding in with silent footsteps. "Who are you?" Qin Hao steadied himself and coldly inquired. "I have come to avenge the lives you have taken for your cultivation," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Hao's expression twisted into a snarl. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Remove your mask, and I shall know your identity." Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao launched the first strike, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he appeared before Su Chen. His hand raised, morphing into a blood blade, slashing downward with astonishing speed. Su Chen's expression tightened. Qin Hao was even stronger than he had anticipated, and his attack was ruthless. He swiftly retreated to evade the oncoming blood-red blade. "Step back." Seeing Su Chen retreat, a cold smirk appeared on Qin Hao's face. This strike was intended to gauge Su Chen's strength. Now that his opponent had chosen not to engage, it indicated that Su Chen's abilities were inferior to his own. A surge of energy emanated from Qin Hao's foot, propelling him into the air. He was employing a technique for refining the blood god pill, yet this process required time. Given the current circumstances, Qin Hao would soon return to the chamber, leaving him no time to refine the blood within the pool into the blood god pill. Surveying the surroundings of the chamber, which felt rather spacious and devoid of hiding places, Su Chen glanced at the stone door. He slipped out, concealing himself in a nearby location, preparing to await Qin Hao's arrival. With Qin Hao's strength at the pinnacle of the innate realm, and Su Chen's prowess nearing the mid-stage of the innate realm, yet possessing physical power equivalent to that of the late innate stage, he contemplated engaging in direct combat with Qin Hao. As for danger, Su Chen was not afraid. He was not alone, as Bai Tianyu had been following closely behind him. Whenever he found himself in dire peril, Bai Tianyu would intervene. This thought stirred excitement within Su Chen. Qin Hao was a pinnacle innate master, and he was 3 minor realms below that level. Engaging in combat would likely facilitate his improvement. The previous encounters had posed little challenge, and this time promised to be exhilarating. Su Chen relished the thrill of such fervent battles. Before long, a figure approached from the distance. It was indeed Qin Hao, holding a brocade box, with no one trailing behind him. This eliminated the necessity for Bai Tianyu to reveal himself and provide distraction. Upon reaching the artificial hill, Qin Hao directly opened the secret passage. Once inside the chamber, he unveiled the brocade box, from which a wave of sanguine malevolence surged forth. Within lay a crimson scroll depicting a bloodthirsty dragon, from which the ominous aura emanated. With the blood of the innate realm combined with the bloodthirsty dragon painting, today he would certainly step into the realm of divine refinement. A smile graced Qin Hao's face. He had not anticipated finding such a treasure during his visit. However, just as he beamed with joy, a deep voice suddenly reverberated behind him within the chamber. The abrupt emergence of this voice altered Qin Hao's expression, prompting him to turn and look towards its source. At the entrance of the secret chamber stood Su Chen, draped in a black cloak, advancing slowly with a light, soundless tread. "Who are you?" Qin Hao steadied his composure, regarding Su Chen with a cold glare. "You have killed in pursuit of power. I am here for vengeance," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's expression twisted into a snarl. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Remove your mask, and I shall know your identity." Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao launched his attack first. He stepped forward, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, appearing before Su Chen in an instant. With a raised hand, he morphed it into a blood blade, striking down with astonishing speed. Su Chen's expression tightened. Qin Hao was even stronger than he had anticipated, his strikes brutally fierce. He swiftly retreated to evade the oncoming crimson blade. Step back. Seeing Su Chen withdraw, Qin Hao's face curled into a sneer. This attack was, in fact, a test of his opponent's strength. The fact that Su Chen did not retaliate indicated that his prowess was inferior to his own. A surge of energy enveloped his foot, propelling him upwards. He then thrust his fist towards Su Chen, the air crackling with a violent surge of blood energy that enveloped Su Chen. In response to Qin Hao's assault, Su Chen did not retreat. Instead, he raised his left hand, activating his Ice Kirin Arm instantly. A chilling current surged within his palm, effectively suppressing the tempestuous blood energy. When their fists collided, a tremendous force erupted within the chamber, causing both to stagger back several steps. Such formidable coldness. It seems you are indeed the one who killed Lei Ao. Today, I shall ascertain your true identity. As Qin Hao spoke, a surge of energy erupted within him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Su Chen like a wraith. With a swift motion, his hand grasped, and a crimson glow coalesced between his fingers, transforming them into a blood-red hue that radiated fierce waves of energy. He lunged towards Su Chen's back. At that moment, however, Su Chen abruptly turned, his left fist striking out to intercept the blow. Simultaneously, his right hand reached for Qin Hao's throat with astonishing speed, startling Qin Hao into a hasty retreat. Yet, as he withdrew, Su Chen propelled himself off the ground, causing the rocky surface beneath him to shatter. A tempestuous force surged within him, his Vajra primordial energy operating at full capacity, his palm shimmering with a golden hue. Then, with a ferocious strike, he unleashed a punch, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the chamber. Qin Hao sensed the ferocity of this power and was taken aback. His energy surged forth, and the blood-red energy erupted from his fist. The collision of their forces sent both of them staggering back, crashing against the walls before coming to a halt. Your physical prowess may be commendable, but against me, you are still lacking, Qin Hao remarked coldly, steadying his breath. Let us first engage in battle. After their recent exchange, Su Chen felt the energy within him circulating rapidly, the remnants of the innate elixirs he had consumed earlier awakening. He sensed the momentum for a breakthrough. At this juncture, how could he possibly refrain from fighting? Observing this, Qin Hao's gaze turned icy as he charged at Su Chen. Blood python technique. His blood-colored energy coiled within him, manifesting as a spectral blood python upon his fist. Sensing imminent danger, Su Chen called out, Kirin Arm. A phantom of a Qilin materialized around his arm. However, as the illusion appeared, the innate energy within him swiftly diminished. Utilizing the Qilin Arm consumed his innate vigor. Boom! The two collided fiercely once more, forcing them to retreat several steps. Their sleeves were torn asunder, and the veins beneath their skin exhibited signs of rupture. You are merely at the initial stage of innate energy. You have yet to reach the mid-stage. At this moment, Qin Hao perceived Su Chen's true strength. His expression clouded with disbelief. He never anticipated that the one he had battled so many times was merely at the initial stage. I am not at the initial stage, but rather at the mid-stage. With that, he raised his fist and charged at Su Chen, the winds of his punch carrying a violent surge of vitality that enveloped Su Chen. In response to Qin Hao's onslaught, Su Chen did not falter. Instead, he lifted his left hand, invoking the Ice Kirin Arm instantly. A chilling current surged within his palm, effectively suppressing the ferocious energy of Qin Hao. As their fists collided, an explosion of energy erupted within the chamber, forcing both to stagger back several paces. Such formidable coldness. It seems you are indeed the one who killed Lei Ao. Today, I seek to discover your true identity. As Qin Hao spoke, an immense surge of energy erupted within him. With a swift movement, he appeared behind Su Chen, almost like a phantom. His hand grasped forward, and the crimson light coalesced between his fingers, transforming them into a blood-red hue that emanated a fierce vibration. He struck towards Su Chen's back. In that fleeting moment, however, Su Chen abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch with his left hand to counter the assault. His right hand followed suit, aiming for Qin Hao's throat with remarkable speed, catching Qin Hao off guard, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, as he stepped back, Su Chen pushed off the ground, causing the rocky surface beneath him to shatter. A tempestuous force surged within him as the diamond mixed yuan technique operated at full capacity, his palm shimmering with a faint golden hue. Then, his fist descended with tremendous force, unleashing a thunderous impact that shook the chamber. Qin Hao, sensing the ferocity of the energy, was taken aback. Instantly, his own energy erupted, the crimson essence bursting forth from his fist. The collision of their powers reverberated through the air, both warriors being propelled backward until they collided with the wall, coming to a halt. Your physical prowess may be somewhat formidable, but against me, you still fall short, Qin Hao remarked coldly as he steadied his breath. Let us settle this through combat. After their earlier exchange, Su Chen felt the energy within him circulating rapidly. The remnants of the innate medicinal pills he had consumed earlier were being activated, and he sensed the approach of a breakthrough. In this moment, how could he possibly refrain from battle? Observing the situation, Qin Hao's gaze turned icy as he lunged at Su Chen. Blood python technique. At this moment, the crimson energy within him spiraled, manifesting the silhouette of a blood python coiling around his fist. Su Chen sensed an imminent danger. Kirin Arm, he exclaimed, summoning the ethereal image of a Qilin upon his arm. However, as the apparition materialized, the innate energy within him began to swiftly deplete. Employing the Qilin Arm came at the cost of his innate essence. With a resounding crash, the two collided fiercely once more, each being forced back several steps. Their sleeves tore apart, and beneath their skin, the meridians showed signs of rupture. You are merely at the initial stage of innate energy, not yet reaching the intermediate stage. At this juncture, Qin Hao sensed Su Chen's true strength, his expression darkening with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the individual he had sparred with so many times was only at the initial stage of innate energy. I am not at the initial stage. I am at the intermediate stage. With a thunderous impact, the innate energy within Su Chen was depleted from the previous strike. Yet, a renewed surge of innate energy began to flow forth, stronger than before. At that moment, leveraging the power of his earlier full-force strike, Su Chen ascended to the intermediate stage of innate energy. Chapter 31. Intense Confrontation. The invincible divine blade. Witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, Qin Hao's expression soured drastically. This fellow had been exploiting every opportunity to create an opening for his own advancement. Suddenly, his demeanor turned ferocious. Even if you break through, I can still slay you. He surged forward, his form soaring into the air, and a blood python phantom emerged from his arm, exuding a bloodthirsty glow. Bloodthirsty, blood python hand. In that instant, all the power within Qin Hao surged forth, transforming his originally pallid hand into one that shimmered with crimson light, adorned with scales akin to that of a serpent. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike, the energy erupting forth, as his scaled arm tore through the air, violently hurtling towards Su Chen. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Su Chen's expression shifted. He promptly stomped the ground, allowing the innate energy within him to rapidly flow into his Ice Kirin Arm, which similarly manifested a layer of scales. Moreover, a faint golden radiance emanated from the scales. The Vajra mixed yuan technique refined his exterior, while the Kirin Arm underwent its own tempering. Clenching his fist, a terrifying wave of power radiated around his knuckles, creating a palpable sense of oppression in the air. Kirin Arm, Vajra fist. Su Chen let out a low shout, following which he launched a punch. As his fist struck out, not only did frigid air surge forth, but it was also imbued with a domineering force. Boom! The two formidable attacks collided, releasing a shockwave from the point of impact, creating a piercing sound as they clashed against the surrounding air. After the initial strike, Qin Hao did not retreat. Rather, he advanced further. His black eyes filled with ferocity as the blood energy within him began to surge violently, setting him ablaze like a burning flame. He launched another punch, significantly faster and stronger than before, unleashing a wave of true energy that crashed towards Su Chen like a tidal wave. At the peak of the innate realm, Qin Hao was indeed at the pinnacle of innate power, his own innate energy being exceptionally dense. The oppressive force of his energy bore down upon Su Chen. The blood-red fist came crashing down. Sensing the pressure, Su Chen swiftly circulated his Vajra mixed yuan technique. Dark golden hues emerged across his body as he struck out with a punch, shattering the oppressive energy and countering the blood-red fist. Bang! The two forces collided. Su Chen was jolted backward, while Qin Hao remained steadfast, not retreating even a few steps. Your physical body may be stronger, but even if you break through, You are merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Qin Hao's expression grew increasingly menacing. He raised his hand and continued to throw punches. The terrifying wind from his strikes compressing the air and producing a deafening roar. At that moment, Su Chen felt a strong urge to wield his rain blade. With his swordsmanship, a single strike could undoubtedly claim his opponent's life. Just as he contemplated this, he realized that his innate energy had been depleted from the previous strike. Yet, a new surge of innate energy began to circulate within him, even more powerful than before. At this juncture, leveraging the power from his last full-force blow, Su Chen stepped into the mid-stage of the innate realm. Chapter 31, Fierce Clash, Invincible Divine Blade. Upon witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, Qin Hao's expression turned exceedingly grim. This fellow had been using him to create opportunities for his own advancement. Then, his expression twisted into one of savagery. Even if you break through, I can still kill you. He suddenly surged forth, his form soaring into the air, as a phantom of a blood python manifested above his arm, radiating a sanguine glow. Bloodthirsty, the blood python's hand. At that moment, all the power within Qin Hao was summoned forth. His originally fair hand transformed in an instant, glowing with a crimson brilliance. Adorned with scales akin to those of a serpent, clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch, the force erupting forth, as that scaled arm tore through the air, crashing violently towards Su Chen. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Su Chen's expression shifted. He promptly planted his foot on the ground, channeling the innate energy within him into his Ice Kirin Arm, which too swelled with a layer of scales, emanating a faint golden glow. The diamond mixed elemental strength refined his exterior, while this Kirin Arm was also undergoing a transformation. Grasping his fist once more, a terrifying wave of power began to coalesce around his knuckles, creating an oppressive sensation in the air. Kirin Arm, Diamond Fist. Su Chen shouted, and with that, he struck out. As his fist flew forward, not only did a chill surge forth, but it was also accompanied by an overwhelming force. Boom. The two attacks collided with tremendous might, sending a shockwave rippling from their fists, producing a deafening sound upon meeting the surrounding air. After the initial clash, Qin Hao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his black eyes gleaming with ferocity as his blood energy began to surge violently. He appeared as if ablaze with fire. Unleashing another punch. This strike was significantly faster and stronger than the last, imbued with a wave of true energy that surged towards Su Chen like a tidal wave. At the pinnacle of innate mastery, Qin Hao was indeed at the apex of his realm, his innate energy exceptionally robust. The crimson fist descended with overwhelming force. Sensing the pressure, Su Chen rapidly activated his diamond mixed elemental strength. Dark, golden hues began to manifest across his body as he retaliated with a punch, shattering the oppressive energy and countering the blood-red fist. Bang! The two forces collided. Su Chen was jolted backwards, while Qin Hao remained steadfast, not retreating even a single step. Your physical form may be stronger, but your energy, even if you break through, is merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Qin Hao's expression grew increasingly savage. He raised his hand, continuing to deliver punches, the fearsome wind generated by his strikes compressing the air and emitting a piercing roar. At that moment, Su Chen felt an urge to employ the rainfall blade. He possessed the blade technique. With a single strike, he could surely take his opponent's life. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed that the energy from Qin Hao's assault was inadvertently propelling his own diamond mixed elemental strength to circulate swiftly within him, subtly approaching a breakthrough to the 5th level. With a little more perseverance, he would undoubtedly succeed. A sense of joy blossomed within Su Chen, extinguishing the thought of using the blade technique. He continued to withstand with his physical form. As his opponent's energy invaded his body, his flesh began to tremble. Yet under the operation of the diamond mixed elemental strength, it commenced a process of continual refinement. His flesh began to transform, revealing specks of dark golden light, while his bodily energy continued to grow. At this moment, as Qin Hao made his move, a sense of unease washed over him. It struck him as peculiar that he had been unable to subdue his opponent for such an extended period, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Although he had been the one pressing the attack, failing to incapacitate his adversary was a matter of disgrace. Boom. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Su Chen delivered a powerful punch that sent Qin Hao staggering backward. With a forceful push against the ground, Su Chen launched himself into the air, channeling all his internal energy into his arms. His fists, akin to artillery, rained down upon his opponent with relentless ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impact of his formidable punches collided with the air, creating a cacophony of sound as they descended upon Qin Hao. While he managed to block the first strike, Su Chen's subsequent blows came down like a torrential storm, overwhelming him. The force was so intense that it left his arms tingling. He quickly circulated his internal energy to recover, yet the barrage of punches continued to rain down upon him, akin to a hail of arrows. Qin Hao was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained acutely aware of the flow of energy within Qin Hao's body. Suddenly, he intensified his strike, causing the flow of energy within Qin Hao to abruptly falter. In that instant, Su Chen accelerated his punch, infused with a dark golden radiance, and unleashed a violent attack at that critical juncture, letting out a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated like a tempest, shaking the entire chamber. Qin Hao felt his eardrums tremble, and his vision darkened under the force of the roar. Crack! As Qin Hao attempted to block Su Chen's arm, the force of the blow shattered his defense, eliciting a chilling scream from him. At that moment, within the courtyard, Elder Shui, who had just finished attending to matters and was preparing to guard Qin Hao in the secret chamber, was startled by the sound. His expression changed dramatically as he swiftly moved towards the chamber like a wraith. However, just as he approached the rockery, a dark figure materialized before him. Upon seeing Elder Shui, the shadowy figure drew a blade with remarkable speed, slashing forward. The blade shimmered with a crimson glow, slicing through the darkness and appearing before him with a lethal intent. Elder Shui's complexion paled. The swiftness of the attack left him with the impression that nothing could possibly impede it. His vision was consumed by the blinding light, rendering all else invisible. Swish! When he finally reopened his eyes, the assailant had already retracted the long knife, gazing at him intently. Elder Shui attempted to retaliate, but as soon as he moved, he realized that the force of Qin Hao's energy had struck him, causing his internal energy to surge rapidly, subtly pushing him towards a breakthrough to the 5th level. If he could endure just a little longer, he would surely succeed. Su Chen, feeling a surge of triumph, abandoned any thoughts of employing the blade technique, relying solely on his physical prowess. The energy coursing through Qin Hao's body made his flesh tremble, yet under the influence of his internal power, it began to forge and reshape itself. As the transformation unfolded, glimmers of dark golden light emerged, and his physical energy continued to grow. At that moment, Qin Hao sensed that something was amiss. The prolonged inability to overcome his opponent rendered his expression increasingly grim. Despite exerting pressure on the adversary, failing to deliver a decisive blow was a source of humiliation. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Su Chen propelled Qin Hao backwards with a powerful punch. Utilizing the force from the ground, he launched himself into the air, channeling all his internal energy into his arms. His fists descended upon his opponent like artillery fire. The thunderous impacts echoed as his formidable punches collided with the air, rapidly targeting Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao managed to block the initial strike, the relentless barrage that followed struck him with the ferocity of a tempest, causing a numbing sensation in his arms. He quickly summoned his true energy to restore his limbs, but the relentless onslaught continued, resembling a hail of spears. Su Chen's assault forced Qin Hao to retreat continuously, while Su Chen remained acutely aware of the fluctuations of energy within him. Suddenly, he intensified his attack, causing Qin Hao's internal energy to falter abruptly. In that instant, Su Chen's fist surged forward, shimmering with a dark golden hue, and struck ferociously at the critical point, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the chamber. The sheer force of the roar disoriented Qin Hao, momentarily blinding him. With a resounding crack, Qin Hao attempted to block Su Chen's arm, but the impact shattered his defenses, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Elder Shui, who had just concluded his affairs and was en route to the secret chamber to guard Qin Hao, was taken aback by the sound. His countenance shifted dramatically as he darted towards the chamber with ghostly swiftness. However, just as he approached the artificial hill, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Upon seeing Elder Shui, the figure swiftly drew a blade and slashed with blinding speed, the blade radiating a crimson light that cleaved through the darkness. Elder Shui's expression paled. The swiftness of the attack left him with the sensation that nothing could withstand it. His gaze fixated solely on the luminous edge, rendering everything else invisible. When he reopened his eyes, his assailant had already sheathed the long knife, regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Elder Shui attempted to retaliate, but as he moved his hand, darkness enveloped him, and his body was cleaved in two. Moments later, blood flowed from the severed halves. Like Bai, he had been effortlessly bisected by Bai Tianyu. The legendary blade, the invincible divine knife of Bai Tianyu, truly lived up to its name. One strike sufficed, leaving no opportunity for a counter. Elder Shui had previously boasted that Bai Tianyu's knife could not breach his defenses, yet faced with reality, it was merely a single blow that sealed his fate. As Bai Tianyu gazed upon Elder Shui's lifeless form, his expression hardened. Previously, he had executed Bai, leaving traces of his blade techniques that should have been scrutinized by someone. Now, having slain Elder Shui, there would undoubtedly be individuals capable of discerning his involvement from the evidence left behind. His gaze sharpened as he seized the two severed corpses in his grasp, intent on erasing all traces of his actions. Within the confines of the secret chamber, Qin Hao found himself violently slammed against the stone wall, blood spewing forth as the once formidable energy within him shattered in an instant, rendering him utterly disheveled. "Who are you?" "I am Qin Hao of the Qin family. Should you take my life, you shall meet your own demise," he bellowed, his heart filled with rage and defiance. Where was Elder Shui? Su Chen, observing the murderous intent radiating from Qin Hao, resolved that since the confrontation had begun, there could be no mercy shown. This Qin Hao must be eliminated. With a swift movement, he launched a punch aimed directly at Qin Hao's head, determined to crush it. Chapter 32, Blood God Pill. Overt coercion. This is an attempt on my life. How despicable. As Su Chen's ferocious fist bore down upon him, Qin Hao's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of peril surging within him. He immediately summoned the scant remnants of his strength, shifting his form to evade the impending blow by rolling aside. Yet, the next punch followed relentlessly, sealing off all avenues of escape. The force behind it contorted his features into a mask of anguish. Ignoring the searing pain of his fractured arm, he lifted his bent wrist, channeling a surge of energy into his arm and retaliating with a punch aimed at Su Chen. The impact resounded with a violent crack. His already shattered arm exploded upon collision, yet Qin Hao seized the opportunity to retreat several paces. Utilizing the blood-burning technique, he hastily began to dissipate, transforming into a shadow of blood as he fled. The swiftness of his escape was such that Su Chen barely registered the moment he vanished into the shadows, slipping out of the secret chamber just as a multitude of torches approached, drawn by the commotion. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu, armed with his long blade and grasping the two halves of the reassembled corpse, was momentarily oblivious to the escape, allowing the blood shadow to merge into the oncoming crowd. A sudden, chilling scream pierced the air. The guards, caught off guard by the blood shadow, felt their life essence instantaneously drained, while Qin Hao, invigorated by the stolen vitality, continued his flight without hesitation. Others witnessing this scene fled in terror, not daring to linger. In an instant, the figure before Bai Tianyu was cleaved in twain, blood gushing from the severed remains. Just like Bai, he had been dispatched by Bai Tianyu's blade, the divine blade, invincible Bai Tianyu. The name of his blade was indeed extraordinary, resolving matters with a single stroke, offering no chance for retaliation. Elder Shui had previously boasted that Bai Tianyu's blade could not breach his defenses, yet the reality proved otherwise. It took but one strike to end the confrontation. Such a pitiful demise, Bai Tianyu mused, his gaze fixed upon Elder Shui's lifeless form. Having previously dispatched Bai, the traces of his technique would surely attract scrutiny. Now that he had eliminated Elder Shui, there would certainly be those who could trace the evidence back to him. With a steely gaze, he raised his hand and seized the two severed halves of the corpse, preparing to dispose of them and obliterate any trace. Within the confines of the secret chamber, Qin Hao's body was violently slammed against the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, as the once mighty aura surrounding him was shattered in that instant. He appeared utterly disheveled. "Who are you?" "I am Qin Hao of the Qin family. If you kill me, you will certainly perish," he growled, his heart seething with rage. "Where is Elder Shui?" Su Chen observed Qin Hao's countenance, now suffused with murderous intent. Since the confrontation had already commenced, he resolved that Qin Hao must not be spared. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming a punch at his adversary's head, intent on shattering it. Chapter 32, Blood God Pill. Open threats. They seek to end my life. How despicable. As the violent fist descended, Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, a profound sense of danger surging within him. He immediately summoned the scant reserves of strength remaining in his body, shifting his form to evade the blow by rolling aside. Yet, another punch followed relentlessly, sealing off all routes of escape. The overwhelming force twisted his features into a grimace. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his fractured arm, he lifted his contorted wrist, a surge of energy erupting from his arm as he retaliated with a fist aimed at Su Chen. Bang! The already broken arm was obliterated by the impact. However, Qingcheng seized the opportunity to retreat several paces. Blood-burning technique, retreat. In that moment, the blood essence within him began to rapidly ignite and dissipate, transforming him into a shadow of blood as he fled outward. His speed was so remarkable that by the time Su Chen noticed, Qingcheng had already escaped into the throng of approaching individuals. Outside, numerous torches were advancing towards this direction, drawn by the prior commotion that had attracted the attention of the Qin estate. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu, wielding a long knife while grasping the two halves of the reassembled corpse, was momentarily distracted, allowing the blood shadow to merge into the crowd. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The guards, struck by the blood shadow, felt their life essence instantly siphoned away, invigorating Qingcheng, who showed no signs of hesitation as he continued his flight. Others witnessing this scene hurriedly fled, terrified to linger. Bai Tianyu attempted to take action, but Su Chen stepped forward, speaking, "I shattered his arm. Recovery will be arduous. We must not reveal ourselves. So there is no need to pursue him. Guard the perimeter for me. I have matters to attend to." With the situation escalating, he needed to refine the blood god pill and reap his rewards. Having inflicted such damage upon Qingcheng, their next encounter would surely find him significantly more powerful, making the act of ending Qingcheng's life as simple as a flick of the wrist. Returning to the secret chamber, Su Chen conjured an aura within his palm. Following the previously acquired methods, the energy swirled and accelerated, causing the blood within the pool to rapidly merge, gradually solidifying. It ultimately transformed into dozens of pills exuding a rich sanguine essence, each resembling the size of longan fruits. He promptly stored these pills within his spatial ring. Host has successfully refined the blood god pill, earning 3 white lottery tickets. 3 white lottery tickets acquired. With a flicker of joy illuminating Su Chen's countenance, he promptly stowed away the blood-devouring serpent dragon scroll left behind by Qingcheng, intending to delve into its mysteries at a later time. Without lingering further, he exited the secret chamber, only to find Bai Tianyu gripping a corpse in his hands. Previously preoccupied with refining the blood god pill, Su Chen had not paid much heed to the lifeless body Bai Tianyu was carrying. The corpse bore marks of his blade, severed in two by his strike. Should anyone investigate, they would discern his involvement. "Let us depart," Su Chen commanded, swiftly grasping the remains of Elder Shui and transferring them into his spatial ring. The two figures then flickered and vanished in haste, leaving the courtyard enveloped in an eerie silence. Rather than returning to the Su residence, they made their way to a different estate, a modest abode discreetly acquired by Ling Tianha. Upon their return, Su Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. The battle of the day had been thoroughly invigorating. From a position of defense to seizing the opportunity to counteract his opponent, the engagement had been both satisfying and fortifying for his strength. Despite being at the pinnacle of innate prowess, his victory had relied significantly on Qingcheng's negligence. Otherwise, overcoming him would have proven quite challenging. As Su Chen sought to calm his racing heart, he resolved to consolidate his cultivation and simultaneously practice the diamond-shattering demon technique. Today, a skirmish had not allowed him to employ the martial arts he was previously acquainted with, leaving him with fewer options. Moreover, with the blood god pill augmenting his vitality, he was fully capable of refining his skills in the diamond-shattering demon technique. Once matters settled, he intended to seek out additional innate martial arts manuscripts. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he commenced his cultivation. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Lei Muyan, one of the 4 guardians of the Thunder Hall, had personally arrived to retrieve Su Chen. Aware of Su Chen's recent habits of retreating into the secret chamber upon returning home, he proceeded directly to the chamber's entrance. After considerable effort, he managed to force open the stone door, only to discover it utterly devoid of occupants. This revelation ignited his fury. However, he was left with no recourse but to investigate further, soon realizing that Su Chen had vacated long before. What a cunning individual, using the secret chamber as a ruse. Lei Mu Yin muttered darkly, swiftly departing with his entourage. Upon their return to the Lei family, a heavy atmosphere permeated the hall. Bai Tianyu considered taking action. But Su Chen emerged, declaring, "I shattered his arm. Recovery will be arduous. It is unwise for us to reveal ourselves now. There is no need to pursue him. Guard this place for me. I have matters to attend to." With the current situation escalating, he needed to continue refining the blood god pill to reap its rewards. Having dealt such damage to Qin Hao, he anticipated that their next encounter would see his strength magnified, rendering the act of eliminating him as effortless as child's play. Returning to the secret chamber, Su Chen summoned a surge of energy within his palm, channeling the previously acquired technique. The flow of vitality quickened, and the blood in the pool began to amalgamate rapidly. Gradually solidifying, it transformed into dozens of pills emanating a rich aura of blood energy, each the size of a longan. He promptly stored these pills within his spatial ring. Host has completed the refinement of the blood god pill, awarding 3 white lottery cards. 3 white lottery cards in hand. Su Chen's face lit up with joy as he stored away the blood-devouring flood dragon painting left behind by Qin Hao, preparing to take it back for further study at his leisure. Without lingering, he exited the secret chamber and beheld Bai Tianyu carrying a corpse. Previously focused on refining the blood god pill, he had not paid much attention to the body in Bai Tianyu's grasp. He had cleaved it in two with a single strike, leaving clear marks from his blade. Should the other party inspect the corpse, they would undoubtedly discern his involvement. Upon hearing this, Su Chen swiftly grasped the corpse of Elder Shui and placed it into his spatial ring. "We should return first," he declared. The two figures flickered and departed rapidly, leaving the courtyard in silence. Instead of heading to the Su residence, they made their way to a different courtyard, a small abode that Su Chen had discreetly acquired through Ling Tianhe. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Today's battle had been exhilarating. Transitioning from a defensive stance to seizing the opportunity to counter his opponent had been immensely satisfying. The encounter had not only been enjoyable, but had also bolstered his strength. Although he had reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, defeating Qin Hao had been contingent upon the latter's oversight. Otherwise, overcoming him would have posed a significant challenge. As Su Chen calmed his racing heart, he contemplated the need to consolidate his training. He also intended to practice the Qingcheng splitting demon technique. During the recent battle, he had refrained from employing the martial arts he had previously mastered, finding his options somewhat limited. Moreover, with the blood god pill enhancing his vitality, he was capable of practicing the Qingcheng splitting demon technique. Once matters settled, he would seek additional innate martial arts manuals. He then sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, Lei Tang's one of the 4 protectors, Lei Muyan, personally arrived at the Su residence to retrieve Su Chen. Aware of Su Chen's recent habits of entering the secret chamber upon returning home, he headed directly to the chamber. After exerting considerable effort to breach the stone door of the secret chamber, he discovered it was entirely vacant. This revelation filled him with indignation. However, there was little he could do. Upon further investigation, he concluded that Su Chen must have departed long before. What a clever individual, utilizing the secret chamber as a ruse, Lei Muyan remarked darkly before hastily departing with his entourage. Upon their return to the Lei family, the atmosphere in the grand hall was notably tense. Several corpses lay on the ground, devoid of any blood. All their life essence had been absorbed by Qin Hao, who sat in a chair, his face ashen. After fleeing from the estate, he had made his way directly to the Lei family. "I must uncover who has dared to strike against me." Though his complexion was pale, Qin Hao's expression was one of fierce rage. His left arm, fractured and barely mobile, contrasted sharply with his right arm, which had been obliterated by Su Chen, leaving no possibility of recovery. The assailant had irrevocably shattered a significant portion of his martial path. While the martial world boasted many one-armed masters, they were few and far between, underscoring the challenges of training with a single arm. As Lei Muyan stepped into the grand hall, the tension was palpable. "Has Su Chen been brought back?" Qin Hao inquired, gazing at Lei Muyan. That cunning Su Chen was not even present in the secret chamber. "We were led astray. His entry into the chamber was merely a ruse," Lei Muyan retorted with ire. "In that case, we should directly coerce Ling Tianhe. If he refuses, your Lei Tang must take action against the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu," Qin Hao murmured. With his arm incapacitated, he needed the blood demon flower to mature urgently. Events were spiraling beyond his control. He resolved to prioritize consuming the blood demon flower to enhance his innate abilities and regain some strength. Then, he would devise a plan to capture Mu Qingxue. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu's heart jolted with apprehension. However, observing Qin Hao's current demeanor, he realized that defiance could lead to his demise. Third young master, I am uncertain about Elder Shui. Though he harbored suspicions, he sought confirmation. They were no match for Bai Tianyu's prowess. If Lei Tang exerted pressure on Ling Tianhe, it could provoke lethal consequences. Should the conflict escalate to their doorstep, their lack of formidable defenders would spell disaster, potentially leading to the annihilation of Lei Tang and their family. Something must have transpired. Qin Hao spoke gravely. During his escape using blood evasion, he sensed Bai Tianyu carrying someone, blood streaming from the individual, indicating a fatal encounter. Upon hearing Qin Hao's assertion, Lei Mu's last shred of hope vanished. This is the token of my Qin family. I shall see if Bai Tianyu dares to act against you, Qin Hao declared, producing a token inscribed with the character for Qin and presenting it to Lei Mu. Seeing the token, a smile graced Lei Mu's face. This emblem represented the Qin family. Thus, any endeavors undertaken would be in service of the Qin family, while obstruction would equate to enmity with them. I have already dispatched a message to our family. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Having had my arm rendered useless and my cultivation significantly impaired, this grudge must be avenged. Hence, I informed the Qin family and Lingnan before my arrival. Chapter 33, Antidote Pill, Water Avoidance Pill, Blood Penetration Nail. With Qin Hao's words and the token representing the Qin family, Lei Mu's heart found a momentary calm. In the realm of martial arts, one often finds themselves ensnared by circumstances. Now that they were aboard Qin Hao's vessel, disembarking was not an option. The moment they entertained such thoughts, Qin Hao would swiftly deal with them, eliminating the need for external intervention. Several corpses lay upon the ground, their lifeless forms devoid of any trace of blood. All their vital essence had been absorbed by Qin Hao, who sat in his chair, pallid and ghostly. After escaping the estate, he had come directly to the Lei family. I must uncover who has dared to lay hands on me. Though his complexion was ashen, Qin Hao's expression was one of fierce determination. His left arm, fractured yet capable of slight movement, contrasted starkly with his right arm, which had been obliterated by Su Chen, leaving no hope for recovery. The individual behind this assault had shattered his martial aspirations. While many one-armed masters existed in the martial world, they were few and far between, underscoring the arduous nature of cultivating with a single arm. As Lei Mu Yan stepped into the hall, "Has Su Chen been brought back?" Qin Hao inquired, gazing at Lei Mu Yan. That cunning Su Chen was not even in the secret chamber. We were led astray. His entry into the chamber was merely a ruse. Lei Mu Yan replied, his voice laced with indignation. In that case, we must directly coerce Ling Tianhe. Should he refuse, your Lei Hall should take action against the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Qin Hao suggested quietly. At present, his arm had been rendered useless, and he must hasten the maturation of the blood demon flower. The situation was spiraling beyond his control, and he felt no need to dwell on it further. He would first consume the blood demon flower to enhance his capabilities and regain some strength. Afterward, he would devise a means to capture Mu Qingxue. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu felt a jolt of alarm. Yet, observing Qin Hao's current demeanor, he understood that any defiance could lead to his demise. Third young master, I am uncertain about Elder Shui. Despite some inklings in his mind, he sought confirmation. They were no match for Bai Tianyu's prowess. If Lei Hall attempted to exert pressure on Ling Tianhe, it could provoke lethal consequences. If they were attacked, with no formidable defenders, it would bode ill for Lei Hall and the Lei family. Something must have transpired, Qin Hao asserted solemnly, as he fled using blood escape. He sensed Bai Tianyu holding a person, blood flowing from the individual, clearly indicating that a murder had occurred. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu felt the last vestige of hope dissipate. This is the token of the Qin family. I wish to see whether Bai Tianyu dares to act against you, Qin Hao remarked, perceiving Lei Mu's apprehension. He produced a token engraved with the character Qin and handed it to Lei Mu. Upon seeing the token, a smile crept onto Lei Mu's face. This emblem signified the Qin family. Thus, their actions would be in service to the Qin family, and any obstruction would equate to enmity with them. I have already dispatched a message to my family. They will send skilled individuals to assist. Having had my arm destroyed and much of my cultivation rendered useless, this grudge must be avenged. Hence, I notified the Qin family in Lingnan before my arrival. With Qin Hao's words and the representation of the Qin family, Lei Mu's heart momentarily steadied. In the world of Jianghu, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Now that they were aboard Qin Hao's vessel, disembarking carelessly was not an option. The moment they contemplated leaving, Qin Hao would take the initiative against them, leaving no need for others to intervene. Third young master, I will personally visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building tomorrow morning to speak with Ling Tianhe. Lei Mu declared once more. Very well. Please arrange a secret chamber for me. I must recuperate. Although Qin Hao had ingested some blood, it had merely stabilized him slightly. Please follow me. Lei Mo interjected, stepping forward to assist Qin Hao toward the rear courtyard. After Qin Hao's departure, Lei Mu's expression grew grave. Master, do you know who severely injured third young master Qin? And are you aware of Elder Shue's strength? Lei Gu asked in a low voice. Shuelao's prowess is not inferior to that of Mo Baiming. If the former could bring him down, we would undoubtedly be no match for them. It is wise for us to refrain from getting involved. Furthermore, we must prepare for contingencies, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingers within me, remarked Lei Mu somberly. The fact that Qin Hao lost an arm and sustained grievous injuries indicates that the assailant possesses extraordinary strength. The Lei Hall is utterly incapable of withstanding such an opponent. I shall head to the residence of the third young master to investigate, declared Lei Gu. Lei Yao, Mu Yan, accompany Lei Gu to ensure there are no unforeseen dangers, instructed Lei Mu. Understood. The trio swiftly departed from the Lei family estate. Before long, they arrived at Qin Hao's abode, which was eerily silent. Qin Hao had merely come to Qingcheng temporarily, and the guards here were merely makeshift. His only trusted aide was Shuelao. In such circumstances, anyone who remained would be a fool. After entering the courtyard, Lei Gu, Lei Yao, and Lei Mu Yan made their way directly to the secret chamber behind the artificial hill. The corridor outside the chamber bore remnants of dried blood on the ground. The bloodstains indicated that the victim must have bled profusely during the assault. However, the specific injuries could not be discerned from the blood alone. So the three ventured into the chamber. Inside, the ground was uneven, littered with shattered stones that had been trampled beyond recognition. The stone walls bore deep gouges, evidence of a fierce struggle. The brutality of the battle was apparent from the traces left behind. It was clear that the assailant possessed formidable physical strength. And since Qin Shao mentioned that the adversary wielded ice-based techniques, it was plausible that they were affiliated with the one who had slain Lei Ao. Observing the surroundings and recalling Qin Hao's earlier descriptions, Lei Gu reached a conclusion. The individual responsible for Lei Ao's death exhibited exceptional swordsmanship. The blade's aura was fierce. Logically, one would not expect such a person to possess great physical cultivation. However, proficiency in ice-based techniques could suggest a shared origin. I have uncovered that Zheng Yuan, a subordinate of Ling Tianhe, perished at the hands of someone who practiced ice-based techniques, having had their heart veins frozen and shattered. This implies that our earlier suspicions regarding the assailant not being affiliated with Ling Tianhe might hold true. But who could it be? Queried Lei Mu Yan beside him. It should be connected to Su Mengbai, or perhaps to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. While we may be unaware of certain details, Ling Tianhe is likely privy to some information. We could potentially collaborate with him on this matter, Lei Gu suggested. As he spoke, he sensed an undercurrent behind him. Third young master, I shall personally visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building tomorrow morning to confer with Ling Tianhe, Lei Mu stated once more. Very well. Please arrange for a private chamber. I need to recuperate, Qin Hao replied. Although he had consumed some blood, it had only served to stabilize him slightly. Third young master, please follow me. Lei Mo interjected, stepping forward to assist Qin Hao towards the rear courtyard. Once Qin Hao had departed, a grave expression settled upon Lei Mu's face. Master, do you have any idea who severely injured third young master Qin? And are you aware of Shuelao's true strength? Lei Gu inquired solemnly. Shuelao's prowess is on par with Mo Baiming's. If the latter could slay him, we would surely be no match. It would be prudent for us to refrain from involvement. Furthermore, we must devise contingency plans, as an unsettling premonition lingers in my heart, Lei Mu solemnly remarked. The fact that Qin Hao has lost an arm and sustained severe injuries indicates that his assailant possesses formidable strength. Our Thunder Hall is utterly incapable of withstanding such an adversary. I shall now proceed to the residence of the third young master to investigate, Lei Gu declared. Lei Yao and Mu Yan accompany Lei Gu to ensure no unforeseen dangers arise, Lei Mu instructed. Understood. The three departed swiftly from the Lei family estate. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Qin Hao's residence, which was eerily quiet. Qin Hao was merely in Qingcheng temporarily. The guards were merely temporary hires, with only Shui Lao being his loyal confidant. In such circumstances, anyone who remained would be a fool. Upon entering the courtyard, Lei Gu, Lei Yao, and Lei Mu Yin made their way directly to the hidden chamber behind the rockery. The corridor outside the chamber bore remnants of dried blood on the ground. The bloodstains suggested that the slain individual must have bled profusely. However, the exact nature of the injuries could not be discerned from the blood alone, prompting the trio to enter the chamber. Inside, the ground was uneven, littered with shattered stones, rendering any clear evidence indiscernible. The stone walls bore numerous marks from violent impacts, illustrating the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. Judging by the traces left behind, it was evident that the opponent possessed immense physical strength. Moreover, Qin Xiao had mentioned that the assailant wielded ice-based techniques, which could imply a connection with the individual who had slain Lei Ao. As Lei Gu surveyed the surroundings, he pieced together the information previously provided by Qin Hao at the Lei residence. From the evidence, it became apparent that the assailant was highly skilled, as indicated by the sharpness of their blade techniques. Logically, one would assume that such a person would lack considerable physical strength. However, proficiency in ice-based techniques might suggest a shared origin. I have discovered that Zheng Yuan, a subordinate of Ling Tianha, perished at the hands of an individual adept in ice-based techniques, having been frozen to death, a confirmation of our earlier suspicions that the one who killed Lei Ao is not affiliated with Ling Tianha. But who could it be? Beside him, Lei Mu Yin interjected, it is likely connected to Su Mengbai or perhaps to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. While we may be unaware, Ling Tianha might possess some insights regarding this matter, and we could consider collaborating with him. Lei Gu spoke, sensing a subtle undercurrent behind him. The file name was 78TXT, corresponding to the Chinese document 78TXT, still revolving around the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The trio continued their investigation but found nothing of further value and subsequently departed. The following day, within the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Ling Tianha contemplated the clues in his possession, speculating that the master had likely taken action the previous night. However, he was puzzled as to why the master had allowed Qin Hao to escape. Perhaps it was for the purpose that brought Qin Hao here. The location had been identified, and the infiltrators should soon uncover what lay within. On Ling Tianha's desk lay a map, marked in one specific location with his pen. Outside Qing City, 15 miles away, there was a gorge in Qingchui Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Chen rose from his bed. After a night of cultivation, his Vajra mixed element technique had solidified at the 5th level. The first level of the Vajra demon body had yet to be completed, but he estimated he would reach it within 2 days, thanks to his foundational practice of the Vajra mixed element technique, which allowed for such swiftness. The power of the Vajra demon body was extraordinary, its force surpassing that of the Vajra mixed element technique when unleashed. However, the two techniques complemented each other, enhancing his overall combat strength. The cultivation of innate qi was progressing somewhat slowly. He needed to accelerate his training in the mountain river technique of the mountain river sect. Su Chen pondered. Now at the mid-stage of innate cultivation, the innate qi within him had increased several-fold compared to before, making the practice of the mountain river technique potentially faster. He then examined the 3 white lottery cards he had obtained the previous night. Having previously drawn commendable items from white cards, he decided to use all 3 at once. Congratulations, you have received 3 detoxification pills, 3 water concealment pills, and 30 blood-piercing needles. The detoxification pills could shield against certain toxins and poisonous mists. A single water concealment pill, when consumed, allowed one to remain hidden underwater for 30 minutes, with normal breathing, and prolonged with one's inner energy, a rather useful elixir. The blood-piercing needles, however, were particularly sinister. Once deployed, they could penetrate typical innate qi and enter the opponent's body. Upon entry, they would rapidly burrow into flesh, consume blood, and then explode, a truly terrifying weapon. Of course, those with formidable physical strength could ward off the needles. Excellent items. They shall serve as my trump card. Su Chen stored them in his spatial ring. He then retrieved the blood-devouring dragon chart he had acquired from Qin Hao the previous night. As he unfurled the chart, a wave of sanguine energy emanated from it. Such a rich aura of blood. Su Chen's gaze was fixed upon the chart when suddenly, his vision shifted, revealing a blood-colored dragon before him. adorned with countless shimmering points of light. As these lights appeared, Su Chen felt his innate qi stir, moving in sync with the dragon's motions, accompanied by a surge of bloodthirsty impulse in his mind. At that moment, a cool sensation enveloped his arm, suppressing his bloodlust. Remarkable. It seems this dragon chart operates in conjunction with the techniques of Qinghao. Su Chen mused. He then stowed the dragon chart away, calming the previously agitated qi within him. Surrounding him was still the Jin Feng Shiyu building. The three individuals conducted further inquiries, but found no other valuable items and subsequently departed. The following day, within the Jin Feng Shiyu building, Ling Tianhe scrutinized the clues in his hand, speculating that it was likely the master who had acted the previous night. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the master had allowed Qinghao to escape. Perhaps it was related to Qinghao's objectives for coming here. The location had been identified, and those who infiltrated should soon uncover what lay within. On the desk of Ling Tianhe lay a map, marked in one particular area with a pen. Outside of Qing City, 15 miles away, was a gorge in Qingcheng Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Chen descended from his bed. After a night of cultivation, his Vajra mixed elemental force had solidified at the 5th level. The first level of the Vajra demon body had yet to be fully mastered, but he estimated he could achieve it within 2 days, primarily due to the foundational strength of his Vajra mixed elemental force, which facilitated such rapid progress. The power of the Vajra demon body was extraordinary, its explosive strength surpassing that of the Vajra mixed elemental force. However, the two could complement each other, enhancing his overall combat prowess. Su Chen pondered that the cultivation of his innate energy was still somewhat sluggish, and he needed to accelerate his practice of the mountain river technique from the mountain river sect. Now that he had entered the mid-stage of innate cultivation, the innate energy within him had increased several-fold compared to before, suggesting that the cultivation of the mountain river technique might proceed more swiftly. He then checked the 3 white lottery cards he had acquired the previous night. Having drawn favorable items from white lottery cards in the past, he decided to use all 3. Congratulations. You have received 3 detox pills, 3 water avoidance pills, and 30 blood-penetrating needles. Su Chen briefly examined the detox pills, water avoidance pills, and blood-penetrating needles. The detox pills could shield against various toxins and poisonous mists, while a single water avoidance pill could render him invisible underwater for 30 minutes. If he coordinated it with his internal energy, the concealment duration would be extended, making it quite a valuable elixir. The blood-penetrating needles, however, were particularly sinister. Once deployed, they could pierce through ordinary innate energy and enter the opponent's body. Once inside, they would swiftly infiltrate the flesh and consume the blood before exploding, which was quite terrifying. Naturally, those with formidable physical strength could fend off the blood-penetrating needles. Excellent items. These will serve as my trump cards. Su Chen stowed the items into his spatial ring. He then retrieved the blood-devouring flood dragon diagram that he had obtained from Qinghao the previous night. As he unfolded the diagram, a dense aura of blood permeated the air. What a potent blood aura! Su Chen's gaze fixed upon the blood-devouring flood dragon diagram, and suddenly, his expression shifted as a blood-red flood dragon materialized before him, adorned with countless luminous points. As these points appeared, it seemed to trigger the innate energy within Su Chen, causing it to swirl in harmony with the dragon's movements. A bloodthirsty impulse surged within his mind, but a wave of coolness enveloped his arm, suppressing this fierce desire. Remarkable. It appears this dragon diagram operates in conjunction with Qinghao's technique. Su Chen mused to himself. He subsequently folded the dragon diagram away, calming the agitated energy within him. He stepped down from his bed and exited his room. In the small courtyard, Bai Tianyu was present. This was not the Su residence, so Bai Tianyu could appear openly without the need for concealment. Greetings, master. Bai Tianyu bowed respectfully to Su Chen. First, let us partake in some food before returning to the Jin Feng Shiyu building. After a night of investigation, I believe Ling Tianhe must have uncovered some clues. Moreover, he needed to return to the Jin Feng Shiyu building to investigate the blood demon flower. Last night, he learned that it was indeed the blood demon flower and not the 5th grade lotus platform, hence the necessity to ascertain its true nature. Chapter 34, Clarity. Escalating events on the bustling streets, Su Chen made his way towards the Jin Feng Shiyu building, where the throngs of people conveyed a vibrant atmosphere. The weather was delightful, with the sun shining brightly. Upon arriving at the Jin Feng Shiyu building, he encountered Lei Mu from the Lei family. accompanied by Lei Gu and Lei Mu Yin, two of the three great guardians. Meanwhile, Lei Mo remained at the Lei residence, serving as a bodyguard for Qin Hao, having also summoned some skilled individuals from the Lei Hall for stringent protection, ensuring that nothing untoward befell Qin Hao. As the third young master of the Qin family, it was imperative that no mishap occurred under the Lei family's watch. Should anything happen, it would spell disaster for them. Additionally, Lei Yao was tasked with escorting the Void Stone to the 5th grade Lotus platform. Su Chen cast a glance at the approaching figures, his brow furrowing slightly, before turning to enter the Jinfeng Shiyu building. What could Lei Mu's intentions be? He found himself at a loss. Ascending the stairs directly, he deduced that the Lei family members were not here for him, but rather for Ling Tianhe. Upon their entry into the Jinfeng Shiyu building, a servant promptly approached and greeted, "Master Lei, Deputy Master Ling has some matters to attend to, but will arrive shortly. Please follow me." Lei Mu nodded. Although their purpose was to pressure Ling Tianhe, there was still a need for courtesy until negotiations commenced. Furthermore, with Bai Tianyu supporting Ling Tianhe, they were significantly restrained. Any aggressive move could lead to their own demise. At that moment, Ling Tianhe was in Su Chen's room. "Master, I have located the site. It is at Qingcheng Mountain." Ling Tianhe presented a marked map before Su Chen. Su Chen set the map aside and inquired solemnly, "Do you have any recollections regarding the Blood Demon Flower, Deputy Master Ling?" "The Blood Demon Flower?" Ling Tianhe furrowed his brow, entering a state of contemplation. "I do have some recollection, though not extensive. Further investigation is required. Once you gather the information on the Blood Demon Flower, please inform me," Su Chen instructed. To which Ling Tianhe acknowledged. "Understood. I shall first deal with Lei Mu and then investigate the Blood Demon Flower." "Master, do you wish to eavesdrop from the shadows?" "The adjacent room allows for listening to their conversation," Ling Tianhe suggested. "Is that so? Then I shall listen in to discern Lei Mu's true purpose in coming here," Su Chen replied, nodding in agreement. Following Ling Tianhe, he proceeded to the room next to the one where Lei Mu and his companions were being received, while he himself went to meet them. Inside the room, Lei Mu and his companions sat calmly, displaying no signs of urgency. They descended from the bed and exited the room. In the courtyard, Bai Tianyu was present, free to reveal himself as this was not Su's residence. "Greetings, Master." Bai Tianyu bowed respectfully to Su Chen. "First, go eat something and return to the Jinfeng Shiyu building." After a night of investigation, I believe Ling Tianhe has gathered some clues. Moreover, he needed to return to the Jinfeng Shiyu building to investigate the Blood Demon Flower. Last night, he learned that it was indeed the Blood Demon Flower, not the 5th grade Lotus platform, so he must ascertain the true nature of the Blood Demon Flower. Chapter 34, Clarity. Intensifying events on the bustling streets, Su Chen made his way toward the Jinfeng Shiyu building, where the throngs of people conveyed a sense of prosperity. The weather was pleasant, with the sun shining brightly. Upon arriving at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, he noticed Lei Mu of the Lei family approaching, accompanied by Lei Gu and Lei Mu Yin from the three major guardians. As for Lei Mo, he remained at the Lei family estate to guard Qin Hao and had mobilized some elite members of the Lei Hall for stringent protection, ensuring that no mishap befell Qin Hao. As the third young master of the Qin family, any incident involving him would have dire repercussions for the Lei family. Additionally, Lei Yao was tasked with escorting the empty spirit stone to the site of the 5th grade Lotus platform. Casting a glance at the approaching figures, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly and turned to enter the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The arrival of the Lei family members? Su Chen could not discern their intentions at that moment. Ascending directly to the upper floors, he concluded that their visit was not to seek him, but rather to find Ling Tianhe. Upon entering the Jinfeng Shiyu building, a servant promptly approached, bowing and stating, "Lord Lei. Vice Lord Ling is currently occupied but will arrive shortly. Please follow me." Lei Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Although they had come to pressure Ling Tianhe, it was not the time for confrontation. Courtesy must still be observed. Moreover, with Bai Tianyu standing behind Ling Tianhe, they were entirely outmatched. Any rash actions would lead to their own demise. At that moment, Ling Tianhe had arrived at Su Chen's room. "Master, I have located the site. It is at Qingcheng Mountain." He presented a marked map before Su Chen. Su Chen set the map aside and inquired solemnly, "Might you have any recollection of the Blood Demon Flower, Vice Lord Ling?" "Blood Demon Flower?" Ling Tianhe furrowed his brow at Su Chen's words, entering a contemplative state. "I have some recollection, but not much. Further investigation is necessary." Please gather all information regarding the blood demon flower and inform me, Su Chen instructed. Understood, my lord. I will first handle Lei Mu and then investigate the blood demon flower. Ling Tian, he replied. My lord, would you like to eavesdrop discreetly? The adjacent room would allow for overhearing conversations within. Ling Tian, he suggested. Is that so? I shall listen in on Lei Mu's purpose for being here. Su Chen affirmed with a nod. He followed Ling Tian to the room next to where Lei Mu and his companions were being received, while he himself proceeded to meet them. Inside the room, Lei Mu and his companions sat calmly, displaying no signs of urgency. Apologies for the delay, Lord Lei. I am uncertain what brings you to seek me. Ling Tian, he greeted with a respectful bow. Brother Ling, let us speak plainly. I believe you must have received news regarding young Master Qin Hao, Lei Mu stated directly. Today, we arrive as representatives of young Master Qin Hao, seeking to discuss matters concerning the Kongming mine. Please, state your price. I, Lei Tang, shall ensure the payment is made. Lei Mu declared, openly stating his intentions. As he spoke, he presented the Qin family token bestowed upon him by Qin Hao, placing it upon the table. Master Lei. Your Lei Ao has ordered the assassination of our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion leader. Shouldn't you, Lei Tang, provide us with an explanation for this? Ling Tianhe refrained from discussing cooperation and instead addressed the matter of Lei Ao. Brother Ling, Lei Ao has already met his demise at the hands of another, and his killer has also slain your trusted aide, Song Yuan. It can be said that we now share a common enemy, and thus, we ought to unite. Furthermore, we were entirely unaware of Lei Ao's actions. Had we known, we would have certainly intervened, Lei Mu replied. At this juncture, he felt a surge of frustration within. Lei Ao had acted independently, orchestrating the assassination of Su Mengbai, which left the Lei family in a passive position, forcing them to rely on Qin Hao. As for the murder of my subordinate, I am fully capable of handling that matter myself. On this front, I believe cooperation is unnecessary. Moreover, the Kongming mine is of paramount importance to my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. It is the foundation of our relationship with the Zetan Palace. Do you truly think I would relinquish it? Ling Tianhe stated, his voice low and resolute. Ling Tianhe, are you unwilling to part with the Kongming mine? Do you realize that by saying this, you offend not only my Lei Tang, but also young Master Qin Hao? With your mere late-stage innate strength, many capable individuals in Qingcheng could easily take your life. Surely, you do not wish to meet the same fate as Pavilion Master Su, falling victim to an assassin. Lei Gu, standing beside Lei Mu, spoke ominously, directly threatening Ling Tianhe. It seems you have no intention of leaving the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion alive. Ling Tianhe retorted coldly, gazing at Lei Gu. Bai Tianyu is currently within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. If they choose to act, we shall simply ensure they remain here. Brother Ling, do not take Lei Gu's words to heart. He speaks out of turn. In truth, we only require the Kongming mine for a short period, and we can return it to you later, Lei Mu interjected. They merely needed the mine for the maturation of a 5th-grade lotus platform. Its usage otherwise was minimal. Lei Mu, do you think I would believe such words? Ling Tianhe replied coldly. Who would trust a promise to return what has already been acquired? Even if he sensed some truth in Lei Mu's words, he could not allow it to show. Brother Ling, to be frank, the Kongming mine is being utilized by young Master Qin to cultivate something which is nearing maturity. However, our Lei family has nearly exhausted our supply of Kongming stones, which is why we seek the mine from your Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Lei Mu explained. In the shadows, Su Chen, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, felt a spark of realization. He understood now why they were so intent on acquiring the Kongming mine. It was to cultivate the blood demonic flower. Master Lei, I apologize for the delay. I was unaware of your purpose in seeking me, Ling Tianhe said, stepping forward with a respectful gesture. Brother Ling, let us speak plainly. I assume you have received news regarding young Master Qin Hao. Today, we come as representatives of Master Qin Hao regarding the matter of the Kongming mine. Please state your price. I, Lei Tang, shall pay you. Lei Mu spoke plainly, laying the Qin family token that Qin Hao had given him upon the table. Head of Lei Tang, your Lei Ao has ordered the assassination of our Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion's leader. Shouldn't your Lei Tang provide us with an explanation? Ling Tianhe, instead of discussing cooperation, addressed the issue of Lei Ao directly. Brother Ling, Lei Ao has already been killed, and the one who took his life also eliminated your trusted aide, Song Yuan. We can now say that we share a common enemy, and thus, we ought to join forces. Moreover, We genuinely had no knowledge of Lei Ao's actions. Had we been aware, we would have certainly intervened, Lei Mu responded. At this point, he was seething internally. Lei Ao had acted without authorization, resulting in the death of Su Mingbai and leaving the Lei family in a precarious position. Forced to rely on Qin Hao. Killing my subordinate is something I am fully aware of and can handle. In this regard, I believe cooperation is unnecessary. Furthermore, the Kongming mine holds immense significance for my Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion, as it serves as the foundation for our relationship with the Zetan Palace. Do you truly think I would relinquish it? Ling Tianhe replied in a low voice. Are you unwilling to yield the Kongming mine, Ling Tianhe? Do you not realize that such defiance not only offends my Lei Tang, but also angers Master Qin Hao? With your mere late-stage innate power, many in Qingcheng could easily take your life. You do not wish to meet the same fate as Leader Su, do you? Lei Gu, standing beside Lei Mu, spoke ominously, directly threatening Ling Tianhe. It seems you do not intend to leave the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion, Ling Tianhe retorted coldly, eyeing Lei Gu. Bai Tianyu is currently within the Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion. If they make a move, then let them remain here. Brother Ling, Lei Gu spoke out of turn. Do not take it to heart. In truth, we only require the Kongming mine for a short time, and we can return it to you later, Lei Mu interjected. They merely needed the mature 5th-grade Lotus platform. The mine was seldom utilized at other times. Lei Mu, do you think I would believe such words? Ling Tianhe replied coldly. Once something is in hand, who would willingly relinquish it? Even if he knows some truths, he cannot show any signs of trust in Lei Mu's words. Brother Ling, I must confess, the Kongming mine is intended for cultivating something that Master Qin has, and that item is nearing maturity. However, our Lei family's stock of Kongming stones is nearly depleted, which is why we seek your Golden Wind and Light Rain Pavilion's mine, Lei Mu explained. In the shadows, Su Chen, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, brightened with understanding. He now grasped the reason behind their interest in the Kongming mine. It was to cultivate the blood demon flower. This blood demon flower is surely no ordinary item. Su Chen mused. Recently, the Lei family had acquired a considerable amount of Kongming mine, yet they had not allowed the blood demon flower to mature, indicating it was no common treasure. Within the esteemed assembly known as the Gathering of Heroes, one of the 5 dominant forces in Qingcheng, the master, Shimen Mai, stood respectfully before a young man clad in a brown long robe. The youth emanated an aura of chilling coldness and inquired of Shimen Mai. What have you discovered regarding Qin Hao's objectives here? Young Master Yang, the information I have gathered is rather scant. However, Ling Tianhe from the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower should possess considerable knowledge. I intend to commence my inquiries there, Shimen Mai replied. This young man was a member of the Yang family, one of the 8 prominent clans supporting the Gathering of Heroes. Ling Tianhe is accompanied by formidable allies, which suggests he has garnered external support. It appears he is competing with Qin Hao for something valuable. We need only remain in the shadows, at the opportune moment. We shall reap the rewards, the young man articulated. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Shimen Mai opened it to reveal his disciple, Qingcheng Yuan, who whispered urgently in his ear. Shimen Mai's expression shifted as he gestured for him to depart, then turned back to the young man in brown. Young Master Yang, I have just received word that Qin Hao was ambushed last night, resulting in a severed arm and grave injuries. He has fled to the Lei family. Furthermore, Lei Mu of the Lei family has visited the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower early this morning. Upon hearing Shimen Mai's words, astonishment flickered across the young man's face, soon replaced by elation. The item they seek is undoubtedly of great significance. We must uncover its nature. Chapter 35. The Southern Governor's envoy Yin Shu at this moment. Outside Qingcheng, within a secluded manner, 2 figures sat facing one another in the grand hall. One was a young man in a blue robe, and the other, an elderly gentleman adorned in a brocade robe. The elder exuded an air of authority, while the youth emanated a fierce and resolute demeanor. Had the people of Qingcheng laid eyes upon the elder, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Cheng Yang, the Lord of Qingcheng. Commander Yin, I have come to inquire whether the actions against Qin Hao of the Qin family were orchestrated by your hand. Cheng Yang spoke in a grave tone. Qin Hao was merely bait I cast. Why would I harm him? Without him, how could the blood demon flower mature to lure out the purple cold moon of the cold moon sect? The young man in blue outright denied the accusation. Then who could have been responsible for such an attack that resulted in a severed arm? The severity of the injury suggests a lethal intent. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow slightly. I am also investigating this matter discreetly. However, it may be linked to the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower. I have discovered little about Bai Tianyu's identity. It remains quite enigmatic, the blue-robed youth replied. Could Bai Tianyu be affiliated with the Cold Moon sect? Lord Cheng inquired. The Cold Moon sect lacks any such skilled blade wielders. It is unlikely. Most probably, Ling Tianhe has secretly recruited assistants. The martial world is vast, and hidden masters always abound. The young man in blue shook his head. This blood demon flower is surely no ordinary treasure. Su Chen mused inwardly. The Lei family has recently acquired numerous void or mines, which have not facilitated the maturation of the blood demon flower. It is certainly no common medicinal herb. At this moment, within the esteemed assembly known as the Gathering of Heroes, one of the 5 dominant forces in Qingcheng. In the esteemed Hall of the Gathering of Talents, Shimin Mai stands respectfully before a young man clad in a brown long robe. The youth emanates an aura of chilling coldness and, gazing at Shimin Mai, inquires, "How goes the investigation into Qin Hao's purpose here?" "Young Master Yang, the information I have gathered is scant. However, Ling Tianhe from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower should possess considerable knowledge. I intend to initiate my inquiries there." Shimin Mai replies. The young man is a member of the Yang family, one of the 8 prominent families behind the Gathering of Talents and the county's authority. Ling Tianhe is accompanied by formidable experts, suggesting that he has garnered support from others and is likely competing with Qin Hao for something of significance. We need only remain in the shadows. In due course, we shall reap the benefits, the brown-robed youth articulates. At that moment, a knock is heard at the door. Shimin Mai opens it to reveal his disciple, Qingcheng, who whispers a few words into his ear. Shimin Mai's expression shifts, and he gestures for Qingcheng to depart. He then turns back to the brown-robed youth and states, "Young Master Yang, I have just received word that Qin Hao was severely injured and lost an arm last night, fleeing to the Lei family. Furthermore, Lei Mu of the Lei family has gone to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower early this morning." Upon hearing Shimin Mai's words, the brown-robed youth's face reflects surprise, quickly followed by delight. The item we seek is undoubtedly of great importance. We must uncover the truth. Chapter 35. Yan Shu of the Lingnan Prefectural Office. At this moment, within a secluded manor outside Qingcheng, 2 figures sit opposite each other in the hall. One is a young man adorned in a blue robe, while the other is an elderly gentleman clad in a brocade robe. The elder exudes an air of authority, while the youth radiates a fierce and sharp disposition. Should the inhabitants of Qingcheng behold the elder, they would instantly recognize him as Cheng Yang, the Lord of Qingcheng. "Yan, I have come to inquire whether it was you who dealt with Qin Hao from the Qin family," Cheng Yang inquires in a solemn tone. "Qin Hao is merely Bait cast. Why would I harm him? Without him, how could the blood demon flower mature and lure out the purple cold moon of the Cold Moon sect?" The young man in blue directly refutes. "Who, then, could have attacked him, severing his arm? Such an injury suggests a lethal intent," Cheng Yang remarks, his brow furrowing slightly. "I am also investigating this matter discreetly, but it may be connected to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. I have been unable to uncover anything about Bai Tianyu, who remains shrouded in mystery." The blue-robed youth responds. "Could Bai Tianyu be associated with the Cold Moon sect?" The Lord of Qingcheng posits. "There are no such blade masters within the Cold Moon sect. It is unlikely. Most probably, Ling Tianhe has sought assistance from hidden experts in the martial world." The blue-robed youth shakes his head. "Yan, the Yang family from the county has also sent people, and Mu Qingxue from the Purple Sandalwood Palace is en route, along with the Long Hate Palace and the Cold Moon sect. Chaos may soon envelop Qingcheng," Cheng Yang observes, gazing at the blue-robed youth. Despite the latter's youthful appearance, the current situation in Qingcheng is entirely orchestrated by him. The youth in question is Yan Shu, the 4th son of Yan Yu, the Grand Commander of the Northern Pacification Office of the Great Zhou dynasty, and he also serves as a standard-bearer. The Great Zhou dynasty comprises 4 major pacification offices situated in the 4 cardinal directions, with Lingnan Prefecture falling under the jurisdiction of the Northern Pacification Office. His purpose for being here is to apprehend the Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanyue. To lure her out, he has devised an elaborate scheme. Capturing Zihanyue is paramount. A little chaos in the process is inconsequential. "Would you, Sir Cheng, be unwilling to cooperate with me?" "How could that be?" responded Cheng Yang promptly. "As the Lord of Qingcheng Prefecture, it is my duty to assist you, Commander Yan, in capturing the remnants of the previous dynasty." "That is splendid to hear. I was beginning to think, Sir Cheng, That you might hesitate, the young man in blue remarked. That is out of the question. I shall certainly support young Master Yin in this endeavor. However, I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding the claim that Qingcheng has made about the 5th grade lotus platform. The treasure he refers to is the blood demon flower, not the 5th grade lotus platform. Surely, this discrepancy cannot be overlooked. Qingyang interjected. Rest assured, the blood demon flower bears a resemblance to the 5th grade lotus platform, though they require different nurturing conditions. The 5th grade lotus platform demands a specific environment and must be enveloped in the light of Buddhist radiance, whereas the blood demon flower thrives on a copious supply of corpses and void stones. To an untrained eye, especially one who has not witnessed the 5th grade lotus platform in its prime, distinguishing between the two would be nearly impossible, the young man in blue explained. Now that Qingcheng finds himself in trouble, many matters may come to light, and his claims regarding the 5th grade lotus platform may also surface. Once that information is disseminated, it will incite action. You must keep a vigilant watch over this. Notify me immediately should you catch wind of Zihanyue's whereabouts, he continued. I have already dispatched personnel. But young Master Yin, given that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion harbors skilled individuals, their intelligence network is far sharper than my own spies. Do you believe we should consider collaborating with Ling Tianhe? Qingyang suggested. Though Ling Tianhe has sought assistance discreetly, it is likely to come at a considerable cost. If young Master Yin could extend aid to him, perhaps we could share in the profits from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. His intelligence network might also prove beneficial to your cause, Qingyang added. There are certain matters that one must not touch. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion belongs to a prominent figure of the Zetan Palace. To meddle with it would jeopardize our very lives. However, we could offer remuneration for Ling Tianhe's assistance, the young man in blue replied. From the words of the blue-clad youth, it is evident that Yin Shu possesses a keen understanding of the stakes involved. Nodding in agreement to the young man's words, Qingyang declared, I shall return to the city now to confer with Ling Tianhe. With that, he rose, clasped his hands in farewell to the young man in blue, and departed. Outside the courtyard, a humble carriage awaited. Qingyang boarded the carriage, instructing the driver to head back to the city. Within the carriage, there was also a scribe dressed in scholarly attire. My lord, what is Commander Yan's perspective on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion's enterprises? The scribe inquired. Very cautious. Commander Yan, representatives from the Yang family in the prefectural city are also arriving, and Mu Qingxue from the Zetan Palace is on her way as well. Along with the Changhen Palace and the Cold Moon sect, my Qingcheng may soon descend into chaos. Lord Qingyang remarked as he gazed at the young man in blue. Although the individual appeared youthful, the current situation in Qingcheng was entirely orchestrated by him. The young man was Yin Shu, the 4th son of Yin Yu, the Grand Commander of the Northern Pacification Office of the Great Zhou dynasty, and also a chief standard-bearer. The Great Zhou dynasty comprises 4 major pacification offices in the 4 cardinal directions, with Lingnan County under the jurisdiction of the Northern Pacification Office. His purpose for coming here was to apprehend the Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanyue. He had devised this elaborate scheme to draw her out. As long as he could capture Zihanyue, what did it matter if things became a bit chaotic? Would you, Lord Cheng, be unwilling to cooperate with me? How could Chief Yin think that? As the Lord of Qingcheng, it is my duty to assist you, the Northern Pacification Office, in capturing the remnants of the former dynasty. Qingyang hastily replied. That's good to hear. I was beginning to think you might hesitate, Lord Cheng, the young man in the blue robe remarked, gazing at Qingyang. How could that be? I shall certainly assist young Master Yin in his endeavors. However, I do have a question. Qingcheng publicly claims it to be a 5th grade lotus platform. Yet the treasure in question is the blood demon flower, not the 5th grade lotus platform. Wouldn't this expose us? Qingyang quickly interjected. There is no need for concern. The blood demon flower bears some resemblance to the 5th grade lotus platform. However, their nurturing requirements differ. The 5th grade lotus platform requires a specific growth environment and must be enveloped in Buddhist light. In contrast, the blood demon flower merely needs a substantial amount of corpses and void stones. Unless one is familiar with the 5th grade lotus platform during its maturation, they would find it difficult to discern the difference, the young man in blue explained. Now that Qingcheng is facing difficulties, many matters will likely come to light. His claims regarding the 5th grade lotus platform will also be disseminated. Once that occurs, others will take action. Keep a close watch for me. As soon as there is any news of Zihanyue, notify me immediately, the young man in blue instructed. I have already arranged for personnel. However, young Master Yin, since the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower possesses formidable experts, their intelligence network is even sharper than my spies in the manor. Should we consider collaborating with Ling Tianhe? Though Ling Tianhe has secretly sought assistance, it is likely that the cost will be considerable. If young Master Yin could aid him, perhaps a portion of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's profits could be shared. His intelligence network may also assist you, Qingcheng suggested. There are certain matters that cannot be trifled with. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower belongs to a prominent figure of the Zetan Palace. If we meddle, both you and I would lose our lives. However, we could pay Ling Tianhe for his assistance, the young man in blue replied. From the words of the young man in blue, it was evident that Yin Shu was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Upon hearing his words, Qingcheng nodded in agreement. I shall return to the city now and seek out Ling Tianhe. With that, he rose, cupped his hands in farewell to the young man in blue, and departed. Outside the courtyard, an ordinary carriage was stationed there. Qingcheng boarded the carriage and instructed the driver to return to the city. Inside the carriage sat a scholar-like figure dressed as an assistant. My lord, what is Chief Yan's view on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's enterprises? The assistant inquired. Very cautious. Not at all tempted. We shall return first, Qingcheng responded. He did not come this time for Qinhao. Qinhao was merely an excuse. His primary intention was to leverage Yin Shu to seize the Jinfeng Shiyu building. However, Yin Shu proved to be overly cautious and was entirely unwilling to engage with Jinfeng Shiyu. What progress has been made in investigating Zihanyu? Qingcheng inquired thereafter. No clues have been uncovered. According to the information provided by Yin Shu, Zihanyu has been here for 2 years. This was no ordinary matter. Zihanyu was the saintess of the Hanyu sect, and her presence here could not simply be for residence. She must be here for something of significance. This is precisely why I advise the lord of the manor to take Jinfeng Shiyu. Once we secure it, we may uncover Zihanyu's purpose for coming here, the scholar remarked. Let us pause this discussion for now. Yin Shu is correct. We cannot afford to offend that individual from the Zetan Palace. Qingcheng waved his hand dismissively. After their departure, a young man in a blue robe emerged from the hall, his hands clasped behind his back. He was accompanied by an elderly man clad in a brown long robe. The elder appeared somewhat emaciated, yet his hands were notably larger than those of an average person, hinting at formidable martial prowess. Yin Lao, why do you suppose Qingcheng has suddenly taken an interest in Jinfeng Shiyu? The blue-robed youth pondered, gazing at the courtyard. Jinfeng Shiyu possesses considerable hidden wealth. Qingcheng has always been avaricious, so his desire to obtain it is quite natural, the elder replied, looking down on Qingcheng with disdain. If that were the case, it would be acceptable. I fear he harbors ulterior motives, the blue-robed youth stated solemnly. Let our people enter the city. I want to be informed immediately of any occurrences within, the youth commanded. Understood, the elder replied, turning to depart. Zihanyu, once I capture you, perhaps I shall discern your purpose for being here. I wonder if it aligns with my conjectures, the blue-robed youth murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at Jinfeng Shiyu, Ling Tianhe ultimately did not relinquish the Kongming mine, but prepared to secretly sell some to Lei Ao and his associates. Su Chen, aware of what he desired, did not linger. Once Ling Tianhe resolved matters with Lei Ao, he promptly retrieved the information on the blood demon flower and presented it to Su Chen. It turned out that the blood demon flower bore a resemblance to the 5th-rank Lotus platform, which explained why the rumors had initially circulated about the latter. Su Chen set down the documents in his hands, now certain that the 5th-rank Lotus platform spoken of earlier was indeed the blood demon flower. This flower could also enhance one's aptitude. Such a precious medicinal treasure was one he could not afford to overlook. He resolved to investigate further and ascertain the progress. Chapter 36. Visitors from beyond the frontier. Under attack, the blood demon flower's ability to elevate one's aptitude was undeniable, and with its emergence, Su Chen felt compelled to acquire it without hesitation. However, the flower's growth environment was peculiar, requiring countless corpses. Yet, it seemed unlikely that corpses would be found in the area of Qingcheng Mountain. So how could the blood demon flower appear? Not at all tempting. We should return, Qingcheng declared. His visit this time was not solely for Qinhao. Rather, Qinhao served merely as a pretext. His true intention was to leverage Yin Shu to seize control of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. However, Yin Shu was exceedingly cautious and utterly unwilling to engage with the establishment. What news have you uncovered regarding Zihanyu? Qingcheng inquired subsequently. No leads have been found. According to the information provided by Yin Shu, Zihanyu has been here for 2 years. This was no trivial matter. Zihanyu was the saintess of the Hanyu sect, and her presence here could not merely be for habitation. There must be a deeper purpose. This is precisely why I advised the lord of the manor to take the Jin Feng Shiyu building. If we can secure it, we might uncover the reason for Zihanyu's arrival. The scholar interjected. For now, let us pause on this matter. Yin Shu is correct. We cannot afford to offend that individual from the Zitan Palace. Qingcheng gestured dismissively. As they departed, a young man in a blue robe emerged from the hall, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in a brown robe. The elder's frame appeared somewhat gaunt, yet his hands were notably larger than average, hinting at formidable skill. Old Yin, what do you suppose has piqued Cheng Yang's sudden interest in the Jin Feng Shiyu building? The young man pondered while gazing into the courtyard. The Jin Feng Shiyu building boasts considerable hidden wealth. Qingyang has always been covetous. It is only natural for him to desire it, the elder replied dismissively. If that were the case, it would be acceptable, but I fear he harbors ulterior motives. The young man replied solemnly. Let our people enter the city. I wish to be informed of any occurrences within at the earliest opportunity, he commanded. Understood. The elder acknowledged before turning to leave. Zihanyu, once I capture you, perhaps I will discern the purpose of your presence here. I wonder if it aligns with my suspicions, the young man murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the Jin Feng Shiyu building, Ling Tian he ultimately did not relinquish the Kongming mine. However, he was preparing to secretly sell some of the mine's resources to Lei Ao and his associates. Su Chen, aware of his desires, did not linger. After Ling Tian, he resolved matters with Lei Ao. He swiftly procured the information regarding the blood demon flower and presented it to Su Chen. It turned out that the blood demon flower bore a resemblance to the 5th grade lotus platform, explaining the earlier rumors surrounding the latter. Su Chen set down the documents in his hand, now convinced that the previously circulated information about the 5th grade lotus platform referred to the blood demon flower. This flower could also enhance one's aptitude. Such a precious medicinal item was not to be overlooked. I must investigate further to ascertain the progress, Su Chen contemplated. Chapter 36. Visitors from beyond the pass. Ambushed. The blood demon flower's ability to enhance aptitude meant that Su Chen was determined to acquire it without hesitation. However, the flower thrived in an exceptional environment, requiring countless corpses for its growth. Yet, the region of Qingcheng Mountain should not harbor any corpses. How could the blood demon flower possibly appear here? Document title: 84TXT corresponding Chinese document. 84TXT. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Su Chen's mind. The Qingcheng Mountain was far from a battleground. It had not witnessed any fatalities and was entirely unsuitable for the growth of the blood demon flower. Could it be that Qinghao had erred? Su Chen pondered this thought. Yet it was undeniable that the Thunder Hall had indeed dispatched a significant quantity of empty void ore to that location. The possibility of a mistake seemed implausible. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Having never encountered the blood demon flower or the 5th grade lotus terrace, he would be unable to distinguish them, even upon sight. Perhaps he could sell this information. Surely, there were those who knew the true nature of what lay there. As this notion crossed his mind, he recalled Lady Lu of the Changhen Palace and Shangguan Ziyun from the Su residence, or perhaps Zihanyu. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen resolved to visit Lu Wumei. He rose and departed from the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, heading towards the Jade Spring Courtyard. Upon entering the Jade Spring Courtyard, Su Chen encountered Auntie Gui. I have come to see Lady Lu. There are matters to discuss, Su Chen stated. Master Su, please. Auntie Gui replied. The lady has said that you may visit her whenever you arrive. She guided Su Chen to the rear courtyard of the Jade Spring. In a meticulously adorned chamber, Lady Lu, clad in white and possessing a captivating beauty, greeted Su Chen with a teasing tone. Master Su, we have only been apart for a night, and yet you have come to see me already. This time, I have come to sell you a piece of information, one I have just acquired concerning the 5th grade lotus terrace, Su Chen replied, gazing at Lady Lu. A rose is indeed beautiful, yet it is a rose laced with poison. One must maintain a safe distance. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lady Lu's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she gestured for Auntie Gui and the others to leave. You possess knowledge of the 5th grade lotus terrace? Indeed. I can sell this information to you for 10,000 taels of silver, Su Chen asserted. You intend to recoup the money you spent here, do you not? However, I currently require this information and will provide it, but should the information prove false, do not expect to leave with your coin, Lady Lu remarked. Her gaze fixed on Su Chen. As she spoke, 10 1,000-tael silver notes appeared on the table. Her delicate hand rested on the notes, scrutinizing Su Chen. Since I am selling you this intelligence, there is no doubt about it. Su Chen gently moved Lu Wumei's hand aside. Her fingers were translucent and exuded a coolness. He seized the silver notes and tucked them into his robe. I have obtained 2 pieces of information regarding the 5th grade Lotus Terrace. One pertains to the 5th grade Lotus Terrace, the other to the Blood Demon Flower. The location is right here. Su Chen produced a map marked with the location and placed it on the table. You speak of the Blood Demon Flower, not the 5th grade Lotus Terrace? Lu Wumei inquired, not taking the map. That, dear lady, is for you to discern. I am not well versed in the Blood Demon Flower or the 5th grade Lotus Terrace. My attempts to research them have left me perplexed, Su Chen replied solemnly. Then let us investigate. Lu Wumei glanced at the map and said, accompany me there at once. She sought to ascertain the authenticity of that object. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Su Chen's mind. Qingcheng was not a place prepared for battle. It had not been the site of any deaths, and thus it was entirely unsuitable for the growth of the Blood Demon Flower. Could it be that Qingcheng had erred? Su Chen pondered this question. However, it was true that Lei Tang had indeed transported a considerable quantity of void mine there. It could not possibly be a mistake. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Having never encountered the Blood Demon Flower or the 5th grade Lotus Platform, he would be unable to distinguish between them even if he saw one. Perhaps he could sell this information. Surely someone must know what it truly was. With this thought, he considered Madame Lu from the Changhen Palace and Shangwan Ziyun from the Su residence, or perhaps Su Hanyu. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen resolved to meet Lu Wumei. Rising, he departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building and made his way toward Yechen Garden. Upon entering Yechen Garden, Su Chen encountered Aunt Gui. I am here to see Madame Lu. I have matters to discuss, he stated. Please proceed, Master Su. Madame said you could visit her at any time, Aunt Gui replied, leading Su Chen to the back courtyard of Yechen Garden. In an exquisite chamber, Madame Lu, clad in white and possessing a captivating beauty, greeted Su Chen with a teasing tone. Master Su, we have only been apart for a night, and yet you have come to see me. I have come to sell you a piece of information, one I have just acquired regarding the 5th grade Lotus Platform. Su Chen responded, gazing at Madame Lu. The rose is beautiful, yet it bears thorns. It is wise to keep a distance. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Madame Lu's expression grew serious, and she gestured for Aunt Gui and the others to leave. You possess knowledge of the 5th grade Lotus Platform? Indeed. I can sell this information to you for 10,000 taels of silver, Su Chen replied. Are you intending to recoup the expenses you incur here? Madame Lu inquired. I require this information urgently and can provide you with it. However, should the information prove false, do not expect to leave with your silver. Madame Lu regarded Su Chen intently while placing 10 notes of 1,000 taels each upon the table. Her delicate hand rested upon the money as she watched him. Since I am selling you this intelligence, there is no doubt about it. Su Chen gently moved Lu Wumei's hand aside, feeling the coolness of her skin. He grasped the silver notes and tucked them into his robes. I have received 2 pieces of information regarding the 5th grade Lotus Platform. One claims it is the 5th grade Lotus Platform, while the other speaks of the Blood Demon Flower. The location is right here. He produced a map marked with the location and laid it upon the table. You mentioned the Blood Demon Flower, not the 5th grade Lotus Platform? Lu Wumei inquired, not taking the map. You will need to discern this for yourself, madam. I am not very familiar with the Blood Demon Flower or the 5th grade Lotus Platform. I have researched both, but have yet to understand. Su Chen replied earnestly. Then let us investigate. Lu Wumei glanced at the map and declared, follow me to that place, immediately. She needed to ascertain the authenticity of that item. As she spoke, Lu Wumei rose and retreated into her bedroom. Shortly thereafter, her appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. She morphed into a middle-aged woman, clad in simple, unadorned clothing, a stark contrast to her former self. Upon exiting, she tossed Su Chen an ordinary garment and a cloak. Change into these. We must depart. Observing Lu Wumei's decisive demeanor, Su Chen stepped into the adjacent bedroom. The interior exuded a subtle fragrance, adorned in a modest fashion. While Su Chen surveyed the surroundings, Lu Wumei's voice echoed. Do not dawdle or gaze around aimlessly. Su Chen shook his head, removed his outer clothing, donned the new attire, and placed the hat upon his head before exiting the room. With a creak, a hidden passageway materialized before him, shrouded in darkness. A frown creased Su Chen's brow. Once he entered the passage, Bai Tianyu might no longer sense his presence. In such a predicament, he feared that Bai Tianyu would be unable to rescue him. Doubts began to assail his mind. Are you still afraid I might act against you? If I chose to, I could easily do so here. Though you have stepped into the innate realm, in my eyes, you remain feeble, Lu Wumei remarked, casting a glance at Su Chen. With that, she stepped boldly into the secret passage. Resolving his hesitation, Su Chen recognized the truth in Lu Wumei's words. Indeed, in her perception, he was but a weakling. The two traversed the passage for an extended period, the sound of dripping water echoing against the rocky walls. They were oblivious to the passage of time until they emerged from a dilapidated estate. You've constructed quite an extensive passage, Su Chen remarked, observing Lu Wumei. Indeed, little one. Qingcheng is far from here. At our current pace, we shall likely arrive by evening, Lu Wumei replied. As she spoke, Su Chen chose to remain silent. Trailing behind her, upon exiting the small courtyard, they encountered a horse-drawn carriage. The driver, an elderly man with a pipe, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet, Su Chen sensed an undercurrent of danger. This elder possessed formidable strength. He followed Lu Wumei into the carriage, where the old man cracked the whip and steered the horses toward Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu had also left the city, hastening toward Qingcheng. Though Su Chen could not keep pace, he was aware of the location and planned to await Su Chen's arrival there. At that moment, on the official road leading to Qingcheng, a woman clad in a purple gown rode alongside a burly man, both urging their steeds toward Qingcheng with great urgency. After a while, they halted before an open-air tea house beside the road, tethering their horses to a post before taking a seat at a table. Sir, bring us 2 servings of cool tea, and please fill a pot with water, the middle-aged man requested. Certainly. The proprietor of the herbal tea shop initially served 2 large bowls of herbal tea to the 2 patrons before grabbing a water jug to refill. At that moment, 2 figures clad in black appeared on the nearby official road, their faces obscured by masks, brandishing long knives. As they spoke, Lu Wumei rose and retreated into the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, her appearance underwent a significant transformation, morphing into that of a middle-aged woman dressed in simple, unadorned cloth, distinctly different from her former self. Upon emerging, she tossed a plain garment and a cloak to Su Chen. Change into these, we must depart, commanded Lu Wumei, her demeanor resolute. Observing her swift decisiveness, Su Chen entered the adjacent bedroom. Inside, a fragrant aroma lingered amidst the modest decor. As he surveyed the room, Lu Wumei's voice rang out. Do not dawdle or gaze about aimlessly. Su Chen shook his head, shedding his outer garments and donning the new attire along with the hat before stepping out of the room. A creaking sound heralded the emergence of a hidden passageway before him, shrouded in darkness. A frown crossed Su Chen's brow. Once he entered the passage, Bai Tianyu might lose track of him, placing him in peril without assurance of rescue. Doubt began to gnaw at him. Are you truly afraid I might harm you? Even though you have entered the innate realm, you remain but a fledgling in my presence. Lu Wumei observed Su Chen, then stepped boldly into the concealed passage. Resolving his hesitations, Su Chen acknowledged her words. Indeed, in her eyes, he was a weaker opponent. The two traversed the passage for what felt like an eternity, the sound of dripping water echoing against the rocky walls. Eventually, they emerged from a dilapidated courtyard. This passage is rather extensive, Su Chen remarked to Lu Wumei. Indeed. Little one, Qingcheng is quite distant from here. At our current pace, we shall likely arrive by evening, replied Lu Wumei. With that, Su Chen fell silent, trailing closely behind her. Upon exiting the small courtyard, they encountered a carriage waiting outside. The driver, an elderly man with a pipe in hand, appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet Su Chen sensed an undercurrent of danger. This man possessed formidable strength. Following Lu Wumei into the carriage, the old man cracked the whip, urging the horses onward toward Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu had also exited the city, hastening towards the same destination. Although Su Chen could not keep pace with him after departing the passage, he was aware of the location and intended to wait for Su Chen at Qingcheng. At that moment, on the official road leading to Qingcheng, a woman in a flowing purple gown rode alongside a burly man, both spurring their horses toward the city. After some time, they halted beside an open-air tea house along the roadside, securing their horses to a post before settling at a table. "Barkeep, 2 servings of herbal tea. And please fill a kettle with water," the middle-aged man instructed. "Certainly." The proprietor of the herbal tea shop initially served 2 large bowls of tea to the guests, before grasping a kettle and preparing to refill it. At that moment, 2 figures emerged on the nearby official road. Clad in black garments and masked, they wielded long knives. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before the tea house, their gaze fixed upon the woman in the purple dress and the burly man. The expression of the purple-dressed woman and the stout man shifted dramatically as they prepared to enjoy their tea. "Miss, it seems we have unwelcome visitors," the burly man remarked. Meanwhile, the other patrons of the tea house hastily fled, fearing to become collateral damage. As the man spoke, he rose from his seat and approached the 2 assailants, his eyes piercing as he addressed them. "I did not anticipate that before even entering Qing City, death would come seeking you. Allow me to expedite your journey to the afterlife." However, as he spoke, the 2 figures in black robes acted first. Their knives sliced through the air with a speed that was almost imperceptible, aimed directly at the burly man. Although the blade flashed swiftly, the formidable figure responded with equal alacrity. In the instant the blade descended, he darted forward like a phantom, delivering a fierce punch that unleashed a torrent of violent energy. The 2 assailants, having struck at a mere shadow, reversed their stance and aimed their blades at the man's fist. A frenzied wave of energy erupted from their knives, colliding with the burly man's fist, creating a deafening sound as their forces clashed. The 3 figures immediately separated, each poised for confrontation. The twin blade masters of the Northern Desolation. "We bear no grudge against you," the burly man declared in a low voice. Having quickly discerned their identities after the initial exchange, accepting coin to eliminate foes, "We are obliged to fulfill our duty. We are eager to witness the might of your iron fist, Du Fei Wu of the Purple Sand Palace." As the words fell, the 2 assailants lunged once more at the burly man, their blades erupting with ferocity, tearing through the air in a relentless assault. "Iron fist," the burly man called out, as golden light began to swirl around his arm, transforming it into an aura of gold. Clang, clang. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed as the golden glow surged forth, deflecting the onslaught of blades. Amidst the fierce exchange, the woman in the purple dress furrowed her brow. She had journeyed to Qing City to investigate the cause of Su Mengbai's death at the Jin Fengshiyu Lu. While this establishment held little significance for the Purple Sand Palace, it was of great importance to the Mu family. Not only did it aid in gathering information within the borders, but it also provided financial support. The elder's intent was clear. The Jin Fengshiyu Lu must remain under the control of the Mu family. Yet, unexpectedly, before even reaching Qing City, they encountered adversaries. Were these individuals associated with Qing City, or were they agents of the Purple Sand Palace? Mu Qingxue pondered with concern. The Zitan Palace is vast, with numerous factions, and conflicts among them are a frequent occurrence. Their gazes were fixed intently on the battle between the 3 individuals. From the unfolding skirmish, it appeared that the duo of the Northern Desert Swordsmen, in their alliance, could temporarily withstand Du Fei Wu. However, over time, the Northern Desert Swordsmen would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures materialized before the tea house, their eyes directed towards the woman in the purple dress and the burly man. The expression of the woman in the purple dress and the man transformed as they were poised to sip their tea. "Miss, it seems they have come to trouble us," the burly man declared. At that moment, the other patrons in the tea house quickly fled, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. As the burly man spoke, he rose to his feet and approached the pair, his gaze icy and piercing. "I did not anticipate that before even entering Qing City, we would encounter those seeking death. Let us send you on your way." However, as he spoke, the 2 cloaked figures sprang into action. Their long blades slashed forth with immense speed, the blinding edge of their swords striking towards the burly man in a manner almost impossible to perceive. Although the blade's light was swift, the burly man's form was even swifter. In the instant the blade descended, he darted forth like a wraith. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a ferocious force that roared from his fist, a display of unparalleled might. The 2 assailants, their blades meeting only in afterimage, deftly reversed their stances and aimed their strikes at the burly man's fist. The furious blade energy erupted from their swords, colliding with the burly man's fist. A shockwave emanated from their clash, creating a deafening sound as air collided. The 3 figures abruptly separated, locked in a standoff. Northern Desert Swordsman. We bear no enmity. The burly man stated gravely. Having exchanged blows, he had already discerned their identities. We accept payment to resolve troubles. Having received their coin, we are obliged to act. Zetan Palace's Iron Fist Du Fei Wu. We are eager to witness the might of your iron fists. At the moment he spoke, the two once more surged toward the burly man, their blades igniting with ferocity, tearing through the air as they advanced. Iron Fist, the burly man shouted, golden light beginning to swirl around his arms, transforming them into what appeared to be solid gold in an instant. Clang, clang. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated. Amidst the tempest of blades, a streak of golden light continuously struck out, countering the violent blade energy. As the three engaged in combat, the woman in the purple dress furrowed her brows. She had ventured to Qing City's Jinfeng Shiyu building to investigate the cause of Su Mengbai's death. While the Jinfeng Shiyu building held little significance for the Zetan Palace, it was of great importance to the Mu family. Not only did it assist the Mu family in gathering intelligence from within the borders, but it also provided financial support. The ancestral intent was clear. The Jinfeng Shiyu building must remain under the control of the Mu family. However, she had not anticipated that before even reaching Qing City, they would be confronted. Were they sent by the Qing City faction, or were they affiliated with the Zetan Palace? Mu Qingxue pondered deeply. The Zetan Palace is vast, with numerous factions, and their conflicts are a frequent occurrence. Eyes fixated on the three combatants. It is evident that the duo of northern swordsmen can momentarily withstand Du Feiwu's prowess, yet over time, they are bound to find themselves at a disadvantage. Just then, two horses let out piercing whinnies. She glanced towards her steeds, only to witness them collapse to the ground, froth spewing from their mouths, evidently poisoned beyond salvation. Seeking vengeance, Mu Qingxue's gaze turned icy as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she let out a sharp cry, darting towards the fallen horses. In that fleeting moment, her waist shifted, unleashing a thunderous sword aura that surged forth like lightning towards the fleeing figure. The speed was astonishing. Mu Qingxue's prowess was indeed formidable. The escaping individual, upon noticing, reached out to grasp the thunderous blade with his palm. Clang, clang, clang. He intercepted Mu Qingxue's strike with his hand. Mu Qingxue's eyes narrowed. The opponent wore gloves forged from black iron, impenetrable in nature, while casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon her. Undeterred, Mu Qingxue pressed on with her assault, and the man clenched his fist in response. The clash between her long sword and his arm produced a tremendous shockwave, the air erupting as if an explosion, sending gusts swirling around them and raising clouds of dust. Impressive, little girl, to reach the pinnacle of innate prowess at such a young age. However, you still lack the means to contend with me, he remarked, before swiftly retreating. Meanwhile, the two engaged in fierce combat with Du Feiwu managed to break free and followed suit, their speed remarkable. It appeared their objective was not to kill, but rather to eliminate the horses. Watching the trio flee, Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. The imposing Du Feiwu approached her side, pondering. Are they attempting to delay us on our journey to Qingcheng? It seems so. We must depart at once. Mu Qingxue replied, her silence indicating the gravity of their situation. With their mounts deceased, they had no choice but to proceed on foot towards Qingcheng. After their departure, an old man emerged, heading in the direction the trio had taken. Before long, the three who had fled were found lying in a pool of blood, their throats bearing the mark of a sword. Crimson fluid gushing forth and staining the setting sun. As dusk descended, Su Chen and Lu Wumei arrived at Qingchui Mountain in a carriage. Lu Wumei produced a map, scrutinizing it before addressing the elder who drove their carriage. Wait here for us. We shall venture into the mountains. Observing the dense forest before them, Su Chen suggested. Perhaps we should enter the mountains at dawn. Despite having accepted this new body, the instinct for safety from his previous life still lingered deeply within his consciousness. This reflects the prevailing mindset of society, which cannot be altered in a short span. Do you truly value your life? This is not the path of a martial artist. Lu Wumei gazed at Su Chen and noted that he exuded an aura of self-preservation. Cherishing life serves the purpose of prolonged cultivation, but I am reluctant to immerse myself in danger. At that moment, the anguished cries of two horses pierced the air. She turned her gaze towards her steed, only to find both horses collapsed on the ground, frothing white at the mouth, evidently poisoned and beyond salvation. Seeking death, Mu Qingshue's eyes turned cold as she scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, she let out a fierce cry and dashed toward the fleeing figure not far behind the horses. In the instant she passed, a tremor coursed through her waist, and a thunderous sword aura surged forth like a tempest, targeting the escaping individual with astonishing speed. Mu Qingshue's prowess was remarkable. The fleeing individual, upon witnessing this, reached out to grasp the thunderous sword light with his palm. Clang, clang, clang. He intercepted Mu Qingshue's strike with his hand. Mu Qingxue observed that the opponent's hands were encased in gloves forged from dark iron, impenetrable and formidable. The adversary regarded her with a chilling glare. Undeterred, Mu Qingxue continued her assault, while the opponent clenched his fist. Their weapons collided with a resounding boom. The clash of her sword against his arm unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the air to erupt with a thundering roar, swirling around them in a cloud of yellow dust. The young girl possesses considerable strength, having reached the pinnacle of innate talent at such a tender age. However, in combat with me, she still falls short. Yet our mission has been accomplished, and there is no need to engage further. With that, he swiftly retreated into the distance. Meanwhile, the fierce skirmish between Du Feiwu and his opponent erupted, with both parties momentarily pushed apart as they too made their escape. Their speed was astonishing. It seemed their intent was not to kill, but rather to slay the horses. Upon witnessing the three figures hastening away, Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. The burly Du Feiwu approached her side. Are they attempting to delay our journey to Qingcheng? He spoke in a low tone. It appears so. We must depart at once. Mu Qingxue remained silent, as the death of their horses left them no choice but to proceed on foot to Qingcheng. After their departure, an elderly man appeared, heading in the direction the three had taken. Not long after, the three who had fled lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their throats bearing the mark of a sword, crimson liquid spilling forth and staining the waning daylight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Chen and Lu Wumei arrived at Qingchui Mountain in a horse-drawn carriage. Lu Wumei produced a map, examined it, and instructed the elderly driver, "Wait for us here. We shall venture into the mountains." Observing the dense forest before them, Su Chen suggested, "Perhaps we should enter the mountains early tomorrow." Although he had accepted this new body, the instinct for self-preservation from his prior existence remained deeply entrenched in his thoughts. This reflects the prevailing mindset of contemporary society, which cannot be altered in a short span. Do you truly cherish your life? This is certainly not the path of a martial artist. Lu Wumei regarded Su Chen with a discerning gaze. There was an impression that Su Chen exhibited a certain timidity. Valuing one's life is intended for enduring cultivation, yet I am reluctant to place myself in peril. Of course, Madame Lu, your confidence stems primarily from your own strength. Were you to possess my capabilities, I doubt you would hastily venture into the mountains. Su Chen remarked as he met Lu Wumei's gaze. I shall protect you, so there is no need for you to fret over your safety. Such timidity will impede your journey to becoming a martial arts overlord. With that, Lu Wumei swiftly moved deeper into the mountain, and Su Chen had no choice but to follow suit. Both exerted themselves as they traversed a considerable distance, arriving at the location indicated on the map. Before them lay a pitch-black gorge. Su Chen spoke, "It should be right there. However, it appears that the Thunder Hall has personnel guarding the entrance. How shall we proceed? Shall we eliminate them?" At Su Chen's words, Lu Wumei paused in surprise. Just moments ago, he had seemed so cautious, yet now he suggested murder. Such a shift seemed excessive. I am beginning to question the veracity of your information. Whether it be the Blood Demon Flower or the 5th-grade Lotus Platform, both are rare treasures. Why would they be guarded by mere, ordinary warriors? Lu Wumei furrowed her brow. Your thoughts mirror those of many. Perhaps this is their cleverness. Since we have come all this way, let us investigate. According to the map, there should be a rock face behind the gorge, and with your skill, you should be able to guide me down into the valley, Su Chen proposed. Let us proceed. Lu Wumei nodded. Having arrived, they must certainly explore. She had also noted the location Su Chen mentioned on the map. Beneath the rock face, Lu Wumei embraced Su Chen and descended into the valley. It's so cold, Su Chen exclaimed upon landing. The chill that enveloped him was swiftly dispelled by the icy energy within him. This is Insha energy. How can there be such a dense presence of it in this gorge? Lu Wumei remarked, her brow furrowing as she sensed the atmosphere. Chapter 38, Dusk and Drizzle. The blade leaves its mark. This place should not possess such a rich concentration of Insha energy. It appears there may indeed be the blood demon flower as you suggested, Lu Wumei observed, a smile gracing her face. After traveling such a considerable distance, they could not afford to return empty-handed. The source of the Yinsha energy is most potent over there. Let us investigate. Lu Wumei pointed towards the direction ahead. Such keen perception, Lu Wumei must at least be at the god refinement stage. Su Chen mused inwardly. What does the god refinement stage entail? It signifies the cultivation of divine consciousness, which enhances a martial artist's perceptive abilities and their awareness of surrounding energies. Lu Wumei's ability to distinctly sense the origin of the Yinsha energy undoubtedly indicated her attainment of the god refinement stage. Although those of the god refinement stage were easily dispatched by Bai Tianyu, they still represented formidable opponents for Su Chen. Lu Wumei paid no heed to Su Chen's transformation, stealthily making her way towards the source of the ominous aura, the blood cloud Yinsha banner. As Lu Wumei proceeded, she abruptly halted, casting her gaze at a short distance ahead. Su Chen followed her line of sight. 9 banners were planted in various directions, with the malevolent energy converging inward, while some residual dark aura spread outward. Within lay the blood demon flower. Of course, Madame Lu, your confidence primarily stems from your own prowess. Were your strength on par with mine, I doubt you would recklessly venture into the mountains, Su Chen remarked, observing Lu Wumei. I will protect you, so there is no need for you to worry about your safety. Your timidity will hinder you from becoming a master of martial arts. With that, Lu Wumei's figure flickered as she advanced into the mountains, prompting Su Chen to follow suit. The duo sprinted with all their might for a considerable distance until they arrived at the location indicated on the map. Before them lay a pitch-black gorge. Su Chen spoke up. It should be right there, but it seems there are Thunder Hall personnel guarding the entrance. How do we get in? Shall we eliminate them? At Su Chen's words, Lu Wumei beside him was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, she had been cautious, yet now, the prospect of killing seemed rather extreme. I am beginning to doubt your information, whether it be the blood demon flower or the 5th-grade lotus platform. Both are rare treasures. Why would they be guarded by mere, ordinary martial artists? Lu Wumei furrowed her brow. If you think that way, many others likely do as well. This might be their cleverness. Since we are here, let us venture inside. I have studied the map, and behind the gorge should be a rock face. With your skills, you should be able to carry me down into the gorge, Su Chen said, gazing at Lu Wumei. Let us proceed. Lu Wumei nodded. Since they had arrived, it was imperative to investigate. She had indeed seen the location Su Chen mentioned on the map, beneath the rock face. Lu Wumei embraced Su Chen and descended into the gorge. How cold! As they landed, Su Chen involuntarily exclaimed. The chill that enveloped him was swiftly dispelled by the icy energy within his body. This is Yinsha energy. How can such a dense dark aura exist in this gorge? Sensing the atmosphere, Lu Wumei frowned. There shouldn't be such a thick concentration of Yinsha energy here. It appears there may indeed be the blood demon flower you spoke of, Lu Wumei remarked, surveying her surroundings, a smile gracing her face. After such a long journey, it would be a shame to return empty-handed. The area where the dark aura is most potent lies ahead. Let us explore it. Lu Wumei pointed in the direction. Such keen perception, Lu Wumei must be at least at the spirit refinement stage, Su Chen thought to himself. What is the spirit refinement stage? It is the cultivation of spiritual awareness, which enhances a martial artist's acute insight and perception of the surrounding energy. Lu Wumei's ability to distinctly sense the origin of the Yinsha energy undoubtedly signifies her attainment of the spirit refinement stage. Although those at this level may fall easily to Bai Tianyu's blade, they still represent formidable strength in Su Chen's eyes. Lu Wumei paid no heed to Su Chen's transformation, stealthily making her way towards the source of the sinister energy, the blood cloud Yinsha banner. As she advanced, Lu Wumei abruptly halted, her gaze fixed on a point not far ahead. Su Chen followed her gaze. 9 banners stood firmly in various orientations, with the ominous energy converging inward, while some residual malevolence seeped outward. Within lay the blood demon flower. At this moment, Lu Wumei affirmed Su Chen's words. Shall we not take a look? Su Chen expressed his desire to observe the blood demon flower and assess its ripeness. Suddenly, Lu Wumei grasped Su Chen's arm, urging him to hide behind a nearby rock. 2 figures emerged from the outside. One was Lei Yao of the Lei Hall, while the other, shrouded in a black hat, remained obscured. The elixir within, if the Kongming or is sufficient, should mature within 2 days, Lei Yao stated, bowing respectfully. You have done well in this matter. I shall investigate further. If it indeed proves to be a precious elixir, I will recommend you for initiation into the sect, the cloaked figure replied, his voice deep and age indiscernible. Thank you. Envoy. Lei Yao accompanied the emissary into the blood cloud Insha banner. It seems that Qin Hao is merely a pawn for others, Su Chen remarked, observing the situation with intrigue towards the newly appeared figure in black. Little Qingcheng truly harbors hidden talents. There are numerous individuals lurking in the shadows. That person's strength is formidable. We must exercise caution, Lu Wumei whispered, her voice low. Should we still venture inside? Su Chen inquired. Regardless of whether it is the blood demon flower, the treasures within are surely extraordinary. It will mature in 2 days. We can return then, Lu Wumei responded. Let us depart, Lu Wumei declared, turning to lead Su Chen back the way they came. However, just as they began to retreat, a figure emerged from within the blood cloud banner. Ah, you think you can leave? You cannot escape. The voice belonged to a man with a hat similar to Su Chen's. Upon entering the Insha banner, he had sensed an alluring fragrance wafting through the valley. Lu Wumei, having spent years in the Yuchen garden, bore its lingering scent. Perhaps her years of complacency had dulled her previous vigilance. Behind him, Lei Yao appeared, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen and Lu Wumei. I will deal with the man in black. You handle Lei Mu, and we shall break through. Lu Wumei communicated telepathically. Deal with what? We should flee. At that moment, Su Chen turned and dashed toward the valley's entrance. This unexpected move left Lu Wumei and the cloaked man momentarily stunned. Lu Wumei swiftly followed suit. Run? Do you truly believe you can escape? The black-clad man sneered coldly. In the blink of an eye, he surged forth with an unparalleled swiftness, hot on the heels of his quarry, as if pursuing prey. The formidable Lei Mu swiftly followed suit, letting out a low growl to obstruct the adversary. At that moment, Su Chen was ahead when several armed guards, upon spotting him, lunged forward with their blades. However, Su Chen raised his hand, twisting his palm to seize one guard's arm. With a sharp crack, he crushed the guard's wrist and grasped the descending long knife. In a swift motion, the blade turned, leaving a deep gash across the throat of the approaching Lei Tang guard. Thud! At that instant, Lu Wumei was convinced of Su Chen's claim. Shall we not take a look? Su Chen expressed a desire to observe the blood demon flower and assess its ripeness. Someone is approaching, Lu Wumei urged. Pulling Su Chen behind a nearby rock, 2 figures emerged from outside. One was Lei Yao from Lei Tang, while the other, shrouded in a black hat, obscured their features. Messenger, if the empty void mine is sufficiently abundant, the precious elixir within should mature within 2 days. Lei Yao bowed respectfully. You have performed admirably in this matter. I shall investigate what it truly is. If it indeed proves to be a precious elixir, I will introduce you into the sect, spoke the cloaked figure, their voice deep and age indiscernible. Thank you, messenger. Lei Yao accompanied the messenger into the blood cloud Insha banner. It seems that Qin Hao is merely sewing garments for others, Su Chen remarked, observing the scene. An undercurrent of intrigue stirred within him regarding the newly emerged figure in black. Indeed, the small city of Qingcheng harbors hidden talents, with many lurking in the shadows. That individual possesses formidable strength. We must exercise caution, Lu Wumei cautioned in a hushed tone. Should we still venture inside? Su Chen inquired. Regardless of whether it is the blood demon flower, the treasures within are undoubtedly extraordinary. We can return in 2 days when they mature, Lu Wumei replied. Let us depart, she declared, leading Su Chen back the way they came. However, as they retraced their steps, a figure suddenly emerged from within the blood cloud banner. Arrived and yet wishing to leave? Do you think you can escape? It was the man in the hat, who had entered alongside Su Chen. Upon stepping into the Insha banner earlier, a gentle breeze had wafted through the valley, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Lu Wumei, having spent years in the Jade Spring Garden, had inadvertently absorbed its fragrance, perhaps losing her previous vigilance due to years of complacency. Behind him, Lei Yao also appeared, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen and Lu Wumei. I will deal with the man in black. You handle Lei Mu. Shall we charge through? Lu Wumei communicated telepathically. Deal with what? We should run. At that moment, Su Chen pivoted and dashed towards the valley's entrance. Su Chen's sudden maneuver left Lu Wumei and the cloaked figure momentarily stunned. Lu Wumei quickly turned and followed suit. Run? Do you think you can escape? The figure in black sneered coldly. In an instant, he surged forth with an unparalleled swiftness, as if pursuing prey. The figure of Lei Mu quickly followed suit, emitting a low growl to intercept. At that moment, Su Chen advanced ahead, and several armed guards, upon spotting him, immediately lunged forward with their blades. However, Su Chen raised his hand, deftly twisting it to grasp the assailant's arm. With a sharp crack, he crushed the wrist, seizing the descending long sword. In a fluid motion, he redirected the blade, inflicting a lethal gash across the throat of the approaching Leitang guard. Thud! The guard's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Though these were the elite of Leitang, they were no match for Su Chen, falling easily before him. Behind Su Chen, Lu Wumei observed his lethal technique with a glint in her eyes. With a swift motion at her waist, a soft sword appeared, and she propelled herself forward, transforming her blade into a flurry of sword shadows that pierced the vital points of the guards attempting to intercept them. With a series of hisses, those who stood in their way fell to the ground. She raised her hand, intending to beckon Su Chen, but he had already exited the valley, not casting a glance in her direction. Realizing this, she promptly followed. Nevertheless, these guards had momentarily hindered Su Chen and his companions. Once they emerged from the valley, a figure in a black robe caught up to them. "You have witnessed what you ought not to have. Death is your only fate." Instantly, the cloaked figure lunged towards Lu Wumei with a palm strike. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Wumei channeled her energy into her sword, which she swiftly wielded, unleashing a formidable surge of sword energy. The opponent's palm emanated a dark aura, their own energy swirling within it, clashing violently with Lu Wumei's sword force. The resultant collision erupted into a powerful shockwave, sending ripples through the air. The two exchanged no words, diving straight into a fierce confrontation. Su Chen observed with a slight frown. The black-robed assailant was aggressive and ruthless, unyielding in the face of Lu Wumei's sword energy, and his movements were peculiarly elusive. If this continued, Lu Wumei would likely find herself at a disadvantage. "Let me witness your prowess," Su Chen thought silently. Just then, Lei Yao, who had accompanied the cloaked figure, sprang forth, propelling himself off the ground with a fierce leap, his hand morphing into a claw as he lunged towards Su Chen. This matter must remain undisclosed. Bringing the cloaked figure to this valley to seek the precious herbs was done in secrecy from Leitang. Should this information be leaked, Lei Mu would undoubtedly seek his life. Even if Lei Mu spared him, Qin Hao would not. Thus, he had to eliminate the threat before him. From the recent signs, it was clear that this individual possessed innate prowess, which he believed he could overcome. Hence, he struck first, aiming to subdue Su Chen. As he witnessed Lei Yao's advancing fist, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. With the long knife he had previously seized, he swiftly brought it down. The blade's radiance emerged, not with ferocity, but like a gentle drizzle. Having chosen to engage, Su Chen was determined to demonstrate his strength. It is not for the display of others, but rather for Lu Wumei to witness, allowing him to grasp a fragment of his own prowess. The dusk drizzle blade technique was something Su Chen had already comprehended when he strengthened the drizzle blade previously. Now, as he unleashed it, the execution of the dusk drizzle blade was effortless, the blade flowing like a gentle rain. The attack directed at Su Chen momentarily stunned Lei Yao, who had intended to utter something, perhaps to call out the name of this technique. However, the originally gentle drizzle blade abruptly intensified, transforming into a torrent of blades that collided with his palm's energy, leaving Lei Yao no opportunity to speak. Clang! Lei Yao was forced back by the sheer force of the strike, and the body of the guard collapsed onto the ground. Although these were the elites of the Lei Hall, they had not reached the innate state and were utterly powerless against Su Chen. Lu Wumei, who followed closely behind Su Chen, witnessed his lethal technique, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. With a swift motion at her waist, a soft sword appeared, and she surged forward, transforming her sword into a flurry of shadows that pierced through the vital points of the guards attempting to intercept them. Thud! Those who dared to obstruct them fell to the ground. She raised her hand, intending to signal Su Chen, but he had already exited the valley, not glancing in her direction. Realizing this, she promptly pursued him. Nevertheless, these guards managed to impede Su Chen and Lu Wumei for a brief moment. After they exited the valley, a figure cloaked in black swiftly caught up to them. "You have seen what you should not have. Thus, you must die." In the next moment, the black-clad individual launched an attack towards Lu Wumei. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Wumei directed her energy into her sword, which she swiftly slashed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The opponent's palm emanated a dark aura, their energy swirling around it, clashing fiercely with Lu Wumei's sword energy. The collision unleashed a powerful wave of energy that rippled through the air. As both combatants engaged without uttering a word, the intensity of their battle escalating rapidly. Observing from the side, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The black-clad assailant was fierce and ruthless, unafraid of Lu Wumei's sword energy, and their movements were exceedingly unpredictable. If this continued, Lu Wumei would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Let me see the extent of your capabilities. While Su Chen contemplated this, Lei Yao, who had accompanied the black-clad figure, launched himself forward, his feet propelling him off the ground as he clawed towards Su Chen. This matter could not be disclosed. Bringing the black-clad man into the valley to seek treasures was done in secrecy from the Lei Hall. If this were to be revealed, Lei Mu would undoubtedly eliminate him. Even if Lei Mu spared him, Qin Hao would certainly not let him off. Thus, he had to eliminate the person before him. From the previous signs, this individual's strength appeared to be at the innate level, and he was confident he could subdue him. Therefore, he initiated the attack, aiming to capture Su Chen. As Lei Yao charged towards him with a punch, a cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Gripping the long knife he had previously seized, he swiftly brought it down. The blade's glimmer was not sharp. Instead, it resembled the gentle fall of rain. Since he had decided to act, Su Chen would undoubtedly showcase his true strength. It is not for the purpose of display to others, but rather for Lu Wumei to perceive a glimpse of his own capabilities. The technique of the dusk drizzle blade, which Su Chen had previously enhanced, was already comprehended. Now, as he unleashed it, the dusk drizzle blade flowed effortlessly from his hand, manifesting as a gentle rain of blades. The sudden assault aimed at Su Chen by Lei Yao momentarily stunned him, just as he was about to utter something, perhaps to name the technique. The originally gentle drizzle transformed abruptly into a fierce torrent, the blade lights cascading like a waterfall, colliding with his palm's energy, leaving Lei Yao no opportunity to speak. Clang! Lei Yao was driven back by the force of the strike. His expression darkened as a surge of blue energy erupted from his palm, intent on retaliating. However, Su Chen denied him that chance, appearing before him in an instant, striking once more. In that fleeting moment, the sound of drizzle filled Lei Yao's ears, and a vision of dusk's glow appeared before his eyes. Alarmed, Lei Yao's countenance changed drastically, a sense of impending doom rising within him. As his energy swirled around, he raised his hand to punch, but the flicker of dusk's light rendered him momentarily blind. Swoosh! When the brilliance faded, a crimson line marked his throat. Who are you? How can this be? Lei Yao grasped his throat, staring at Su Chen, wishing to speak. Chapter 39. Ferocity and alliances. No matter what you wish to say, I shall not permit you to utter a word. Su Chen approached Lei Yao, lifting his hand to seize the man's head. With a swift motion, he forcefully detached it. The claims of the Lei family regarding their ignorance of Lei Yao's actions were mere fabrications. Su Chen had no reason to believe them. Although he harbored no feelings for Su Mengbai, it was only natural to aid the original owner of this body in eliminating some foes. As for the act of beheading, it seemed almost incidental. Boom! As Su Chen concluded the battle, the figure cloaked in black and Lu Wumei separated after their clash, casting a glance at Su Chen, who held the severed head. Blood flowed beneath it, creating a gruesome spectacle. The eyes of the figure beneath the hat narrowed. He turned and departed swiftly. Why did he leave? Su Chen observed the retreating silhouette, a look of astonishment on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he casually discarded Lei Yao's head to the side. Were you attempting to intimidate him with that severed head? Lu Wumei inquired as she approached. It was merely a gesture. My father was murdered, and the Lei family was complicit. Removing the head was only natural. Did you discern any hints about your opponent during your confrontation? Su Chen asked. The adversaries seemed to deliberately conceal their aura, but I can ascertain that they are female. Lu Wumei replied. Female. Su Chen was taken aback. The opponent's strikes had been ruthlessly fierce. How could they possibly be a woman? The fragrance that clings to me is faint, yet perceptible to the other party. It is only women who possess such sensitivity to scent, and moreover, at the moment of our encounter, although her palm was enveloped by a dark energy, I could still discern that it belonged to a woman's hand. Let us depart. In 2 days, this place may very well become the center of attention. Even if we choose not to spread the word, others will, for everyone wishes to reap the benefits, Lu Wumei remarked. She then turned her gaze towards Su Chen. Su Chen, What do you think of your sister? Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, a mature beauty. Su Chen responded earnestly. Your assessment is remarkably precise. If you join my Qingcheng palace, I shall be yours. Although your sister is referred to as Madam, she remains untouched by any man. Still a maiden, I am. This was Lu Wumei's invitation for Su Chen to join their Qingcheng palace. Her expression darkened, and a surge of blue energy erupted from her palm, indicating her intent to strike again. However, Su Chen did not grant her that opportunity. He had already appeared before her, striking once more. In that moment, the sound of raindrops reached Lei Yao's ears, and a twilight glow flickered in his eyes. This sudden turn caused Lei Yao's expression to shift dramatically, as a terrifying sense of impending doom arose within him. As the energy coursed around him, he raised his hand, prepared to deliver a punch. Yet, the twilight light flashed in his eyes, momentarily blinding him. With a swish, once the light faded, a crimson line appeared on his throat. Who are you? How could this happen? Lei Yao grasped his throat, looking at Su Chen, struggling to utter something. Chapter 39. Ferocity and recruitment regardless of what you wish to say. I will not allow you the opportunity, Su Chen stated as he positioned himself before Lei Yao, lifting his hand to seize the latter's head. With a swift motion, he forcefully severed it from his body. The Lei family claimed ignorance regarding Lei Yao's deeds, but that was merely their assertion. Su Chen had no reason to believe them. Although he harbored no feelings for Su Mengbai, he occupied the original host's body, and it was only natural to assist the original owner in eliminating some adversaries. As for the act of decapitation, it appeared to be a mere afterthought. Bang! While Su Chen concluded the battle on his end, the black-clad figure and Lu Wumei disengaged. Casting a glance at Su Chen, who held the severed head, blood pooled beneath it, creating a rather macabre scene. The eyes of the figure beneath the hood narrowed, and he promptly turned to depart. Why has he left? Su Chen observed the retreating figure, his expression one of bewilderment. Casting aside the severed head, he remarked, Were you attempting to intimidate him by holding Lei Yao's head? Lu Wumei approached, inquiring as she witnessed Su Chen discard the bloody trophy. It was merely a gesture. My father was slain, and the Lei family was complicit. Decapitating him is only reasonable. Su Chen then asked, Did you glean anything from your recent skirmish? The opponent seems to have deliberately concealed their aura. However, I can affirm that the individual is female. Lu Wumei replied. A woman. Su Chen's expression faltered. Given the ferocity and brutality of her strikes, how could it possibly be a woman? The fragrance that lingers upon me is faint, yet it is perceptible to others. It seems that only women possess such sensitivity to scents. Furthermore, even when we clashed earlier, despite her palms being enveloped in a dark energy, I could still discern that they belonged to a woman's hands. Let us depart. In 2 days, this place may very well become the center of attention. Even if we choose not to spread the news, others will, for everyone seeks to benefit from the situation, remarked Lu Wumei. She then turned her gaze towards Su Chen. What do you think of your sister? Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, a mature beauty. Su Chen replied earnestly. Your summary is remarkably precise. Should you accept me into your Qingcheng palace, I would belong to you. Lu Wumei continued. Although I am referred to as Madam, I have yet to experience the affairs of intimacy. I am still but a blossoming maiden. This is an opportunity for you. Lu Wumei seemed intent on drawing Su Chen into her Qingcheng palace, as Su Chen had just demonstrated his formidable knife techniques, decisively slaying the late-stage innate thunder radiance with a single stroke. She felt a subtle, persistent aura of blade intent, an embodiment of the dusk rain blade technique. Su Chen's prowess was undeniably on par with the deceased Su Mengbai. He was truly a talent to behold. She wished to recruit him for the Qingcheng palace. I sense that your intentions are not entirely pure. I am the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. To incorporate me would mean seizing control of my establishment. Moreover, I have the backing of the Shanhua sect and the Zitan Palace. To join your Qingcheng palace seems rather unprofitable, Su Chen remarked, gazing at Lu Wumei. The Shanhua sect is merely renowned in the Lingnan region, while the Zitan Palace is indeed formidable beyond the borders. Yet do you know why they cannot penetrate the interior? It is because they face rivals there, namely, the Great Buddha Temple, one of the 5 major Buddhist monasteries of the Great Zhou. My Qingcheng palace, however, differs. We thrive everywhere. There is no rush for you to respond. Take your time to contemplate. With that, she led Su Chen away. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, boarded a carriage, and made their way back to Qing City. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the one who had left, wearing a conical hat. Su Chen, I did not anticipate your concealment to be so profound. Had I not come here, I would never have discovered you. Your dusk rain blade is not at all inferior to your father's, and your prowess has exceeded my expectations. No wonder you remain so carefree. It turns out you are indifferent to Ling Tianha. The figure spoke softly. The voice was feminine, starkly contrasting the previous deep tones. Should Su Chen have heard it, he would recognize her as Shangwan Ziyun from the Su residence, who is also known as the saintess of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanyue. She had sensed Su Chen's mastery of the blade technique, prompting her to retreat. Moreover, the treasured herb was not yet ripe, making confrontation unnecessary. As the bright moon hung high in the dark, tranquil night, the carriage traversed the uneven road, causing a slight jolt. By the time we reached the city gate, it is likely to be closed. If that is the case, we should find a place in the outskirts to stay for the night, and return to Qing City at dawn, Lu Wumei suggested from within the carriage. All right. Su Chen nodded in agreement, though upon reaching the city gate, offering a few silver coins to the guards would grant entry. The bumpy ride of the carriage at night made it far less appealing than spending the night outside. The carriage continued its journey, and soon the sky was illuminated by a resounding thunder, evoking the sensation of an impending rainstorm. The carriage pressed on, and after a while, they arrived before a dilapidated temple. The elder, clutching his pipe, halted the carriage outside the crumbling structure, retrieving some provisions before stepping inside. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as thunder roared, and raindrops the size of beans cascaded from above. What is happening with the weather in Qingcheng? Su Chen remarked as he observed the torrential downpour. The unusual weather may herald significant changes, Lu Wumei replied solemnly, gazing outside. Such fluctuations in weather often signify looming calamities, and with calamities come unrest. Su Chen shook his head, turning to enter the temple. Inside, the elder had already kindled a fire. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Chen had just unleashed his prowess, his blade dancing with a ferocity that was decisive and ruthless. He had slain the late-stage innate expert Lei Yao with a single stroke. Moments ago, he had sensed an undercurrent of rain-like intent in his blade technique, the dusk drizzle blade technique. Su Chen was undeniably on par with the deceased Su Mengbai, truly a remarkable talent. She desired to draw Su Chen into the Changhan Palace. I sense your intentions are not entirely pure. I am the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, and your attempt to recruit me would effectively mean seizing my tower. Furthermore, I have the backing of the Shanhua Gate and the Zitan Palace. Joining your Changhan Palace? It seems rather unprofitable, Su Chen replied, looking at Lu Wumei. The Shanhua Gate has merely a modest reputation in Lingnan, while the Zitan Palace is formidable beyond the borders. But do you know why they cannot penetrate the inner regions? It is because they face competitors there, particularly the Great Buddha Temple, one of the 5 significant Buddhist temples of the Great Zhou. My Changhan Palace is distinct. We thrive wherever we go. You need not rush your response. Take your time to contemplate. With that, she departed with Su Chen. Before long, they reached the foot of the mountain. Climbing aboard the carriage, they set off back to Qingcheng. Not long after their departure, a figure emerged from the shadows, the individual who had just left, donning a wide-brimmed hat. Su Chen, I did not expect you to conceal yourself so deeply. If I hadn't ventured here, I would not have discovered you. Your dusk drizzle blade technique is not inferior to your father's, and your strength exceeds my expectations. No wonder you seem so carefree. It turns out you do not care for that Ling Tianha at all. The figure spoke softly. The voice was feminine, entirely different from the earlier deep tone. If Su Chen had heard it, he would have recognized it as Shangwan Ziyun, the holy maiden of the Cold Moon sect, also known as Zihanyu. She had just sensed the profundity of Su Chen's blade technique, prompting her to withdraw. Moreover, the precious herb had yet to mature. Now was not the time for conflict. With the moon hanging high and the night enveloped in darkness, the carriage traversed the uneven road, feeling quite jolting. By the time we reach the city gate, it is likely to be closed. Perhaps we should find a spot in the outskirts to spend the night and return to Qingcheng early tomorrow, Lu Wumei suggested from within the carriage. Agreed, Su Chen nodded. Although reaching the city gate allows one to enter by merely offering some small silver coins to the guards, the jolting of the carriage during nighttime travel is far less preferable than spending the night outside. The carriage proceeds onward. Shortly thereafter, a thunderclap reverberates through the sky, heralding the onset of rain. The carriage continues its journey. After a while, it arrives before a dilapidated temple. An elderly man, clutching a pipe, halts the carriage outside the temple, retrieves some provisions from it, and steps inside. With a resounding boom, thunder rolls, and raindrops the size of beans begin to descend from the heavens. What is amiss with the weather in Qingcheng? Su Chen remarks as he observes the torrential downpour. A sudden change in weather may herald many transformations. Lu Wumei states solemnly, gazing outside. The alteration in the weather signifies the advent of calamities, and the emergence of disasters foretells unrest. Su Chen shakes his head and turns to enter the temple. At this moment, the elderly man has already kindled a fire. Meanwhile, in the Su residence, a shadow flits through the open window, dripping with rain. Inside, Xiaolon promptly lights a lantern and shuts the window. The shadow sheds its damp black attire and emerges clad in white, revealing itself to be Shangguan Ziyun. Dispose of this night garb, she commands. Xiaolon immediately assists Shangguan Ziyun in discarding the soiled clothing before returning to the room. Within the chamber, Shangguan Ziyun's brow furrows, deep in contemplation. Miss, is that not the fifth-rank lotus platform? She muses, recalling her mistress's intentions for venturing out. Seeing her mistress in such a state, she wonders if it pertains to the aforementioned platform. Indeed, it is not the fifth-rank lotus platform, but rather the blood demon flower, which bears similar effects. Should I consume the blood demon flower, it could enhance my abilities, making my ascent to the spirit refinement realm somewhat easier. By the way, where is Su Chen today? Shangguan Ziyun suddenly inquires. Although she knows from their conversation that it is Su Chen, she has yet to see his face. Su Chen. He seems to be at Yechen Garden. Xiaolon recalls. Yechen Garden, Lu Wumei. It must truly be them, Shangguan Ziyun states. Miss, have you encountered them? Xiaolon cannot help but ask. Indeed, at Qingcheng, I crossed paths with them and even engaged in combat. That Su Chen wielded the dusk drizzle blade technique and struck down Lei Yao with a single blow, Shangguan Ziyun recounts. Chapter 40. The Plan by Daylight. Yuming takes form, a blade to subdue Qingcheng. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Xiaolan's face betrays disbelief. Miss, could you have misjudged? Is not Su Chen currently at Yechen Garden? How could he possibly be at Qingcheng? Furthermore, his strength is such that even I cannot contend with him. How could he have slain Lei Yao with a single strike? The young girl queries incessantly. You underestimate him. He conceals himself adeptly. When I previously probed, he exhibited no sign of awareness. Had he not engaged Lei Yao and employed the dusk drizzle blade technique, I would not have discerned it was he. He must be collaborating with Lu Wumei now, investigating the whereabouts of the blood demon flower, Su Guanyun said in a solemn tone. Lu Wumei's strength lies in the late stage of spirit refinement, nearing its pinnacle. Should she acquire the blood demon flower, she could potentially ascend to the peak of spirit refinement in a short time. If that occurs, she would be able to leave this Qing city, return to the Changhen Palace, and secure a prominent position there. It appears she is a formidable rival in my pursuit of the blood demon flower. However, it seems this blood demon flower is part of a scheme orchestrated by someone. Could it be Qin Hao or another? Disseminate this information from the black market overnight. I want everyone in Qing City or its vicinity to be aware of the blood demon flower by dawn, Su Guanyun commanded. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Xiaolon replied before exiting the room. Within the chamber, only Su Guanyun remained, gazing out at the torrential rain while musing. Su Chen. Perhaps the earlier collaboration with Su Mingbai can be extended to you. Outside Qing City, in a dilapidated temple, Su Chen lay half reclined upon a bed of hay. Lost in thought, a shadow darted through the open window, droplets of rain clinging to its form. Inside, Xiaolon promptly lit a lamp and closed the window. The shadow shed its damp black attire and emerged in a white garment, revealing Su Guanyun. Dispose of my night attire, Su Guanyun instructed. Xiaolon swiftly assisted in removing the black clothing, returning to the room shortly after. At that moment, Su Guanyun furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. Miss, is that not the fifth-grade lotus platform? She asked, aware of her mistress's purpose for venturing out. Seeing her mistress in such a state, she presumed it was indeed the fifth-grade lotus platform. It is not the fifth-grade lotus platform. However, it is the blood demon flower, which bears similar effects. Should I consume the blood demon flower, it would enhance my abilities, making the transition to the soul refinement realm somewhat easier. By the way, where is Su Chen today? Su Guanyun suddenly inquired. Although she recognized from their conversation that it was Su Chen, she had yet to see his face. Su Chen. I believe he is at Yechen Garden. Xiaolon recalled. Yechen Garden, Lu Wumei. Indeed, it seems they are involved, Su Guanyin remarked. Miss, have you encountered them? Xiaolon asked curiously. Yes. I crossed paths with them at Qingcheng, and we even clashed. That Su Chen utilized the dusk drizzle blade technique. Slaying Lei Yao with a single strike, Su Guanyin disclosed. Chapter 40. The Plan. Daylight unveils the transformation. One blade suppresses Qing City upon hearing these words. Xiaolan's face displayed disbelief. Miss, could you have been mistaken? Isn't Su Chen currently at Yecheng Garden? How could he have gone to Qingcheng? Moreover, his strength is such that even I struggle against him. How could he possibly have slain Lei Yao with one strike? The young girl posed her questions in rapid succession. You underestimate him. This fellow is quite adept at concealing his true capabilities. When I initially tested him, I sensed nothing amiss. Had it not been for his confrontation with Lei Yao, employing the dusk drizzle blade technique, I would not have recognized it was he. He must have allied with Lu Wumei to uncover the location of the blood demon flower, Su Guanyu remarked solemnly. Lu Wumei, possessing formidable strength at the late stage of spirit refinement, is nearing the pinnacle of that realm. Should she acquire the blood demon flower, she may swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of spirit refinement. In such a case, she could depart from Qing City, returning to the Changhen Palace, where she would secure a prominent position. It appears she is a formidable rival in my quest for the blood demon flower. However, it seems that the blood demon flower is ensnared in a web of schemes. I wonder if it is orchestrated by Qin Hao or someone else. Disseminate this information through the black market tonight. I want everyone in Qing City, or outside it, to be aware of the blood demon flower by dawn, Su Guanyu instructed. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Xiaolon responded before exiting the room. Inside, only Su Guanyu remained, gazing out at the torrential rain, quietly contemplating. Su Chen, perhaps the prior collaboration with Su Mingbai can be extended to you. Outside Qing City, within a dilapidated temple, Su Chen lay half reclined on a bed of hay, wrapped in his clothing. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts. The document titled 94TXT corresponded to the Chinese file 94TXT. Bai Tianyu, in his past life, was the leader of the Divine Blade sect, a person of exceptional talent. In this realm, his strength would undoubtedly rise swiftly, and serving as a bodyguard would hinder his potential. Now he possessed some ability for self-defense. He contemplated extracting Bai Tianyu from his side to amplify his reputation in this world. Bai Tianyu currently stood behind Ling Tianhe. Perhaps Bai Tianyu could take command of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, with Ling Tianhe as his supporter. In this manner, the Jinfeng Shiyu building would remain under his control. Furthermore, once Bai Tianyu presided over the Jinfeng Shiyu building, the three major forces, Leitang, Shantang, and Juxiantang, could be sequentially subdued. The thought stirred excitement within Su Chen. However, the challenge lay in how to bring Bai Tianyu into the open. His background needed to be crafted and discreetly disseminated. The legendary swordsman, having secluded himself in the mountains to refine his swordsmanship, emerged to assist Ling Tianhe owing to a debt of gratitude. This notion formed in Su Chen's mind. Upon returning, he would have Ling Tianhe organize and rapidly spread this information. With Bai Tianyu's identity unveiled, he would formally appear at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Of course, a whetstone was required. Who would serve as the best whetstone? That would be Leitang. They conspired to assassinate the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, and the evidence was irrefutable. On my end, I could hand over the Jinfeng Shiyu building to Bai Tianyu as a reward for avenging him. These thoughts swiftly traversed Su Chen's mind, gradually coalescing into a plan. Tomorrow, Leitang will cease to exist, and Bai Tianyu will wield his blade to dominate Qing City. With the plan complete, Su Chen prepared to sleep. An old man holding a pipe lingered nearby, making the prospect of delightful occurrences impossible. Thus, sleep was the only refuge. Shortly thereafter, he succumbed to slumber, while Bai Tianyu, lurking in the shadows, endured a more arduous fate. As Su Chen rested, the elder with the pipe remarked, "This lad is truly audacious, falling asleep in such a situation. My dear lady, a person with such a lack of vigilance will find it exceedingly difficult to survive in this martial world. He is not as you perceive him to be." Lu Wumei shook her head, vividly recalling the events within the valley earlier that day. Su Chen was undoubtedly more formidable than she had initially thought. Though he appeared somewhat weak, anyone who underestimated him would likely meet a fate akin to Lei Yao's, losing their head. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the dilapidated temple. It was not a single horse, but rather a multitude. Lu Wumei and the elder exchanged a tense glance. recognizing that the arrival of a group in the dead of night was an ominous sign. As they locked eyes, a band of roughly 10 figures clad in raincoats and wide-brimmed hats entered. Leading them was a burly man in his 30s, who cast a glance at the elder and the elegantly dressed Lu Wumei before his gaze settled on Su Chen. The brim of the hat obscured Su Chen's face, preventing a clear view of his features. The man's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. In his previous life, Bai Tianyu had been the master of the Divine Blade sect, a position of great authority. His extraordinary talents ensured rapid advancement in this realm, and he could easily serve as a bodyguard, though that would hinder his potential. Now, he possessed some means of self-preservation. Su Chen contemplated extracting Bai Tianyu from his side to enhance Bai Tianyu's reputation in this world. Presently, Bai Tianyu stood behind Ling Tianhe and perhaps could be entrusted with the leadership of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, with Ling Tianhe as his supporter. This arrangement would allow Su Chen to maintain control over the pavilion while enabling Bai Tianyu to seize power over the 3 major factions, the Thunder Hall, the Dining Hall, and the Gathering of Heroes Hall. With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. However, the challenge lay in how to bring Bai Tianyu into the public eye. A narrative needed to be crafted and subtly disseminated. The unparalleled swordsman who had secluded himself to hone his craft, emerging from the mountains to assist Ling Tianhe out of gratitude. Su Chen envisioned this plan taking shape. Upon returning, he would have Ling Tianhe organize this information for swift circulation. As Bai Tianyu's identity was unveiled, he would officially appear in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Of course, a whetstone was necessary for this endeavor. Who could serve as the finest whetstone? It was none other than the Thunder Hall. The Thunder Hall had plotted the demise of the pavilion's master, and the evidence was irrefutable. Su Chen could bestow the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion upon Bai Tianyu as a reward for avenging him. These thoughts raced through Su Chen's mind, gradually coalescing into a plan. By tomorrow, the Thunder Hall would be no more, and Bai Tianyu would assert his dominance over Qingcheng with a single stroke, becoming its ruler. With the plan set, Su Chen prepared to retire for the night. The presence of the elder with the pipe precluded the possibility of any extraordinary occurrences, leaving him with no choice but to succumb to slumber. In a short while, he drifted into the realm of dreams, leaving Bai Tianyu, concealed in the shadows, to endure the night. Observing Su Chen in a moment of repose, the elderly man, known for his dry demeanor, remarked, "This lad possesses quite a bold heart, falling asleep so carelessly. My lady, individuals lacking vigilance find it exceedingly challenging to survive in this realm of martial arts. He is not as simple as you might think." Lu Wumei shook her head, recalling the events that transpired in the valley earlier that day, which remained vividly etched in her memory. Su Chen was undoubtedly more complex than she had initially perceived. While he may appear somewhat frail, anyone who underestimates him might meet a fate similar to that of Lei Yao, who lost his head in a moment of folly. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from beyond the dilapidated temple. It was not merely one horse, but a multitude, causing both Lu Wumei and the dry old man to share a tense glance. The arrival of a group of riders in the dead of night was hardly an auspicious sign. As they exchanged glances, a company of around 10 individuals, clad in raincoats and wide-brimmed hats, entered. Leading them was a robust man in his 30s, who cast a fleeting glance at the dry old man and the elegantly dressed Lu Wumei before fixing his gaze on Su Chen. The brim of his hat obscured Su Chen's features, rendering him unrecognizable. The man's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. To those behind me, he commanded, "Rest for the night. We shall depart at dawn when the rain ceases." Upon hearing this, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, removing his hat to observe the newcomers. In truth, he had awakened the moment the sound of hoofbeats reached his ears, but had chosen to feign slumber, reluctant to reveal himself. The men behind the robust leaders swiftly shed their raincoats, revealing their splendid official attire, complemented by long swords at their waists, emanating an extraordinary aura. "Are they from the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan Prefecture?" Lu Wumei's voice whispered in Su Chen's ear. "The Northern Pacification Office? What brings them here?" A wave of confusion washed over Su Chen. The Northern Pacification Office held a significant position within the Great Zhou dynasty, serving as one of the martial forces tasked with suppressing the martial world. As the group settled, one among them borrowed a spark from the dry old man to kindle a fire. Several others produced roasted duck and wine from their possessions. "What are we to do at Qingcheng Mountain under the orders of our lord?" inquired a younger man. "Simply follow orders. Do not question what is not meant to be questioned, the leading man replied coldly. Their conversation startled Lu Wumei and Su Chen. For Qingcheng Mountain was a place they had recently visited. What could these individuals be seeking there? Perhaps only the blood demon flower. Could it be that the Northern Pacification Office was also drawn by the allure of the blood demon flower? At that moment, the robust man beside Lu Wumei inquired. My lady, did you come from the direction of Qingcheng Mountain? The dry old man was clearly a mere coachman, while Su Chen reclined, his youthful visage striking. Despite her plain attire, Lu Wumei's innate elegance was undeniable, prompting the man to direct his question toward her. Awareness dawned upon Lu Wumei, stirring her thoughts. With a nod, he remarked, we have just arrived from Mount Qingcheng. This route, at the fork ahead, branches into 3 directions, one of which leads to Mount Qingcheng. Lu Wumei's inquiry was laced with an intent to discern something from her interlocutor. Observing the time, it was evident that the young lady had descended from Mount Qingcheng quite late. It was rumored that the scenery there was unremarkable, and few ventured that way. The man continued speaking. Upon hearing his words, Su Chen, reclining, felt a stir of curiosity. What could their intentions be? My lord, there is poison in the smoke from their firewood, came Bai Tianyu's voice, echoing in Su Chen's ears. Realizing the implications of Bai Tianyu's warning, Su Chen silently lamented. Deep night, a dilapidated temple. Truly, nothing good could come of this. He then donned his hat to obscure his face and discreetly consumed a detoxifying pill. Chapter 41. The 1,000 households of the town's guard. Counterattack. His mind raced with thoughts. Why would the personnel from the North Town's guard strike directly at them? They had just mentioned Mount Qingcheng. Could it be that they were also drawn by the blood demon flower? Su Chen pondered this as he held his breath, wary of the toxic smoke. At that moment, Lu Wumei transmitted a message to him, distancing herself from the group of North Town's guard. Are you poisoning the air with smoke? She addressed the group behind her. Let us rest for the night. We shall leave at dawn when the rain abates. Hearing this, Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, removing his hat to behold the newcomers. In truth, he had awakened at the sound of hooves, but had been reluctant to open his eyes and reveal himself. As he observed the group, the man behind the burly figure swiftly shed his raincoat, revealing an ornate official's attire and a long knife at his waist, exuding an extraordinary presence. Are they from the North Town's guard of Lingnan Prefecture? Lu Wumei's voice resonated in Su Chen's ear. The North Town's guard? What are they doing here? A wave of confusion washed over Su Chen. The town's guard held a significant position in the Great Zhou dynasty, serving as a formidable force to suppress the martial world. As they settled down, one among them borrowed a flame from the elder with the pipe and ignited a fire elsewhere. Several members produced roasted duck and wine. Tell me, what did the Lord command us to do at Mount Qingcheng? Inquired a younger man. Just follow orders. Do not question what should remain unasked. The leading man replied coldly. Their conversation indeed startled both Lu Wumei and Su Chen. Mount Qingcheng, the very place they had just visited. The intentions of these individuals towards Mount Qingcheng were likely tied to the blood demon flower. Could it be that the North Town's guard also sought the flower? Su Chen mused. Excuse me, young lady, did you come from the direction of Mount Qingcheng? At that moment, a man beside the burly figure addressed Lu Wumei. The elderly pipe smoker appeared to be a mere coachman, while Su Chen reclined, youthful in appearance. Though Lu Wumei wore simple clothing, her inherent grace could not be concealed. Thus, the man directed his inquiry towards her. Attention was drawn to her. Lu Wumei felt a stir within her. However, she nodded and remarked, we have just come from Qingcheng. This path, at the fork ahead, leads in 3 directions, one of which is toward Qingcheng. Lu Wumei's words were, in truth, an attempt to glean some information from the other party. Observing the time, it was evident that the young lady had descended from Qingcheng quite late. It was said that the scenery there was rather unremarkable, and few ventured that way. The man continued speaking. Upon hearing his words, Su Chen, reclining half-heartedly, felt a stir within. What are they planning? Master, there is poison in the smoke from their bonfire. At that moment, Bai Tianyu's voice echoed in Su Chen's ear. Realizing the gravity of Bai Tianyu's words, Su Chen inwardly exclaimed, late at night, an abandoned temple. Indeed, trouble brews. He promptly donned his hat to obscure his face and took an antidote pill. Chapter 41. The Qinhu of the Town Guard. Counterattack. His mind whirled with thoughts. Why would the personnel from the Northern Town Guard strike directly at them? They had just mentioned Qingcheng. Could it be that they were also after the blood demon flower? Su Chen pondered. With the smoke harboring poison, he held his breath. At this juncture, Lu Wumei transmitted her thoughts to Su Chen while distancing herself from the group of Northern Town Guard members. Are you poisoning us with the smoke? She did not respond to the burly man's words, but instead coldly regarded him. If they had resorted to poison, there was no need for pretense. It was better to lay bare their intentions and see what the other party sought. Tell me, what is your purpose in going to Qingcheng? Perhaps we might spare your lives. The leader spoke in a low voice. We are going to Qingcheng for the blood demon flower. Are you not as well? Lu Wumei boldly declared the name of the coveted flower. Since the other side had already made their move, how could they hold back? Who would believe a promise of mercy? As she uttered the name of the blood demon flower, Lu Wumei's gaze fixed intently on the leader, keenly observing his reaction. Upon hearing the name, the leader's pupils constricted sharply. It seems you cannot be spared. As he spoke, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, and he lunged toward Lu Wumei. Upon reaching her, a fierce blade aura materialized in his hand, aimed at her head. From his earlier observations, it was clear that this woman was in charge. She must be eliminated first. As for the motive behind their actions, the fact that the town guard was present here must never be revealed. This was also the reason they traveled under the cover of night. Their entry into this dilapidated temple signified that those within were doomed. Moreover, the knowledge of the blood demon flower made them even less likely to be spared. The town guard was one of the imperial forces tasked with suppressing the martial factions of the Jianghu, with each member meticulously selected and bolstered by the resources of the town guard. Furthermore, their lethal techniques were honed for swift execution, leaving no opportunity for their adversaries to breathe. The blade aura surged like a tempest. Lu Wumei's eyes narrowed, and her form fragmented into multiple images, evading the man's strike. You encircled and killed that old man and the boy without leaving any survivors, the leader coldly remarked. As he spoke, the long knife in his hand once again slashed towards Lu Wumei. The blade shimmered with the ferocity of thunder, its reach extensive. Thunderblade, one of the 5 great captains of the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan, Prefecture. After evading the blade's trajectory, Lu Wumei's expression turned grave as she regarded her opponent. To her astonishment, he recognized her. The leading man's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated being identified, and a murderous intent enveloped his countenance. They had come secretly this time. Thunderstorm blade. As soon as the words left his lips, his weapon struck with blinding speed. In that instant, arcs of lightning ignited along the blade. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the blade's brilliance surged forth like a torrential downpour. At that moment, a fierce resolve surged across Lu Wumei's exquisite features. Her energy erupted, and the long sword at her waist was drawn in an instant. As the sword's light sliced through the air, it danced like a dragon, piercing through the veil of lightning towards the vital points of the robust man. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, Du Yuan scoffed, his long knife swirling as it clashed against Lu Wumei's sword with a series of metallic clangs. Having tested her power, he sensed that she was at the late stage of spirit refinement, yet he stood at the pinnacle of it, making her demise a trivial matter. Indeed, you are somewhat lacking, but I should be able to hold you off, Lu Wumei replied coldly. As she spoke, a torrent of razor-sharp sword light surged forth, launching an assault upon her adversary. Boom. She did not respond to the man's words, instead fixing her cold gaze upon him. Given that he had resorted to poison, there was no need for pretense. She sought to unveil his intentions. Tell me, what are you seeking in Qingcheng Mountain? Perhaps we might spare your lives. The leading man replied in a low voice. We venture to Qingcheng Mountain for the blood demon flower. Are you not? Lu Wumei boldly disclosed the name of the coveted flower. Since they had initiated the confrontation, how could she afford to show mercy? Who would believe in the promise of sparing lives? As she uttered the words blood demon flower, her gaze remained fixed on the leader, eager to discern his reaction. Upon hearing the name, the man's pupils constricted sharply. It seems we cannot afford to keep you alive. As he spoke, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, propelling him towards Lu Wumei. Upon reaching her, a violent arc of blade light materialized, aimed at her head. From his earlier observations, he deemed her the mastermind and resolved to eliminate her first. The reasons for their actions were clear. The presence of the pacification office in this location must not be revealed. This was precisely why they traveled under the cover of night. Their entrance into this dilapidated temple signified that those within were doomed. Moreover, the knowledge of the blood demon flower could not be allowed to escape. The pacification office was one of the imperial forces tasked with suppressing the martial factions, comprised of individuals meticulously chosen and bolstered by the office's resources. The lethal techniques they practiced were executed with such swiftness that they granted no respite to their foes. The blade's brilliance resembled a tempest of thunder and lightning. Lu Wumei's eyes narrowed, her form transforming into a multitude of shadows as she evaded the man's strike. You encircled and slaughtered that old man and the boy, leaving no survivors, the leader stated coldly. As he spoke, his long knife once again slashed towards Lu Wumei. The blade gleamed with a thunderous brilliance, encompassing a vast area. Thunderblade, one of the 5,000 households of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan County, Duyuan. After evading the blade's light, Lu Wumei's expression turned grave as she regarded her opponent. She did not anticipate that he would recognize her. The leader's gaze sharpened. He was taken aback that she had identified him, and a murderous intent enveloped his countenance. They had come here in secret. Thunderstorm Blade. With his words, his knife was instantly unleashed. In that very moment, streaks of thunderous radiance erupted from the blade, accompanied by the roar of thunder. The blade's light surged forth like a torrential downpour. At that instant, a murderous glint surged forth across Lu Wumei's exquisite face. Her aura erupted, and the long sword at her waist was drawn in an instant. As she unleashed the sword's radiance, it pierced through the thunderous light like a soaring dragon, targeting the vital points of the burly man. Your strength pales in comparison to mine, Duyuan scoffed, his long knife swirling as he deflected Lu Wumei's long sword with a series of metallic clashes. Having merely tested the waters, he had already sensed her prowess. She was in the late stage of spirit refinement, yet he stood at the pinnacle of spirit refinement, making it easy to dispatch her. You are indeed lacking, but I believe I can hold you off, Lu Wumei replied coldly. As she spoke, a fierce sword aura surged forth, launching an assault upon her opponent. Boom! Duyuan let out a low growl, his long knife erupting with thunderous light, while an invisible aura of lethal intent rose around him. Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. The first form of thunderstorm 9 blades. As the blade falls, thunder arises. Duyuan's thunderous voice reverberated throughout the dilapidated temple. Before his words had faded, a dazzling arc of blade light descended with the force to split rivers and seas, crashing down with overwhelming might, imbued with dominating thunder. Lu Wumei evaded, her movements akin to a butterfly, skillfully avoiding the blade's radiance, but was nonetheless constrained by the oppressive knife aura unleashed by Duyuan. Her movements hindered. Given their disparity in realms, once suppressed, she would likely find it impossible to evade the second strike. With a steely gaze, she thrust her long sword forward, appearing before Duyuan in a flash. The longing for eternity sword. As this stroke was delivered, the sword's essence transformed, imbued with a hint of softness. Instantly, a rain of blades emerged, aimed at obstructing the knife momentum coalescing from Duyuan. In that moment, Lu Wumei managed to stall Duyuan. Meanwhile, the old man with the dry smoke was besieged by 8 attackers, whose strikes fell in unison, unleashing a force far exceeding their individual strengths. In that instant, the old man found himself unable to evade their net of blades. On Su Chen's side, 3 figures approached. A chill pervaded Su Chen's eyes, leaving no survivors. Such ruthlessness in action. Observing the 3 advancing towards him, he sensed the dense aura of malice emanating from them, alongside a display of innate energy. Among them, 2 exhibited relatively weak innate energy, likely having just stepped into the innate realm. The third possessed a somewhat more robust innate energy, yet it hardly surpassed that of the other 2. They were truly not his opponents. Perhaps it could be said that he was underestimated by his opponents. With a swift motion, one assailant lunged at Su Chen, brandishing a blade that sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. Su Chen, half reclining, deftly shifted his position, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, at that moment, 2 figures flanked him, launching simultaneous attacks with their long knives. Their coordination was impeccable, indicative of prior experience in joint combat. Yet, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Though he harbored no desire to take lives, circumstances compelled him to do so. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, his body surging forward. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the man who had first attacked. The assailant immediately retaliated with a downward strike, a fierce blade aura descending upon Su Chen. He extended his palm, channeling his inner strength, and his arm transformed into a gray hue, piercing through the menacing light of the blade to seize the sharp weapon. At that instant, the attacker's expression shifted dramatically. However, Su Chen offered no respite. In one fluid motion, he yanked the blade closer, unleashing a powerful punch that pierced through the man's chest. In a heartbeat, he grasped the long knife and turned his attention to the other two assailants. With a sweeping strike, an aura of chilling cold enveloped the blade, momentarily slowing their movements. "Humph!" Du Yuan exclaimed, his own long knife crackling with thunderous energy. A palpable aura of lethal intent rising around him. "Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand." Thunderous 9 strikes, first form, Blade of Thunder. His voice reverberated throughout the dilapidated temple. Before the echoes faded, a dazzling arc of blade light descended with the force of a raging tempest. As the oppressive energy surged, Lu Wumei attempted to evade, moving like a butterfly, but was hindered by Du Yuan's overwhelming aura. Given the disparity in their realms, being restrained by this pressure meant she would likely struggle to evade the second strike. With resolve, she lunged forward, her long sword harmonizing with her swift movements. Appearing before Du Yuan in a flash, longing and yearning sword. With this strike, the sword's aura transformed, imbued with a subtle, ethereal quality, instantly manifesting into a rain of blades to counter Du Yuan's converging force. In that moment, Lu Wumei managed to stall Du Yuan. Meanwhile, the Elder of Dried Smoke found himself besieged by 8 attackers, their strikes synchronized, unleashing a power that far exceeded their individual capabilities. The Elder struggled to evade the deadly net woven by their blades. As for Su Chen, 3 adversaries approached him. A chilling aura radiated from his gaze. "Leave no survivors," he thought, his demeanor exuding an air of dominance. Observing the approaching trio, he noted their overwhelming malice and the presence of innate energy. 2 among them exhibited relatively weak innate energy, likely fresh to this realm, while the third displayed a somewhat more robust aura, yet still not significantly stronger than the others. They were, in truth, no match for him. Perhaps one could say that they underestimated him. With a fierce resolve, one of them lunged at Su Chen with a blade. The sharp edge sliced through the air, creating a resonant sound. Su Chen, half reclining, deftly evaded the strike by sidestepping. However, as he did so, 2 figures flanked him from either side, their long knives poised to strike. Their coordination was impeccable, suggesting a history of joint combat against foes. Yet, a cold smile graced Su Chen's lips. He had no desire to take lives, but circumstances compelled him. With a powerful push against the ground, his vital energy surged forth, propelling him forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the man who had initially attacked. The assailant, taken aback, swung his blade with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of violent energy directed at Su Chen. In response, Su Chen extended his palm, channeling the power of the diamond mixed element technique. His arm turned a shade of gray, piercing through the menacing blade's aura, and he grasped the sharp weapon firmly. In that moment, the expression of the attacker shifted drastically. Yet, Su Chen offered him no respite. Seizing the long knife, he yanked the man closer, delivering a devastating punch with his other arm. The strike pierced through the assailant's chest with a sickening sound. In an instant, he seized the weapon and turned his attention to the remaining 2 adversaries. With a swift swing, a chilling aura enveloped his blade, momentarily hindering their movements and slowing their strikes. In a flash, the 2 assailants' heads were severed, blood gushing forth from their necks. Within a mere moment, Su Chen had dispatched 3 foes. The Elder, besieged by 8 attackers, witnessed Su Chen's prowess and could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, Su Chen's countenance remained grave. Lu Wumei was currently at a disadvantage. Should she falter, their only hope rested with Bai Tianyu. His gaze shifted toward the fierce confrontation between Lu Wumei and Du Yuan, who possessed greater strength than her. It was imperative to suppress him. Su Chen recalled the blood-piercing nails in his grasp. These projectiles could penetrate innate energy. If Du Yuan were struck by one, Lu Wumei would likely gain the upper hand. Chapter 42. Total annihilation after Su Chen's swift execution of the 3 adversaries. One of those who had previously besieged the Elder broke away from the fray and charged towards Su Chen with remarkable speed. Before Su Chen could fully react, the assailant's long knife was already descending upon him. The clash of blade and air produced a piercing sound, accompanied by an oppressive force bearing down on Su Chen, indicative of a late-stage innate expert. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he retaliated with his own blade. The collision of their energies sent him stumbling back several steps. while his opponent remained steadfast. Impressive strength, he mused. It was no wonder they had managed to eliminate 3 of his colleagues. The shaken adversary scoffed, taking a firm stance before raising his long knife. With a wrathful glint in his eyes, he unleashed a strike accompanied by a chilling wail, reminiscent of ghostly cries. As Su Chen felt a chilling wind sweep over him, he hastily brandished his blade in defense. Thud! The force of the strike sent him staggering back several steps. The man, having successfully landed his blow, did not relent, relentlessly swinging his long knife at Su Chen. In that moment, Su Chen found himself forced into a defensive stance. Gradually, he approached the vicinity where Lu Wumei was engaged in combat. Boom! At that moment, Lu Wumei collided forcefully with Du Yuan. Her figure jolted backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Given the inherent disparity in their strengths, managing to withstand so many attacks was commendable. This blade will send you on your way. Du Yuan's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Lu Wumei. Eliminating this woman would render the others inconsequential. Suddenly, Su Chen was struck by a blade, sent hurtling toward the ground. Du Yuan glanced at Su Chen. In that instant, as Su Chen lay on the ground, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, 3 blood-piercing nails manifested in his hand, shooting forth toward the opponent's chest. Humph! Du Yuan let out a cold snort, a protective aura enveloping him in an attempt to thwart Su Chen's ambush. Sizzle! However, the 3 beams of crimson light penetrated his defense, embedding themselves directly into his chest. Bang! 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 3 bursts of blood blossomed forth from his chest. Kill! At that moment, Su Chen, still on the ground, clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the area of Du Yuan's chest that had been ravaged. Damn it! The excruciating pain twisted Du Yuan's features into a grimace. After a flurry of blade strikes, both their heads flew off, blood gushing from their necks. In a matter of moments, Su Chen had slain 3 men. Good lad. The elder Haoyan, besieged by 8 assailants, exclaimed upon witnessing Su Chen's swift execution of 3 foes. Yet, Su Chen's expression was grave. Lu Wumei was currently under tremendous pressure. Should she falter, the only recourse would be Bai Tianyu's intervention. He cast a glance at Du Yuan, who was fiercely battling Lu Wumei. Knowing that Du Yuan's strength surpassed hers, he must subdue him. Su Chen contemplated the blood-piercing nails in his possession. These nails could penetrate innate energy. If Du Yuan were struck by this hidden weapon, Lu Wumei should be able to overcome him. Chapter 42. Total annihilation after Su Chen dispatched those 3 adversaries. One of the earlier assailants surrounding the elder Haoyan swiftly disengaged from the battle and charged towards Su Chen with incredible speed. Before Su Chen could react, the assailant swung his long knife at him. The clash of blade and air produced a piercing sound, and an overwhelming aura bore down upon Su Chen. The strength of a late-stage innate warrior. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly countered with his own blade. Bang! Their energies collided, causing Su Chen to retreat several steps. While the opponent remained steadfast, his strength is impressive. No wonder he was able to slay my 3 comrades. The man who had been pushed back regarded Su Chen with a disdainful snort, his foot stamping the ground as he raised his long knife. Ghostly wail of the underworld. The assailant's eyes glinted with ferocity as he unleashed his blade, accompanied by a wailing sound that echoed like the cries of vengeful spirits. A chilling gust swept through, and Su Chen instinctively brandished his blade in defense. With a resounding bang, he was thrust backward several steps by the force of the strike. The man, having successfully landed his blow, relentlessly continued his assault with the long knife, forcing Su Chen into a position of passive defense. Gradually, he approached the vicinity where Lu Wumei was engaged in combat. Suddenly, a tremendous clash erupted as Lu Wumei collided with Du Yuan, causing her to stagger back. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The disparity in their strengths was evident. Enduring this many blows was already commendable. This blade shall send you on your way. Du Yuan's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Wumei. Eliminating this woman would render the others inconsequential. At that moment, Su Chen was struck by a blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Du Yuan turned his attention toward him. In that instant, a cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he lay on the ground. 3 penetrating needles materialized in his hand, swiftly shooting towards his opponent's chest. Humph! Du Yuan let out a cold snort, summoning a protective aura to thwart Su Chen's ambush. However, the 3 streaks of crimson light pierced through his defenses, embedding themselves in his chest. Bang! 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 3 bursts of blood erupted from the impact. Kill! From his position on the ground, Su Chen clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the wounded area on Du Yuan's chest. The intense pain contorted Du Yuan's features. But he sensed an impending danger and swiftly retreated to evade Su Chen's punch. Meanwhile, Lu Wumei seized the opportunity, her longsword darting towards Du Yuan's throat with astonishing speed. In contrast to Su Chen's punch, Du Yuan perceived Lu Wumei's sword as a far more formidable threat. Enduring the excruciating pain, he raised his weapon to block her strike, while channeling his energy to withstand Su Chen's forthcoming attack. Yet, in the next instant, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest, propelling him backward with a violent force. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. On the other side, the man who had previously clashed with Su Chen swung his long knife towards Su Chen's back. However, Su Chen swiftly pivoted, his own long knife slicing toward his adversary. Bang! The 2 blades clashed, and this time, Su Chen only took a slight step back. The man was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's unwavering gaze. I owe you my gratitude. Without your intervention, it would have been quite challenging to ambush you all. A cultivator of the divine refinement realm possesses an extraordinary level of perception, without getting close enough to catch the opponent off guard. Su Chen's 3 penetrating needles would not guarantee a successful strike. If they failed to land, they would be rendered useless. In that moment, the dynamics within the dilapidated temple shifted. Outside, the rain intensified, plunging the temple into a brief silence. A cough from Du Yuan shattered the stillness. I shall kill you first. Su Chen surged towards the assailant with remarkable speed, his left arm coiled into a fist, imbued with an aura of chilling coldness. Striking towards his adversary, the man promptly raised his blade to defend himself. How frigid! Yet, as the long knife met Su Chen's fist, a wave of icy energy surged into his wrist, compelling him to channel his internal force to counteract the chill. However, Su Chen continued his onslaught, an overwhelming frost seeping into the blade and invading the man's arm. After several punches, the man sensed a stiffness creeping into his wrist. At that moment, Su Chen retracted his fist with alacrity. The long knife in the man's right hand fell instantly. He could only perceive a flurry of delicate rain descending upon him. Attempting to defend, he found his arm numb and utterly incapable of lifting the long knife in time. Swoosh! After the flurry of blades, a deep gash appeared at the man's throat, blood gushing forth. The knife-wielding man, taken aback by the turn of events, clutched his throat and collapsed onto the ground. For lives extinguished, all at the hands of Su Chen. Seeking death, seeking death. Suddenly, the 7 assailants encircling the elder turned their attention towards Su Chen, charging at him simultaneously. Yet, in that fleeting moment of their turn, Su Chen unleashed 7 blood-piercing needles that shot forth. Once he made his move, he aimed for a swift resolution, leaving no survivors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 7 needles flew forth in an instant, piercing through their energy defenses and exploding within their bodies. Some fell dead from a ruptured heart, while others, slightly more resilient, managed to evade a fatal blow but still bore the scars of the explosion across their chests. Sensing imminent peril, one individual swiftly retreated to evade Su Chen's impending fist. Meanwhile, Lu Wumei, witnessing this, propelled her sword towards the adversary's throat with astonishing speed. Compared to Su Chen's blow, Du Yuan perceived Lu Wumei's blade as far sharper. Enduring excruciating pain, he raised his knife to block her sword. His internal energy surged once more, striving to withstand Su Chen's strike. Yet, in the next instant, he felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. On the other side, the man who had previously clashed with Su Chen brought his long knife down upon Su Chen's back. However, Su Chen pivoted with grace, his right hand wielding the long knife, slicing towards his foe. Bang! The 2 blades clashed, and Su Chen only took a small step back. The man was momentarily taken aback by the expression in Su Chen's eyes. I must thank you. Without your intervention, it would have been rather challenging to ambush your commander. A cultivator of the god refinement realm possesses extraordinary perception. If not for drawing near and catching the opponent off guard, his 3 blood-piercing needles might not have struck true. Without finding their mark, those 3 needles would be rendered useless. At this moment, the situation within the dilapidated temple shifted. The rain outside intensified, momentarily plunging the temple into silence. Cough, cough. Du Yuan's coughing shattered the tranquility. I will kill you first. Su Chen's figure shot forward towards the assailant. His left arm coiled into a fist, imbued with a chilling aura that surged towards his opponent. The man immediately raised his blade in defense. How frigid. Yet, as the long knife collided with Su Chen's fist, a wave of icy energy surged into his wrist. He promptly channeled his qi to dissipate the chill. However, at that moment, Su Chen continued to unleash his punches, a torrent of frost enveloping the blade and invading the man's arm. After several strikes, the man felt a peculiar stiffness in his wrist. Just then, following a punch, Su Chen swiftly retracted his fist. The long knife in the man's right hand plummeted. The man perceived a drizzle of strikes approaching. He attempted to defend himself, but found his arm numb, unable to lift the long knife in time. Swoosh! After the flurry of strikes, a gash appeared at the man's throat, blood gushing forth. The knife-wielding man, taken aback by the turn of events, clutched his throat and collapsed onto the ground. For had perished. All four were slain by Su Chen. Seeking death. Suddenly, the 7 assailants encircling the old man with the dry smoke turned simultaneously to attack Su Chen. Yet, at the very moment they pivoted, 7 blood-piercing nails shot forth from Su Chen's hands. Since he had chosen to strike, he aimed for a swift resolution, leaving no survivors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 nails flew out instantaneously, penetrating their opponents, causing them to explode within. Some fell lifelessly to the ground, their hearts obliterated, while others with greater strength narrowly evaded a fatal blow, yet their chests were still torn open, leaving a bloody mark. Seizing the moment, Su Chen displayed no trace of mercy, stepping forth to confront an injured foe, his long knife flowing like water, effortlessly slicing through the opponent's throat. In mere seconds, all 7 had met their demise at Su Chen's hands. Only the gravely injured Du Yuan remained. Surround him, Su Chen commanded, addressing the old man with the dry smoke, who snapped back to reality at the call, instantly launching an assault on Du Yuan. Staked by 3 blood-piercing nails, Du Yuan was met with an explosion and was forcefully repelled by Su Chen's punch. At this juncture, Du Yuan was in dire straits. Although his prowess surpassed Lu Wumei's, he was no match for her now. The old man with the dry smoke possessed early-stage divine refinement strength, combining efforts with Lu Wumei to besiege the wounded Du Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Chen stood aside, seemingly inactive yet exuding an aura of danger, akin to a venomous snake poised to deliver a lethal strike. Bang! The 3 figures momentarily separated. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Su Chen surged forward. The long knife in his hand glimmered, slicing towards Du Yuan with the swiftness of lightning. After the blade flashed, a blood-piercing nail he had concealed at his wrist transformed into a crimson streak, penetrating the knife's arc, vanishing without a trace. Following the strike, Su Chen retreated, his gaze fixed upon Du Yuan. Du Yuan, half kneeling, propped himself up with his weapon. His gaze fell upon Su Chen and the other 2. Little did I, Du Yuan, expect to falter here. I am genuinely curious about your identity. This resolute and ruthless young man is unlike anyone I have encountered before, Du Yuan remarked, observing Su Chen. Earlier, Su Chen had been reclining on the hay, unguarded as they entered, leading Du Yuan to overlook him. However, he was unaware that the primary cause of their downfall lay with Su Chen. It is perhaps better for the dead to remain ignorant. Su Chen had no intention of performing noble deeds for the sake of reputation. Bang! The blood-piercing needle embedded in his throat erupted violently. Chapter 43. The background of Changhen Palace. Analysis. In connection, a torrent of blood gushed forth from his throat. Thud! The arm that once wielded the blade lost its strength, and he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling rapidly around him. The elder with the dry smoke and Lu Wumei exchanged astonished glances, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen's expression remained unperturbed as he approached Du Yuan's lifeless body. After a thorough search, he found only a few banknotes, with nothing else of value. The others yielded similar results, merely possessing a handful of cash, which Su Chen pocketed. He looked at the elder and Lu Wumei, stating, "Isn't it quite normal to search the deceased? We must dispose of these bodies to avoid any clues being uncovered by the Northern Town Patrol. Do you have any methods for obliterating the corpses?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Wumei's expression softened slightly, and she nodded toward the elder. The elder produced a jade vial, and they dragged the bodies outside. Pouring a powder from the vial over the corpses, they instantaneously dissolved into a puddle of thick liquid. As the rain washed over it, the liquid quickly vanished from sight. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Su Chen exhibited no trace of mercy. Striding forth to confront an injured individual, his long blade flowing like water as he swiftly severed the opponent's throat. In mere seconds, all 7 adversaries lay dead at Su Chen's hands, leaving only the severely wounded Du Yuan. Surround him, Su Chen commanded, directing his gaze at the elder with dry smoke. The elder, jolted back to reality by Su Chen's call, immediately lunged at Du Yuan. Pinned by 3 blood-piercing needles, Du Yuan faced a violent explosion, followed by a powerful punch that sent him reeling. At this moment, Du Yuan was in a dire predicament. Although his strength surpassed that of Lu Wumei, he was no match for his opponents now. The elder with dry smoke possessed initial stage mastery of spirit refinement, and together with Lu Wumei, they relentlessly pursued the injured Du Yuan. Su Chen, standing aside yet unengaged, emanated an aura of danger akin to that of a venomous serpent poised for a lethal strike. Bang! The 3 figures separated, but in that fleeting moment, Su Chen surged forward. His long blade swept forth, a radiant arc slicing toward Du Yuan. Following the flash of the blade, a blood-piercing needle he had clasped at his wrist transformed into a streak of red light, piercing through the blade's brilliance and vanishing. After delivering the strike, Su Chen retreated, his gaze fixed intently on Du Yuan, who knelt partially, propped up by his own weapon. His gaze shifted towards Su Chen and the other 2. I never expected that I, Du Yuan, would meet my end here. I am truly curious about your identity. Such a resolute and ruthless young man, I have never encountered before, Du Yuan remarked, looking at Su Chen. Earlier, Su Chen had been reclined on the hay, offering no semblance of defense as they entered, leading him to disregard Su Chen entirely. Little did he know that their downfall here was primarily due to Su Chen. It is perhaps better for the dead to remain ignorant. Su Chen had no intention of performing noble deeds for the sake of renown. Bang! The blood-soaked spike in his throat erupted violently. Chapter 43. The background of Chang'an Palace. Analysis and connection. A torrent of blood gushed forth from his throat. Thud! The arm that clutched the knife lost its strength, and he collapsed onto the ground, quickly pooling blood around him. The elder of the dry smoke and Lu Wumei exchanged astonished glances at Su Chen. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he approached Du Yuan's lifeless body. After a brief search, he only discovered some banknotes, finding nothing else of value. The others were similarly bereft, merely turning up a handful of banknotes, which he tucked into his own garments. Addressing the elder and Lu Wumei, he remarked, "Isn't it quite normal to search the dead? We must dispose of these bodies promptly to prevent the northern town's enforcement officers from uncovering any clues. Do you have any methods for obliterating the corpses?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Wumei's expression softened somewhat, and she nodded towards the elder. The elder produced a jade vial, and they dragged the bodies outside. Pouring some powder from the vial onto the corpses, they instantly transformed into a puddle of thick liquid. As the rain washed over it, the viscous fluid quickly vanished. Document title: 101TXT corresponding Chinese document. 101TXT, only the northern town's enforcement token and the steel knives they had used remained. These cannot be disposed of, Lu Bo. Please find a suitable place to bury these remnants. Lu Wumei instructed the elder of the dry smoke. The elder collected the steel knives and the token before departing the dilapidated temple. Master Su, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, we might have perished here. Lu Wumei remarked. It was merely self-preservation. Du Yuan is one of the 500 households of the northern town's enforcement in Lingnan. Such a figure would not come here solely for the blood demon flower. Moreover, they must have harbored murderous intent the moment they entered the temple. Otherwise, their strikes would not have been so resolute. They clearly did not wish for anyone to discover their whereabouts, Su Chen stated gravely. Upon hearing Su Chen's analysis, Lu Wumei nodded in agreement. His assessment aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. What do you suppose their intentions are? Lu Wumei inquired somberly. I cannot ascertain their motives. But judging by Du Yuan's expression when you mentioned the blood demon flower, it is evident he was already aware of its existence. By all accounts, such a treasure is invaluable to the Lingnan enforcement and should not have been leaked. Given the strength of the Lingnan enforcement, securing the blood demon flower upon its maturation would pose no challenge. However, the cultivation of the blood demon flower is undertaken by Qin Hao of the Qin family, which raises suspicions. Although the Qin family is formidable, they pale in comparison to the town protectorate. Thus, it is plausible that this blood demon flower is a scheme orchestrated by the northern town protectorate. As for the purpose of this scheme, I cannot fathom. Su Chen spoke solemnly. Su Chen, I find myself increasingly impressed by you. If you join our Changhen Palace, I can recommend you to my master. Our Changhen Palace is far more intricate than it appears on the surface. Where do you think the wealth of the world is most easily squandered? In brothels and gambling houses. Do you believe that the Great Zhou dynasty would allow outsiders to control such institutions? Lu Wumei gazed at Su Chen as she spoke. Upon hearing Lu Wumei's words, Su Chen's expression sharpened. This was indeed a matter he had not contemplated deeply. However, from Lu Wumei's remarks, it became evident that the Changhen Palace likely had ties to the Great Zhou dynasty. Perhaps joining this organization would be advantageous for him. He intended to entrust the management of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain House to Bai Tianyu while secretly controlling it. Shanmen, Zitan Palace, and the Changhen Palace were the three backgrounds he was considering for the future. Among them, Shanmen appeared to be the weakest at present, while Zitan Palace was located far beyond the borders. Thus, the Changhen Palace was the most suitable option. Madam Lu, I will give this matter careful consideration, Su Chen replied. He did not respond immediately, for there was no urgency in this affair. Their present objective was to obtain the blood demon flower. As long as you assist me in acquiring it, my aptitude will improve, thereby securing a significant position within the Changhen Palace. This would also be beneficial for you. Lu Wumei regarded Su Chen earnestly. Since I have promised to help you obtain the blood demon flower, rest assured that I will do so, Su Chen affirmed. Subsequently, the two ceased their conversation. On the following morning, only the token of the Northern Town Protectorate and the steel blades they had used remained. These could not be disposed of. Lu Bo, please find a place to bury these remnants. Lu Wumei instructed the old man with the pipe. The old man collected the steel blades and tokens and exited the dilapidated temple. Master Su, we owe you our gratitude this time. Otherwise, we may have met our demise here, Lu Wumei remarked. It was merely self-preservation. Du Yuan is one of the 5,000 households of the Northern Town Protectorate in Lingnan. Such a figure would not come here solely for the blood demon flower. They must have harbored murderous intent the moment they entered the temple. Otherwise, their actions would not have been so decisive. They clearly did not wish for anyone to know their whereabouts, Su Chen stated gravely. Upon hearing Su Chen's analysis, Lu Wumei nodded in agreement. His deductions aligned with her own thoughts. What do you suppose they intend to do? Lu Wumei inquired solemnly. I do not know their intentions, but when you mentioned the blood demon flower, the expression on Du Yuan's face indicated that he must have known about it long before. Logically, such a treasure should be of immense significance to the Lingnan Town Protectorate and would not be allowed to leak. With the power of the Lingnan Town Protectorate, it would be entirely feasible to wait for the blood demon flower to mature. However, the cultivation of the blood demon flower is entrusted to Qin Hao of the Qin family, which raises suspicions. Although the Qin family is formidable, they pale in comparison to the town guard. Thus, it is plausible that the blood demon flower is part of a scheme orchestrated by the Northern Town Guard. As for the purpose of this scheme, I cannot surmise, Su Chen stated solemnly. Su Chen, my admiration for you grows increasingly, Lu Wumei remarked. If you were to join our Changhen Palace, I would gladly recommend you to my master. Our Changhen Palace is far more intricate than it appears. Where do you think the wealth of the world is most easily squandered? In brothels and gambling dens. Do you truly believe that the Great Zhou dynasty would allow outsiders to control such establishments? Upon hearing Lu Wumei's words, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. This was a matter he had not pondered deeply. However, from Lu Wumei's remarks, it became evident that the Changhen Palace likely had connections to the Great Zhou. Perhaps joining this organization would be advantageous for him. He intended to entrust the management of the Jinfeng Xiu building to Bai Tianyu while maintaining covert control. Shanmen, Zitan Palace, and Changhen Palace were his considerations for future affiliations. Among them, Shanmen appeared the weakest under the current circumstances, while Zitan Palace was situated beyond the frontier. Only the Changhen Palace seemed most fitting. Lady Lu, I shall deliberate on this matter thoroughly, Su Chen replied, not rushing to respond. This issue was indeed not urgent. Their immediate objective was to acquire the blood demon flower. As long as you assist me in obtaining it, my aptitude will be enhanced, allowing me to secure a prominent position within the Changhen Palace. This would also benefit you, Lu Wumei stated, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. Rest assured, having agreed to assist you in acquiring the blood demon flower, I shall fulfill my promise, Su Chen assured. Subsequently, the two fell into silence. The following morning, after their departure, the old man with the dry tobacco continued driving his carriage back to Qingcheng. Upon returning to Qingcheng, Su Chen exited the Yuchen garden and made his way back to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Greetings, Master. Ling Tianhe appeared before Su Chen shortly after he ascended the building. The location of the blood demon flower has been confirmed within the valley. You must disseminate this information through the black market. Additionally, I wish to make Bai Tianyu's identity known publicly. Here is a brief dossier I prepared for him. Please add further details before broadcasting it. Understood, Ling Tianhe replied, accepting the information from Su Chen. Furthermore, you and Bai Tianyu are to lead a group to the Thunder Hall and eliminate both the Thunder Hall and the Lei family. The justification is that I have enlisted your aid, and the price for your assistance is the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Henceforth, Bai Tianyu shall be the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. After eliminating the Thunder Hall and the Lei family, all their assets will be merged into my establishment. Su Chen instructed, targeting the Lei family. Master, the blood demon flower is not yet ripe. Is it wise to confront the Lei family now? Ling Tianhe questioned. Having anticipated Su Chen's earlier remarks, but finding the timing perplexing given the immaturity of the blood demon flower. Do not worry. Is not Qin Hao of the Qin family still present? Su Chen replied. Qin Ji is Qin Hao will undoubtedly ensure the maturation of the blood demon flower. Moreover, lurking behind this situation is the Northern Town Punishment Office, whose schemes are orchestrated to guarantee the flower's fruition. An aide promptly arranged for the dissemination of this information throughout the black market. Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room, leaving Su Chen alone within. What circumstances or individuals could warrant such an extensive plot devised by the Punishment Office? Su Chen's fingers drummed against the table. The Punishment Office of Lingnan County stands as one of the most formidable martial forces in the region, dedicated to countering the power of the rivers and lakes. Their strategy must pertain to individuals within this realm or a specific faction. The blood demon flower is beneficial to individuals, indicating it is indeed aimed at a particular person or group. At this moment, a spark of realization illuminated Su Chen's mind. He thought of the Cold Moon sect. The sect was founded by the last surviving princess of the Great Zhou dynasty and has been relentlessly hunted. Zihanyu, the sect's saintess, had previously been assessed by Bai Tianyu, who discovered that her strength was only slightly superior to that of Lu Wu Mei. The presence of Zihanyu in Qing City was already peculiar. The Northern Town Punishment Office's maneuvers might very well target her. Or perhaps they were related to her purpose for being here. With this thought, clarity washed over Su Chen. Yet, he pondered on the identity of the mastermind behind this scheme. Knowing who it was would empower him to enact vengeance. He spoke solemnly. The death of Su Mingbai was orchestrated by Lei Ao. However, had it not been for this schemer, Su Mingbai would not have perished, and I would not have found myself in this world. I intend to express my gratitude through the means of eliminating him. In another matter, upon Ling Tianhe's return, he promptly began transmitting information covertly. Afterward, he and Bai Tianyu appeared at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. He immediately mobilized personnel discreetly towards the Thunder Hall, while he and Bai Tianyu made their way in that direction. As Su Chen and his companions departed, the old man of the dry smoke continued driving his carriage back to Qing City. Once back, Su Chen emerged from Yuchun Yuan and returned to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Greetings, Tower Master. Not long after ascending the stairs, Ling Tianhe appeared before Su Chen. The blood demon flower within the valley has been confirmed. You must disseminate this news from the black market. Additionally, I wish to formalize Bai Tianyu's identity. Here is a simple dossier I prepared for him. Please augment it and disseminate it as well, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Ling Tianhe accepted the information from Su Chen and acknowledged his orders. Furthermore, you and Bai Tianyu are to proceed to the Thunder Hall and eliminate both the Thunder Hall and the Lei family. The reason being that I have requested your assistance, with the cost being the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. After today, Bai Tianyu will assume the role of Tower Master, attacking the Lei family. But, Tower Master, the blood demon flower has yet to mature. Is it prudent to target the Lei family now? Ling Tianhe inquired, having anticipated Su Chen's earlier directives, yet puzzled by the timing of the assault. Do not worry. Is not Qin Hao of the Qin family still present? Su Chen replied. Qin Jia and Qin Hao will undoubtedly ensure the maturation of the blood demon flower. Moreover, lurking behind this endeavor is the Northern Town Pacification Office, whose intricate schemes cannot possibly allow the blood demon flower to remain unripe. I shall promptly arrange for the dissemination of this information from the black market. With a respectful bow, Ling Tianhe exited the room, leaving Su Chen alone within its confines. What events or individuals could warrant such a grand stratagem devised by the Pacification Office? Su Chen tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the table. The Pacification Office of Lingnan County stands as one of the most formidable martial institutions contending against the forces of the Jianghu. Their machinations must surely target individuals within the Jianghu, or perhaps a specific faction therein. The blood demon flower is beneficial to individuals, suggesting that it is aimed at certain people, or perhaps to counteract someone within a faction. As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of inspiration illuminated Su Chen's consciousness. He recalled the Hanyu sect, an organization established by the last surviving princess of the Great Zhou, which has been under pursuit for some time. Hanyu, the sect's saintess, had previously been investigated by Bai Tianyu, who had discerned that her strength was only slightly superior to that of Lu Wu Mei. The very presence of Hanyu in Qingcheng was indeed peculiar. The Northern Town Pacification Office's schemes may well be directed at her, or perhaps related to her purpose for being here. As Su Chen contemplated this, clarity enveloped his thoughts. Yet, he was uncertain as to who orchestrated this scheme. Were he to know, he would surely seek vengeance upon them. His voice turned grave as he reflected. The death of Su Mingbai was orchestrated by Lei Ao's underlings. However, without the individual behind this plot, Su Mingbai would not have perished, and I, Su Chen, would not have found myself in this world. I must express my gratitude to him through the act of retribution. In another setting, upon Ling Tian's return, he immediately transmitted the information covertly. Following this, he and Bai Tianyu made their appearance at the Golden Wind and Drizzle building. Subsequently, he swiftly mobilized personnel to stealthily approach the Lei Hall, while he and Bai Tianyu proceeded in that direction. In the Grand Hall of the Lei Hall, Lei Mu, Lei Mo, and the remaining two guardians gathered, their expressions grim. The news of Lei Yao's demise had reached them, but prior to his death, he had brought along an individual cloaked in a hat to observe the 5th grade Lotus platform. Lei Mu addressed the other three with a serious tone. Upon hearing his words, the others looked taken aback. They were wholly unaware of this development. Are you suggesting that Lei Yao betrayed the Lei Hall by bringing someone to view the 5th grade Lotus platform? Lei Gu questioned incredulously. Given the current circumstances, it appears to be so, Lei Mu replied. Does this mean that the information regarding the 5th grade Lotus platform within Qingcheng Mountain is now known to someone and may be disseminated? Lei Mu Yen inquired. The knowledge of the 5th grade Lotus platform is secondary. We must now focus on how to report to young Master Qin regarding Lei Yao's actions in the mountain. Lei Mu responded solemnly. Allow me to venture to Qingcheng Mountain first and eliminate all remaining members of the Lei Hall within, leaving no survivors. In that case, no one is aware that Lei Yao had brought someone to view the 5th grade Lotus platform. As for how Lei Yao met his demise, it is said that he perished in battle to protect the 5th grade Lotus platform, Lei Gu remarked. Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, the other three fell into silence. However, in the end, Lei Mu nodded in agreement. Just then, a man entered from outside. What has transpired? Lei Mu asked in a hushed tone, reporting to the hall master. News has arrived from the black market indicating that our Lei family is cultivating the blood demon flower on Qingcheng Mountain, and it is nearing maturity. Additionally, Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu are approaching our Lei Hall, the man responded. What is this blood demon flower? You mentioned it in your report. What exactly is it? Lei Mu inquired, his pupils narrowing in alarm. The blood demon flower. I had investigated its properties before coming here, and it is quite similar to the 5th grade Lotus platform, though the cultivation methods differ. Based on our previous cultivation conditions, it is likely that the valley contains the blood demon flower, the man stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lei Mu furrowed his brow and glanced at Lei Mo Qin, how was introduced to me by him. I know nothing more. I merely heard from young Master Qin that it was a 5th grade Lotus platform. I even compared it with various styles of 5th grade Lotus platforms, and they do resemble each other. Lei Mo immediately interjected. We shall discuss this matter later. Lei Gu, you may proceed with your tasks, Lei Mu instructed. He then recalled the second matter. You mean to say that Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu are approaching our Lei Hall? Indeed. The man promptly replied. What business do they have with our Lei Hall? Could it be that the matter concerning Qingcheng Mountain is related to them? You must go and closely monitor the movements of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Lei Mu waved his hand. The man bowed and exited the hall. The atmosphere within the hall grew tense. The outer reports indicate it is the blood demon flower, not the 5th grade Lotus platform. Yet young Master Qin insisted it was the 5th grade Lotus platform. It seems we have been deceived by him. No wonder the cultivation methods for the 5th grade lotus platform differ. Lei Mu stated gravely. Chapter 44. Bai Tianyu enters Lei Hall, annihilating Lei Hall in the Grand Hall of Lei Hall. Lei Mu, Lei Mo, and the remaining 2 guardians were gathered together. Their expressions were notably grim. The news of Lei Yao's murder was already known to them. However, before Lei Yao was killed, he had brought along a person wearing a hat to view the 5th grade lotus platform. Lei Mu addressed the other 3 in a low voice. Upon hearing Lei Mu's words, the other 3 were taken aback. Hall Master, are you suggesting that Lei Yao brought someone to view the 5th grade lotus platform, thereby betraying Lei Hall? Lei Gu asked incredulously. Based on the current situation, it appears so, Lei Mu replied. Hall Master, does this mean that someone is now aware of the 5th grade lotus platform's existence in Qingcheng Mountain Valley? This information could spread. What shall we do now? Lei Mu Yin could not help but inquire. The news of the 5th grade lotus platform is secondary. We must focus on how to explain to young Master Qin regarding Lei Yao bringing someone into the mountain, Lei Mu stated solemnly. Hall Master, I shall first head to Qingcheng Mountain and eliminate all remaining members of Lei Hall within the mountain, leaving no survivors. Thus, no one was aware that Lei Yao had taken individuals to view the 5th grade lotus platform, and regarding the manner of his demise. It was said that he perished in battle to protect the lotus platform. Lei Gu spoke. Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, the other 3 fell silent. However, in the end, Lei Mu nodded slightly. At that moment, a man entered from outside. What has transpired? Lei Mu inquired in a deep tone, reporting to the Hall Master. News has arrived from the black market indicating that our Lei family is cultivating blood demon flowers on Qingcheng Mountain, and the flowers are on the verge of maturity. Additionally, Jin Feng and Bai Tianyu are approaching our Lei Hall, the man replied. What is this blood demon flower you speak of? The message mentioned blood demon flowers. What exactly are they? Lei Mu's pupils constricted sharply as he questioned. The blood demon flower. I had also investigated its effects prior to my arrival, and they are quite similar to that of the 5th grade lotus platform, albeit with differing cultivation methods. Based on our previous cultivation conditions, it is likely that the valley holds the blood demon flowers, the man stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lei Mu furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze at Lei Mo. Qin Hao was introduced to me by you. I am uncertain. I only heard it from young Master Qin San, who claimed it was the 5th grade lotus platform. I have also compared various styles of the 5th grade lotus platform, and they indeed bear a striking resemblance. Lei Mo interjected immediately. We shall discuss this matter later. Lei Gu, you may proceed with your tasks, Lei Mu commanded. He then recalled the second matter. You say that Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu are approaching our Lei Hall? Indeed. The man promptly replied. What business do they have with our Lei Hall? Could it be that the situation on Qingcheng Mountain is connected to them? You must depart and closely monitor the movements of the Jin Feng and Shiyu building. Lei Mu gestured. The man bowed and exited the hall. The atmosphere within became increasingly tense. The master outside has proclaimed it to be blood demon flowers, not the 5th grade lotus platform. Young Master Qin asserted that it was the 5th grade lotus platform. It appears we have been deceived by him. No wonder the cultivation methods of the 5th grade lotus platform differ so greatly, Lei Mu said solemnly. The distinction between the 5th grade lotus platform and the blood demon flower is not of utmost significance. What truly matters is how our Lei Hall will navigate this calamity. Lei Mu continued. Should we consult young Master Qin San? Lei Mo suggested. The Qin family members have yet to arrive. Meeting with young Master Qin San would be futile. Moreover, young Master Qin San has likely been exploiting us. Once he has utilized us, he may discard us. Otherwise, he would not have withheld the truth from us. I am perplexed, however, as to why he would assert that the item is the 5th grade lotus platform instead of the blood demon flower. Mu Yin, you shall investigate what this blood demon flower truly is, Lei Mu instructed. Just as they spoke, a sudden, mournful scream echoed from outside. It was Lei Gu's voice. What has happened? Lei Mu swiftly exited the hall, arriving outside the Lei Hall. At that moment, Lei Gu had been cleaved in 2, his body lying lifeless on the ground. Bai Tianyu, Ling Tianhe, why have you come to my Lei Hall to commit murder? Lei Mu glared at Ling Tianhe. You, from the Lei Hall, have dispatched an assassin to eliminate our esteemed leader. In exchange for the Jin Feng, Shiyu building. Our newly appointed leader has sought the demise of your Lei Hall at the hands of Brother Bai. Ling Tianhe asserted. You claim that Su Chen has offered the Jin Feng, Shiyu building as a bargaining chip for Bai Tianyu to eliminate my Lei Hall. Has the Jin Feng, Shiyu building not already fallen under your dominion? Why then must you heed his words? Lei Mu's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare upon Ling Tianhe. Is this not a matter of rightful legitimacy? If Su Chen sincerely relinquishes his position in favor of another, it would indeed serve my interests well, Ling Tianhe replied gravely. Now, you have come to understand the gravity of your situation. Brother Bai, I entrust this matter to you while I lead my men to extinguish the Lei family. Ling Tianhe addressed Bai Tianyu. It is imperative to eradicate the root of the problem. The Lei family must not be allowed to survive. The members of the Lei family, having acted without sufficient ruthlessness, failed to eliminate Su Chen, which has led them to this unfortunate fate. Since they have taken action, they must not be permitted to pose any threat to our Lord. You, second brother, should depart first and seek refuge with Qin Hao, escaping through the secret chamber. At that moment, Lei Mu transmitted his thoughts to Lei Mo. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Mo gritted his teeth and resolved to flee. None of you shall escape today. Bai Tianyu's deep voice resonated within the Lei Hall. As this declaration echoed, an invisible force erupted from Bai Tianyu, ascending skyward and stirring the very heavens and earth, manifesting an overwhelming aura of blade energy within the Lei Hall. This blade energy, many within Qing City sensed its formidable presence. At that instant, Mu Qingxue and the burly man, having just entered Qing City, were taken aback by the intensity of the blade energy. Miss, this blade energy likely reaches the realm of soul refinement, the burly man remarked. Not merely reaching, but indeed embodying that very essence. An ancient voice resounded in their ears. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in a blue robe approached them slowly from behind. Upon seeing the blue-robed elder, Mu Qingxue's countenance brightened. Uncle, you have been following us all along, and our horses have. In traversing the martial world, one must remain vigilant. One cannot blame others for a lack of caution. However, Uncle has already avenged you. Their corpses shall remain forever upon the Gobi Desert. As the blue-robed elder spoke, he remarked, the fifth-ranked lotus platform or the blood demon flower is of little consequence. What truly matters is how our Lei Hall shall weather this calamity. Lei Mu interjected. Should we consult with young Master Qin-san? Lei Mo suggested. The Qin family has yet to arrive. Consulting young Master Qin-san would be futile. Moreover, young Master Qin-san has likely been exploiting us. Once he has utilized our value, he may well abandon us. Otherwise, he would not withhold the truth from us. I cannot fathom why young Master Qin would assert that the object is a fifth-ranked lotus platform rather than a blood demon flower. Mu Yen, could you investigate what precisely the blood demon flower is? Lei Mu instructed. Just as their conversation unfolded, a chilling wail suddenly pierced the air from outside. It was the voice of Lei Gu. What has transpired? Lei Mu's figure flickered as he exited the hall, arriving outside the Lei Hall. At that moment, Lei Gu lay severed in two upon the ground, his lifeless body sprawled on the earth. Bai Tianyu, Ling Tianhe, why have you come to my Lei Hall to commit murder? Lei Mu confronted Ling Tianhe. You, the Lei Hall, sought an assassin to eliminate our esteemed leader. Our newly appointed leader has offered the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion as a price for brother Bai to eradicate your Lei Hall. Ling Tianhe spoke. You claim Su Chen is using the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion as leverage to have Bai Tianyu eliminate our Lei Hall. Hasn't the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion already fallen under your control? Why then must you heed his words? Lei Mu's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes upon Ling Tianhe. Is it not unjust to speak in such terms? If Su Chen truly wishes to step aside for the sake of others, it would be beneficial for me. Ling Tianhe replied gravely. Now you comprehend your fate, brother Bai. I leave this matter in your capable hands while I lead my men to annihilate the Lei family. Ling Tianhe addressed Bai Tianyu. To eradicate the roots. The Lei family must not survive. The members of the Lei family have faltered. Their hesitation to eliminate Su Chen has led them to this predicament. Now that they have taken action, they must leave no threat behind for their lord. Second brother, you must depart first, head to Qin Hao's side, and escape through the secret chamber. At that moment, Lei Mu transmitted this message to Lei Mo. Lei Mo hesitated momentarily, but finally steeled himself to flee. None of you shall leave today. Bai Tianyu's deep voice resonated within the Lei Hall. With the emergence of this voice, an invisible force erupted from Bai Tianyu, soaring into the heavens, stirring the very fabric of the world, as a tremendous blade aura manifested within the Lei Hall. This blade aura, many within Qing City sensed its presence. At that moment, Mu Qingxue and the burly man, having just entered Qing City, exchanged glances as their expressions shifted. Miss, This blade aura has likely reached the realm of spirit refinement, the burly man remarked. Not merely reached, but it is indeed. At that instant, an ancient voice echoed in their ears. Then, an elderly man clad in a blue robe approached them from behind. Upon seeing the blue-robed elder, Mu Qingxue's face brightened. Third granduncle, you have been following us, and our horses were. In the world of martial arts, one must remain vigilant. It is no one's fault but your own. However, third granduncle has already avenged you. Their corpses will forever remain on the Gobi Desert. As the blue-robed elder spoke, his gaze was fixed upon the soaring blade aura. Today, the one to obliterate the Lei Hall is Bai Tianyu of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated throughout Qing City. As the voice faded, a dazzling blade light shot forth, cleaving through the air with a force akin to parting rivers. Crashing down heavily, boom, a tremendous sound echoed, and where the blade light had appeared, a massive cloud of dust erupted. Such terrifying blade aura. Let us go and see who wielded such a strike. The blue-robed elder seized the two and moved like a specter towards the Lei Hall. Meanwhile, atop the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen gazed at the swirling clouds of dust with a tranquil expression. After today, few shall pay me any heed. Aside from Su Chen observing from the pavilion, dozens of figures were making their way toward the Lei Hall. Chapter 45, The Unresolved Death. The change of ownership at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion by Tianyu, with a single stroke of his blade, annihilated the Thunder Hall, showcasing his unparalleled prowess. From this day forth, he would ascend as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and his true identity would gradually be unveiled. It was imperative for him to possess sufficient strength to instill fear in all within Qing City. Subsequently, he would take command of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, aiding Su Chen in unifying Qing City. Undoubtedly, placing a formidable soul refinement realm expert like Bai Tianyu within the city was akin to introducing a shark into a river, inevitably stirring tumultuous waves. In the aftermath, the Thunder Hall lay cleaved in twain, its interior strewn with remnants of shattered debris. The corpses of Lei Mu and his companions sprawled before the collapsed structure, having been pierced through the heart by Bai Tianyu's blade aura. Their faces were etched with shock, mingled with a profound sense of bewilderment. How could such a powerful figure in the soul refinement realm deign to strike against mere innate practitioners? Take all the valuables from the Thunder Hall, Bai Tianyu commanded in a low tone. Those previously dispatched by Ling Tianhe swiftly surged into the Thunder Hall. Any lingering souls within were promptly dispatched with swift blows. In no time, chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels were hauled out, accumulating outside the Thunder Hall. Within mere moments, a throng of onlookers gathered outside, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the fallen Thunder Hall. They eventually turned their gaze towards Bai Tianyu, who stood at the entrance with his long blade, fear creeping into their hearts. A soul refinement realm expert had emerged. How could the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion boast such a formidable figure? Was he perhaps sent by the Zetan Palace? A young man clad in a brown robe, who had accompanied the Western Gate, Mu Yi from the gathering of Talon's Hall, spoke gravely. We must leave and discuss this further. He did not linger but addressed Mu Yi directly. The latter, now wary, refrained from speaking, knowing that Bai Tianyu's annihilation of the Thunder Hall could very well spell danger for their gathering of Talon's Hall. They needed to return and prepare. The members of the dining hall exchanged glances and departed swiftly. Others, not affiliated with the 5 major factions of Qing City, felt no compulsion to contemplate the implications. Third uncle, that man just claimed to be from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. How could such a master exist there? Mu Qingxue remarked, her gaze fixed upon Bai Tianyu's retreating figure, her eyes drawn to the place where the blade aura had soared. Today, it was Bai Tianyu of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion who annihilated the Thunder Hall. Suddenly, a voice like rolling thunder echoed throughout Qing City. As the words resonated, a radiant blade aura shot skyward, descending with the might of a river cleaving through the land. Boom! A resounding crash followed, and a massive cloud of dust erupted where the blade had struck. What a terrifying blade aura! Let's go see who delivered such a strike. An elder in a blue robe seized 2 companions and, like a specter, sped towards the Thunder Hall. Meanwhile, at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen gazed calmly at the billowing dust rising into the sky. From this day forth, few would pay heed to him. Apart from Su Chen observing from the pavilion, dozens of figures moved with purpose towards the Thunder Hall. Chapter 45, The Unresolved Death. The new master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Tianyu, severed the Lei Hall with a single stroke, showcasing his overwhelming prowess. From this day forth, he would assume the role of the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and his true identity would gradually be unveiled. He needed sufficient strength to instill fear in all within Qing City, and thereafter, he would oversee the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, aiding Su Chen in unifying the city. Indeed, placing a formidable spirit refinement expert like Bai Tianyu into Qing City was akin to introducing a shark into a river, undoubtedly stirring a tempest. As the dust settled, the Lei Hall lay cleaved in twain, a sight of devastation and debris. The bodies of Lei Mu and his companions lay before the collapsed structure, having been pierced through the heart by Bai Tianyu's blade aura. Their faces were etched with shock, mingled with a sense of bewilderment. How could such a prominent figure of the spirit refinement realm deign to strike against them, mere innate practitioners? Take all the treasures from the Lei Hall, Bai Tianyu commanded in a low voice. Those previously dispatched by Ling Tianhe swiftly surged into the Lei Hall. The remaining individuals within, still bearing traces of life, were swiftly dispatched. Soon, chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels were brought forth, accumulating outside the Lei Hall. In mere moments, a throng had gathered outside the Lei Hall, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment as they beheld the wreckage. Finally, their gazes fell upon Bai Tianyu, who stood at the entrance wielding his long knife, fear blossoming within them. A spirit refinement expert had emerged. How could the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion harbor such a figure? Could he be an envoy from the Zetan Palace? A youth clad in a brown robe, having accompanied Shimin Mai, spoke gravely. We must depart and discuss this further. The young man wasted no time, addressing Shimin Mai. The latter dared not utter more, apprehensive that Bai Tianyu's wrath might soon be directed toward their gathering of Talents Hall. They needed to return and make arrangements hastily. The members of the dining hall also cast a glance before swiftly departing. As for others, who ostensibly did not belong to the 5 major powers of Qing City, they felt no need to consider such matters. Third uncle, that man just claimed to be from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. How could such a master exist there? Mu Qingxue remarked, observing Bai Tianyu's retreating figure. You must seek to understand this, but his strength is formidable. In terms of realm, he may be slightly inferior to me, yet in combat, I might not stand a chance, the elder replied. It is astonishing that such a master resides in this small place. It seems Qing City has become quite tumultuous of late. Perhaps sensing the elder's probing gaze, Bai Tianyu glanced in their direction, his eyes sharp and exuding an aura of invincibility. He sensed the elder's formidable presence, recognizing him as a worthy opponent. Known as the Invincible Divine Blade, Bai Tianyu radiated an aura of supremacy. What a domineering blade aura! This individual certainly cannot be an insignificant figure, the elder mused inwardly. Perceiving the dominance in Bai Tianyu's gaze, let us depart, he urged. Avoiding Bai Tianyu's gaze, he departed with Mu Qingxue and the burly man. They needed to familiarize themselves with the circumstances in Qingcheng, initially believing that his presence there was unnecessary. However, upon arrival, they encountered a formidable aura of blade energy. After revealing himself, they witnessed an exceedingly dominant master of the sword. The individuals from the Jinfeng Shiyu building promptly transported their belongings away. Bai Tianyu then turned and headed toward the Lei family's direction. The matters at Lei Hall had been settled, but there were still affairs to attend to at the Lei family. Not long after their departure, amidst the ruins, a figure emerged, bloodied and bearing a terrifyingly fierce expression. It was Qin Hao, the once spirited youth. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Gazing at the debris surrounding him, confusion clouded his features. Moments earlier, he had been recuperating in a secret chamber when a sudden surge of terrifying blade energy struck, leading to the collapse of his sanctuary. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to shelter in a corner, narrowly escaping disaster, though he had sustained injuries and struggled to crawl out from the fallen structure. Unbeknownst to him, his survival was owed to Bai Tianyu's intervention. Had it not been for that, he would have been pierced by the blade energy or slain by the incoming members of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, as his life was deemed essential for the maturation of the blood demon flower. The agents of the Bizenfu, concealed in the shadows, were unlikely to reveal themselves, necessitating Qin Hao's role as a pawn. Without daring to linger, Qin Hao swiftly turned away, disregarding his wounds. Who is that? It appears to be the 3rd young Master Qin from the county government. It is rumored that Lei Hall has allied with him, Some whispered among themselves, "Let us depart. Bai Tianyu has officially revealed himself, and the tides of Qingcheng are about to change." After uttering this, they hastily left, no longer paying heed to the remnants of Lei Hall. On this day, Lei Hall and the Lei family vanished entirely, their assets transferred to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, with the final portion falling into Su Chen's hands, while some remained within the building itself. Inside the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe appeared in Su Chen's chamber. "Where's Qinghao now?" Although they had let him go, it was imperative to monitor his every move. "This requires your investigation. However, he possesses great strength. His realm may be slightly inferior to mine, yet in battle, I may not be his equal." It seems that such experts exist in this small place of Qingcheng, indicating recent unrest, the elder remarked softly, observing Bai Tianyu. Perhaps sensing the elder's probing gaze, Bai Tianyu turned to face him, his eyes sharp and exuding an aura of invincibility. He sensed the elder's energy, recognizing him as a worthy adversary. Known as the invincible divine blade, Bai Tianyu naturally emanated an overpowering presence. Such a domineering blade energy. This individual is certainly not without merit, the elder mused inwardly. Perceiving the dominance in Bai Tianyu's eyes, "Let us depart for now." Avoiding Bai Tianyu's gaze, he departed with Mu Qingxue and the burly man. They now needed to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Qingcheng. Previously, they believed that their presence was unnecessary in this place. However, upon their arrival, they were confronted with an imposing aura of blade energy. After revealing themselves, they also encountered a formidable master of the sword path. The individuals from the Jinfeng Shiyu building swiftly transported their belongings away. Bai Tianyu subsequently turned and headed towards the Lei family. The matters at Lei Tang were concluded, yet there remained issues with the Lei family. Not long after their departure, amid the ruins, a figure emerged, bloodied and bearing a terrifyingly fierce expression. It was none other than the once-spirited Qin Hao. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of blood, staring blankly at the debris around him. Moments ago, he had been recuperating in a secret chamber when a sudden, terrifying blade energy surged forth, resulting in the collapse of his sanctuary. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to hide in a corner, narrowly escaping disaster, albeit sustaining injuries in the process. Unbeknownst to him, his survival was solely due to Bai Tianyu's mercy. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by the blade energy or slain by the members of Jinfeng Shiyu building. His continued existence was deemed essential for the maturation of the blood demon flower. As the Beijing Fuzi operatives remained concealed in the shadows, their appearance was unlikely. Hence, Qin Hao was still a valuable pawn. Without daring to linger, Qin Hao swiftly departed, disregarding his injuries. Who is that? It seems to be the third young master Qin of the county, rumored to have the support of Lei Tang. Some whispered, "Let us go," with Bai Tianyu's emergence. The tides of Qingcheng are destined to shift. After this, they hastily retreated, no longer paying heed to the ruins of Lei Tang. That day, both Lei Tang and the Lei family vanished entirely. Their assets were transferred to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, with the final portion falling into Su Chen's hands while some remained within the establishment. Inside the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe appeared in Su Chen's chamber. "Where is Qinghao now?" Though he had allowed Qinghao to go free, every move he made needed to be monitored. "He has temporarily taken residence at an inn, presumably awaiting someone," Ling Tianhe replied. "What is the response of the other factions?" Aside from the Diamond Temple, the Juxian Hall and the Shantang have increased their manpower for precautionary measures. Additionally, the Juxian Hall has established connections with the Yang family of the county. A side member of the Yang family, Yang Jie, has been accompanying the direct descendant, Yang Mukin. It is likely that Yang Mukin will soon arrive in Qingcheng. The Yang family is indeed bustling. However, the allure of the blood demon flower is undeniable. Maintain vigilant surveillance on other factions entering Qingcheng. Every group must be investigated. The Beijing Fuzi operatives are lurking in the shadows. Regardless of their concealment, something must be uncovered. Furthermore, with Bai Tianyu's appearance today, the waters of Qingcheng have been stirred, and the personnel of the Beizhenfu must surely be restless. It is inevitable that someone will reveal themselves. This presents an opportunity to uncover their intentions. Su Chen is determined to eliminate the mastermind behind this scheme. Additionally, I shall publicly announce my resignation as the Lord of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, with Bai Tianyu assuming the role of the new Lord. Su Chen addressed Ling Tianhe, to which he promptly replied, "Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once." Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room. Once Ling Tianhe departed, Bai Tianyu spoke, "My lord, during today's encounter at the Miele Hall, I discovered a master of the refining soul realm, whose cultivation seems slightly superior to mine. However, in life and death combat, I am confident that I can defeat him." Bai Tianyu exuded confidence in this assertion. The opponent, though not young, possessed a substantial aura. Yet, the vitality within him was waning, rendering him incapable of enduring my relentless strikes. A master of the refining soul realm? Su Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable individual at this juncture. "Let us observe the developments," Su Chen stated. After issuing these instructions, he departed the Qingfeng Shiyu Tower with the drizzle blade, appearing somewhat disheveled. This also served to inform the outside world that he was no longer the lord of the Qingfeng Shiyu Tower. Following Su Chen's departure, the news of the change in leadership at the Qingfeng Shiyu Tower swiftly circulated, with Bai Tianyu now assuming the title of lord. Chapter 46, An Appointment. A revelation, a scheme. Upon returning home, Su Chen was met by the butler, Fu Bo. "Young master, something unexpected has appeared in the master's study. You should take a look." Fu Bo bowed respectfully. "Something unexpected?" A puzzled expression crossed Su Chen's face, yet he followed Fu Bo to Su Mengbai's study. Although Su Chen seldom frequented the study, Fu Bo often maintained it. Today, he discovered a wooden box had materialized atop the desk. Upon entering the study, Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the box, crafted from ordinary wood. "Young master, allow me to assist you in opening it." Fu Bo, now in servitude to Su Chen, expressed concern that the box might contain poison or other dangers. "No need for concern. It is likely meant for my eyes alone." Su Chen thought it unnecessary to reveal his true strength outside. If they intended to kill him, they would not go to such lengths. He approached the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a sheet of gold leaf, thin as paper, inscribed with intricate patterns that suggested it might be part of a map. His gaze shifted to the bottom of the box, where a letter awaited. "I have taken temporary lodging at an inn, presumably awaiting someone," Ling Tianhe reported. "What is the current response from other factions? Aside from the Vajra Monastery, both the Gathering of Heroes Hall and the Dining Hall have increased their personnel on guard. Furthermore, the Gathering of Heroes Hall has established connections with the Yang family of the county. A junior member of the Yang family, named Yang Jie, has been accompanying the direct descendant, Yang Mukin. It is likely that Yang Mukin will soon arrive in Qingcheng. The Yang family is indeed bustling. The blood demon flower possesses such allure. Maintain close surveillance on any other factions entering Qingcheng. Every faction must be investigated." The agents of the Northern Town Defense Commission lurked in the shadows, and regardless of how well they concealed themselves, they would inevitably be discovered. Moreover, with Bai Tianyu's presence during the day and the waters of Qingcheng stirred into chaos, the individuals from the Northern Town Defense Commission could not remain passive. Someone was bound to emerge. This presented an opportunity to unmask them. Su Chen was determined to eliminate the mastermind behind this scheme. Additionally, he intended to publicly announce his resignation as the master of the Qingfeng Shiyu building, appointing Bai Tianyu as the new leader. Su Chen addressed Ling Tianhe. "Yes, my subordinate will attend to this immediately." Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room. After his departure, Bai Tianyu spoke, "My lord, during our encounter at the Thunder Extinguishing Hall today, I discovered a master at the soul refinement stage, whose cultivation appears slightly superior to mine. However, in a life-and-death struggle, I am confident I can slay him." Bai Tianyu exuded confidence in this assertion. The opponent, though not young, exuded a robust aura, yet his vitality was waning. Unable to withstand Bai Tianyu's relentless strikes. A master at the soul refinement stage? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable figure at this juncture. "Let us observe the situation," Su Chen stated. After issuing these commands, he departed from the Qingfeng Shiyu building with the rainfall blade, his demeanor somewhat dejected. This would also signal to the outside world that he was no longer the master of the Qingfeng Shiyu building. Following Su Chen's departure, the news of the shift in leadership swiftly spread, with Bai Tianyu now at the helm of the Qingfeng Shiyu building. Chapter 46, A Meeting, a Revelation. A scheme at the Su residence. Upon returning home, Su Chen was greeted by Butler Fu. "Young master, an unexpected item has appeared in the master's study. You should take a look," Butler Fu said with a bow. "An unexpected item?" A look of curiosity crossed Su Chen's face. Nevertheless, he followed Butler Fu to Su Mengbai's study. Although Su Chen seldom visited the study, Butler Fu often kept it tidy. Today, he discovered a wooden box placed atop the writing desk. Upon entering the study, the first thing Su Chen noticed was the box, made of ordinary wood. "Young master, allow me to open it for you." Butler Fu, now in servitude to Su Chen, expressed concern about the box possibly containing poison or other dangers. "It matters not. It is likely intended for my eyes," Su Chen thought, as he had not revealed his true abilities outside. If someone intended to kill him, they would not go to such lengths. He approached the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a sheet of gold foil, as thin as parchment, inscribed with intricate patterns, likely a fragment of a map. His gaze shifted to the bottom of the box, where a letter awaited. The document was titled 108TXD, corresponding to the Chinese file 108TXD. Su Chen opened the envelope, which contained a brief message. "At the hour of the rat, in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, shortly." A surge of true energy emanated from his palm, shattering the envelope, while he carefully stored the gold foil. His eyes then turned towards the residence of Shangguan Ziyun. The handwriting was elegant. He recognized it as identical to Shangguan Ziyun's script. This was, of course, a deliberate instruction left for Su Chen, as she believed he would comprehend its significance. "In this moment, my nominal second sister has summoned me, and it appears she intends to lay everything bare." Su Chen mused inwardly. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. Earlier, Lu Wumei had mentioned that the individual who fought against her on Qingcheng Mountain was a woman. Could that person be Shangguan Ziyun? A glint of insight flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The technique he employed, the dusk drizzle blade technique, may have revealed his identity, prompting Shangguan Ziyun to seek him out. He swiftly pieced together the chain of events. "Let us see how you choose to confront me tonight." Su Chen murmured softly. "Arrange for me a secluded chamber. I must continue my cultivation," he instructed Uncle Fu. The pursuit of martial prowess must not wane. Both internal energy cultivation and physical enhancement must proceed concurrently. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the back residence, within the pavilion, a conversation unfolded. "Miss, I just saw Uncle Fu escorting Su Chen to the study. He should be examining that wooden box now. Do you think he will keep the appointment?" Xiaolon inquired. "He will indeed attend," Shangguan Ziyun replied. "However, miss, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has changed ownership. Is it not of little consequence for us to meet with Su Chen? It may even expose your presence." Xiaolon expressed her concerns. "Investigate the relationship between Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe. As for why Su Chen relinquished the position of the pavilion master, I shall inquire about it tonight," Shangguan Ziyun stated, her brow furrowing. She had previously assessed Bai Tianyu's strength, but did not anticipate him to be a formidable spirit refinement realm expert. The emergence of such a powerful figure as the new pavilion master complicates matters considerably. In a courtyard not far from the Su residence in Qingcheng, Mu Qingxue and her companions were gathered. "Grandfather, why must we rent a small courtyard? Could we not go directly to the Su family?" Su Chen is truly perplexing. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion belongs to our Zetan Palace. How could he relinquish the position of pavilion master? Mu Qingxue voiced her grievances. Her intention in coming here was to formally incorporate the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion into Zetan Palace. However, with the change in leadership, it was no longer under the Su family's control. The prospect of bringing the pavilion under their family's wing now seemed utterly impossible. Su Chen had inadvertently resolved this crisis. After all, he could not publicly sever ties with Zetan Palace. It was a judicious decision, lest he jeopardize his own life. An elder beside Mu Qingxue spoke up. "Fei Wu, investigate the situation with Bai Tianyu and the occurrences in Qingcheng." The elder then instructed the burly man beside him. "Understood." The man bowed and exited the small courtyard. Su Chen opened the envelope, which contained a brief message. "At the hour of the rat, in the bamboo grove of the rear mountain." A surge of true qi emanated from his palm, shattering the envelope, after which he stored the golden foil away. His gaze turned towards the residence of Shangguan Ziyun in the back courtyard. The writing was elegant. He had seen Shangguan Ziyun's handwriting before, and it bore an unmistakable resemblance. This was indeed a deliberate instruction left for Su Chen by Shangguan Ziyun, who trusted that he would understand. "This nominal second mother of mine has given me this item and requested a meeting. It appears the time for confrontation has arrived." Su Chen mused silently. Suddenly, a recollection surfaced in his mind. Previously, Lu Wumei mentioned that the person she encountered on Qingcheng was a woman. Could it be that individual is Shangguan Ziyun? A gleam of insight flickered in Su Chen's eyes. At that moment, he employed the dusk drizzle blade technique, which likely revealed his identity to her, prompting Shangwan Ziyun to seek him out. He quickly unraveled the intricacies of the situation. "Let us observe how you intend to confront me tonight." Su Chen murmured softly. "Arrange for a secluded chamber. I shall continue my cultivation." Su Chen instructed Uncle Fu. "The pursuit of martial arts must not cease. Both inner energy cultivation and the honing of physical prowess must proceed concurrently." At this moment, within the rear courtyard, inside a pavilion, a conversation unfolded. "Miss, I just saw Uncle Fu leading Su Chen to the study. He should have seen the wooden box by now. Do you believe he will keep the appointment tonight?" Xiao Lan inquired. "He will indeed keep the appointment," Shangwan Ziyun replied. "But miss, now that the Jinfeng Shiyu building has changed hands, is there any real benefit in our meeting with Su Chen? It may reveal your presence." Xiao Lan expressed her concerns. "Investigate the relationship between Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe. As for why Su Chen relinquished the position of master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, I shall inquire tonight," Shangwan Ziyun declared. As she spoke, her brow furrowed. She had previously estimated Bai Tianyu's strength, but had not anticipated him to be a sole refinement realm expert. The emergence of such a powerful figure as the new master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building rendered the situation rather elusive. In a courtyard not far from the Su residence in Qingcheng, Mu Qingxue and her companions were present. "Third grandfather, why are we renting this small courtyard? Can't we go directly to the Su family?" Su Chen is truly perplexing. The Jinfeng Shiyu building rightfully belongs to our Zitan palace. How could he relinquish the position of master? Mu Qingxue complained. Her purpose for coming here was to formally incorporate the Jinfeng Shiyu building into the Zitan palace. However, now that the leadership has shifted, it is no longer under the Su family's control. The prospect of bringing the Jinfeng Shiyu building under their Mu family's banner seems utterly impossible. Su Chen inadvertently took action to defuse this crisis. After all, he cannot publicly sever ties with the Zitan palace. This is a wise decision, lest he jeopardize his own life. An elder beside Mu Qingxue spoke up. "Fei Wu, investigate the situation regarding Bai Tianyu and the events occurring in Qingcheng." The elder subsequently instructed the burly man beside him. "Yes." The man bowed and exited the small courtyard. "Third grandfather, the Jinfeng Shiyu building has provided our Mu family with substantial annual tributes. Now that it has changed hands, it is unlikely we will continue to receive these tributes, which means our family's income will diminish, and the resources we can procure will be correspondingly reduced." The innocence on Mu Qingxue's face vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. "This matter must be promptly communicated to the family. Once we receive some intelligence from Fei Wu, we shall pay a visit to Su Mansion to meet that Su Chen. Should we incorporate Su Chen into our Mu family, it would lay the groundwork for our collaboration with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. After all, Su Mingbai is the founder of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, and it is only natural that Su Chen possesses a share of its interests. Currently, having obliterated the Lei Tang, their influence has more than doubled. Thus, our partnership should yield even greater profits than before." The elder spoke. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingxue's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. This method had indeed eluded her. Meanwhile, in the inn where Qin Hao resided, a young man clad in a black robe entered his chamber accompanied by two others. The young man's countenance was stern, his aura frigid and dense, resembling an iceberg in its chill. Yet within this coldness lay the unmistakable presence of authority, indicating his significant status. Behind him stood two companions. One, an ordinary-looking man cradling a banner adorned with a spearhead that glinted with a sharp, menacing light. The other, an elderly man whose pallid visage was contrasted by abyssal black eyes that seemed unfathomably deep and captivating. Qin Hao, who was recuperating on the bed, initially intended to berate them, but was overcome with excitement upon their arrival. "Elder brother, you must avenge me. I have been severed of my arm." His agitation caused him to spout blood anew. The elder beside the young man immediately stepped forward, channeling his energy to aid Qin Hao in healing his internal injuries, while the ordinary-looking man closed the door behind them. After a brief interlude, Qin Hao's complexion began to regain some semblance of normalcy. "Third brother, I have come personally to ensure your vengeance. I am eager to discover who dares to assault a member of the Qin family," the young man declared coldly, his eyes radiating with icy resolve. This young man was Qin Hao's elder brother, Qin Tian'an. "Now tell me, what transpired, and why were you in such a dire state?" Qin Tian'an queried in a grave tone. Qin Hao promptly recounted the events that had befallen him. Although he had yet to investigate the matters concerning Lei Tang, due to his need for recovery. Elder Liu, I implore you to look into this matter. Qin Tianhan instructed the sinister elder. Understood. The elder affirmed, swiftly exiting the room. Stabilize your condition. I shall hasten the maturation of the blood demon flower. Once you consume it, your strength will undoubtedly increase, Qin Tianhan advised. Thank you, elder brother. You must uncover the identity of the one who severed my arm. I wish to obliterate him. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with malevolence. Chapter 47. The Secret Scroll of the Demon Sect. The Celestial Demon Zen Seal within the secret chamber of Su Mansion. Third uncle. The Jin Fengshiyu Tower has been providing our Mu family with substantial annual tributes. Now that the Jin Fengshiyu Tower has changed hands, it is unlikely they will continue to support us, which means our family's income will diminish, consequently reducing the resources we can procure. The innocence on Mu Qingshue's face vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. This matter requires immediate communication with the family. After receiving some intelligence from Fei Wu, we shall pay a visit to the Su residence to meet Su Chen. If we can incorporate Su Chen into the Mu family, it will lay the groundwork for our collaboration with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. After all, Su Mingbai is the founder of the pavilion, and it is only natural that Su Chen possesses a stake in its interests. Now that they have annihilated the Thunder Hall, their power has more than doubled. Our partnership with them should yield even greater profits than before. The elder spoke. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingshue's eyes sparkled with realization. This approach had indeed eluded her. Meanwhile, in the inn where Qin Hao resided, a young man clad in a black robe entered his room, accompanied by two others. The young man bore an austere countenance, exuding a chilling and heavy aura, as if he were an iceberg personified. Yet, amidst this frigid demeanor lay a hint of an authoritative presence, indicating his notable status. Behind him, one companion appeared unremarkable, cradling a flag emblazoned with a spearhead that glimmered with a sharp, icy brilliance. The other was an elder, pallid in complexion, yet his eyes were as dark and unfathomable as an abyss, captivating and unsettling. At that moment, Qin Hao, who was recuperating on the bed, was initially inclined to express his frustration, but upon seeing his visitors, he became fervently animated. Second brother, you must avenge me. My arm has been severed. His excitement caused him to cough up another mouthful of blood. The elder quickly stepped forward, channeling a surge of energy to aid Qin Hao in mending his internal injuries, while the seemingly ordinary man closed the door behind them. After a while, Qin Hao's complexion began to stabilize. Third brother, I have come in person to ensure your revenge. I am eager to discover who